The manhwa commenced with an adventurous party making their way into the dungeon. As one person supported an injured companion, he reassured, "You just need to hold on for a bit longer." However, the injured person collapsed, prompting another to exclaim, "How many people have collapsed at this point? The healers won't have enough mana at this rate. Won't we just die at this rate?" Undeterred, the injured person insisted, "It's fine, we have the Empire. Hero Burn is with us. Let's aim for 500 likes on this video. If you haven't subscribed already, consider subscribing." Burn reassured them, saying, "You guys must be still fine if I can hear your voice from here. Let's put in a bit more effort." Another party member echoed, "Yes, Hero." Burn revealed the challenges, stating, "My party members are starting to waver. When we first departed, we had 74 people in our subjugation party. But now, we only have 43 people left with me. We didn't lose 31 people, 43 people simply survived. We were just unable to protect our 31 allies, even though everyone gave it their all. Because this place is one of the 7 malevolent dungeons, the core of the ancient." His thoughts were interrupted as someone pointed towards a large dark room, saying, "Sir Burn, look over there." Burn thought. Finally they had arrived. This was the end of the dungeon, the end of the core of the ancient. They had reached the finish line of their adventure after making so many sacrifices. Countless unimaginable treasures were stored here. If they were lucky, this place could also hold the greatest fruits of humanity, the 36 virtuous masterpieces. Not to mention, this was also the resting place of the dungeon's master. As they heard rumblings surround them, Burn commanded, "Everyone, get into formation. Swordsmen and those with shields to the front, magicians create light. We need to prioritize our vision." As the rumbling suddenly came to a stop, the magician said, "I'll shine a bit more light. Everyone, keep your guard up." As the magician's magic illuminated the area, they saw a huge monster in front of them, its gaze fixed on the intruders. Seeing the monster open its mouth as if to devour them, Burn shouted, "Run away! This is impossible!" A little later, a skeleton named Patrick asked, "So, to summarize the situation, humans entered in droves while you were asleep, and since you fought them despite your tired condition, you did plenty. Am I getting this right?" The boss monster, named Swallow, replied, "Yup. I faced 2 enemies at the same time, both humans and my exhaustion." On that note, Patrick, could you please calm down? Patrick exclaimed, "Calm down? Do you think I'd be able to calm down in a situation like this? How could someone who's supposed to be the boss monster doze off until humans were right in front of him? How does it make any logical sense for you to carelessly yawn in front of them? This is a matter of mindset." Patrick turned to Renee and asked, "What do you think?" Renee replied, "But he overwhelmed humans with just a yawn." "I am shocked by your grandeur once more, Lord Swallow." Patrick, irritated by Renee's remark, retorted, "Yeah, let's just give up on everything. This dungeon is screwed." Swallow advised, "Don't be like that." As he explained, apparently, worrying too much is bad for one's bones. This place is known as one of the 7 malevolent dungeons that humanity has deemed impossible to raid, referred to as the core of the ancient. Most dungeon raids end with humans as the victors because the relationship between the humans, who can attack whenever they please, and the monsters, who must be prepared to defend whenever, is not equal. This repetitive warfare only weakens the dungeons. However, during a period when countless dungeons were raided and created, there were exceptions. There were dungeons that humanity could not raid, which was an obvious fact. These dungeons were known as the malevolent dungeons, specifically the 7 malevolent dungeons. Humanity temporarily placed these 7 dungeons on hold and deemed them impossible to clear. Among these notorious dungeons, the core of the ancient was the most diabolical. It had numerous monsters defending the dungeon, along with the dungeon's guardians protecting the 3 different paths. The left path, known as the Red Path, was defended by a homunculus known as Blade Maid named Renee. The central blue path was defended by a Death Knight named Patrick. As for the path to the right, which was infested with filth, accurate information about it was yet to be discovered. It was guarded by an unknown number of tentacles. And ruling over this impenetrable dungeon was an ancient monster, known as Swallow, which held a prominent place in the Empire's myths. Renee closed the book and said, "So it's written? After spreading books like this to the humans as you ordered, Lord Swallow, the number of intruders has definitely increased." Swallow replied, See, there's a know-how to maintaining dungeons too, you know? If we surround ourselves in mystery too much, humans won't even think about coming in. We need to give them a bit of information like this so that they start thinking, we know quite a bit about that dungeon, and things like that. They run in like moths to a flame, not knowing that more than half of the information in here is false. Still, even so, I never expected for them to come in droves like this. Was it 74 of them all combined? Renee confirmed, yes. However, the majority of their equipment was melted down by 116 black tentacles, so they're unusable. The ones that are still usable are all quite expensive. But if it was her, she would have been able to take care of them without damaging the goods. Swallow chuckled. Sure, and transform into a human. I'm sure that you would have been able to do it. Renee smiled. Meanwhile, Patrick stared at both of them from a distance and asked, Excuse me, we're gathered here for a meeting, aren't we? Did we just get together to play? So why are the two of you so excited? He started laughing and said, The mood here is so sweet that even being around you guys might give me a cavity. But I doubt it's just my teeth that would rot. I bet it would rot the rest of my skull too. Also, boss, if you're going to polymorph, why don't you do it properly? Did you even notice that you had 6 fingers when you patted Renee just now? Swallow acknowledged. You're right, he really do have 6. Patrick responded. Still, it's better than last time. You had more than 40 teeth then. When you smiled, I got chills all the way down my spine. Renee addressed Patrick. The sound of your jaw clacking is way too loud. Patrick thought to himself, I can't put up with this shit anymore. I should just quit being a fucking guardian. Renee then stated, Then we will get to the main points. She is sure that all of you already know, but humans have finally started going through the right path. The problem is that during that process, 116 black tentacles who defended the right path received huge injuries. It is in critical condition. However, her talk was interrupted as Swallow interjected. Well, don't worry so much. Tentacles regeneration is no joke. We can watch over it for a while and find another guardian if it doesn't look too good. Patrick said to Swallow, Boss, in that case, could you look for 2 guardians while you are at it? I want to quit too. Swallow asked, What are you talking about? You're my slave for life. Swallow continued. Regardless, humans will start taking only the right path now. Patrick voiced concern. They could be forming another subjugation party right now. Renee added, Humans these days use communication spells a lot to message each other, so the information about the right path being opened could have spread everywhere. Swallow agreed. Alright, then we should also create an appropriate counter-strategy. Listen carefully, we're going to be changing our assignments. Swallow instructed Renee. First, you have been guarding the red path up until now, right? I want you to take the infected path to the right now. The subjugation parties will swarm in there thinking that there's an opening, so I just need you to protect that. Renee said, I can defend against any number of humans, Lord Swallow. Swallow turned to Patrick and said, I want you to take care of the red path that Renee had been defending. Patrick asked, Me? Why? Swallow replied, When the humans realize that Renee is on the infected path, they will change their direction to the red path instead. You'll be there to defend that, Patrick. If we do this, we'll be able to defend against 2 attacks. Patrick exclaimed, Hold on, boss! What are you going to do if humans take the central blue path? Swallow sighed and said, We'll have no other choice. They'll just get a direct date with me. Patrick questioned, What kind of shitty plan is this? Renee chimed in, This is so perfect, Lord Swallow. It seems like the most pressing matter is taken care of. Now the only thing that's left is to handle what to do with that sword. Swallow asked, What sword? Patrick explained, She's referring to the sword that the leader of the subjugation party used. I can't believe he was using a sword like that. The humans that came this time were quite strong. Swallow asked again, Like I said, what sword? Patrick replied, I'm sure you've heard about it before too, boss. The 36 virtuous masterpieces. They are quite famous weapons among the humans. Some of them aren't really weapons though. Regardless, I think this was the 14th. And I think its name was Tanabella. Swallow recalled. I remember now. The 36 master chefs or whatever? I think we have a few more like them in the storage, Patrick mentioned. No masterpieces, just informed Swallow that Renee wields one of the 36 masterpieces. Swallow noted, the humans had formidable weapons this time, Patrick pondered. What to do with this? Giving it to a monster near the entrance is risky. Retrieving it from humans would be troublesome, right? Consequently, Patrick suggested, Swallow should handle this. Swallow, aware of Patrick's sword skills, suggested, Why not use it yourself? Patrick, surprised, asked, Really? Swallow confirmed, Yes. Patrick chuckled, conceding, Guess I have no choice then. Following Swallow's orders, I'll take care of it. In the core of the ancient, a domain with a formidable homunculus made, a death knight emitting deathly vibes, and a colossal ancient monster, Swallow quietly expressed. By giving Patrick the sword, I want him to discard that resignation letter hidden in his ribcage. Renee, a loyal sunflower solely focused on Swallow. Patrick, the dungeon's conscience and a boss grilling expert. Lord Swallow, an ancient monster embodying laziness. Renee asked Lord Swallow what they should do with the remaining profits. Lord Swallow replied that they should do what they usually do, using whatever they can and using anything that isn't useful as bait for the next adventurers. Renee assured Lord Swallow that she would take care of the distribution. Lord Swallow agreed. Renee then mentioned that the problem was that there weren't any monsters in particular who needed magic items. She suggested selling the mana stones instead, as it would bring in quite a bit of money. Lord Swallow questioned if that was the case and wondered if he should go to the human village. Both Patrick and Renee was surprised by his suggestion, and Swallow asked why. Patrick chimed in, suggesting that it would be better if Renee went instead, as Lord Swallow was clumsy at transforming into a human and his tail was showing. Lord Swallow agreed and told Renee to bring back lots of tasty things. The next day, Renee commented on the good weather and stated that she would be going. At the nearby town's Adventurers Guild building, a person informed Renee that they couldn't possibly buy the mana stones from her. Renee asked why not, and the person explained that the stones she brought were bigger than a B-rank mana stone, which would take an average commoner 10 years to save up for. The person mentioned that stones like hers could only be used by an Imperial Palace magician or a high-ranking magician at a magic tower. Renee thought about going to the capital, or a magic tower, but preferred not to go to a magic tower unless it was for Lord Swallow. Finally, Renee declared that she would be going. The person said, Take care, kiddo. As he realized one of the stones was left behind, he said, Hey kid, you left one behind. Renee said, That is a tip, thanks for the information, human. The person said, What a strange brat, you're a human as well, you know. As she arrived at the magic tower wing, one of the representatives of the tower said, So you're here to sell mana stones? In that case, it'd be better to consult with the guild master. I'll guide you to the office, please follow me. As Renee followed him, she thought, so it's structured so that the head of the tower resides at the top. The humans' magic towers are similar to dungeons. Her thoughts were interrupted as the person said, This way. As she entered the room, she was welcomed by the guild master saying, Thank you for coming all the way here. I'm Graumitz, the leader of this magic tower wing. And what is your name? Renee thought, this human has some quite impressive mana, and she said, I'm Rin. Graumitz said, I was going to ignore you since you're a kid, but the guard said you brought a bunch of mana stones with you. You're probably familiar with our magic tower wing's reputation, right? I trust you bought high-ranking mana stones suitable for our status. Renee said, See for yourself. Seeing the mana stones, Graumitz was surprised and thought, These are A-rank mana stones? They're all of the highest quality, comparable to the highest-ranking A-rank mana stones. These aren't something a kid should have. This kid, who is she? And Graumitz asked, Where did you find these? Graumitz thought, Hang on, now that I think of it, that hair. There's a family with silver hair among the 8 great houses of the empire. Could it be that the daughter of that house ran away from home and secretly brought the stones here? I can't think of any other way for such a young girl to have mana stones like these. In any case, she's a noble lady and the world's a dark place. Graumitz apologized for their rudeness and expressed surprise at the high quality of the mana stones. Their wing wished to purchase all of them, offering 50 ounces of gold for each stone and a special price of 80 ounces for the particularly good ones. Renee questioned the price, recalling what the guild representative had told her earlier about the difficulty of saving up enough gold for one stone. Renee calculated that an average commoner earns about 10 ounces of gold per year, so it would take 10 years to save up 100 ounces. Renee warned Graumitz about the consequences of joking around. Graumitz admitted that they couldn't afford to buy all The stones, even if they used all of their wings' money, Renee suggested buying as many as they could. Later, Graumitz revealed that they had 2,000 ounces of gold, which was everything they had. She asked if she could offer items of value in addition to the money in exchange for all the mana stones. Renee questioned the quality of the items and expressed the need for them to be easy to sell. Graumitz assured Renee that she didn't have to worry about that and invited her to a forbidden storage area in their tower. Graumitz showed Renee various items, including a tiara made of 4-carat diamonds with embedded mana stones, a living black pearl that makes crying sounds near poison, and a work of alchemy. Renee's expressions indicated her lack of interest. Graumitz mentioning that alchemy can be seen as a dirty discipline. She then asked about a jewel called the Crimson Love Stone that supposedly makes one's love a reality. Renee was captivated by the idea of a jewel that could make love a reality. She turned to Graumitz and inquired if it truly worked for anyone. Graumitz, with utmost confidence, assured her that infusing mana into the jewel in front of someone she liked would activate the spirit within, resulting in eternal love between the two individuals. Graumitz questioned if this particular jewel suited Renee's preferences. Renee insisted that it had to be this specific jewel. Graumitz chuckled and admitted that while he wasn't certain about the other items, this jewel was particularly difficult to obtain due to its ability to steal even the heart of an emperor, making it priceless. Slightly flustered, Renee then presented another item, surprising Graumitz. She questioned how a kid came to possess one of the 36 virtuous masterpieces. Renee exclaimed combine all the mana stones from earlier, along with this masterpiece, and demanded that Graumitz hand over the jewel. As Renee leaves, a green-haired man with glasses urgently speaks to Graumitz Amr, guild master of the magic tower. He's concerned about her decision to give away a heart gem, warning that sending Rin away with it could lead to her death. Graumitz, examining a jewel through a monocle, dismisses his concerns. She's indifferent to the fate of the noble lady who traded for the item, her focus solely on the value of the jewel despite the green-haired man's concerns. She remains unconcerned and coldly predicts the demise of the unlucky girl and the person she likes, confident that the curse will leave no evidence behind. The scene then shifts to one of the 7 malevolent dungeons Renee hates, Castle, set against a red and black sky filled with ashes. The castle itself appears ominous with multiple pointed structures stacked together. Inside, a red woman equipped with scissors and a comb prepares to trim Renee's hair, remarking on the dying ends. She snips a piece off as Renee apologizes for her unannounced visit, expressing gratitude for the woman's help. The red-haired woman, Ursula Bathory, boss of Chait Castle, warmly responds that neighbors should help each other. She enjoys seeing Renee and finds her presence delightful. Ursula compliments Renee's beauty, making Renee shy and blush. Picking up a comb, Ursula playfully envies the eternal youth of a homunculus as they look into the mirror. Ursula holds Renee close, admiring her unaging beauty. Renee, in turn, compliments Ursula's youthful appearance, noting her paler skin and gesturing toward the extensive beauty treatments and blood required to maintain her looks, evidenced by the backdrop filled with blood, skulls, and pots. Feeling bashful, Renee asks Ursula for her opinion on her current appearance. Ursula assures her that she's the most beautiful girl she's ever seen, ranking her as level A. This affirmation brings a smile to Renee's face, brightening her mood. Holding Renee's shoulder, Ursula gently pokes her face and confidently assures her that no one could resist her charms in her current state, eliciting giggles from Renee. Ursula curiously inquires about the reason behind Renee's meticulous grooming, playfully suggesting a love confession might be in order. Renee, reflecting quietly in the mirror and clutching a heart-shaped ruby, admits she plans to confess her feelings. Surprised and excited, Renee turns around, her smile revealing her eagerness to declare her love. Ursula, taken aback by this revelation, initially thinks Renee is joking. Upon pressing for more details, she's shocked to learn that Renee intends to confess to Lord Swallow. Skeptical and somewhat bewildered, Ursula can hardly believe Renee's serious demeanor. She wonders if Renee's nature as a homunculus might be influencing her peculiar sense of humor. Renee, firm in her resolve, assures Ursula that her intentions are genuine. Ursula, struggling to comprehend, asks what Renee finds appealing about Lord Swallow, picturing him as a repulsive nose-picking slob. However, in Renee's eyes, Lord Swallow is a majestic and powerful being. She fondly lists his strengths, and despite acknowledging his flaws like laziness, large build, gluttonous habits, and sloppiness, her affection remains unchanged. Meanwhile, Lord Swallow is seen sprawled on the floor, drooling and asleep, embodying the very traits Renee candidly admits to. Renee asserts that these shortcomings are inconsequential compared to her admiration for him. Ursabet, hearing all this, realizes with astonishment that Renee genuinely cherishes Lord Swallow despite his unappealing traits. Renee confirms her affection for Lord Swallow, and Elizabeth, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder, expresses hope for her success but also suggests that Renee deserves someone better. She playfully winks at Renee, offering her a comforting alternative should Lord Swallow reject her. Renee thanks Elizabeth, and clutching the red heart jewel to her chest, pledges to succeed in her confession. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Castle, Lee's eyes within the dungeon. Subjugation Coalition, a blonde-haired man reports the presumed annihilation of the hero Byrne and his Towel's subjugation party. This announcement causes a stir among those gathered around the table, with one member slamming their hand on the table expressing disbelief. Questions arise since the party had supposedly defeated the Guardian, and skepticism emerges as the bodies haven't been found yet. Despite some insisting that Sir Byrne couldn't have fallen to a monster, another member silently contemplates the reality, suggesting that within a day it would be clear if they were victorious or defeated. With 2 days past and no word from Byrne, he concludes that Byrne is likely dead, and his powerful weapon, one of the 36 virtuous masterpieces, is lost. The man smiles mischievously, pondering the whereabouts of Byrne's sword, Tambella. The blonde-haired man explains that their communication magic failed upon reaching the ancient heart's core, making it impossible to retrieve Tambella without returning to that area. The group considers their next move, debating whether to venture into the dungeon in search of the lost masterpiece. Discussion intensifies as another member advises against entering the dungeon, citing the failure of Byrne's team and the need to avoid further loss of life. Contrarily, another voice argues for persistence, speculating that if Byrne, heralded as a hero, engaged the boss monster, he must have inflicted significant damage. This person suggests mobilizing their main forces to take advantage of the dungeon's weakened state. An older man at the table, weighed down by the losses already incurred, including one of the Imperial family's prized heroes and a virtuous masterpiece, grapples with the gravity of the situation. He fears the repercussions of another failed mission or the backlash of an action from the Imperial family. Consumed by doubt, he ponders the possibility that Byrne failed to harm the ancient boss monster, raising the grim prospect that the dungeon might be insurmountable. His concerns voiced aloud leave the group speechless until a new figure, a purple-haired, short-haired man accompanied by 2 cloaked bodyguards, confidently asserts that conquering the dungeon is feasible. This bold claim redirects all attention to him, and the older man standing up questions why the Imperial Magic Research Association, known as the Third Eye, is present. The purple-haired man cryptically hints at the authority they serve, implying involvement from the Imperial family. The old man internally curses the Imperial family's interference. The Third Eye's mere presence instills nervousness among the table members, as he insinuates that their actions have consequences, suggesting they might have to atone for their sins. The Third Eye, glaring with scorn and anger, berates the old man and his colleagues for their ineptitude, blaming them for the death of the revered hero Sir Byrne and the loss of one of the Emperor's valued virtuous masterpieces. The old men at the table, overwhelmed with fear, struggle to respond. The Third Eye, resting his hand on an old man's shoulder, chillingly suggests that their lives could be spared, but only if they agree to his conditions. He leans in and declares that the Emperor demands another raid on the core of the ancients. The old man, skeptical and fearful, questions how they could succeed where Sir Byrne failed. The Third Eye interrupts, introducing Nifrim as the key to their success. This mention of Nifrim stirs whispers and disbelief among the group. One old man expresses doubt, recalling Nifrim as a hybrid with numerous problems. The Third Eye corrects him, asserting Nifrim's success and not a failure. He then challenges the group, asking why Sir Byrne and his team failed. The answer he reveals lies in a crucial element they lacked, something that Nifrim possesses. As a blonde-haired warrior with blue eyes observes the conversation, the Third Eye instructs the group to ensure the success of the upcoming raid. In a different scene, Lord Swallow sneezes, feeling an ominous premonition of an impending storm as dark energy emanates from him. He sneezes again, reverting to his original form. Worried about postponing his patrol duties and anticipating a reprimand from Patrick, he imagines the skeletal figure scolding him, and despite being just a skeleton, Patrick's presence instills fear in Lord Swallow. Dismissing his concerns, Lord Swallow, with some effort, rolls over and gets up, still half lying on the floor. He decides not to bother himself further and considers investigating the sewer pathway where the humans reportedly infiltrated. On his way to the sewers, he stumbles upon a scene of carnage. Several damaged tentacles scattered across the floor, the core of the ancient guardian. The 16 tentacles now slimed together with dark energy, and slowly healing from their recent battle. Lord Swallow realizes there's not much he can do but wait for their natural recovery. Next, he visits the 5th room administered by Anthropo and lands amid a group of mysterious plants. Recalling their regenerative abilities as long as the core body and sufficient nutrients are present, he climbs atop one to inspect it, spotting the intact core body. He's relieved to know that they'll recover without his intervention as the core body retracts into hibernation for further healing. Lord Swallow decides to leave the area and contemplates the damage in rooms 1 to 4. Realizing this situation warrants a discussion with Patrick, he imagines Patrick's likely exasperated reaction to yet more problems. Anticipating another scolding and yawning, he decides to put off further considerations for later, reasoning that he's only inspected the sewer path and room 5 so far. Resigned to addressing these issues later, he decides to take a rest for the time being, prioritizing his immediate need for relaxation over the dungeon problems. Reassured by the satisfactory condition of the areas he has patrolled, Lord Swallow believes Patrick will understand his decision to end the patrol early. Confident that things are under control, he prepares to leave, unaware of a bright sparkling light hidden deep within the cave. Just as he turns to leave, a weapon propelled with great force whizzes past his face and embeds itself in the wall. Startled, Swallow immediately radiates a surge of demonic energy, ready to confront any threat. But then he hears a voice filled with animosity towards humans. A figure steps forward, revealed to be a young girl wielding multiple knives, her hair pulsating with power. Swallow, ready for a confrontation, turns to face her. Upon recognizing the girl as Renee, he relaxes and retracts his dark energy. Renee apologizes to Lord Swallow, who dismisses the apology, noting instead that she seems to have dressed up. Blushing and striking a cute pose, Renee is pleasantly surprised that Lord Swallow noticed her change in appearance. She asks him how she looks, and Lord Swallow, momentarily taken aback, compliments her, suggesting she's dressed for a special occasion. Internally, he fears she might be resigning, especially since she's not in her usual maid uniform. Renee, playing with her hair, confirms that it is indeed a special occasion and asks Lord Swallow if he can spare some time for her. Swallow, fearing the worst, agrees silently, praying she's not about to hand in her resignation. Renee then leads Swallow to a secret spot she has prepared in the lair, complete with a table and 2 chairs. She invites him to sit, promising to bring something for him. Swallow, still anxious about the nature of her request, apprehensively takes a seat, waiting to see what Renee has in store. Overwhelmed with apprehension, Lord Swallow silently pleads for Renee not to resign. As they approach the table she set in their secret spot, Renee serves him smutty tea. Lord Swallow's nerves are palpable, his mind racing with thoughts of her potential resignation. Renee shares that the location was once her private haven, but now it's a secret they both hold. Lord Swallow responds nervously, his anxiety evident as he sips his tea, bracing for what he fears might be her resignation. However, Renee shifts the conversation to reflect on the past. She mentions it's been 8 years since Lord Swallow took her in, a fact that momentarily distracts him from his worries. He fondly remembers their first meeting amidst the chaos of dungeon subjugations and Renee's rise in status. He inquires about her right eye, showing genuine concern and feeling relieved she hasn't mentioned resigning. Renee, touched by his remembrance of her injury, expresses her joy at having been able to protect him all these years. But then Lord Swallow catches on to her phrasing, "was happy," and panics, interpreting it as a farewell. As Renee moves closer to him, his anxiety peaks, and he internally begs her not to resign. In this heightened state of worry, Renee softly confesses her feelings for him. The simplicity and sincerity of her confession catch Lord Swallow completely off guard, leaving him stunned and questioning her words, unable to process the unexpected turn of events. Renee reaffirms her feelings for Lord Swallow, revealing that she has harbored affection for him over the past 8 years. Swallow, overwhelmed by her declaration and the weight of their precarious existence on the edge of life and death, rises, his tail wagging nervously. He acknowledges her feelings but reminds her of the constant danger they face, hinting at the potential pain of loss and solitude that could follow from such a bond. Renee, visibly shaken by Swallow's response, admits she had feared this outcome but felt compelled to confess her feelings, unable to bear the burden of silence any longer. The thought of rejection terrifies her, driving her to a desperate act. She presents a heart-shaped gem that she got from the guild master of the magic tower as her solution to ensure Swallow's love. However, as she approaches him with the jewel, Swallow reacts with caution, asking her to calm down. As Renee explains the jewel's purpose, Swallow, recognizing the mana imbued in it, grows increasingly angry, suspecting malicious intent. Transforming into a shadow demonic figure, Swallow confronts Renee, accusing her of attempting to harm him. In fear, Renee drops the jewel, which shatters on the ground, releasing a terrifying curse. In the present, Patrick praises Lord Swallow, reaffirming his loyalty and admiration for him. Playfully teasing Swallow about his success in driving away the humans, Patrick highlights the respect and camaraderie that exists between them. However, Patrick, the skeleton warrior, expresses shock at Lord Swallow's uncharacteristic behavior, sarcastically questioning Swallow's conscience for driving Renee away and chastising him for biased actions. Patrick is astounded that even Renee, usually spared from Swallow's wrath, wasn't exempt this time. Lord Swallow, still in his demonic form, dismissively responds to Patrick's clanking teeth, seeking guidance on how to resolve the situation. Patrick points out that Swallow is responsible for the predicament. Examining the shattered pieces of the red ruby gem Renee brought, Patrick reflects that while not all the blame lies with Swallow, he did play a significant role in the current chaos. He smashes the gem in his skeletal hand, confronting Swallow about his part in the incident. Swallow, confused and anxious, denies remembering anything, leading Patrick to offer to help him recall the events. Flashback to the moment of Swallow's rage. Patrick intervenes to prevent Swallow from harming Renee. Swallow, engulfed in fury and about to attack, is grabbed by Patrick, who attempts to calm him down. Observing Swallow's chaotic half-human, half-monster form, Patrick realizes the severity of the situation. Turning to Renee, Patrick finds her in despair and confused about the consequences of her actions with the ruby. He urges her to leave, but she's too distraught to comprehend. Recognizing she's a hindrance in her current state, Patrick reluctantly decides to use force. Drawing his sword, he propels Renee away, inflicting significant damage and rendering her unconscious. This drastic measure reflects the urgency and danger of the situation, with Patrick acting to protect both Renee and Swallow from further harm. He manages to create some distance by launching Renee away, then turns to confront the frenzied and chaotic Lord Swallow. Swallow, overwhelmed by his demonic transformation and confused, questions if Patrick is also trying to kill him. Flashback reveals the intense, chaotic events that transpired, leading to Swallow's current state of remorse and confusion. In the present, as Patrick recounts the story, Swallow cringes at the memory. Patrick questions if Swallow truly doesn't remember the incident, to which Swallow, burying his face in his hands, admits his guilt and confusion. Patrick, understanding Swallow's reaction, acknowledges the difficulty of the situation. Glancing at the broken ruby that sparked the chaos, they discuss the necessity of finding Renee, with Patrick emphasizing her crucial role in the dungeon's operation. Renee's responsibilities are extensive, ranging from managing the diet of monsters and Swallow, handling financial records, to overall management. Patrick stresses that losing her would be a greater loss to the dungeon than Swallow himself. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Swallow acknowledges his inadequacy and the shock of hearing the extent of Renee's contribution. Patrick urges him to find Renee, advising him to humble himself, apologize, and persuade her to return. Swallow starts to revert from his polymorph state, accepting Patrick's advice. Patrick emphasizes the urgency and importance of the matter, even suggesting Swallow go as far as to kiss Renee's shoes to win her back. Swallow, understanding the seriousness, agrees to take action to rectify the situation and bring Renee back to the dungeon. As Swallow prepares to leave in search of Renee, Patrick hands him an item called Dura, a bracelet designed to stabilize mana. The bracelet, adorned with a green emerald, catches Swallow's attention. Patrick explains its significance, noting that it's an expensive item and may not be entirely effective on Swallow due to his strong mana reflux and unusual number of fingers. Patrick emphasizes that the Dura might help prevent severe fluctuations in Swallow's polymorph state. Intrigued by the level of preparation, Swallow half-jokingly questions whether Patrick foresaw the incident. He learns that Patrick found the Dura on the floor and is reminded to handle it carefully due to its fragility. Swallow dons the bracelet, promising Patrick to take care of it and to manage the dungeon in his absence. Patrick, however, clarifies that Swallow isn't merely going for a stroll but must return within 5 days. Anticipating the human return, Patrick stresses the importance of Swallow's timely return, as he alone might not be able to fend off intruders while Swallow is away. He assures Swallow that the dungeon can be secured for at least 5 days. Swallow acknowledges this time frame and magically dons a human-like cloak with a hood, intending to blend in with humans if necessary. Patrick advises Swallow to avoid drawing attention if he ventures near a human village, as it could be problematic if a dungeon monster is spotted there. Swallow jokingly suggests causing chaos if things would not go right, but Patrick, focused on the seriousness of the situation, urges him to stop trying to act cool and to focus on the task at hand, finding and returning with Renee within the 5-day window. Patrick reflects on the escalating complexity of their situation. The revelation that Renee had unwittingly acquired a manstone containing a curse, which nearly led to her death at the hands of a berserk Lord Swallow, weighs heavily on him. He notices a flyer announcing the auction of the 34th of the 36 virtuous masterpieces, the beheading Fang. Patrick worries about the potential consequences if Lord Swallow learns of this auction. He envisions a catastrophic scenario where Swallow, in a fit of rage, could unleash an apocalypse, devouring humans and causing widespread chaos. As Patrick processes these thoughts, he stumbles upon another critical piece of information. The Dungeon Subjugation Coalition's plan to raid the core of the Ancients has been accelerated. Initially advising Swallow to return within 5 days, confident he could ensure the dungeon's safety during that period, the new flyer indicates the raid is now scheduled to occur in just 3 days. This unexpected change in the raid's timing leaves Patrick alarmed, realizing the potential danger it poses, especially with Swallow out and unaware of the revised schedule. Meanwhile, Lord Swallow is found in a desolate state, lying in a crater, seemingly oblivious to the urgent developments unfolding around him. The scene underscores the gravity of their predicament, highlighting the potential for disaster if Swallow doesn't return in time to confront the impending human invasion of their dungeon. Reclining and gazing skyward, Swallow finds himself in a huge crater, lamenting his accidental teleportation for the second time. He recalls his skeleton knight's warning about the chaotic nature of his mana and advises against using magic. Observing the magic seeping from his hand, he ponders if it's the cause of his teleportation mishaps, yet decides to give it another try. Lazily placing his hand on the ground, Swallow focuses on the location where Renee went to sell mana stones, channeling an intense surge of dark mana. His body begins to levitate, surrounded by a dark aura, and he swiftly vanishes. In a dramatic shift, the scene introduces a regal demonic queen with purple hair, horns, and wings perched on her throne. She addresses a human warrior who has managed to reach her, promising them a magnificent demise. The human warrior boldly steps forward, challenging the queen's arrogance. Brandishing his sword, he declares that his group, the Season Dawn Tiger Mercenary Party, the 32nd rank subjugation party in the Empire. His fellow warriors, equipped with a crossbow and a staff, confront the queen, vowing to unseat her and spread their fame across the continent. The queen, unimpressed, dismisses them as trivial foolish beings. Rising from her throne, she reveals her lineage as the 17th descendant of the Demon King, Asmodeus. Emitting an intense dark energy, her wings radiate a fearsome pinkish-green aura. She introduces herself as Melzdugli, and declares their doom for having the honor of hearing her name. The mercenary leader, smirking confidently, accepts her challenge, ready to confront the powerful demonic queen head-on in a momentous battle. The mercenary leader, filled with determination, confronts the demon queen head-on, boldly declaring, "Give them right back to you, Demon King!" The queen, unfazed, deftly wields her staff, spinning it skillfully as she prepares for battle. She effortlessly deflects the incoming arrows, leaving the mercenaries astonished that she could block such a powerful assault. The group's mage urges the others to provide support, preparing to launch a fiery attack. The Demon Queen, disdainful of the humans, proclaims their insignificance and summons a wave of demonic flames, and she aimed a demonic flame at his party members, providing cover with long-range attacks from behind, hitting them, and then redirected it towards the mercenary leader. In response, the mercenary leader acts swiftly, stabbing his sword into the ground and raising a barrier of debris to shield himself from the flames at the last moment. Sensing the air growing colder, he turns to find ice shards. Looking up, he realizes the queen has already cast another spell, amassing a large cluster of ice above him ready to strike. Reacting quickly, the mercenary leader grabs a handful of rocks and hurls one at the queen to disrupt her balance. Seizing the moment, he leaps towards her to mount an offensive. The queen, however, counters by launching a bar of ice shards at him, but a protective barrier forms around mercenary leader, shielding him from the onslaught. The queen, surprised, wonders who activated the barrier, having believed the party's mage to be incapacitated. In a moment of realization, she discovers that the mage and archer, though gravely wounded, are still alive. The mage, using his last reserves of magic, conjured a barrier to protect. The demon queen mustered her magical strength and lunged towards the mercenary leader. The leader, equally determined, charged towards her. At that instant, the ceiling of the demon castle shattered, causing someone to plummet to the floor, sending both combatants flying backward. Dazed by the unexpected interference, the leader bled from his mouth, and the demon queen was equally astonished, suspecting an unknown presence had intervened. A fellow mercenary rushed to check on their leader, who reassured them of his well-being. Curiosity arose among the group about the identity of this mysterious new arrival, as they hadn't anticipated any other subjugation parties in the area. Meanwhile, the demon queen, regaining her composure, speculated about the potential increase in the subjugation party's strength. She pondered the implications of another powerful entity capable of breaching the demon king's castle, indicating the situation might be more dire than anticipated. Amidst the clearing smoke, a figure emerged. This unexpected arrival nonchalantly inquired about the location of Harston, revealing himself to be none other than Swallow, the main character who had unwittingly stumbled into the midst of the ongoing conflict, puzzling both the mercenaries and the demon queen. The demon queen and the mercenary leader simultaneously asked, "What the hell did he barge in here to say?" The mercenary leader conveyed, "Their appearance seems human enough, but you better stay away from that demon king." Swallow, hearing about the demon king, turned around and pondered to himself, "That demon is a demon king? The vibes. Totally different from the other demon kings I've run into." Meanwhile, the demon queen declared, "Send however many trifling humans you want. It'll never be enough to take down someone like me. Lowly scum. You will pay in spades for damaging my castle." One of the party members informed, "Leader, the support squad has arrived." The mercenary leader eagerly responded, "Great. Let's take down that demon king together." However, Swallow interjected, "No, hang on, you guys. First, tell me what I asked for." Ignoring him, they continued their fight with the demon queen. Swallow, sitting down for a moment, thought, "I'm seriously fed up. I have to find Renee quickly, and now it looks like this lot will be impossible to talk to any later than this, and Patrick will chew me out. Just thinking about it is a pain." The mercenary group approached Swallow, and one member stated, "Get a move on and help us." Another person said, "That guy's probably scared stiff." Swallow retorted, "Shut up," as he transformed into his demonic form, causing the mercenary group to attempt to run away, but he consumed them all. The demon queen became frightened when she saw what the person had just done. Curious about him, she inquired, "What exactly did you just do? It was truly astonishing and powerful. With what I just saw, you may even be more powerful than me, my lord." With a sparkle in her eye, she asked, "My esteemed self is now very interested in you. I want to know more about you. What is your true identity, my lord? What about your name? What's the secret to your strength?" Swallow, flustered by her persistent questioning, upon noticing Swallow, the demon queen also grew nervous. She said, "Pardon my manners. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a great, well-renowned demon king, the 17th descendant of Asmodeus, Mels de Agria." She then asked, "Now then, what's your name?" Swallow thought to himself, "I hate all of this, but if it is for the sake of intel, He remembered what Patrick had warned him earlier, thinking, if I reveal my identity, wouldn't news of it spread everywhere? Patrick warned me not to let that happen. Besides, there's no need to reveal it now. Swallow then said, I'm Swaldo Rolnir. The Demon Queen, intrigued, asked, Swaldo Rolnir, can I call you Lord Swaldo? Swallow replied, if you want. The Demon Queen expressed her gratitude, saying, okay then, Lord Swaldo, first of all, heartfelt thanks for coming to my rescue, though it was rather overkill. Before she could continue, Swallow interrupted, saying, say less. The Demon Queen insisted, no, if it wasn't for your help, my lord, it's shameful to admit, but they may have landed a single attack on me. You did save me, but it's not like I needed saving. Since you helped me out, Lord Swaldo, I want to be of help too. Anything you want from me? Swallow exclaimed. Indeed, are you familiar with the route to Harston? The Demon Queen responded. Harston, you say? Swallow pondered. Good, she's aware. Opting to spare her instead of the humans was the right decision. Just a bit more patience, Renee. The Demon Queen inquired. So, what exactly is Harston? Swallow, surprised by her question, thought, Harston? Could it be she not only lacks directions but also doesn't grasp what Harston is? Did I unintentionally inquire with the one person unfamiliar with the concept? Swallow asked. All right then, where's the nearest human settlement from here? The Demon Queen replied, a human village? To my knowledge, Liège is the closest city. Swallow thought, Liège? The imperial capital Liège? Doesn't it take 2 months to travel from Harston to Liège in a human carriage? Swallow, rolling on the ground, exclaimed, way off the mark. The Demon Queen questioned, what happened, Lord Swaldo? Overshot, you say? It seems you wish to travel a great distance. How about utilizing the teleportation hub? Swallow asked. What's a hub? The Demon Queen inquired. You're not aware? It's a human invention involving magic and alchemy. Supposedly, this device possesses technology that forcibly transports individuals through space. Swallow questioned, where can this be found? The Demon Queen replied, the teleportation hub is located in Liège. After a short time in Liège, Swallow inquired whether this city is where we locate the transportation hub. The Demon Queen assured Lord Swallow that Liège was an ideal place for gathering information. While Swallow was doubtful about finding Renee there, he recognized it as a starting point to collect leads, considering he was unsure if Renee had gone to Harston. Upon hearing Swallow's description of Renee as a woman with silver hair, the Demon Queen confidently promised to aid him in his search. Swallow, puzzled by her willingness to help, questioned why she, as the ruler of the Demon King's castle, would leave her domain. The Demon Queen, with a hint of pride, declared that her physical location was irrelevant to her rule. Wherever she stood was her domain, and the demons by her side were her soldiers. This proclamation was accompanied by an aura of powerful malice, showcasing her dominance. Swallow, intrigued, asked if her ability to command demons was a unique power of the Demon King lineage. The Demon Queen boastfully affirmed, though she admitted she had never actually tried it herself. Her confidence, however, remained unshaken, as she believed she could emulate her father's feats. She then casually mentioned that the Demon King's castle, a legacy from her father, was partially destroyed, which explained her current freedom from its confines. Swallow, feeling a bit awkward and responsible, apologized for the damage. The Demon Queen nonchalantly shrugged off the significance of the castle, expressing frustration over the constant chaos caused by humans. As they continued walking down the alleyway, an unlikely partnership formed between them in their joint quest to find Renee. Unbeknownst to Swallow, the Demon Queen's eagerness to assist stemmed from a burgeoning crush on him, adding an underlying personal motive to her newfound alliance with Lord Swallow. At the tavern, amidst the vibrant atmosphere of celebration and chatter, Lord Swallow and the Demon Queen Mel settled down with 2 beers. Swallow observed his brimming mug, contemplating their situation, while Mel savored her drink with evident pleasure, highlighting the refreshment it brought her. Swallow, somewhat perplexed, inquired about their purpose at the tavern given their quest. Mel's, wiping her lips after a satisfying gulp, explained the strategic importance of such places in human villages. Pubs, she noted, were hubs of information where adventurers and locals congregated, sharing news about everything from gossip and monster sightings to equipment and raid strategies. The conversations in these settings were rich sources of unpolished gems of information. She pointed out that the key was in selecting the right conversations to eavesdrop on. As Swallow scanned the room trying to understand what she meant by pick and choose, his attention was drawn to a board full of flyers. Approaching the board, Mel's commented on its significance as a nexus of information. Seemingly surprised by its presence, Swallow examined a flyer, which Mel's identified as a list of subjugation parties currently involved in dungeon activities. She explained that the system was in place to prevent multiple parties from entering a single dungeon simultaneously, as it could lead to conflicts over payment distribution. Swallow, absorbing this new information, realized the practicality of their location. Amused by the sight of humans voluntarily venturing into danger for greed, Mel's mused on their likelihood of success, which she deemed low if they didn't work together. Swallow expressed it better for us. His comment piqued Mel's curiosity, leading her to ask what he meant by us. Swallow began to sweat anxiously. Mel's, with a sharp inquisitive gaze, leaned closer to Swallow, suspecting his demonic nature. She questioned how he, presumably a dungeon demon, could roam freely outside unlike her, the demon lord confined to her castle. This discrepancy struck her as peculiar. Swallow, attempting to dodge the inquiry, claimed the explanation was too complicated and pleaded for her to drop the subject. Mel's, sensing the multitude of secrets he harbored, chose not to probe further, respecting his privacy. However, Swallow's attention was soon drawn to a message board with a flyer about his dungeon. Relieved to see that the subjugation list was empty, he realized there was still time. Mel's, playfully teasing Swallow about his height, demanded to see the flyer for herself. Swallow, finding her antics somewhat annoying, complied and handed it over. Mel's excitement was evident as she read about the raid advertisement for the 7 malevolent dungeon cores of the ancients. Swallow, surprised, asked if she knew about this dungeon. She replied that of course she does. Then told him that it has every dungeon's strengths in one, and even the foolish humans can't help but admire its power. He told her to wait, and asked her if she was allowed to take it. She sat down happily, shouting that it was what every demon strives for, and told him that among the 7 malevolent dungeons, the core of the ancient is the strongest of them all, and its ruler, Lord of Creation, God's guardian who punished those consumed by fear, is the zenith of all core monsters, none other than Lord Swallow, making him wonder if isn't he closer to a landlord than a ruler, one that is always struggling with evil residents. She also told him that her favorite dungeon is the core of the ancient, and she wants to be stronger because if she gets stronger, she'll be able to meet Swallow in the future, making him sweat hard knowing that she was meeting him right now. She asked him if isn't it wonderful because it was unapproachable strength, and told him that she wants to be like it. She also told him that, of course, her father was strong as well, and he was a true demon king fit for the throne, unlike her. And it was just that there are humans, stronger than her father, and they are a fairly young hero named Burn or something. He asked her if Burn is the hero who defeated the demon king and told her that he really doesn't want to go near Burn, thinking that he was the one who swallowed that hero with a yawn. She told him that she doesn't want to spend her life managing dungeons like her father because she just wants to enable her demons to make their dungeons, which is why she is going to get stronger, and asked him if isn't it wonderful. He smiled, thinking that it was nice to be young, and that it was. He remembered that he was like it once long ago, further back than he can even remember. There was a time when he, full of vigor, led armies powerful enough to rule the world, and he tried to master all the world's knowledge and was more serious about it than anyone else. He associated with humans that he saw as pathetic and got emotional with them. There was once a time when he devoted everything to them, but at the end of that path, he realized it was all in vain. So now his life goal is to sleep all day. While he was firmly decided on his new goal, Mel's had succumbed to the effects of alcohol and fallen asleep at the table, snoring loudly. Swallow, taken aback, questioned whether she was genuinely asleep amidst the bustling tavern. His inquiries went unanswered as Mel's continued to sleep soundly. A moment later, he heard a man asking his friend if that was another subjugation request, and the man's friend replied yes. It came in yesterday, but he forgot to put it up. The man asked his friend how could he put yesterday's stuff up now, and the other man asked which dungeon it is. While Swallow was holding Mel's and busy asking the waiter where the rooms were, the man's friend put the paper on the board, telling everyone to just wait because he was putting it up now, and they should see it for themselves. The man teasingly asked his friend if he never changed it, and told him he'll get fined if the Empire's inspectors catch him. But the man's friend replied that he is changing it now. Then, they all saw that the quest's rank was the 7 Malevolent Dungeons Core of the Ancient, and it was an underground limestone cave within Grapenia Forest near Harston, west of the Empire. The quest warned that only those who have been recognized for their ability to subjugate an official Imperial S-rank or equivalent dungeon are allowed to enter. Also, they should be warned that it contains malevolent levels of danger. Then, it showed that the participating subjugation party was the Fimore Subjugation Party of Fimore du Belli with 31 members, under subjugation party leader Nifrim, and its subjugation expiry date was within 72 hours of the date issued. The next day, in some room, Mel's woke up with a headache and sat up, saying her head hurt. Yawning, only he asked her if she was awake, and she told him that she didn't have any memories. He told her that he guessed so, but he slammed into the ground in shock, making her ask him why he was so surprised. He just asked himself if his eyes were going bad and inquired why she looked like a little kid. She was shocked and stuttering, shouted that she was not a little kid. He asked her if it was rejuvenation, but she just continuously punched him while shouting, asking him if he thought it was too impolite. He asked her who told her to suddenly become so young and told her that he was surprised and it hurt. She still continuously punched him while replying that she didn't become younger. He covered his face and told her to stop already. Then she explained to him that her appearance yesterday was her version 2 so that the lowly humans do not look down on her, and her current appearance is version 1. He told her that what she was saying was that her real appearance isn't the one from yesterday but the current one in front of him. She replied yes and asked him why his face was like that and if he ate a midnight snack without telling her, making him just look at her in disbelief. She shouting told him that transformation magic is originally magic that projects the user's future appearance. So in other words, when she grows up, she will look like her splendid version 2 self, which he replied okay. Shouting only asked him if he understood. He replied okay. But she still told him that there was no heart in his response. He told her that it seems they'll need new clothes first. She told him not to keep treating her like a kid, to which he replied all right, but she still told him that she wouldn't forgive him for it. The scene then transitions to the Harston earldom household, where a significant development was unfolding. A subjugation party from Liège, led by Nifrim, arrived at the gates, announcing their mission to suppress the core of the ancients. On the other hand, inside the mansion, someone asked who sent those official papers, and the butler replied that it was sent just yesterday under the name of the Third Eye. Lord of Harston, Earl Itark cursed, knowing that the Third Eyes are a damned association under direct imperial control and for dungeons B rank and above, one must first gain permission from the Lord of the territory before entering. But he decided to never mind the permission, and wondered if it wasn't a notice. Earl Itark also thinks since it was a command from the imperial family, he can't kick them out. Earl Itark asked his butler if she thinks that the subjugation party can completely suppress the core of the ancient, and the butler shook her head to respond no. Earl Itark told his butler that he thinks so too, and for a subjugation party aiming for the core of the ancient, it was far too weak. Also, as for the subjugation party leader, Nifrim, he has never heard of them before, and he asked what on earth those bastards from the Third Eye are thinking. Then he asked himself, won't his territory be the one having a crisis if they touch the core of the ancient half-heartedly, and wouldn't it be better for him to ask a stronger subjugation party to raid the core of the ancient? But he knows that if he does it, he needs a trustworthy subjugation party. His butler told him that he might find the answer closer than he thinks, making him realize that his butler was talking about the magic tower wing. He thought if it was the wing, then it was completely possible. Then Earl Itark remembered that he heard. Even with the rapid growth, an A-rank magic tower attempting to suppress the core of the ancient is insane. But if the rumors he has heard are true, then he had a chance, making him smile. Earl Itark also knows that the only monster left on the right trail where even the Guardian has been defeated is the boss monster who confronted the hero Burn's subjugation party, Swallow. Then Earl Itark ordered his butler to send someone to the magic tower wing with a request right away, and in his name, he would promise a large sum and fame. She should tell them to first suppress the core of the ancient however possible. Suddenly, someone shouted that they couldn't go in there, but then at Earl Itark's Office barged open, making him panicky. He asked who it was. Nifrim asked him if he was Lord Erlitarch, but he just asked Nifrim back who he was. He replied that his name is Nifrim and told Erlitarch that since he didn't open the gates, no matter how much they called, they let themselves in. Erlitarch asked Nifrim why he was there without any previous notification, and he sat down while asking Erlitarch if he didn't get the official papers from the imperial family, and if there is a reason they can't come. Erlitarch, shivering, replied no while feeling the bloodthirst from Nifrim. The lady asked Erlitarch if she is right that they are guests, and what is with his face, then told Erlitarch to smile, and that she wants to eat something sweet, so he should give her some tea, snacks and chocolates. Erlitarch clenched his hand in anger but then ordered his butler to hurry and prepare them. A moment later, Erlitarch asked Nifrim why he came looking for him, and he replied that they had come to crush the core of the ancient. Erlitarch told him that it had only been a day since the official papers had arrived, so he was quite fast, and asked him when he was going. He replied that they were actually planning on going today, but something just came up, so he thinks they'll go tomorrow, and asked Erlitarch if it was okay. Erlitarch asked him if tomorrow wasn't too soon and if it wouldn't be better to go after fully recovering since it was an important task, then told him that he will provide shelter and amenities, so they should enjoy to their heart's content. But he tells Erlitarch that it is all right even if he isn't so concerned about them, and they will just visit the magic tower wing and head off immediately. Erlitarch worriedly asked him why he was going to the wing and if he had an acquaintance there, but he replied that it was not for such a courteous reason because he would go there to just kill them all. Erlitarch stuttering asks him what he means, and he replies that for an earldom's security to be so flimsy, eavesdropping with magic was too easy, so he heard it all on their way there. Then he asks Erlitarch if he is going to entrust the subjugation to the magic tower, and if he thinks they would obediently give up when they also came to that border for subjugation, so he thinks they should get rid of everyone who'd be a disturbance. He also tells Erlitarch that it was quite beneficial for him since between them and Wing, the stronger party would go to subjugate the core of the ancient. Erlitarch apologized to him for his lapse, and told him that he would not request any other group, so he should start the raid whenever he wished. He grabbed one of the cookies while asking Erlitarch if it was so and bit on it while telling Earl that he was beside himself seeing the Erlitarch favor. Meanwhile, in the core of the ancient boss dungeon, the stones formed as humans stood still. Then Patrick slashed their heads easily, and he knows that it's almost time for their arrival. Meanwhile, in Liaise, Swallow and Melz are walking in the street. Then he saw something and thought that it seemed familiar to him. Melz tells him that it must be there. He tells the guard that he wants to go to the teleportation hub, and the guard informs him that if he means the hub, then he has still got a long way to go. He asks the guard what he means by a long way, and the guard explains to him that the thing in front of them is the entrance, and the hub is located in a castle right outside the Imperial Palace, so they'll have to go a while longer, and they'll have to go through 3 more castle walls. He asks the guard if it will take long, and the guard replies that if he wants to walk then maybe it'll take at least a week. They are both shocked to hear it, making the guard confusedly ask them if there is a problem. He knows that it is too late, and at that rate, he should forget finding Renee because Patrick will run away from home. She whisperingly offers him using flying magic, but he replies that they can't, and if they keep letting out mana, they'll get found out by humans. He knows that if he lets out his mana, he didn't know what will happen. Suddenly, someone tells them that they look to be in some trouble. Then the old man apologizes to them for unintentionally eavesdropping and asks them if they are looking to go to the hub by any chance. Melz replied that it was right and asked the old man who he was. The old man replied that he was the flying coachman, Belver. She asked Belver what he meant by flying coachman, and he pointed to something with wings on the side, then introduced to them that it was an abandoned 4th-generation homunculus, and it was the result of an artificial angel manufacturing plan carried out by the Empire. He replied that he understood while Melz thinks it looked disgusting. Belver explained to them that it was strong, followed orders well, and could fly, but it was abandoned because it couldn't bring about the collapse of the church, which is its original purpose. She asks Belver if the humans' homunculus experimentation is over, and Belver replies that there is no way the Empire would give up the kind of power, and there is still a strange story about homunculi being mass-produced somewhere through a large-scale process. He asks Belver if aren't they usually incubated in giant flasks, but Belver replied that it was from ages ago, and it was for the 1st-generation homunculus incubation done 150 years ago, making him wonder if it has already been that long since Renee was born. Melz goes on the carriage while telling them that it looks durable enough. She doesn't think Belver is lying and asks how long will it be until they reach the hub if they take it. Belver replied that the flight would take 3 hours, and the inspection would take 1, so about 4 hours in total because even if they fly, inspection at each castle wall is essential. He asked Belver how much it was and Belver replied that for the two of them, it's 8 ounces of gold, making them shocked. Knowing that 8 ounces of gold is 800 ounces of silver, the cost of staying at the tavern was 8 ounces of silver, so it was 100 times more expensive than yesterday's accommodation fee. Mel's apologizes to him because she doesn't have that much money, and he asks her if he looks like he does. But then he hears something clicking in his pocket, grabs it out, and sees that it is paper. Then in the letter, Patrick calls him their clumsy boss, and tells him that there'll come a day when he'll be thankful for him. Then he sees that with the letter, gold coins are inside. A moment later, they are inside the flying homunculus. When Mel's calls him, making him ask her what it is, she asks him who gave him that much money, and he, yawning only, replies that an associate from the dungeon who seemed to have secretly given it to him. She tells him that now she is thinking about it, and asks him if isn't he a monster from a dungeon, and how is he able to go around so freely. He asks her if saying he got kicked out is a suitable response, making her ask him if the associate he was looking for is someone who also got kicked out, and he replied that it was something like it. She tells him that she is jealous because even after leaving the dungeon he cares for his associate right to the end, and she wants a colleague like that as well. Also, she wants to live a life like him. A life where he has someone to take care of him, and he takes care of them. But he just asks her if it is so. Later, in the Street of Gold and Pleasure Survey Rose, he asked the man if he was telling him that they couldn't use the teleportation hub now. The man replied yes and apologized to him for the inconvenience. Mel's tells him that she didn't think it would happen and that she was ashamed. The man tells them that if it was not urgent, they should come back at around 8 p.m. today because the hub had been shut down today to ensure the security of today's auction. After the auction was over, VIPs would use the hub, so the higher-ups will allow it if they are interested. They should take the paper. He asked the man if he said they were closing the hub because of the one auction, and the man replied yes. Then explained to him that it was because quite a rare item was exhibited this time, and the beheading fawn that had an unknown whereabouts for a long time was suddenly put on display a few days ago. So they closed the hub for an hour to prevent infiltration into the auction house by abusing the hub. She replied that she understood and told the man that it was a really well-made drawing while he was busy looking at the beheading fawn picture, thinking that he had seen it before somewhere. Then he remembered that it was the same as what his associate used. The man asked him if he was sure he was not mistaken, and he replied that it was exactly the same. Then he asked the man if isn't the thing where if they grip it tightly it flies and transforms into a large blade. The man replied that he was not sure about it, but he thought he must be mistaken since only one beheading fawn exists in the world. He was shocked to hear that it was the only one that existed in the world, making him think that it was definitely Renee's weapon. But he wondered why it was in the hands of humans and thinks that it couldn't be. He thinks even the bosses of the other 7 malevolent dungeons can't mess with Renee easily, so there is no way mere humans would be able to face her because Renee is strong and she is called Blade Maid Renee for nothing. He slowly changed to his original form while wondering if Renee was holding a blade when she left, and remembers that Renee was wearing frilly clothes that didn't even have pockets to hide weapons. She threw a blade at him since she mistook him for an enemy, making him wonder how many weapons did Renee have left, if Renee ever fought with less than 5 weapons if she fought with humans. He knows that Patrick's strong without a sword, and it is just that with a sword, Patrick is even stronger. But Renee is different because if they take the blades from the Blade Maid, there nothing will be left of her. Mel's called him in fear while he was transforming back to his original form, but he didn't hear her because he was busy furiously wondering if Renee got killed by mere humans. Then he thinks if Renee was killed by a mere human, then it would be right for him to kill the very last bastard there. Then he asked Renee if she wouldn't agree while Mel shouted for him to calm down. She grabbed his arm while shouting for him to snap out of it, and asked him what in the world happened. He seriously tells her that he will only ask her once and asks her if there is only one beheading Fang, one of the 36 virtuous masterpieces, there in the world. She sweating replied that according to the principles she knew of, it was the only one, and asked him why he asked all of a sudden. He replied that he had been looking for it, and it belonged to his friend, so he had to find it. Then he takes his arm back while telling her that she doesn't need to help him anymore, and as short as it was, he thanked her. Then he tells her that he knows the way back to Harston now, and he can make his own way there from there on out, so it would be best if she got out of there as fast as possible. She shouting calls his name and asks him if that person, the friend he was referring to, is the demon that takes the form of a silver-haired woman and a warrior who wields the beheading fang of the 36 virtuous masterpieces, the Blade Maiden Lady Renee. She shakingly tells him that based on his reaction, it seemed she was correct, but he just tells her that it was enough with the provocations and asks her how much she wants to know. She tried to laugh while shivering in fear and telling him that there was no need to tell her the whole story, and even if he used that vicious voice of his, he could not scare her, especially since she had already figured out who he was. She also tells him that Renee is the guardian that protects the great core of the ancient, and she is the highest of the highest, so if he claims that Renee is his friend, then he must be the master of the core of the ancient, the great Lord Swallow, making him surprised, and his anger disappeared. He admitted that he was Swallow, and she proudly told him that she was sure of it. He sighed, but the truth is he felt disgusted. She laughingly tells him to look at his face, and she caught him red-handed, but he shouldn't worry because her deduction skills were supreme. She shyly continued by telling him that she knew what kind of dangerous thoughts were crossing in his mind at that very moment, so she would help him, and he would not object. He asks her if she is sure she can go off of such simple reasoning when he is someone who claims to be nearly on the level of the Demon King. She replied that it was not the logical demon who became king but the Demon King who dictates logic, making him sigh thinking that it was taking a bit too far. Then she called him Swall that she knew and told him that he was super and duper scary just now. There were all those weird things shooting out of his back, but she was glad he was back to his normal self and told him that she shall assist him from now on so he shouldn't worry. She also tells him to promise her never to use that voice to say such things ever again. Later on the day of the auction, at the front entrance, the nobles arrived. On the other hand, at the same moment, at the back entrance, the guard expected it but he didn't see a single soul, making the guard ask himself what was the point in guarding a place like it. Suddenly someone said hello to the guard, and Mel's in her version 2 tells the guard that they were looking to join the auction and asked if they could come through that entrance. The guard, stuttering, replied that they could right away, but first, he'd have to ask them to identify themselves and ask them what their names are. She replied that she was Mel's of House Agria, and the man behind her, her attendant Swallow. The guard tells them to wait a moment and check on the list, but then the guard apologized to her because she was not on the guest list for today. She replied that it was strange and asked Swallow if he, by chance, happened to have the invitation on him. The guard confusedly asked them what invitation, and he walked closer to the guard while saying that he had it there. But the guard tells them that there were no invitations sent out. Suddenly, he punched the guard in the face and told the guard that it was his invitation to the afterlife. Then he asked her if she couldn't wear something different, but she just asked him back why and if he was afraid he'd be charmed by her fabulous self. He tells her that she was a kid, so she should dress like one, making her pissed and shouting, telling him not to call her a kid. He tells her okay, and they should get going, but she still shouting tells him to take it back right that instant. Meanwhile in Chait Castle, Renee was lying on the bed, thinking that she could no longer return to the core of the ancient. The setting transitioned to 80 years ago depicting the Grape Nia forest ablaze. Swallow expressed remorse for the incident, apologizing to Grapenias and expressing disbelief that humans would commit such a bold act. Swallow wondered if the forest would recover quickly and if the forest's joy would return since they had returned the favor to the humans. As the owner of Grape Nia Forest, Earth's spirit, Grape Nia sat on the ground in anger with the head of the human leader who started the fire. Swallow think about the ancient core using the forest as a natural fortress and the need to make a good impression on Grapenias. He questioned if all the humans who started the fire were dead and speculated that Grapenia's anger would gradually subside. Swallow found himself intrigued by the situation, wondering if the creature called the homunculus, a non-human created by a human, should be killed to eliminate any witnesses. He then informed the homunculus that her master's final words were that she were free to leave if she wanted. However, he clarified that he would not assist in her escape, leaving the decision of dying trapped in the forest or outside to the homunculus, named Lello. Swallow mentioned that Lello's master had been searching for a maid named Lello, and since there were no other maids present, it must be her. His curiosity-driven mercy ended at that point. Lello was the name of a maid who served the head of her household, and a title used to address the most talented maid. The current Lello was a middle-aged head maid, and this homunculus had never been called nor addressed by that name. because objects like her didn't have names. However, because of that, she was experiencing something like that, and she said Lello. Back to present at Chait Castle, Rene was sitting on the rock outside thinking about his past memories. His thoughts were interrupted as Ursabet said, "Rene, I heard the subjugation party sent by the Empire is heading towards the core of the Ancient." Rene replied, "Even if Ursabet says that, she won't go back to the core of the Ancient." Ursabet said, "I'm not telling you to go back. I value Rene's happiness, but I prioritize choice and freedom more. Shouldn't you make sure you settle all your problems? If it's those two, they'll look for you everywhere. If they find out you were tricked by a human and ended up like this, what do you think Swallow and even Patrick will do afterward? If you're going to keep living in the shadows, erase all your tracks forever? It doesn't have to be perfect. Even if it's clumsy, Patrick will know your intentions and take care of it. Because of the subjugation party, the core of the Ancient will be busy with cleanup for a few days. If you plan to tie the knot, it has to be now." As Renee contemplated her next move, she turned to Ursabet and informed her that she was planning on going somewhere far away to get some fresh air. Ursabet expressed concern, noticing that Renee's right eye seemed to be getting blurry, and asked if it was okay for her to go alone. Renee reassured her, saying that she was fine and thanked Ursabet for her concern. She then inquired about the whereabouts of her blade. The scene then shifted to an auction house, where Swallow confronted Guard and asked them to divulge everything he knew about the beheading Fong. The guard, feeling pressured, revealed that it was submitted by the magic tower of Harston, specifically the wing. He pleaded ignorance regarding any further information and begged Swallow to believe him. Swallow think that it was indeed Harston, and confirmed with the guard that he had mentioned the magic tower of Harston's wing. Thanking the guard for telling the truth, he decided to spare his life. As Swallow and Melz began to leave, the guard whispered to himself, expressing frustration and anger at the situation. He questioned why he, a mere guard, had almost lost his life and cursed those responsible. Suddenly, Swallow appeared behind him, stating that he had done nothing wrong, startling the guard. Swallow clarified that the guard had indeed done nothing wrong, but had unfortunately caught his attention. He questioned the guard about the terms used when stepping into his territory, mentioning words like massacre or slaughter. Swallow pointed out that they often use fancy words like raid or subjugation, and questioned if the guard had ever felt sorry for the monsters he killed. He asked if the monsters had done anything wrong to deserve being killed. He then declared that the guard was just his enemy, which was why he was taking action. In the auction room, the auctioneer declared, "Someone has bid 35 billion ounces of gold." Following suit, participants chimed in with bids of 38.4 billion, 39.8 billion, 50 billion, 60 billion, and 70 billion. Afterward, the auctioneer proclaimed, "We have 70 billion on the table. Is there anyone else?" and repeated the inquiry. The girl with blue hair named Win Historia, an executive hero of the Black Tiger's Order, said, "I'm bored. Should we join the bidding too? We can do it just for fun and fool around a bit." The girl with red hair named Garrett, an executive tracker of the Black Tiger's Order, asked, "What? Get a grip, Ms. Win. We're here for auction security, not to participate." Win replied, "Yeah, she can't seem to joke around with her." Garrett reminded her, "You shouldn't forget our purpose. Anyway, let's finish this up and go get something delicious to eat." Win suggested, "Maybe a salmon sandwich or a pumpkin tart. I also want some pudding." The auctioneer inquired, "Does no one else wish to bid? I will make the third call and conclude this auction." In that instant, Swallow emerged on the stage questioning, "By whose permission?" Employing demonic power, he swiftly dispatched the auctioneer, declaring himself as the one to conclude the auction. Witnessing Swallow's formidable abilities, both Win and Garrett were paralyzed with fear. Simultaneously, Swallow addressed the gathering, asking, "Are all of you here to buy the beheading fawn?" In the Empire, there were 3 warriors known as the Warriors of the Empire. However, when one of them, Bern Hishtoltz, died while attacking a dungeon out of personal interest, public criticism arose. People questioned how a warrior, whose duty was to protect the Empire, could die in such a manner. Unable to blame the late Bern, the finger of blame was pointed towards the remaining 2 warriors. One of the 2 warriors believed that it was essential to instill trust in the people of the Empire. They wanted to suppress their survival instincts and ignite their fighting spirit. However, as Wun prepared to rush forward and attack, she was stopped by Garrett. Fear filled her eyes as she looked at Swallow and pleaded, "You can't go. Absolutely not. That thing is far too dangerous. With a sigh, Swallow responded. It was just a hunch, but it's actually real. I can feel Renee's traces emanating too strongly to call it a fake. As expected, Renee was done in by those human bastards, he continued. Though the situation is too complicated to explain in detail, this item actually has an owner already. So I'll be returning it back to its original owner. What a shame. It would have sold for a high price. Well, since you've gotten to see it. Before he could finish speaking, a person from the crowd interrupted, shouting, Guards, what are you doing? Stop that bastard, Swallow responded. Right, it looks like you have no intention of sending me off nicely. It's fine, I feel the same way. I'm going to rip you all to pieces and bury you with this blade. As Swallow said that, Wen rushed forward to attack, saying, You think I'd allow that? Swallow looked at her and thought, That's quite the fast-flying squirrel. He observed her decent movement paired with decent battle gear, but unfortunately noted that she had no talent for it, and no weapons other than those gauntlets. In that case, he decided to grab her hand and smash those gauntlets to pieces. However, he couldn't help but be impressed by her skills for a human. As she rushed again to attack with her crushing blow, he stayed still and tried to grab her gauntlet. Her attack hit Swallow's hand, surprising him with a display of formidable attack strength and causing him to crash into the wall behind him, creating destruction with the impact. She's a bit fatigued, took a deep breath and stood still, while he laughed and said, So you weren't just any old kid? She wondered, He's still alive? He's not dead? That can't be. That technique destroys most dungeon bosses without even leaving a trace. Even the replica of the Apocalypse, said to easily withstand any 3 blows, was once destroyed by a single blow from that technique. Black fluid, no gas? So he's not a human. But he's no ordinary monster either. Just what is he? He replied, What? A pity, and attempted to eat her with his demonic power. However, at that moment, Garrett rushed forward and tried to save Wen. She tore the scroll, using scroll magic to teleport her out of harm's way. A little later, Mel's asked, Sir Swallow, are you safe? I was worried. Swallow reassured her, saying, Well, I'm fine. Mel's questioned further, Are you really okay? I thought you died a helpless death. Swallow pondered, I wonder, I'm still alive. And he thinks that the attack earlier is not something that a human is capable of delivering. If something like that had hit his heart, he might have been so surprised that it could have undone his polymorph. And if his polymorph got undone, then Patrick would have definitely. He doesn't even want to think about it. He'd probably take death over that. But more importantly, he missed them all. There weren't 1, but 2 flying squirrels, that redhead especially. While he was distracted by Blue Hair, she evacuated everyone, cast several layers of protection magic on Blue Hair, and escaped the clutches of his magic at the same time. Interesting. As the scene shifted to a little distance from the auction house, where Wen teleported, she fell to the ground. An old person exclaimed, Something fell over there. A second person reacted, What on earth is happening? Hey, there's someone here, the old person asked. Are you awake? She's very injured. Call the guard. No, the healer. She thought, Even though I'm a warrior, I was defeated by an unknown monster with a single strike. Are the people in the auction house safe? What about Garrett? And she said, Garrett. In reply, Garrett asked, How can I hear you when you call so softly? This surprised her, and she said happily, You're alive, Garrett. Garrett said, Miss Wen, you should thank me quickly. If I wasn't there, preparations for her funeral would be underway. Then she noticed Garrett's severed arm, and Garrett reassured her, Don't fuss. It's no danger to my life. She, while crying, said, Sorry. Because of me, Garrett, I'm a failure as a hero. Garrett, I'm sorry. Her talk was interrupted as Garrett shouted, Wen Historia, get a hold of yourself. You are a hero. I'm sure everyone's going to love seeing a hero of the Empire cry their eyes out, yes? And she whispered, And if it's just 1 arm, it's nothing, alright? Do you not know who you were up against, Miss Wen? That monster was the core of the ancient Swallow. In response, Wen asked, What? What are you talking about? Don't make fun of me. There's no way a monster like that would come here. Garrett replied, I don't know the reason either, but I'm certain. He really is Swallow. That black calamity is the ancient monster Swallow. On that monster's foot were traces of hero Bern Hishtalt's fresh tracks that looked to be less than a month old. It's more serious than we thought, Miss Wen. If this continues, the Empire might fall. Wen exclaimed, If it's really Swallow, we must make more efforts to stop him. This is the territory of the humans. We have the upper hand, Garrett interjected. Miss Wooen, this is not something we can figure out with our strength. You felt that immense power right in front of you. We have no chance of winning right now. We need to head to the Demon Subjugation Coalition for more assistance and report to the Imperial family. So, I will move by myself first. In my current condition, I can't teleport the both of us, so Miss Wooen, you stay here for now. And she used Whispers of Light, Cure, and said, it won't heal you completely, so please don't roam around and wait for me here. Wooen asked. Wait, but we don't know when that monster will rampage again, Garrett pleaded. You should still wait, please, and use teleportation to disappear. Then the scene shifted to inside the auction house, where Swallow thought, so annoying, should I leave the ones who escaped and go to Harston? Or should I follow them and remove the risk factors? What should I do? Since I safely recovered the beheading Fang, let's just leave it at that. Moreover, I have a goal I must not forget. I should at least find Renee's body. Swallow turned to Mel's and said, let's prepare. She, looking gloomy, replied, okay. He asked, is something wrong? She responded, no, there's nothing wrong. He questioned, what is it? It doesn't look like it's nothing. She addressed him as Sir Swallow and continued, you truly are strong. She thought she knew it due to what she saw back at the Demon King's castle. But the more she learned, it seems you're stronger than she expected. Though you said you're one of Ms. Renee's friends, you're much stronger than she thinks she was. Am I wrong? Or is Ms. Renee much stronger than she realized? Please tell me, Sir Swallow. She then inquired, who actually are he? He lightly hit Mel's on the head and called her a brat, saying why she was depressed over something like that. He is just Sir Swallow. Once everything is taken care of, I will tell you the truth, okay? Mel's nodded in response. Swallow then said, now let's finish things. Show them a power of the Demon Kings. She cast aside her hooded cloak and transformed into her version 2, saying, alright, Sir Swallow. Then using reconstruct magic to cause a huge explosion. People witnessing the explosion exclaimed, what the hell is that? And what is that explosion? She thought that place is the direction of the auction house. Damn, to do such a thing in the middle of the capital. Do those damned creatures know how many people there are in the capital? What should I do? As she stood up, she recalled what Garrett had said earlier. So please don't roam around and wait for me here, please. Frustration was evident on her face as she thought about that. But her thoughts were interrupted when a child grabbed her hand and said, Miss, my dad is over there, while crying. She clenched her fist firmly and shouted, it's alright, don't worry everyone. I will take care of everything. Because I am the hero Win Historia. She thought to herself, I won't avoid a monster like that. Explosion have caused widespread destruction throughout the auction house. Swallow emerged from the rubble, calling out to Mel's. He asked her what the magic she had just used was called. In response, she replied that it was called reconstruction, a high-ranking magic that caused the ground to collapse. She then asked him if he thought everything was now tidy. He replied by asking if she really had nothing else she could have used in that situation. She defended herself by saying that he couldn't blame her for what had happened. He had started posing and said, let's finish things. So she had used the coolest and most stylish magic. She questioned why he was now complaining. She added that if he wanted her to use a specific magic, he should have told her beforehand. He said that he trusted her to use her best judgment. Nervously laughing, he thought to himself that things were getting complicated. He then asked her if she remembered the way to that hub or whatever it was called. She said she remember it well. He said then go there and take care of it, since the humans will definitely be flocking that way. And he will leave it to her to making arrangements so he can go to Harston as soon as he arrived there. She said got it. She asked, but Sir Swallow, he has been saying Harston for a while now. But where is Harston? He turned to her and asked, do you know where the core of the ancient is, right? She confidently said of course she does. She always says this. But her favorite dungeon is the core of the ancient. Her talk was interrupted as he said it's the town closest to there. She said to tell you the truth, she only know about the core of the ancient from books. He said it's fine, let's get going. As she walked away, she said you can leave the hub to her. She will protect it. He said sure, I'll follow soon. After a little walk he said they are already here. And he asked, how many people would that be? One of the individuals said they are of the Longlara House, one of the 9 pillars of the Empire, the Longlara Blue Crane subjugation team. He identified himself as the subjugation leader and asked, who is he? Swallow believed that the others were busy getting into formation, and he didn't understand why humans behaved in such a way. However, he was worried upon hearing that a large number of people had gathered around the auction house. only to discover that they were soldiers of someone inside. He questioned, "Do you want to know who is he? Must he tell them?" And he declared, "I am their enemy." At that moment, in the core of the ancient, Sylvia expressed concern. She warned Nifrim that entering the cave meant risking never returning alive and the possibility of his soul becoming corrupted and wandering the world indefinitely. She suggested turning back, stating that it was still not too late. An irritated Nifrim responded, telling Sylvia not to mess around. However, she persisted, asking what would happen if she did mess around and calling him boring. She pointed out the strangeness of finding a room full of monster corpses, but encountering a clean room. Nifrim's eyes widened in realization, and he turned to the other members of the party, asking for their thoughts. The other members began their discussion with each other. One of them wondered if the Hishtalt's subjugation team could have made progress while cleaning up the place. He questioned whether a highly intelligent monster could have been responsible for the cleaning. Another member interrupted and asked if the dungeon had been attacked up until room 5. Excluding the boss room. He expressed disbelief that a monster could have cleaned up everything. He also questioned why a monster would clean up another monster's corpse in the first place. As the discussion continued among the party, Nifrim scanned the room and shouted at the supposed prankster monster, telling him not to play such foolish tricks. He asked if he was trying to deceive them. Patrick exclaimed in surprise, commenting on how loud Nifrim was and how it made his ribs echo. Anyway, to his regret, he didn't deceive them. He had simply cleaned up because it was unsightly to see everything lying around. He had gone to great lengths to clean because he had heard guests were coming. However, he warned that if they were cursed at, he would become upset. Nifrim turned to Sylvia, asked to illuminate the room with her magic. In response, Sylvia agreed and used illuminate magic to lighten the room. Patrick exclaimed, "Oh my, so bright." Well, in any case, they worked hard getting to such a rare place, even though he didn't call for them. He then greeted them saying welcome. He thought to himself, "Skeleton," and addressed him as the Death Knight Patrick. Irritated Patrick muttered, he even prepared an introduction for them, but it seems that was pointless. Now he can't even use the introduction. Dialogue he strenuously worked on all day to prepare. "Thanks a lot for that, you damned bastards." Continuing, Patrick said, "No, their reactions are too savage. Everyone, calm down for now and put away their weapons. Ms. Mage, can she put back her staff? And you over there, lower your fists." He then asked, "Did he say something weird?" At that moment, Nifrim rushed to attack him, but his attack was blocked. However, Nifrim exclaimed, "His bullshit ends here." Patrick criticized his lack of manners, stating, "He don't even give him time to breathe." As he distracted by him, Sylvia used Ice Bolt Shower to attack, surprising Patrick slightly. He commented, "He feel this every time. 1 versus all is definitely too much for him. Even though he will win, of course." Seizing the opportunity, Nifrim swiftly moved forward to launch an attack. Although most of the attacks were blocked by Patrick, one strike succeeded, causing him to lose grip of his sword and drop it to the ground. He thought regretfully that this outcome was unexpected and commented, "For a human his strength is good." Sylvia employed multiple buff spells on Nifrim, including Strong Body, Reading Omens, Light Feathers, Step of Silence, Boiling Blood, and Bone Ashes of Famous Warrior. He asked, "The secret to his strength was buff magic, isn't that quite unreasonable?" He also thought to himself that those buffs wouldn't last long, only 1 minute. If he could last just 1 minute, he might have a chance. Then Sylvia used multiple restraining spells on Patrick, causing him to freeze in one place. Patrick commented, "This is a bit problematic." In that moment, Nifrim caused Patrick to crash to the ground and stepped on his back, demanding, "Say that again. Who'll beat who?" He laughed and said, "Impressive." He never thought they would use magic to drive him into a corner. Other members of the party began to murmur quietly, "What is it? Already over?" "The core of the Ancient's Guardian isn't all that much," Patrick said as expected. Should he have gotten rid of the green-haired mage first? Nifrim stepped on him forcefully, causing the ground to break, uttering, "Shut up," and tried to deliver a lethal strike, but Patrick effortlessly blocked it with 2 fingers. Patrick started laughing, stating that was fun this time. He was really immersed in his acting. "Sorry." This caused Nifrim to sweat nervously. Patrick continued by saying he didn't plan to mess around at first, but he had been bored for the past few years. Even if it was just acting, he wanted to experience the feeling of crisis once. He thanked everyone for playing along to his rhythm. A little later, Nifrim shouted in confusion as he woke up and asked, "What just happened?" Patrick, noticing Nifrim's awakening, asked, "Oh, you're awake?" He replied it only took him just a few seconds to wrap things up after he collapsed. He said to him that it would be quicker for him to see it by himself. Out of all the humans to have encountered him so far, not one has ever survived, not a single one. He believed he knew these details since he knew his name, but it seems all he knows is his name, and nothing else. He threw the girl toward him and said, "Oh, still, that green-haired magician was quite challenging to deal with. Using wide-range divine magic makes his bones itch just thinking about it." He continued, "Anyway, is he Nifrim, right?" That magician kept calling out that name, until the very end. She called for him so desperately. He said that he had hoped for a more emotionally charged reaction, but his response was quite boring. Nifrim was quite ruthless. He said that now it was time for a survivor question and answer session. Even if Fimor was a moron, he wouldn't have sent just 30 people. And honestly, he was sorry to say this, but this subjugation party was subpar. And he asked, "So tell me, what is he hiding?" He said that since he was a very kind and generous skeleton, he was going to offer him some choices. If he was willing to answer, he should raise his right hand. If not, he should raise his left, he said. A wise choice. If he tell him everything, he will grant him a clean and painless death. He can't believe he was cursed in this way too. He said that he would respect his decision, and asked him to please die slowly. He thrust his sword into his back, as he walked away saying, "When will he ever clean up all of these?" Still, he guesses it'll be easier than before? A little later, he wondered if he was gone. He looked closely at the dead body of Sylvia and apologized, but acknowledged that he had to continue living. He began to consume her lifeless body, causing unsettling crunching sounds to reverberate. Patrick, who was hiding nearby, heard these sounds and thought to himself, "What an unpleasant noise." He had suspected that there was something hidden beneath the surface. He questioned whether consuming corpses made him stronger, and aided in healing his wounds. Furthermore, he pondered if this ability accumulated with each meal and if it was limited to human corpses only. He also questioned the source of this ability, whether it was alchemy or magic. As Nifrim continued with the gruesome act of eating, Patrick persisted in his thoughts. Since there were plenty of corpses available, he believed he should take his time to test this ability. Nonetheless, he wondered where his boss was and what he was doing, hoping that he wasn't engaged in any strange activities in an unusual location. The scene shifted to Capital Liaise, where Swallow stood upon hundreds of lifeless bodies. One approached him and she asked, "What is this?" Turning toward her, he asked, "Is she here to die too?" She replied, "No, she is wooing Historia, the hero," he stated. He never asked who she is. Well, he like her spirit, but she can't defeat him. As she rushed forward, thinking, even if that's true, she have to stop him. She employed a crushing blow once again to attack him, but this time he effortlessly blocked her assault. With a sigh, he apologized and said, "But she will only get to land one attack on him." He tightened his grip on her gauntlet, and said, "Go on, try to escape again. If you can, that is." She thought to herself, she can't defeat him, but can she buy some time? As he slammed her to the ground, the impact caused the ground to collapse, and she coughed out some blood from her mouth. She persisted in her belief that she is a hero, and thus, her duty as a hero is to protect. Lifting her from the ground, he asked, "Is it over?" She responded, claiming to be a hero named Win Historia, expressing her refusal to be defeated. She declared her determination to protect her people from him. Despite her efforts to attack him, her strike proved ineffective. She asserted that being a hero meant she had to protect innocent people. He congratulated her, acknowledging that her sacrifice was not in vain. He promised to remember her name, although he was uncertain for how long. He expressed respect for her perseverance, and offered her a painless death. However, before he could deliver the final blow, someone intervened by attacking him from behind, saving her from harm. Turning around, he questioned the identity of the individuals, comparing them to sausages that continued to appear one after another. One of them explained that she had taken drastic measures to save Ms. Wynn and apologized for their rude actions. He sarcastically asked if she would forgive someone who apologizes after hitting her on the back of her head. She expressed, "Allow me to extend my greetings, however belated they may be." She introduced herself as Arl Ethelbria's Gal Livison, a member of the Ethelbria's Black Tigers Order, and expressed her honor in meeting the almighty Lord Swallow. He inquired, "Did she just call him Lord Swallow? How did she know?" She replied that she simply had a talented person under her command who was able to recognize him. He thought that her smile was hiding something. He said, "Well, fine, but right now, I am in quite a bad mood and you are wasting my time. If you are planning to attack me after running your mouth, then just get it over with." She assured him that he was mistaken and they wouldn't dare to fight against him, Lord Swallow. They had no intention of fighting and had simply come to offer him a deal. He asked what kind of deal when he had nothing to regret. She better read the situation carefully, as insulting him would not result in an easy death for her. She believed that this was a gamble with the safety of the Empire on the line. She revealed that the original owner of the beheading Fong was still alive. She assumed that he didn't come all the way there just to retrieve a virtuous masterpiece. Lord Swallow, they had come to offer him aid in fulfilling his desires. He asked what she would do if he said he didn't have anything he wanted help with. He wondered if she would still be willing to assist him. Furthermore, he questioned what she would do if he came to obtain the beheading Fawn out of boredom, but in reality, his true intention was to exterminate all humans. He pondered how she would react in that situation. This caused her to nervously sweat as she asked if he planned to destroy everything in the end, implying that it might not be worth trying to help him. He confirmed that she wanted to avoid destruction and instructed her to immediately find out where the owner of the item was. She agreed to follow his command and asked Garrett to step forward. Garrett acknowledged her request, addressing him as Lord Arl. She mentioned that he might have met her once before. She explained that in order to locate someone, she needed to examine the traces they had left on objects. She asked for permission to inspect the beheading Fong, if he was okay with it. He warned her that if she did anything foolish, she wouldn't just lose one arm. She assured him that she understood. She sensed someone who had left an overwhelming amount of traces. They were too far away to determine their precise location, but the person was moving west, in the direction opposite of Lie's Imperial Palace. He thought, "West, that's towards Harston," and he said, "That information is enough." He believed Renee was still alive. With a sigh of relief, he expressed gratitude, saying, "He is in your debt. He remembers you too." Arl said that he was honored to have helped him. He moved towards the teleportation hub while telling people in front to move. As he arrived at the hub, she said, "Sir Swallow, he is a bit too late." As he saw a large number of corpses in front, she said, "Look at this, I upheld my promise." She did well in defending the teleportation hub. With this, she thinks it's enough to say that the favor has been sufficiently returned. He said, "Yeah, it's enough. She worked hard," and he thanked her. "Let's see, is this how he use it? The cords are to Harston, and if he infuses his mana." But as he infused his mana into the teleportation hub, it exploded. He think it couldn't endure his mana? He was pretty confident, since his polymorph was quite stable though. If he used Demura's mana suppression function for transfer magic, wouldn't he be able to safely use teleport then? He would have to undo polymorph for that, but if he did, he would practically be announcing his existence to all the living things around him. Screw it, he had already screwed things up past the point of no return. It was too late to end things smoothly. As he removed Demura's mana stone, he destroyed the hub building as he reverted back to his original form. He think the coordinates are Harston, Magic Tower Wing. Then the scene shifted to Harston Magic Tower. One of the representatives of the tower said, "Welcome to the Magic Tower Wing. Your affiliation and house can be confirmed through a simple verification process." She asked, "Can I use transfer magic here?" He replied, "No, our magic tower has a resistor that surrounds the entire premises, so you cannot enter without going through the verification process." She said, "Then it looks like you can't escape death," and used her blade to kill him. She think, "When I first got here, I had a thought that the humans' magic towers are similar to dungeons." Sure enough, magic towers are basically dungeons made up of humans. They're just weak monsters. A little later, she continued with her thinking. She killed all the humans she could find on the first floor. All that was left was the top floor of the tower. Amr asked, "Oh my," she prepared quite a bit. "I wonder who the opponent was. But is it that noble young girl from before? So she wasn't a human?" She inquired about the location of the beheading Fong. Amr said that's already her property. She sees there's no point in telling her where it is, but she is curious about something. How is she still alive? As she assumed the stance to attack, Amr couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my! She is carrying around a weapon that doesn't match her cute face?" As she employed a magic shield, she asked, "But does she really think she can face the Magic Tower Guild Master with nothing but a blade like that? What does she plan to do using a blade with no attributes?" Her thoughts were interrupted as her shield was broken apart by Renee's attack. She couldn't help but think, her defensive magic in one go. This brat, no, this monster. Just how strong is she? Even so, this was a magic tower erected atop a spring of mana. If she used all the mana flowing in this place, she could definitely win. Renee asked, "Where's the beheading Fong?" "Hurry up and tell me," she replied with disappointment. "What a shame. The Beheading Fong is no longer here. It's been a while since I put it up for auction. She used magic realm and think, she seems quite strong. So I will go all out from the start. She unleashed various spells, employing Lance of Longinus, Divide, Chase, Accelerate, and Depravity of Holy Light. Amr said try piercing through this. Following his words there was a sizable explosion as the spell took effect, resulting in destruction and a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Amr saw Renee being pierced by multiple magic blades and coughing up a lot of blood on the floor. Amr said exactly this is what happens when a monster dares to pretend to be human. Amr thought this is top-class magic that not even most dungeon bosses can withstand. There's no way someone like her can handle it. However, Amr's thoughts were interrupted as Renee cut off both her hands, and she crashed to the floor in pain. She said it hurts. How did this happen? Renee continued, all I did was cut off her hands. Don't make such a fuss, human. She voiced her unwillingness to die, emphasizing her determination to live as she crawled on the ground and urgently pleaded, save me. She thinks it's over. Any trace of her has been erased. Now what is she supposed to do? What's left for her? She is tired if she falls asleep now. But her thoughts were interrupted as someone said, Leader? She turned around and saw a green-haired person named Hyam. Said, Leader. How did this happen? Get a hold of yourself. She said, it's Hyam, right? He said, just hold on. You have to. But his talk was interrupted as she said, it hurts. Hurry and treat. No, kill that bitch. He turned around to find Renee gravely wounded. He said, calm yourself, Leader. You have lost too much blood. And he asked, do you see what this is? She asked, what is it? I can't see it clearly. He said, oh my, you can't see it? It's a mana stone with high rank magic that allows you to escape from here. But I don't have enough mana to activate it. You have to imbue your own mana to activate it. She thinks that's the same thing that's in the love stone. How could she forget that unpleasant feeling? Amr said thanks, now she can live. As she imbues her mana into the stone, the curse activates and she starts screaming in pain. He says she has too many enemies. How bad must it be for Rin to come and seek revenge? Even in her own family, within the grommets. How bad must it have been for them to give the order to get rid of her the moment she acted suspiciously? Turning to Renee, he asks, isn't that right? He says he is grateful to her for doing his job for him. But at this rate, she might come after him this time. Isn't that right? So this is a form of insurance that'll buy him enough time to escape. Goodbye then, he says. Renee thinks she can't see out her right eye anymore. That's not an opponent she can beat with a completely battered body and without a proper weapon. But that's enough. Pathetic. She will pay the price here. She will erase any trace of herself forever. She said, still don't you dare try to cover Lord Swallow's scent with those dirty hands. Not even if I die. She leaped onto her adversary, driving her blade into her eye. In response, her adversary hit back, thinking, if he finds out she died, will Lord Swallow be sad? At that moment, Lord Swallow teleported there and caused the magic tower to collapse. He asked, is she okay? When she was first saved, it was a similar situation to this. Her body and mind were sapped of strength, and she couldn't find the meaning of life. The one who appeared before her was Lord Swallow. Renee looked at Lord Swallow with surprise on her face, wondering why he was there. After they landed, he released his grip on her, and she moved away from his arm to sit on the ground. Lord Swallow instructed her to wait for him there. She questioned if this was her delusion. Lord Swallow turned to face Amr, who was cursed, and approached her. He asked Amr how dare she do that and threatened to show her who she was messing with. Shifting into his combat form, Lord Swallow swiftly attacked, delivering a punch. He remarked that she didn't know her place, and using his demonic power, conjured multiple spears that penetrated her body, visibly traversing from the inside out. In retaliation, Amr attempting to consume him, she started coiled around his arm. Enraged, he lifted her with his arm and forcefully slammed her to the ground, causing the earth to crack beneath them. However, her wounds healed quickly, and in another attempt to consume him, she once again began to coil around his fist. Frustrated, he slammed her to the ground once more, disgusted by her. Her blood splattered on the ground and understanding dawned on him. Wondering how she continuously regenerated herself, he discovered that her power source was the magic tower's mana. Meanwhile, she regenerated her body again and launched her attack. In response, he stood still and remarked, well then, it's easier. He stated this and reverted to his original form, consuming her alive. After swallowing her, he uttered, yuck, she tastes bad. Looking at Renee, he became a little nervous and sat beside her. He said, there were a lot of things he wanted to say when he got to meet her, but now that we're here, his mind's gone blank. If he knew this would happen, he would have written it down or something. Also, he met a green-haired human on his way here, you see? He did kill him, but that won't cause a problem or anything, right? In response, Renee remained silent. He said, Renee, he is sorry for what he did a few days ago, Renee stated. No, there's nothing Lord Swallow should be sorry for. It's Renee who doesn't have the right to face Lord Swallow, he said. But the core of the ancient needs a guardian named Renee. To him she is also a necessity. Renee questioned, isn't Lord Swallow resentful of her? He stated he don't resent her. She questioned, does Lord Swallow hate her? He stated he don't hate her. Standing up, he said, oh yeah, he have something for her. It's the item she left behind. He handed her the beheading thong, and she tightly hugged it, starting to cry. While sobbing, she uttered she was scared of being abandoned and hated by him. He assured her that he wouldn't abandon her, and didn't hate her. Let's go back, Renee. Back to the core of the ancient. Renee reminisced about the past memory when Lord Swallow had taken her into the core of the ancient for the first time. Swallow exclaimed, that's a homunculus? He had met her during the previous arson case that had happened in Grape Nia. But then, he had encountered her again at the lab, so he had decided to bring her along since it seemed like fate. Patrick asked, then, that means this small body holds all the knowledge about homunculus research? Moreover, seeing how she was completely unfazed inside the room of the strongest boss in the core of the ancient, also known as the lair of demons due to the thick dark energy flowing in this dungeon, it implied she had the mental strength and physique to handle anything. Patrick inquired, boss, what is he going to do with this child? Swallow replied, well, he is going to let her live here. It seems like she has a lot of talent, so first, we're going to teach her how to fight, and if teaching doesn't seem to work, let's just let her live in peace. She has experience as a maid, so maybe we can have her cook or something? Patrick exclaimed, wait a minute, boss, is he being serious right now? Who's going to educate her? Swallow pointed towards him and said, you, so cheer up. Patrick asked. No, why him? Swallow replied. Don't play so hard to get. He was bored since he had nothing else to do, Patrick thought. Well, being a homunculus, her physical abilities will certainly be outstanding, and there may still be some lingering subconscious resentment toward humans. He then asked, so boss, what's the child's name? Swallow said, what was it? He believed he heard it before when they first met. Renee tried to speak and finally said, Lello. Patrick asked, is Lello her full name? Nothing more? Swallow asked, do he need more? Patrick asked, since boss is the master, why not make her a new one? Swallow thinks to himself, after a little thinking, what about Renee? Patrick replied, that's nice. Then it would be Renee Lello. And he's sleeping again, damn boss. He sat down and said, alright then, Renee, let's start by learning how to smile. Back to the present, Patrick asked, is he smiling in this situation? What on earth did he do at Harston to make the ground shake like this? Did he dance wildly in the middle of the village or something? Swallow responded, he know there's always an exception in a monster's life. Patrick pointed towards Mel's and asked, so what's that exception? Swallow replied, well, this is also quite a long story. Patrick interrupted, wait boss, did he just kidnap a child? Swallow scoffed, does he really think he bothered to do something that troublesome? Patrick questioned, anyway, where's Renee, and why did he bring this kid instead? Swallow explained, you see, he met Renee at a human village. Patrick exclaimed, so he did meet her, was she injured? Swallow replied, she looked tired, perhaps they were restricting and limiting Renee's life. Patrick added, no, if he had been rejected just say so. Why is he expressing it so poetically? Swallow stated, well, so from now on, he will have to wear a maid costume and manage the dungeon. In response, Patrick said his resignation letter is always ready, boss. He then asked, so what is he going to do now? Swallow sighed and said there's nothing else to do but wait here, he guessed, since he don't know when she'll be back. Patrick said he understood, and he thought it was best to leave the boss alone when he was in this state. It may be tough and depressing, but after some time, seeing Renee, Patrick said, boss, she's here. Swallow asked, who? Patrick asked, who do he think? And said, the one he have been waiting for the most. At that moment Renee approached and asked, Lord Swallow, have you eaten yet? And said if not, would he like her to prepare it now? Seeing Renee's right eye, Patrick turned to Swallow in surprise and asked, boss, did he? He stopped midway in his question as he noticed one of Swallow's eyes was missing. Patrick thought, did he finally go insane to give her that? Or was he sincere enough to give it to her while being sane? The scene transitioned to the conclusion of Swallow's final battle at Harston. Swallow said her right eye, it's completely ruined. If she could see properly, would she have been able to tell it apart? Just like he said before, if she still has that heart, she doesn't care when, just look at it properly, and give him a original love stone next time. Back to the present, Renee happily said now, she will always be with Lord Swallow. The following day as Mel's woke up, she wondered where she was and what had happened while rubbing her eyes. Mel's was shocked as she saw Patrick in front of her sharpening a knife. Trembling, Mel's said she is dead and asked, is he the Grim Reaper? And is this hell? Patrick stated, excuse me, but this isn't that kind of place. This is the core of the ancient. Mel's questioned what? And she stated then he is not the Grim Reaper. But Patrick? In response, Patrick stated she is quick to catch on. As he stood up, he said, he don't know when he will wake up. He moved towards the nearby sleeping Swallow, and while hitting him stated, boss, wake up. Swallow questioned, he was just having a nice nap, what now? Observing Mel's wakefulness, he understood why Patrick had awakened him. Mel saw Swallow and became frightened, sweating, nervous. Kneeling before him, she stated, greeting to the owner of the core of the ancient and the embodiment of all things, the guardian of God who punishes those trembling in fear, the ancient beast that stands above all things, Lord Swallow. Mel's, said the king. No, that's not it. My apologies. Let me introduce myself. Swallow stated she is the 17th descendant of Demon Asmodeus, Mel's de Agria. He already memorized it. She questioned, how does Lord Swallow know her name? Did Swald tell him this? By the way, have he seen Swald? She definitely remember him punishing the humans in Liaise and retrieving the beheading fawn. But, Swallow said it, him. She asked Lord Swallow, what did he just say? Swallow stated he is Swald, making Mel's nervous again while Mel's thinks then, what disgrace have she shown toward Lord Swallow? As Patrick turned to Swallow, he questioned, boss, the words that Demon King Mel's stated about the topic of punishing the humans in Liaise. What have he not told him? Swallow became aware that Patrick was now interrogated him intensively. At that moment, at the border of Grapenia Forest and Harston territory, an individual chuckled and inquired, what's going on? They said not to enter, but nothing happened. This forest is teeming with herbs and mushrooms. Soon after, he spotted a person lying nearby, visibly wounded. As he drew closer, it was Nifrim in need. Attempting to aid him with herbal remedies, Nifrim unexpectedly attacked and started devouring him. The scene then shifted to Hastings Wall, a distance away, where a person in ragged attire laughed and casually stated that he had to go. At the core of the ancient dungeon, the battlefield was set. To survive in such a hostile environment, there were several virtues one must possess, and one of those virtues was maintaining a minimum level of tension. Renee sternly told Mel's if she truly consider herself a demon king, please stay still for a moment. She has mentioned multiple times that silence is a basic rule in Lord Swallow's room. Mel's defiantly replied no. She refused. She is a free dungeon monster. Furthermore, she lived here in the core of the ancient before becoming the Demon King. She came here to speak with Lord Swallow. Renee sighed and explained she already told her that Lord Swallow is resting right now. Mel's argued that is exactly why she is needed. Until Lord Swallow can comfortably fall asleep, she planned to stick close and share her warmth by Lord Swallow's side. Renee is too conservative in this aspect, too inflexible, like a boomer. An irritated Renee exclaimed, did she just call her a boomer? Renee chased after Mel's, shouting, just die. Meanwhile, Mel's laughed and ran away from her. Patrick, who had been observing the situation, thought to himself, maintaining a minimum level of tension is like hell. His thoughts were interrupted as Swallow spoke up. They're so noisy that he can't sleep. Patrick replied he is not in any position to be saying that, boss. Thanks to a certain someone, the outside is in chaos right now. Swallow questioned, why is it that bad? Patrick retorted, have he not read any of the newspapers he gave him? It seems that due to forcefully mobilizing troops to strengthen Imperial Capital Liaise defense, villages on the border are being devastated by monsters. Additionally, the Lord of Harston has committed suicide, and as a result Harston is now completely paralyzed. Swallow acknowledged that does sound serious. Patrick continued, also he have searched through all available human newspapers for the past 3 weeks, but there are only 3 articles related to Harston. Do he know what this means? Swallow stated he didn't know. Patrick questioned if he even thought before he talked and mentioned that he was ready to give him his resignation letter at any moment. Nervously, Swallow apologized and said he was sorry. Yawning, Swallow then questioned Patrick what he is thinking. Patrick replied that he wasn't sure and didn't have any information to share. From what he could guess, Harston seemed to be cut off from all interactions with the outside world, possibly because he was the one who caused havoc in the entire village. Patrick remembered the amount of damage he had caused. The complete absence of any news from a village that suffered catastrophic damage was not a good sign. However, The core of the ancient needed Harston, so if they kept an eye on Harston, they would be able to know the size of the subjugation party and when they would challenge them. Patrick felt the need to hurry and head to Harston, as he didn't know what might happen if he waited any longer. Swallow wished him a safe trip, and told him not to push himself too hard. He thinks, hoping that Patrick would go on his own. Patrick assured him that he would come back as soon as possible. Swallow was surprised by this, and waved his tail in excitement. He thought to himself that he just had to tell Patrick to go so that he could finally get some sleep. However, Patrick interrupted his thoughts by mentioning that he thought it would be tough for him to go alone. He suggested that it would be better if at least one person accompanied him. Swallow turned around to select a person to go with Patrick, but noticed that Renee and Mel's were fighting with each other. Swallow considered Mel's as a first candidate but realized that she was dangerous. He compared her to explosion magic, and if she used any of the magic she used back at the capital, the village would be destroyed forever. Then he turned to the second candidate, Renee, and thought about her nature. In his thoughts, he pondered she was good, and if she should stay here. He believed that Renee is far more dangerous than explosive magic, and staying still would be helpful. So he begged her to just stay still, please. His thoughts were interrupted by Patrick, who suggested that the boss accompany them on this mission since it was uncertain how long it would take. Swallow believed that he was already caught in Patrick's trap and couldn't escape. He felt like he was being dragged away. Realizing something, Swallow stated that it seemed like he was the best option for this situation, but unfortunately he couldn't use polymorph because he had broken the Daimalaira something bracelet. Patrick understood and said that if he didn't have the bracelet, he couldn't come with him. Swallow happily thought that it worked and he didn't have to go. Now he could finally get some sleep. A little later, Swallow reverted to his human form and said that he was really going to die painfully. Patrick, wearing full-plated armor, laughed and informed him that he was already dead despite going through the trouble of cursing him. Swallow mentioned that Patrick had that side to him as well. Patrick questioned if Swallow had said at first that he couldn't go since he didn't have the Demura bracelet. In other words, if he had it, he would be able to go right away. Swallow exclaimed. That wasn't the point and called Patrick a freak. As they reached the village, Patrick announced that they were reached their destination. He remarked that the boss had caused even more damage than he had anticipated. He explained that there were 4 simple ways to know how active a human village was. Swallow asked what they were, and Patrick explained that the first way was to see how crowded the market was. Swallow observed that there was no one there and suggested that they go back. Patrick continued by saying second is to check how much smoke is being produced from the chimneys. We should have tried checking for this before the humans ate dinner, but we're too late for that. Swallow asked, so since it's late, can we go back? Patrick said third is to see how many mercenaries and subjugation parties are at the subjugation request board, but since Harston doesn't have one, let's move on. Swallow requested, let's just go back please. Patrick added, and lastly the inn and pub. Today we're checking this. His talk was interrupted as Swallow asked, what's the hold-up? Let's go. As Swallow opened the door of the inn, Patrick said, but he think it's wise not to expect too much from this. Swallow asked the host, are there any rooms? As they saw the destruction inside, Patrick commented, this is the worst. This village is not functioning like a normal one at all. Then the scene shifted to a number of corpses, and an undead sorcerer used a magic spell on the corpses, causing them to start moving. He said, everyone has worked hard. After we get through Harston, we'll go to the Empire's capital, Liège, the heart of our enemy's territory. Humanity is weaker than ever in the face of the Black Calamity, making it the most suitable time to destroy the Empire. At the inn in Harston, Swallow exclaimed, this is serious to think that the inn would be so empty. Patrick observed, it looks like Harston has been completely isolated. Curious, he inquired, who is he? The person responded, he is the owner of this inn. An owner questioned, for what reason have he come? Patrick explained he is a knight of the Patarian Black Dogs subjugation team from Natrange. Patrick suspected he's suspicious that we may be assailants. He stated they require a simple meal and a place to sleep to relieve their fatigue. The inn owner apologized the customer, sorry about that, but they have no food here to serve a night. In fact, it's not just him. There won't be anywhere in this village where he can find a place to eat. Patrick questioned, is that because of the Black Calamity? Inn owner acknowledged, so he knew about that. Then he trusts that he will understand. He is sorry, but they don't even have a room ready. He asked for his understanding. Patrick thought, well, in this current situation the price of water is more expensive than the cost of lodging. He tossed a gold coin towards the inn owner and instructed, take this. Patrick inquired, what do he think, are the rooms still not ready? Upon seeing the gold coin, The inn owner's behavior changed and he respectfully replied, "Please right this way up these stairs." "See Swallow," he asked. "Sorry, but the person behind him, who is that?" Patrick clarified, "He's his slave. Even though he's his slave, he helps him a great deal, and that's why he is treating this slave so well. So this slave can stay in the same room as him." "Right where?" "Did he say the room where this slave and he will stay is?" As Swallow entered the room, he exclaimed, "It's better than he was expecting. This bed's mine. This is way better than the place he stayed at in liaise with Mel's." Patrick responded, "Right, it's a good room." Swallow pondered. Now that he thinks of it, was slave the only thing he could think of? Patrick replied, "Of course, boss. Aren't the clothes he is wearing now the most comfortable? If he keeps wearing those shabby clothes, he will be treated like a beggar. It's better to be treated like a slave instead. If he acts like a beggar, he doesn't know when and how someone will pick a fight, but a slave is the property of their master, so others can't mess with them as easily. Since he can't even be bothered to change clothes, it was a reasonable judgment for him to make, wasn't it?" He asked. "Boss, don't he want to move as little as possible?" And he said, "Then it's in your best interest to listen to what he says." Swallow exclaimed, "What he is saying is reasonable, master." Patrick stated, "Then he will be stepping out for a second rest up, boss." As Patrick began to leave the room, Swallow advised he don't recommend pushing himself that hard from day one. Patrick reassured, "Don't have to worry about him so much, boss. After all, it's nighttime. There are places he can roam around as much as he wants, right?" A little later at the city square, Patrick pondered the reason the Black Calamity descended on Harston's Great Square. The Imperial family vented their anger over the attack of the Black Calamity, and must have needed someone to take responsibility for their successive failures in subjugating the core of the ancient. However, before the Imperial hand could extend its reach, Harston's Lord Countertart died. So who is the Lord of Harston now? He had been quite curious all this time. Patrick thought it was obvious that the royal family had lost their chance, and would direct their anger at the family. Given that, would Countertart's descendants really inherit the title? At Lord of Harston's castle, Patrick said, "Well then, let's go take a look at the new lord's face, shall we?" As he tried to enter the castle, Patrick realized he was in trouble. Security was tighter than he had thought. He could kill them or knock them unconscious, but that would just lead to more of a mess when the sun rose, wouldn't it? Sure enough, it was wiser not to rush. He had a specific place in mind when he came here. It seemed that humans couldn't sense it, but he could. To think that the strong lingering scent of corpses would be here. "Let's go this way first," he decided. Back at the inn room, Swallow thought, "Well, it's nice to sleep well in a cool dungeon, but this isn't so bad every once in a while either." At that moment, someone knocked at the door. Swallow thinks, but they never let him sleep comfortably. The inn owner shouted, "Sir Knight, is he inside?" Swallow replied, "No, master went for a night walk." The inn owner said, "I see. Then would he come downstairs?" "It's been served a little earlier than normal, but he prepared a meal. They say starving his customers is something an inn owner should never do after all, and since Sir Knight paid a very high price, he have to at least pay in kind as he can." Now that he think about it, they haven't even introduced themselves. "His name is Novin Hedeker. Please feel free to call him Mr. Novin." Swallow said, "He is Swald." Mr. Novin replied, "Right, Swald." He hoped he is not disappointed when he go downstairs. There was so little food that he wasn't able to prepare much. Swallow asked, "Is the situation in Harston really that bad?" Mr. Novin stated that, as the name suggests, it was quite literally a calamity. Most of the residents who saw the calamity with their own eyes immediately lost their minds. Immediately after that incident, the Lord committed suicide. And after that, as he can see, all traffic to Harston was cut off. Beyond the castle walls, the corpses of the starved line the streets. He doesn't know what he came to see in a place like this, but it would be best to leave as soon as he can. He is going to do the same he sees. He should know well himself what happens to a person when they are cornered. At that moment, a girl with red hair named Rosalina entered the Swallow room through the window. She thought to herself, observing the room, "They're definitely outsiders choosing to stay in this village despite its current state. And to top off it, they're staying in the most expensive room at the inn. They must have a lot of money," she mused. She mentioned that she needed to take anything she could sell for money. As she picked up the Swallow coat, a foul odor emanated from it, causing her to pinch her nose. "Disgusting," she muttered. She wondered if the customers here were not as wealthy. If she held on to the coat, she could use it instead of a bindle. She began searching through the room for any valuable items. After a while, she grew concerned when she found nothing. This isn't good. Did they take everything and leave? She questioned. Opening one of the drawers, she reassured herself that they wouldn't have taken everything. Her eyes nervously fell upon something Patrick had left behind. A little later, Patrick returned to the room and mentioned that he had gone for a quick peek at the Lord's castle. He questioned him what he had been up to. Exactly what he see him doing now, Swallow replied. He explained that he had planned on catching a glimpse of the new lord's face, but the security was tighter than he had anticipated, so he returned empty-handed. Boss, did he discover anything? He inquired. Swallow asked if he really expected that of him. Patrick clarified that he was just asking out of politeness. Apparently Harston has been cut off from the outside world. Even the owner doesn't know much, Swallow informed him. This revelation shocked Patrick. Curious, Swallow asked what was going on with him. Patrick confessed that he was shocked that he had actually done something. So that's how it is. Harston has been isolated from the outside world, he exclaimed. He suggested that they learn more about it the next day. Patrick proposed. Swallow told Patrick to do it on his own. Patrick responded by saying they needed to do it together. He noticed that both windows were open despite his request to keep them closed. He expressed concern about the possibility of getting robbed. Swallow was confused and denied touching the windows. Patrick laughed at the idea of a ghost being responsible, and Swallow suggested that someone must have opened the windows. They quickly checked their belongings and discovered that Swallow's coat and Patrick's belongings were missing. Swallow mentioned that Renee had made the coat for him. Patrick revealed that his rib was also stolen. As Rosalina reached a narrow back alley, she expressed relief and questioned if it was good enough. Suddenly someone called her name. She turned around and was surprised to see Toth, who questioned her whereabouts and warned her about wandering around at night. She explained that there was a valid reason for her actions, as it was for the well-being of everyone involved. Toth disagreed, suggesting that it was pointless and only resulted in hunger. She disagreed and asked Toth to open the coat bind. At that moment their boss approached them and advised Toth not to be too harsh. Both Rosalina and Toth were surprised by the boss's intervention. The boss explained that thieves shouldn't fear the dark, but wandering around without informing anyone was a mistake. He emphasized the need to think before acting and consider the harm it could cause to others. The boss also mentioned that their current situation was different from their old house, which had warmly embraced Rosalina. She said, "Okay, she will be careful, boss." The boss stated that he thought she understood and asked what she did. She exclaimed, "Hang on, look at this." The boss inquired if she stole it. She replied, "Yes, boss." She felt like she had to pull her own weight too. The boss asked where she got it from. She replied he knows the inn on the main street. She got it from a really expensive room. It was clean and being stored deep in the drawer. So it's gotta be a really expensive artifact. The boss stated this is the rib of a human. She exclaimed, "Wait, it's a human's bone?" She didn't know. Toth asked if she by any chance robbed a grave. She denied it. The boss said it can't have been a grave, otherwise she wouldn't have shown it off so proudly. She agreed, saying, "Yeah, that's right." The boss explained this is a bone used either for someone's wicked hobby or for magic purposes. Toth asked if there is anyone that collects human ribs. The boss replied this world is overflowing with rotten trash that amputates the limbs of slaves to make ornaments out of them. He can't be sure. This could be a human's bone, or it could be the bone of someone who used to be human. The boss thought if by any chance it belongs to someone who studies necromancy or black magic, then it's even more dangerous. It's definitely suspicious, not to mention the clothes. Just looking at it, it seems like shabby clothes that a beggar would wear, but the fabric used is of the highest quality. As he lifted the coat, he heard a noise from the coat. The boss thought brat she was so out of it that she didn't even check the pockets. He checked the pockets and found gold coins in them, making them surprised. She asked, "How much is that?" The boss scolded them, saying, "Fools, this isn't the time to be happy." She protested, but she went through so much trouble trying to find it. This time she went to the right place. The boss believed that customers staying at a luxury inn in a crumbling village should have been noticed sooner. A human's rib clothing made from luxury fabrics and a large quantity of gold coins were involved. There was a realization that they had messed with something they should never have trifled with. At that moment, Patrick remarked, "It seems his precious items are doing well." He made a declaration to the thieves, "Hello there. We've come to collect back our things." Patrick exclaimed, "Wow, he really wanted to see them all. Looks like everyone is safe." Swallow let out a sigh of relief and stated he is safe now. Patrick then inquired, "Those clothes were a present from Renee, right?" In his thoughts, Patrick considered the consequences of leaving another hole in Renee's heart, and concluded he have no idea what would happen, so that's good. Continuing the conversation, Patrick stated either way this is as far as they go. The captain commanded all of them to get back. Patrick inquired is he their leader? The captain questioned how did they find them? Patrick speculated the item must have been crying out for its owner. Swallow interjected expressing her fatigue and stated let's hurry and get back so he can rest. Patrick thinks he will let it go just for today boss since he have been running around for so long. Patrick then addressed the captain saying hey captain of the back alley, you chose the wrong item to steal. Do he still have no thoughts of returning it nicely? The captain retorted is there any guarantee that you guys would just leave if he were to return the item? Patrick conceded that he is right when he thinks about it. The captain sensed something was amiss and thinks even if Rosalina had left traces, they found them too quickly in the dark. It would be impossible unless they were some kind of monsters. Could it be and check the bone and continue with his thoughts that a dark magic? The captain then inquired are you guys ones who live in the dark? Patrick replied well he guessed the cave is pretty dark. In his thoughts the captain concluded they must be dark magicians. He then inquired this rib bone must be really important to you guys. Patrick affirmed that's a given. It is a part of his body. The captain stated so you treat it with as much importance as a part of his body. Patrick clarified nope, it is a part of my body. Stop stalling for time and return it. Then bones were thrown into the air by the captain and, as Rosalina and Toth were ordered to retreat with the people who couldn't move well first, Patrick swiftly moved towards the bones exclaiming my ribs. Patrick leaped forward at full stretch seizing the falling bones. In the shadows a hidden figure quickly positioned himself and struck at Patrick's head with such force that the weapon broke upon impact. Patrick turned his gaze towards the assailant, surprised him and the attacker believed he had caused no damage. On the other hand Swallow yawned and remarked was that a rock just now? The condition of this place must really be bad. Suddenly someone approached Swallow from behind and attacked with a dagger, which also broke upon impact with Swallow's body. He swiftly grabbed the attacker by the neck and lifted him into the air. He exclaimed whoa, he guessed they do have decent weapons. What should he do with this master? Patrick replied wouldn't it be fine if they dropped the act now boss? Swallow told the attacker hey stay still. Patrick suggested well how about they knock them all out first? Swallow questioned he want to let them all live. Patrick clarified he is not saying they should let them live but to treat all of them the same. Swallow shrugged and stated whatever. He is so tired that he's not sure if he can control his strength properly. Patrick proposed well wouldn't it be fine if he is just tried? Meanwhile in the core of the ancient dungeon Renee inquired does she think Mr. Swallow is doing well? Mel's replied confidently of course. Renee expressed concern stating it has already been over half a day since Mr. Swallow left. Mel's responded oh I see. It has only been half a day. Renee inquired if nothing should have gone wrong with Mr. Swallow, expressing her worry about whether it is right for just the two of them to enjoy a relaxing break when Mr. Swallow could be starving out there. Mel's replied telling Renee that she is overthinking it and questioning if there is a reason for such a great person to skip meals. Mel's thinks about how many times Renee has brought up this topic. Renee admitted that Mel's is right and she is worrying too much, stating that Mr. Swallow and Patrick are just at a human village and couldn't possibly run into any trouble. Mel's wishes for Renee to stop. Mel's pointed out that the ancient monster is the ruler of all things and the Death Knight responsible for death. Therefore why is she concerned? In the present at Harston Patrick expressed that the situation is more troublesome than he thought. Meanwhile Swallow was happy to have his clothes back. Patrick commented that it wasn't bad for a human to actually surprise him a bit, and mentioned that he was hoping they would have a map since they are thieves but they seem to be unlucky. He suggested that it might be better to hurry and end this rather than dragging it out. He turned towards Swallow to ask a question but became shocked and shouted at him not to lie down already. Swallow responded by suggesting that he should try lying down too, as it's cozier down there than he would think. Their conversation was interrupted by a trembling voice apologizing and confessing to being the one who stole. The voice pleaded them to not involve others and asked to be taken her instead. Then Toth approached and told her to get up, questioning if she think they will let them off with just that. She mentioned the captain but Toth warned her that they don't have the slightest intention to let them off. Swallow realized that they know and ordered Patrick to take care of it. Patrick agreed and started moving towards them. Toth threatened to kill Patrick if he got close but he didn't stop and continued walking towards them. She pulled out a pendant and started praying causing mana to circle around the pendant. Noticing that Patrick trembled a little, he quickly approached her and inquired where she got it from. Patrick thinks a rosario in the shape of a phoenix that resembles a reversed cross, with mana leaking out from it. It is mana for surveillance to have a surveillance magic on a resident of the slums. He quickly moved towards Swallow and exclaiming, "Boss!" Swallow inquired, "What is it?" Patrick replied, "The people of Haston are being spied upon by someone. Once that young lady prayed with the Rosario surveillance, mana started leaking out. That means that the Rosario will activate under special conditions. If they can find out what those conditions are, they will be able to figure out what the person who gave her the Rosario is up to." Swallow responded, "It's not like Haston is a city known for magic. First a magic stone and now an item with magic in it." Patrick stated he will try to get the humans to cooperate with them, "So please cooperate, boss." Swallow inquired, "Why? How is he going to get them to cooperate in this situation?" Patrick confidently stated, "Of course, he have something amazing thought up in here, boss." Patrick apologized for before, stating that it wasn't because they had stolen their things. He explained that they had received a royal decree to not leave any traces of conflicts behind. Toth questioned the royal decree and asked who issued it. Patrick honestly replied that they were from a secret organization called the Fog of Roano and are called Shadow Knights, who took direct orders from the Empire's royalty. Nervously, Toth inquired about the Shadow Knights, to which Patrick laughed and assured him that they had no intention of causing harm. Toth then asked why they were in Haston, and Patrick explained that they were there to save the city. He went against the royal decree to keep everyone alive because he needed information to analyze the situation and send necessary supplies and manpower. He inquired for Toth's help in recovering peace in Haston. People around them started discussing, expressing their support for the royal knight and their relief that the king hadn't abandoned them. One person shouted that they should help Sir Knight, while another exclaimed that they were finally done with their current life. Patrick believed that the persuasion had been successful and commented on how easy it was to deal with humans. Swallow inquired if they were going back, but Patrick stated that they were just getting started, as he was starting to notice more and more strange points. Swallow thinks that although he appreciated Patrick's efforts, things had become more problematic because of him. Swallow mentioned the importance of being cautious of enemies around him. Confused, Patrick asked what Swallow meant by that sudden statement, but Swallow brushed it off as nothing. Patrick urged Swallow to get up and start working as the situation had escalated. Swallow sarcastically remarked that he seemed unusually fired up and questioned if he couldn't handle things on his own. Frustrated, Patrick inquired, "Is he serious?" He stated he will keep an eye out on the captain, who is the most suspicious, so he should stay with the people and try to get close to them. Swallow began sweating nervously and inquired if he was being told to get close to the humans. Patrick replied that they have no choice, boss. Between the knight in full armor and the beggar-like boss, who do he think will have an easier time getting closer to the people? Swallow questioned, "Did he just say beggar-like boss?" Patrick clarified he was just making an educated guess. Make sure to get close to them before he get back to him. Try mingling with them by following what they do. Swallow thinks like the humans? First, they must spend most of the day asleep. Most of the ones who are awake are in a daze. Even when working, they probably just half-ass it. He cannot see them having any motivation. "This is really good," he stated. "He just have to act as he have always done." Patrick responded he is not sure how he came to that conclusion, but it won't be that easy. Also, the religion that passed out the Rosarios needs to be investigated. Please don't forget that. In other words, he is asking him to suck out all the information from these humans. The faster they finish, the faster they go home and rest, right? Swallow replied, "Yes, master, of course." Patrick added, "Oh, and he is telling him this just in case. He have to keep his composure even if the humans are a bit rude. It won't be easy to get close to the humans." A little later, one person inquired, "Sir Knight, he said he were part of the Fog of Roano, right?" The second person questioned if he is a knight of the Empire's royal court. He must have come from Reyes, right? The third person asked, "I heard Reyes is a place full of milk and honey. Is that true?" The fourth person inquired, "Sir Knight, how come the other knight has full armor on but he is in such clothes?" The second person replied, "You dummy, it's probably a disguise. Do he think he usually walks around like this?" The fourth person replied, "I see." Swallow thinks, damn it, why is it so difficult to get close to them? He can't even breathe. If he had a choice, he would have just devoured them all. That's right, he have to get close to them and be friendly. Swallow then inquired, "So what is he so curious about?" The child replied, "Have he ever had the chance to see Sir Vern and Sir Wu in person?" Swallow answered, "No, he don't even know who they are, but he believes those two names do sound familiar." Rosalina approached Swallow and apologized, "Sir Knight, she is sorry for stealing their belongings." Swallow responded, "Well, it's fine since he got them back." Toth approached and introduced himself and stated he will be taking charge here as the captain is away. The captain ordered him to fulfill their requests as much as possible. They said they had come here to rescue Hasten. Swallow confirmed yes he did. Toth suggested if he want to know the situation the village is currently in, it'll be quicker to see it with his own eyes than to hear about it. If it's okay with him, he will guide him right away. Swallow thinks why is he trying to do that right now? But if he stay here he will be bombarded with questions. Swallow then agreed that's a good proposal. Let's go right away. A little later Toth stated let's go to the residential area first. Swallow inquired where are all the people? The streets are empty. Toth replied he will know when he open this door. Toth pushed open the door and explained they are the people who starved to death. In this place he can't even steal food from their neighbors because there isn't any. Even the ones alive don't know when they'll starve to death. Swallow pondered the dire situation in Hasten, contemplating the possibility of starvation leading to death. From the very beginning there had been a lingering curiosity within him. In most cases when a village faced famine the anger and frustration would be directed towards the lord of the territory. The enraged citizens would rise armed with pitchforks and torches ready to revolt against their oppressor. The black disaster had brought Hasten perilously close to the brink of famine, yet the people seemed to be succumbing to starvation without putting up a fight. Toth addressing the matter informed him that it had been over a month since the black disaster had struck Hasten. Swallow, perplexed by the silence and lack of resistance from the villagers, questioned why the village remained so eerily quiet, and why the people had not risen in revolt against their dire circumstances. Toth inquired, is not he curious, Sir Knight? In the present, at the core of the ancient Mells expressed a strong desire to go to Hasten with Mr. Swallow, finding it boring to stay in the dungeon. Renee reminded Mells that Mr. Swallow had entrusted them with the dungeon, and questioned if there could be anything more important than that. Renee believed that Mr. Swallow trusted her more than Mells, referring to Mells as a thieving cat. Mells realized that Renee's statement was true, and Renee emphasized the need for Mells to stay focused at all times, as they never knew when humans would invade. Mells assured Renee that she were checking regularly and even used a mid-rank magic observer's eye to confirm. Renee agreed that it was a good idea since she would be cleaning. Mells then informed Renee that someone had invaded, deducing that it was likely a single person based on the observer's eye reaction. Renee urged Mells to get ready as the invader approached. Later an intense red aura rushed towards them and the person questioned why they were all so jumpy. Renee was surprised upon seeing the person, while Mells asked what was wrong. The person was the boss of Chite Castle, the great evil dungeon, Elizabeth Battery. Elizabeth inquired Renee if she had been well, to which Renee apologized for not having much prepared if she had known ahead of time about Elizabeth's visit. Elizabeth reassured Renee that there was no need to be bothered and jokingly suggested that Renee could give her blood if she really wanted to prepare something. Renee firmly replied that it wouldn't be possible. Elizabeth expressed disappointment, and then inquired about Mells, wondering if they were someone new. Mells proudly declared herself as the ruler of the monsters, the 17th descendant of the demon king Asmodeus, Mells the Agria. Renee stated she forgot to introduce her to Mells. This person is the boss of Chite Castle, Lady Elizabeth. Elizabeth stated she is a young demon king? No wonder the aura around her was interesting. Mells whispered to Renee, will she be able to see all the dungeon bosses if she live here permanently? Renee stated Lady Mells she sure say some funny things, talking about mooching off them here forever, she sure have no shame. Elizabeth inquired if she is saying she's mooching off her, does that mean she isn't a member of Primordial Core yet? Then where's Patrick and the dull guy? Renee replied the two of them stepped out for a moment. With a worried face Elizabeth inquired what for them to be absent at a time like this. Renee inquired did something happen? Elizabeth stated the villages near Chite Castle have all been destroyed. All of the humans must have died since the village was sprayed with blood, but there were no corpses, none at all. She don't think it was something done by the humans. The blood on the floor was all flowing one way as if a path had been made, and at the end of that path was Hasten. What could that mean? Mells wondered to think the corpses all disappeared. Could it be the undead? Elizabeth replied yeah, but there aren't many who could do something like this. Most undead do not have intelligence. The ones that do have the special title of Elder and are of a higher tier. The army of the dead moving together means that someone must be controlling them. The lord of the undead, immortal King Erivos. He's the most suspicious one. Trembling Mells exclaimed the name Erivos while covering her mouth with her hand. Elizabeth stated she don't have concrete evidence but she need to notify that dull guy. Do she have any monsters that can send messages? Renee replied no, the dungeon is currently empty. Elizabeth inquired if there should be some form of communication available. Renee responded by saying that there wasn't but she believed in Mr. Swallow's decisions. Elizabeth privately thought that believing in such a person was unfortunate and commented that it was a good thing Patrick was resourceful. She expressed concern and stated that someone needed to inform him. Renee inquired what they should do, to which Mel's agreed and suggested that it was time for this great one to step up. She concluded that it couldn't be helped. Meanwhile at Harston, Toth explained that the Black Disaster was the catalyst for all the troubles. Shortly after the disaster, someone set fire to the fields, destroying all the crops that were ready for harvest. The fire spread rapidly, reducing everything to ashes. During this time, a rumor began circulating that the crops in the area affected by the Black Disaster were contaminated, and consuming them would result in painful consequences. As a result, Harston became a cursed land. When news spread that even the Emperor had given up on Harston, the people fell into despair. However, within that despair there was a glimmer of hope. A wealthy commoner couple stepped forward and generously distributed their unaffected crops to the residents. Some individuals even proposed that they should unite under the couple's leadership. Just as everyone was starting to feel hopeful and believe in a better future, the couple was found brutally murdered in their home. It was assumed that someone with a greed for food had killed them. After that incident, trust among the residents vanished. With no trust, there was no cooperation, and everyone fought to protect their own food, ultimately starving to death. The inhabitants of the back alleys managed to survive thanks to the rumors of contaminated crops. Swallow stated unlike the rumors, they were fine even after eating the crops, right? Toth replied so far yes. Swallow thinks there's no way the crops that haven't even touched his body would be contaminated. Someone must have spread those lies with bad intentions. Toth stated then let's go to the next place. A little later Toth stated at first everyone thought that they would be able to overcome this disaster quickly. And this is the result of being self-assured, since bugs would gather if the corpses were left on the streets. They dug holes and started piling them up like this. Swallow inquired they don't burn them. Toth stated of the people who lost their family there are many who are still unable to let go. It's more about nobody wanting to assume such a troublesome role. Swallow inquired can't they do it? Toth stated he didn't tell him earlier but the couple that was killed had a daughter. Swallow inquired what about it? Toth stated he is saying that Rosalina's parents are also somewhere in that pile of corpses. Swallow stated I see and inquired do those soldiers always stand guard there? Toth stated yes, they guard in 2 shifts. They aren't really protecting but controlling it. Swallow thinks soldiers controlling the gates in a situation like this. They must be following the Lord's orders, right? Yeah, the Lord of this place is suspicious. Meanwhile the scene shifted to Patrick, who thinks there isn't a better way than to directly meet him in such a situation. They won't be able to see through his plans with normal means. For that reason he stole a harpy egg. The harpies should come after this egg, right? That's when he will appear and to get rid of them, allowing him to meet the Lord. It's a brilliant plan. He must be a genius. A little later Patrick stated that was the plan, but damn it, he didn't expect so many of them to come. The scene shifts to a girl exclaiming no, it can't be happening, as she sees her brother who committed suicide. Then his brother stated Lala, she has to survive. Don't forget she has to live. Frightened, she wakes up from her dream. Her maid questions, did she have a bad dream again, my lady? She the Lord of Haston Lalison of Veritark, and replies no, it's nothing. The maid inquires, do she want to sleep more? Lalison of Ver states that she will go and get some fresh air. She thinks it has been a couple of weeks since she obtained this position. She can still recall the day his brother died. His family members ran away with the family's money without restoring Haston. In such a situation there is only one way for her to survive, to restore Haston. A little later in the throne room she inquires about the promised salvation. The person named Uhumo replies that's right. Lalisanavir shouts just take a look outside. Is this the salvation he spoke of? He stated he do not break his promises. Soon he will put to sleep all the problems that the people of Haston are facing, so she shouldn't worry so much. She thinks this person never speaks in detail about his plans, but right now she have no choice but to believe this person. He stated everything is going according to plan, so my lady just keep living her comfortable life like she have been, and he thinks soon all the problems will disappear. She stated fine. She will believe her for a bit longer and wait. The maid enters the room and stated my lady, she have something to report in regard to the security of Haston. Lalisanavir questioned, what is it? The maid stated according to the guards there was an assault by a group of harpies, but a knight appeared out of nowhere and took care of it in one hit. Surprised, she questioned, in just one hit? Who is he and which knight order does he belong to? The maid replied the Northern Gates guard asked but was met with silence. Lalisanavir stated she will ask him herself. Where is that knight right now? The maid replied she have guided him to the reception room in the castle, my lady. Hummel interviewed, warning, my lady, please reconsider her choices. She can't rule out the possibility that he could be an assassin disguised as a knight. She stated him being a suspicious person doesn't negate the achievement of saving Haston. To reward that effort is what the Lord of Haston should do. She ordered, bring the knight over. Patrick stated the wandering knight greets the Lord of Haston. He was worn out from the rough travels to get to Haston, but seeing the noble lady alone seems rewarding enough for the hard times. She exclaimed she was told that it was due to his bravery and honor that Haston was protected. She thanked him on behalf of all of Haston. Patrick replied it is his blessing and thinks he can tell she's not fit to be a lord just by looking. Based on her age, she seems to be the younger sister of the previous lord. She questioned, so which family's knight is he? But Patrick remained silent. Then she inquired about his name. Patrick stated he regret to inform her, but he is unable to state his name either. He requests that she be understanding. She exclaimed, is that so? He sure is keeping many things hidden. Will he deny her request for him to remove his helmet as well? Patrick stated this face of mine is riddled with battle scars. Half of the skin on his face was sliced off, making it unpleasant to look at. But if it is okay with her, he will take it off, my lady. She stated forget it, she will let it go. She may not be able to offer him much, but she would still like to reward him with something. She inquired, is there something he desire? Patrick responded then he would like to request for food. He pondered. The most crucial necessity in Haston at the moment is food. Through her responses he will be able to ascertain the current state of the castle. She assured that will not be an issue. She instructed the maid to prepare it, to which the maid agreed. Patrick expressed his gratitude, thinking, oh wow. She responded without hesitation. This implies that the castle is not lacking in food, so why would the lady leave the people of Haston in such dire circumstances? Additionally, the energy he sensed from him indicates he is an undead. That man exudes a sense of familiarity. Patrick inquired, my lady, may he pose a question? She inquired, what is it? Patrick queried, there is something that has been troubling him for some time. You there, what is his true identity? After a little later Patrick reported, well, something of that nature occurred. Swallow questioned, shouldn't the lady have taken action instead of remaining passive? Patrick responded when he asked out of genuine curiosity. She allowed him to depart. Swallow remarked, such a casual approach. If he sensed familiarity, shouldn't he be an undead? Yet he chose not to intervene. Patrick explained, did he expect him to engage in a confrontation there? Moreover, just because he felt a sense of familiarity does not necessarily indicate he is an undead. He can discern such energies from necromancers as well. Humans who practice dark magic, depending on the level of dark energy accumulated in their bodies, also emit undead energies. Swallow inquired, how is it possible to meticulously inspect each individual in such a manner? He would have. Patrick responded, their purpose here is to rectify the chaos he caused, not to exacerbate the situation. Is he suggesting that he should resign? Swallow expressed regret, stating he apologized for his actions. Patrick dismissed the apology, saying let them move on. Have he gathered any information, boss? Swallow reported the locals here believe that the crops are contaminated with a deadly disease. This explains the eerie silence in the village, as the inhabitants refuse to consume the tainted crops and succumb to starvation. As for the thief Rosalina, she proved elusive, evading his attempts to approach her. Patrick mused, if only they possessed mind control abilities. Perhaps bringing Mel's along would have been beneficial. Swallow retorted he suggests this after coercing someone unwilling to join him in the first place. Patrick countered they have other options at their disposal. Look at the provisions he received from the lady. Swallow, feeling hunger pangs, remarked, is he suggesting they dine before discussing their next steps? Patrick proposed no, let them attempt to win over Rosalina with this food offering. A little later Swallow spoke, addressing Rosalina, you there? Rosalina responded yes. Swallow inquired, why is she becoming so surprised? Before Rosalina could reply, Swallow interjected, take this wafer. Let them partake in a meal together. Upon noticing a mark on the wafer, she exclaimed, is this not the communal wafer bestowed by the priest? He pondered, but Patrick gave this to him? and questioned, "Who is the priest?" Rosalina remarked, "So he also have faith in that individual, Sir Knight." She did not anticipate encountering a fellow believer. She is pleased. None of those around her share her beliefs. Is it not peculiar? Everyone appears so foolish. All one must do is have unwavering faith and salvation will be granted. Do he not agree, Sir Knight? He simply replied yes. She guided they have arrived. For some reason this place always feels eerie. It is dim, so tread carefully. Swallow acknowledged. The priest proclaimed the calamity that has befallen Haston is a test presented to humanity for their wicked deeds. Furthermore, that individual possesses the power to overcome this predicament. As believers who have earned his favor, they should be celebrated as the chosen ones. Rosalina directed, "Please take a seat." As the assembled individuals voiced their concurrence with the priest continued, "Never forget the divine message that has been bestowed upon them. Today once again they shall partake in the blessings provided by that individual." Swallow reflected, "It does not appear particularly extraordinary. Is it merely a form of indoctrination?" Suddenly everyone rose from their seats, leaving Swallow bewildered. Meanwhile she chuckled and remarked, "It seems they have arrived at the perfect time. It is now time for the Eucharist liturgy." He inquired, "What is that?" She explained, "It is when the priest distributes the wafer." He pondered, "That is the same item Patrick received from Lord Haston. Why was it in the Lord's castle?" She quietly whispered, "Sir Knight, this is a secret she share with him alone. It is said that when the Savior of Haston arrives, those who truly believe in him will find eternal happiness." He inquired about this eternal happiness, to which Rosalina explained, "Yes, he will draw closer to them. It is believed that an even greater blessing will be bestowed upon them." Swallow pressed for details on this greater blessing, and Rosalina admitted, "She is uncertain, but surely it would be more significant than a mere wafer resembling meat." The priest approached Rosalina, recognizing her presence. She greeted him respectfully, and he presented her with the day's blessing. Expressing gratitude, Rosalina accepted the offering. The priest remarked on him unfamiliarity, expressing hope for him continued attendance. Swallow replied, "Will consider it." The priest invoked his mana, suggesting that the Savior would appreciate his visits. Swallow, noticing the manipulation, muttered, "This deceitful act. What is the purpose?" The priest, alarmed, dropped the wafer. Swallow whispered, "His illusions may deceive others but not him. Do not overstep his boundaries by probing into his affairs. He may overlook his actions towards humans, but do not test him." The priest, trembling, stammered, "Is he are not human?" Swallow replied softly, "His memory may be faulty, but he will remember him." Rosalina inquired, "Sir Knight, is everything all right?" Swallow reassured her, "It is nothing. He was simply expressing gratitude for the meal provided. Let them depart." Rosalina stated, "Thank him for today." Swallow stated, "Get home safe. There are so many suspicious things that he might not even need the actual evidence. And he thinks this cult leader coming to the isolated Haston, using unknown mana brainwashing and watching over them, as well as the guy with the aura of an undead who was by the Lord's side. With how well everything fits in place, it'll be hard for even him to miss. There's definitely someone behind them." A little later Mel's inquired, "How did he know?" As expected of the great Lord Swallow, Mel's questioned, "What's wrong?" Swallow stated his annoyance has grown. Mel stated she was wondering how bad it would be since he said he destroyed it. "While the view from here isn't that bad." Swallow stated she didn't actually come here because she was curious about that. "Why did she come?" Mel stated Lady Ursabet stopped by Primordial Core. She said that Haston would face the undead soon. Swallow inquired, "Ursabet said that?" Mel stated that's right. She said that she had found traces of abnormal phenomena around Chite Castle, moving in the direction of Haston. Swallow exclaimed, "So that's how it is." Mel stated she also added that the person most likely to be responsible for this is Erivos. Swallow questioned, "Erivos is the most likely culprit. But even that is just a guess, isn't it?" Mel's exclaimed she have thought about it a lot. "Isn't it normal for a place taken over by the undead to be overwhelmed by their numbers?" Swallow replied, "Probably." Mel's exclaimed, "It's not like Haston is in a good state." Swallow questioned, "So what?" Mel stated, "Isn't he curious why he didn't choose that method instead? If her guess is right, he should have used the flow of mana." And she used low-class magic mana detection. She stated she knew it. It was as she had guessed. At that moment the priest approached the pile of deceased bodies. Utilizing his mana he reverted to his original form. He known as the gatekeeper of the decaying corpses in Evil Dungeon. The priest is identified as Simon Magus. Through the manipulation of his mana transformed into numerous black crows that amalgamated to create a manifestation of Lord Erivos. Addressing him, Erivos remarked, "It appears he have arrived." His faithful follower Simon Magus. Showing reverence, Simon Magus bowed before him and stated, "Lord Erivos, the esteemed ruler of the undead, he have come to deliver a final report before his imminent descent upon Haston. Erevos acknowledged he shall not overlook his dedicated efforts. Simon Magus affirmed he have exerted himself in his service. Inquiring further, Erevos questioned what news do he bring. Simon Magus disclosed an unforeseen party has interceded. Erevos noted coincidentally he have received a similar report from Yahello. Did the individual in question emit an aura of undeath through their attire? Simon Magus clarified he did not detect any undead aura, nor were they clad in armor. However, a sense of darkness emanated from him. Erevos pondered a being, shrouded in darkness. Seeking insight, Simon Magus inquired, might there be significance to this, my lord? Erevos dismissed no, it is improbable for him to take action. Regardless of any alterations, their primary objective remains the conquest of Haston to achieve dominion. Remember the pivotal role this location plays in our grand design. Simon Magus conceded he offer no excuse for any hindrances in advancing their grand design smoothly. Erevos disclosed as per Yahello's request, he have dispatched Masham to reinforce the subterranean cells within the Lord's stronghold. Do he require assistance with the uninvited guest as well? Simon Magus assured he is capable of handling the situation. Should the need arise, he will request aid in due course. Erevos concluded very well, he entrusts the decision to his discretion. Simon Magus static, yes, my lord. And he thinks there isn't much time left until the undead descend upon the entire surface. Soon there will be no one capable of stopping them, unless that monster comes. Other than that, no one will. Swallow questioned Mel's, can she find out where the person who cast this spell is right now? Mel's exclaimed there's no way to be sure. However, giant magic spells like this usually use the flow of mana on the surface to maintain himself. He questioned, then that means the caster should be nearby to maintain it. Mel stated that's a possibility, but also not always. There's a way to use a medium to constantly direct the flow of mana. This is just her guess, but for the magic spell to cover all of Haston and for the medium to support it, wouldn't it contain a great deal of mana? A medium that can forcefully redirect the flow of mana shouldn't be something that can just be buried in the ground. What she's trying to say is, the most likely place for it to be hidden in would be there. That place is the most suspicious, the Lord's castle. Of course, she's not 100% sure. It's just a guess. He thinks he don't know what they're up to, but he is sure they'll come running out if he just turn this place upside down. And Swallow stated since Patrick should be over on that side, and inquired her, she is not busy at the moment, right? She exclaimed, of course not. Swallow stated, then let's go to the castle together. Mel's questioned, but why? As she laid eyes on Swallow, she started trembling. Swallow stated, isn't it about time for one of the 7 evil dungeons to be replaced? Meanwhile, Patrick pondered, this location appears to be the most suspicious. The stench of decaying bodies emanating from below has intensified significantly. It is quite dubious, this odor. Furthermore, this underground prison serves no purpose in these circumstances. The noises emanating from the innermost chambers only add to the unsettling atmosphere. It is not surprising that a foul smell lingers. It has been some time since he have encountered a cleaver. Patrick inquired, he apologized for interrupting his work, but may he inquire about the identity of his master? The creature turned around and launched an attack at Patrick. However, Patrick remarked that strike was befitting of his stature, yet he refused to be struck by such a sluggish assault, correct? Is this all the strength he possesses even when utilizing both arms? He is disappointed. The fact that he is openly engaging in such actions within the castle's prison implies collusion from that individual and even Lord Haston, correct? Regardless of the circumstances, he no longer need to operate covertly now that he is certain he may simply vanish. Patrick swiftly dispatched the creature. He remarked that was revolting. Suddenly someone approached him from behind and attempted to strike him, causing his helmet to fall off. Patrick exclaimed, goodness, that was quite a surprise for a Dullahan to appear in this location. What could be his intentions? Patrick inquired, hey, you there? Whose orders is he following to guard this place? The Dullahan remained silent, and instead launched an attack at Patrick with its sword, which he deflected using his left arm. Observing the weapon closely, Patrick realized that sword. It's the evil sword. It's tricky to handle as it corrodes the opponent's weapon. It's quite powerful, unlike a Dullahan. Patrick then attempted to negotiate, asking can they resolve this peacefully as fellow undead? However, the Dullahan ignored his words and continued its aggressive advance, prompting Patrick to evade the attack by bending backward. Patrick stated refusing to engage in conversation as an undead with intelligence, sought to uncover the reason for his presence. With a sigh, he remarked that the lord of the place should have all the answers. Using low glass magic, Patrick caused the Dullahan to slip and fall to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he picked up the short axe and cast a strengthening spell on it, and delivered a decisive blow. Since the Dullahan seemed unwilling to talk, Patrick swiftly ended the confrontation, showing the sword that he grabbed from Dullahan back and stated he will borrow this sword since it seems like he is not using it. Employing both a heavy sword strike and a great axe strike, Patrick swiftly defeated the Dullahan. Later, in the Lord's room, Lala awoke feeling cold, only to find Patrick standing before her, and inquired about her sleep. She widened her eyes in surprise. Then, she angrily exclaimed, "How dare he intrude here in the middle of the night?" Patrick responded, "Isn't it obvious that he has some business with her?" He then asked was her name Lala, and then he greeted her, and stated he would give her exactly 5 minutes. Summon the man who was with her earlier. After 5 minutes, Patrick apologized for calling them so late at night, but he happened to pick this up on his night walk, as he placed the Dullahan head on the table, which startled Lala. She inquired, "What is this?" Patrick questioned, "Do he really not know what it is?" "This is the helmet of a Dullahan, Lord of Haston Lalison of Veritark." "Why is he working with an undead?" Lala asked, "What is he talking about? What undead?" Patrick expressed his disappointment. "Is she going to keep up the act until the end? If she isn't acting, is she really unaware of who she is working with?" Well, he is not surprised, seeing as she is the unfit lord of this place who does not know what is going on in this land of hers. Yahello raised his voice and declared, "My lord, there is no value in listening to more of this nonsense. Summon the guards and apprehend him." However, before he could continue, Patrick interjected, stating he personally eliminated that Dullahan in the mansion's basement prison. Lala, visibly nervous, inquired, "In this basement prison?" Patrick confirmed, "Yes, in her basement prison lie piles of corpses. If he may offer another piece of information, the individual next to her is also undead." Patrick said that while drew his sword and pointed it towards Yahello. Upon hearing this, Lala exclaimed in anger. She refused to believe his accusations. Do he think she would accept such claims simply because he said so? This man has promised her the salvation of Haston. Accusing him of being undead jeopardizes the safety of Haston. Patrick chuckled and inquired, "So is she suggesting that she knows who has been threatening the safety of Haston?" Yahello interjected, urging both of them to calm down. "Sir Knight, you mentioned earlier that this helmet belonged to a Dullahan. Dullahans are not creatures one encounters easily." Patrick became excited and exclaimed, "He knows that?" He was just as surprised. He even doubted himself seeing such a high-level undead in this place. Moreover, that Dullahan felt peculiar. It didn't speak, despite its expected intelligence as an elder undead. Its movements during the fight were also abnormal. So, after burning its soul, he investigated further and found a mind control magic circle engraved on the inner side of its armor, along with the name, Masham. It appears to be the name of the vice-captain of the raid force, Masham and Harda brothers, who gathered to raid a brutal undead 30 years ago. It was rumored that he was a formidable knight, but he vanished after the raid. Now, for the question. Who does she think was the brutal undead they were attempting to raid? Lala inquired about the identity of the individual. Patrick, with his sword directed at Yahello, said he will pose the question in a different manner this time. He would like him to respond from in her place. "Where can the brutal undead known as Arivos be found, Mr. Undead Underling?" Lala, with cold sweat running down her face, asked. She's not sure what he means. Isn't that the name of a boss in the great evil dungeons? Meanwhile, Yahello started laughing. Lala questioned, "Didn't he say he would save her and the territory?" Yahello, with a sinister smile, replied, "Of course. The plan might be changed, but he guessed it can't be helped. A peaceful resolution is now out of the question." Lala inquired, "What is he doing?" Yahello didn't respond and was about to cast a spell when Patrick quickly intervened, cutting his arm and stating, "The two of them should stay still." Lala then asked, "Is it true that he is an undead?" After transforming back to his original form, he declared he is Yahello. He will eliminate her and all others in this territory, turning it into a land of the dead. She should feel honored that beings like her is being offered the chance to be saved. This is all part of the plan of the Lord of the Undead, the immortal King Arivos. Patrick expressed, he never could have imagined such a scenario. Aren't the undead known for fighting in large numbers? He never expected them to invade in such an organized and strategic manner. Yahello remarked he took an interest in Patrick from the moment he saw him. He commended him for exceeding his expectations by defeating Masham. Patrick responded, "It's the first time someone has praised him for defeating their subordinate." Yahello noted, fascinating. He is becoming more intrigued by him. He is undead like him. Why isn't he serving Lord Arivos? Lala inquired, is he also an undead like him? Patrick believes that he may have been discovered. They still require a leader to manage the land and collaborate with them. He didn't intend to harm her. Patrick then mentioned that his mood suddenly changed. He proceeded to sever the other arm of Yahello and advised that it would be in his best interest to follow his commands obediently. Yahello inquired if threats would be effective against an undead being. Patrick responded, stating that threats would not work, but Yahello should consider the consequences of not cooperating. He warned that the individual accompanying him is much more powerful than Yahello realizes and could disrupt their plans easily. Yahello found this information intriguing and suggested that it could also impact humans. Patrick clarified that they are not aligned with humans, and urged Yahello to divulge information instead of wasting time. Additionally, Patrick requested details about Yahello's superior, Erevos. Yahello agreed to provide an answer and posed a question about the origins of an elder. Patrick emphasized the importance of continuous dialogue without questioning. Yahello elaborated on the rare phenomenon of becoming an elder, which requires either a supernatural occurrence or a significant amount of hatred. Elders possess the ability to single-handedly combat 1,000 zombies, and Lord Erevos can create them using his magic. The isolation of Hasten and the establishment of a religion serve the purpose of creating elders. Humans with weak souls are sought after to gather fellow undead, with isolation and weakening of resolve being key tactics. The creation of the religion serves a similar purpose in this context. Patrick exclaimed, he finally understands. But why are there so many corpses in the underground jail? Yahello replied, it's to create more elders. They are planning to destroy the Empire. Patrick expressed concern, thinking that's not right. If the Empire is destroyed and all humans turn into undead, Erevos will gain great power, targeting the 7 great evil dungeons. Yahello stated realization often comes too late. As he began casting a powerful dark curse spell, he asked did he think cutting off his arms would stop him from casting magic? How foolish of him. Patrick laughed and complimented Yahello, saying he is quite skilled. He can cast spells with just words. Yahello retorted, did he really think he would tell him the truth? No being can oppose Lord Erevos. The only one who could is an ancient monster who slumbers for years after moving. Nothing can thwart his lord's plans. As Yahello prepared to attack Patrick with another spell, Patrick broke free from the binding spell using sheer strength alone. Patrick inquired, is that so? May he ask one question? If he was to organize all that he has said, whatever his great plans might be, if the ancient monster appears, whether it be him or Erevos, their plans will be ruined, correct? But Yahello exclaimed, what nonsense is he talking about? Suddenly, the roof of the mansion collapsed and fell on Yahello, with Swallow sitting in front of Patrick. See that? Patrick remarked, that was such perfect timing. As the dust settled, Lala observed Mel's whining and Swallow sitting on the rubble of the collapsed mansion. Patrick remarked on Swallow's impeccable timing. Swallow modestly replied that it was nothing and inquired about Patrick's findings. Patrick responded that he had discovered nearly everything. Confused, Lala looked toward Swallow, who sighed and gazed upwards. Suddenly, Yahello launched a spell at Swallow, but he effortlessly deflected it and swiftly captured Yahello using his power. Yahello, witnessing Swallow's strength, was shocked and pondered on the source of his power. Patrick interrupted Yahello's thoughts by reminding him of their companion's underestimated strength. Yahello, surprised by the turn of events, questioned how the ancient monster had appeared and why he couldn't sense the crystal's energy upstairs. Determining that Mel's was a demon king based on her energy, Yahello resolved to delay and inform Lord Erevos. Yahello then questioned the ancient monster's presence, recalling rumors of her hiding after the incident at Liège, as he said that he was struck by an attack that caused an explosion on impact. As the dust settles, Yahello lay on the floor coughing and declared, you guys are already too late. Mel's retorted, he sure talk a lot, and cast a spell at Yahello to erase his soul. Swallow remarked, would you look at that? He's still laughing? Mel's explained, maybe it's because he's undead, but he's pretty persistent. Just before Yahello's soul vanished, he cried out, worship him. Their lord has descended upon this land. Patrick inquired, boss, does he know what that meant? Swallow replied, yes, he see it. He sure is putting a lot into his entrance. Meanwhile, outdoors, some people playing chess noticed a peculiar sky. One of them asked, look, doesn't the sky seem a bit weird? The other person questioned, how so? At that moment, Rosalina was running while glancing backward. Thoth called out her name, and Rosalina asked he was awake. Thoth responded that's what he should be asking her. Where has she been? Rosalina mentioned that she went for a walk at Jarbet Plaza to clear her head, but then regretted mentioning a place affected by pollution. She apologized in advance, expecting him to be angry with her. Thoth, surprisingly, did not get mad and mentioned that the captain and others decided to leave Haston the next night. The captain doesn't trust the knights, and Thoth offered to explain more on the way. Later, at a place with piled-up dead bodies, Thoth thought about Rosalina's parents buried there and mentioned they wouldn't be able to return once they leave. He left the choice up to Rosalina on what to do next. She mentioned he should know that, but she didn't understand why the captain wanted to leave Haston. She questioned if Haston could still be saved and suggested waiting a bit longer. He responded by saying he wouldn't try to convince her about religion being a personal choice. He pointed out the uncertainty of waiting for salvation while her parents were in a difficult situation. He emphasized that actions, not just belief in a specific God, could bring salvation. This made her question how she could contribute to salvation and strengthened her determination. She agreed with Thoth's perspective, took his torch, and confidently moved towards the dead bodies to set them on fire. However, she was interrupted by Simon Magus, a priest they knew, who inquired about her activities in that late-night setting. Thoth asked for his identity, but Simon focused on questioning Rosalina's intentions. Rosalina inquired about Simon Magus's presence, but he remained silent. She then urged him to stop, but the torch accidentally set fire to his clothes. Thoth, concerned, advised Simon Magus to let go, while Rosalina suggested he put out the fire. Ignoring their pleas, Simon Magus pushed Rosalina, causing Thoth to catch her before they both fell to the ground. As the fire consumed Simon Magus, revealing his undead nature, Thoth and Rosalina were shocked. Thoth identified him as undead, but Simon Magus silenced them, and he used his spell to make dead bodies start moving. Confused, Rosalina asked what was happening, prompting Thoth to urge her to run to safety. Shortly after barricading the entrance, Thoth remarked, "This should buy them some time." However, Rosalina suddenly fell to the ground, stating she can't move anymore. Thoth turned to her and acknowledged they don't have a choice. While staying inside may be safer than venturing outside, the first floor isn't secure either. Let's head to the second floor. Rosalina agreed, but expressed difficulty in moving her legs. Thoth then offered her to climb onto his back. They need to move quickly. Grateful, Rosalina thanked him, noting his potential fatigue. As Thoth glanced out the window, he pondered, "Can they both make it out alive?" Before he could dwell further, Rosalina remarked on the foul smell in the room, questioning if it was due to the corpses. Concerned about their safety, she asked, "Are they safe now?" Thoth responded, "No, it's still dangerous here. Stay focused if she wants to survive." Rosalina inquired, "What does he mean?" However, Thoth remained silent and proceeded to approach a nearby corpse, soaking his scarves in its blood. Rosalina then asked, "What is he doing?" Thoth continued without responding, advancing towards her with a weapon that he'd taken from the corpse. He swung at her, prompting her to shut her eyes. Upon reopening them, Rosalina witnessed Thoth clutching his pendant, and declaring, he is only telling her this now. But this thing has been bothering him for a while. She should believe in something more believable from now on. Rosalina questioned, why didn't he warn her? That scared her. Suddenly, the sound of a door breaking open was heard, leading Thoth to remark, the door must have given in. Rosalina inquired what should they do. Thoth responded, what else can they do? Rosalina decided that she needed to find an object that could also be used as a weapon. Thoth didn't respond and headed towards the door. Seeing this, she asked, where is he going? Thoth smiled at her as he looked towards her, then left the room and he used his scarf that he dipped in the blood of the corpse to close the door. He thought if he do this, they won't be able to find Rosalina due to the smell. Rosalina, scared, stated, what is he doing? Don't leave her. Please don't. Leave her here. Thoth replied, for how long will she depend on others? She has been a burden long enough. Listen well, don't make any noise, no matter what you hear. Don't make a sound and don't move without thinking. She immediately covered her mouth. Thoth stated she is finally listening, that's good. He thought it's better to do this than to die together. He charged towards the incoming zombies, apologizing for picking on her all this time, followed by a bone-shattering sound. Simon Magus ordered his minions to attack. On the other hand, the people of Haston gathered together and marched towards Lord Mansion by saying that's an eerie red sky. This must all be because of that new lord. They knew something was weird. She hasn't even shown her face once in the past few weeks. The heavens must be angry. In that instance, they heard the screams of person who walk up to them, saying it's dangerous. But people don't heard his mumbling and ask what's wrong with him. Is he hurt? Then a person with blue hair came forward and he will take a look at his wounds. The person next him asked, you guys are from the Magic Tower? The person with blue hair replied yes, he was a trainee at the Magic Tower's Wing Guild. Then trainee used his healing spell, but he immediately remarked he isn't bleeding from his wounds. Seems like this blood's someone else's. The person that is in the front stated, hey guys, there are more coming. This person behind him asked everyone who can still move should have already gathered. Who could it be? At the moment, the person that is treated by trainee mage of tower stated, shouting, the undead are coming. The persons that are in front become nervous as see an undead. They started asking what is that? But the undead instantly rushed towards them to attack, but a knight appeared and immediately defeat the undead. Then the knight turned towards the gathered people and stated, undead aren't as strong as they seem. So choose, are they going to run, or are they going to stand together and fight? Trainee mage immediately agreed that he and his party will fight. The knight asked, who are you guys? Trainee explained they were once trainees of the Magic Tower's Wing Guild. On the day of the Black Disaster, they were out on assignment and were able to survive. They would like to be of some help, even if it's late. The other persons started to agree one after another to fight the undead. Then knight ordered all those who have the strength to pick up a weapon to the front lines. Everyone else should work on setting up a perimeter defense. They will defend Hasten till the last man. A while later, knight hearing the sound of footsteps and stated they're coming, and order the mages to ready their magic. As the mages attack with their spells, an explosion occurs. Hearing that, Novan thinks, damn it, what is going on out there? Thoth and Rosalina, where could you guys have gone off to at such a time? At the moment, he saw Rosalina sitting nearby with the support of Wall. He quickly approached her, asked is she okay, and asked what happened to her. She replied Thoth, he told her to stay put, but she came all the way out here, because she was afraid. She said, Captain, Thoth, he is dead because of her. Novan asked, did Thoth resent her when he died? And he stated no, he's not the type of person to do that. So, Rosalina, it isn't because of her, it's thanks to Thoth that she was able to live. She note, Captain, those weren't normal undead, they need help. Novan asked, what is he saying? They need the help of those knights. Novan remarked, those guys are probably in the Lord's castle. She asked, Captain, what is he doing? He replied, she probably don't even have the strength to walk, drink this, and make the trip. Novan stated, he is the captain, he can't just leave his comrades to fight. Rosalina, go bring those knights, they will hold them here, and he is sure the inner parts of the castle will be safer than this place. Thoth, he can't put Rosalina, whom you've sacrificed your own life to save, back in danger. However, Patrick note they really made a mess of things. He should come take a look as well, boss. It's no joke. Mel's added, they're really struggling out there. Swallow replied, why would he take a look when it doesn't have anything to do with them? Patrick stated it does have to do with them, and he is already lying down. There goes his habit of giving up just because things got a bit troublesome. Patrick note, looks like the humans are at an advantage at the moment. They aren't doing bad? While yawning, Swallow asked, how long do he think it'll take? Patrick replied, it won't be long. They have plenty of arms, and the perimeter defense is pretty good for something put together in a rush. However, if that's all they have, they will quickly tire out and be run over by the thousands of undead. On top of that, according to Hummel's words, there should be an elder mixed in with the undead. Doesn't it seem like Arivos put a lot into preparing this? Boss? He think that they should slowly start repaying the favor. Swallow remarks, repaying, of course they should, but they have something to do before that. Patrick asked, what is he planning to do? And then he stated, don't do it. But Swallow replied, he thought you told me to do some work. Then he moved towards the Lord of Hasten and asked her name. She replied, it's Lala Sinaviratark. He note, Lala whatever. Good, he memorized it. Then introduced himself by saying he is Swallow, and asked, she want to live, right? Patrick asked, hey boss, what is he saying? We need to kill her. Swallow noted that was what he was planning to do at first, but he changed his mind. Patrick asked, what is he thinking? Isn't Hasten already past the point of no return? Swallow remarked, think about it, Patrick. Isn't the reason why they are about to give up on Hasten because of the undead? Patrick stated, yeah, pretty much. Swallow noted, if all the undead in Hasten were to disappear and the Lord of Hasten were to act according to their words, there's really no need to give up on it, right? Patrick remarked, he thought you would say something weird, but he guessed it's something worth considering. Then he thought to make use of the Lord instead of killing her might not be such a bad idea. Patrick asked, but don't the humans have loose lips? Mel's added, that's right. There's no way the humans who have learned the truth will keep it a secret. Swallow replied he don't think they're all like that. He believed that this human has a reason to stay alive. While she might have been scared after seeing him, she didn't avoid looking at him, even after seeing his true form. She seems useful. Patrick remarked, that's true. For a normal human, that's amazing. Swallow thought, does she have something special about her? All the heroes he has met thus far had something special about them, something that couldn't be attained through effort alone. As for this lord, she has the mental capacity to stay sane even after seeing him. She said, that's right, she has a reason to live. Swallow stated he is sure a human like this wouldn't go out of their way to die, right? Patrick asked, is that the only thing you're going off? Swallow said at his gut feelings to that. Patrick remarked, please add something more tangible than his gut feelings. Then he thought, well, it's not really trustworthy. Then he noted, well, what can he say when the boss is adamant about it? However, if things were to go wrong, he will take care of the aftermath. Swallow stated, well, he will think about it. Now, she got the gist of it, and now chose. It'll all be done as long as she say the words, please save us. She asked, then what will happen after that? Swallow explained, it's simple, the undead will be chased away, and until Haston regains peace, Patrick over there will do his best to help out. Hearing that, Patrick shouted, boss, is he trying to sell him off? She asked, then what will she have to do in return? Swallow stated he guessed sticking with something simple would be best, and she just has to offer up her everything to him. Nervously, she asked, what is he saying? Swallow stated, offer everything to us. She thought she will most definitely die if she was to decline, whether it be by this monster's hands or from being bitten by the undead. On the other hand, if she was to accept, but she will have lost everything. Would his brother have committed suicide if the black disaster had not occurred? If his brother were still alive, would he have become the Lord of Haston? Would she have been in this position if she wasn't the Lord of Haston? As she did not reply, Patrick turned around, saying, let's just get rid of her. Where did he put his sword earlier? Then Swallow heard footsteps and remarked, someone's coming? Mel's asked how would he like to handle it. She can block it with magic. Swallow remarked, forget it. Just open it. Mel said, got it, and she opened the gate. The person was Rosalina, and she said, they are really here, please help us. The village is overrun by the undead. Everyone is trying hard to fight back, but it's just too much. They need their help. Thoth has died, and the captain said he would be waiting for her. Everyone is holding on as best they can, so please help us. Didn't he say that he would save Haston? As she looked up, she saw Patrick, and she stated, a skeleton. Patrick replied, yes, he is a skeleton. Regrettably, the current situation has turned to the hands of that human over there. Rosalina turned around to see the person that Patrick was talking about. Meanwhile, Lala asked, are the people of Haston dying? Patrick stated that reminds him, it's about time they reached their limits. Ms. Mells, can he ask her for a favor? Mells replied, of course. She was curious as well. She cast a spell, from which a demon appeared. She ordered him to go to the city center. As the demon reached that location, a screen popped up in front of them, showing the fight of humans and undead. Both Rosalina and Lala became shocked as they saw the scene before their eyes. Patrick stated there are ghouls as well. He doesn't like those since they smell bad. Looks like it'll be hard for them to stay alive much longer. Seeing that, Rosalina recalled the memory that she has with the people that are killed one by one in front of her eyes. She started crying while saying, how could they stand by when they have the power to stop this? Aren't they strong? Please kill them all. Please save us. She then turned to Lala and asked, what was she doing when everyone was dying off one by one? Then Lala, the Lord of Haston, asked Swallow, please save us. Those who are still alive in Haston, please save them. Then Swallow moved forward while saying, fine. It's not like it's something hard to do, why not? And he ordered others to let's go. As one of the people fighting the undead fell to the floor, he thought, damn it, who said they were weak monsters? To think that they would all fall so easily. Is this the end for him? As an undead tried to kill him, Mel's landed on the head of undead instantly, killing it. But she said it's so nasty, she should have landed on the roof. Seeing her a large number of undead that are nearby trying to attack her, she cast a spell that burned them in an instant. Seeing her in action, the person remarked, she is an angel. Hearing that, she became angry, and she kicked him away, saying, you worthless human, what nonsense is he saying? Get lost if he value his life. As the person ran for his life, she noted how dare he compare her to an angel, damn human. To think she would end up helping the humans. At that moment, Simon Magus appeared behind her, remarking that she isn't a human but a demon? Using a human form and possessing such large amounts of mana, she should be either a demon king or a dragon. But why is she siding with the humans? Mel's replied she is just doing what she feels like doing. An undead like him shouldn't question a king. Simon Magus laughed and exclaimed, he will figure out the truth after he rip off her flesh. She is a fool who overestimates her own strength. Throw away her humanity and become an undead. What does she think? He is sure she will turn into a strong variant. She replied she is not sure what his is talking about, but she does know that he is the most talkative undead she has seen. That's so annoying. He stated he is the one serving the commander of the undead, darkness of the 10 evils. How would he, Simon Magus, lose to the likes of a demon king like her? She replied she is not sure what he is talking about. She is not the one that will be facing him. At that moment, he noticed the presence of Swallow from behind. Swallow grabbed him by the shoulder, saying he found him, you bastard, and swung him towards himself, punching him hard and causing him to crash to the ground. Then he said he told him that he did make sure to remember him. That wasn't a bad feeling. He think if his guess is correct, the one over there should be the gatekeeper of the undead army, meaning he should be a gatekeeper of the 7 great dungeons. And he remarked, hey, you wouldn't die from that punch, so get up quickly. Meanwhile, Mel's think taking down someone like that with just a punch. On top of that, it seems like he was holding back. Did she see it wrong? She asked him. You seem to have a grudge against him. Is he someone he knows? Swallow think a few hours ago, he tried sending his mana to him to look into him without permission. He replied, well, he just don't like him. He should hit him some more. Anyway, nothing good will come of staying here for too long. And he asked, does she think Arivos is in this village? She noted, probably not. That's a barrier made to trap those who are inside it. Swallow remarked, so that's a barrier? He just thought that it was a crimson sky. She explained, so that would mean the caster is most likely on the outside, though she is not sure what he's up to. Regrettably, she doesn't think she can break this barrier. Swallow remarked, well, he was going to take care of it himself. And he asked, can she take care of all the extras from now on? She asked, is he talking about those undead? Swallow stated, yeah, it'd be good if she could minimize the loss of the humans, although it might be a bit late. There needs to be a certain population of humans for this village to function. She exclaimed it won't be perfect, but if it's just that, she thinks she will be able to take care of it. Swallow noted, as expected of our demon king, she is awesome. Then he will clean this place up a bit before heading to have a one-on-one with the Revos. She replied confidently, he can leave it to her, sir. And as she saw the undead force, she asked, sir, can she ask how long he will take? He replied, about 15 minutes. Maybe 20? She stated determinedly, if it's only 20 minutes, she will be able to hold out just fine. Swallow noted how reliable. She remarked, then have a safe trip, sir. Swallow stated, now then, he should finish things up here. Simon Magus remarked he had a guess, but is he an ancient monster? Swallow said he wonder. He is partially right. Simon Magus asked, then just who is he? Swallow replied, probably Patrick's slave. Simon Magus stated, what nonsense, ancient monster. Did he think that he would foolishly wait here without preparing anything? He is Simon Magus, one of the pillars of Lord Erivo's forces. He has yet to disappoint him even once so far. He needs to take this chance to get to Lord Erivo's. But as he saw Swallow, he became shocked, and Swallow stated, this bastard. He keeps annoying him. Simon Magus think, damn it. Really, he didn't get any injuries. The great evil dungeon Swallow. It'll be dangerous at this rate. He must tell Lord Erivo's, and quickly. Meanwhile, Swallow tried to eat him, but Simon Magus was quicker than Swallow thought, and he used teleportation spell to move away from him. Swallow thought he was trying to eat him up in one bite. Looks like he couldn't get everything. It'll be a pain to go looking for him, but he can't just let him run. Recalling his promise to Mel's that he would finish in 20 minutes, Swallow worried about Mel's. So he can't waste time here like this. That bastard probably went to look for his mommy, and Erivo's should be somewhere outside the town, so he should have run toward the walls, right? Well, whatever. He is sure blasting the whole area in the direction he ran off and should take care of him. If it's just this, the village won't be too badly damaged. Then he heard a voice, and he thought, is that Patrick's voice? He must be imagining things. He found the corpse. Wait, should he call the corpse he killed that was once alive a corpse? He picked up and said, well, whatever. Because of him the village is in ruins. What is he going to do about it? What? Don't blame others? If he didn't like it, he should have stayed alive. He can explain it to Patrick himself. Did they call this the barrier? A power that Mel's couldn't break alone. So it's a pretty strong barrier, he guessed. But how strong can it be? As he touched the barrier, his hand twisted, and he said it's stronger than he thought. He think he will be able to break through it with some effort. That is, if this magic tool is able to hold out. If the magic tool breaks and he is unable to keep his polymorph going, he is sure he will be scolded by Patrick. Well, let's just say it's his fault if things don't work out. He is counting on him, corpse. Then he checked the surroundings and said good, there are no humans around, and transformed into his original form, and dashed toward the barrier, breaking through it. Outside the city, he stated there sure are a lot of you. As they tried to approach him, he easily blasted them away. Swallow remarked that's not the right way to greet your guests. Then the elder ordered his minions to step aside, and they followed. Swallow stated, see, you guys should have acted this way from the start. Here's a present he prepared for him. He believed they have a lot to talk about. Erivo's note ancient monster. Is he suggesting that it's acceptable for those races to be oppressed by humans? The humans are prideful, crass, and selfish. Even when they've carved out a good life for themselves, they've always wanted more, invading the lands of other races. Swallow stated he is talking too much. Get to the point. Erivo's remark human needs to disappear, and he has the power to easily get rid of the Empire. He had always thought that taking down the Empire would be impossible unless they were able to take Riez down, until he heard that the Black Disaster had hit Riez. If only he had mentioned the thought of wiping out the humans, all of the demons would have been willing to put their life on the line. Swallow asked why do he talk so much? Keep it precise and get to the point. Erivo stated I'm saying that if you weren't so hands-off, so many demons wouldn't have had to die. We could have even wiped out the lowly humans. Swallow notes so you're saying, you doing all this because is all my fault? Erivo's remark that's right. You are the root cause of all of this. Swallow stated he is going to wipe out the humans, so don't get in his way, is what he is saying, right? Erivo's remark that's disappointing. He cast a spell, summoned forth the rotten taper. From the abyss, emerge a colossal undead beast to assail on Swallow with relentless fury. On the other hand, Mel's think there are so many. She enchant with the flames of retaliation, igniting those who dare rush forth to assail her. And she continue with her thoughts, with them spread out like this, she guess she has no choice but to move busily. The barrier that is covering the sky is close to God-class magic. As expected of Sir Swallow, it hasn't even been 3 minutes since he left saying that he will go have a one-on-one with Erivo's real quick. At the moment, someone approached her from behind. The person is none other than Captain Novin, and he stated, Miss Mage, is everyone else safe? Mel's replied if he is talking about the other humans, they're burning in the fire over there? He asked is she a companion of the knights? She asked what knights he is talking about. He explained the one who wears a giant suit of armor, and the one who's dressed in black like a beggar. No, he mean, like a wanderer. She replied, companion, how could she be? She is just a servant. She can't be compared to their greatness. He remark is that so, and think seeing as how she knows those knights, he is sure she's with them. That's good Rosalina, she made it in time. At least Thoth didn't have to die in vain and Haston will be saved. He then note he will soon turn into an undead. He knows he is not in a position to, but can he ask for a favor? And as he looked towards her closely, he noticed that she was not a human, and he think well, he guessed that doesn't matter anymore. And he asked if there's a weapon lying around. Could he trouble her to hand him one? Observing his plight, she turned and handed him a spear, proclaiming he is a warrior. Novin, in an act of defiance, wielded the spear to end his own life before succumbing to the curse of undeath. At the moment, she felt an ominous aura. On the other hand, Swallow remarked another weird corpse, as he turned back to his original form. Erivos think as expected, such strength is befitting of the title, Ancient Monster. That thing is an undead with an ancient sim as its core? As the undead attacked Swallow, and restricted his movement, Erivos cast God-class magic, Fangs of Evil. And he think that the strongest God-class magic, even an ancient monster wouldn't be able to withstand it. The assault struck Swallow directly, resulting in a massive explosion. Once the dust clears, Swallow is impaled by 4 ominous black magic fangs. Observing this, Erivos think finally he will kill that ancient monster. Now he can fill this land with undead, and become a transcendent being that truly rules over the dead. Then Erivos again used God-class magic, Fangs of Evil to finish Swallow, while stating he should feel blessed to be able to die, after his thousands of years of wandering. Just as the fangs are about to strike Swallow, he harnesses the power of darkness to shatter them. Erivos is baffled by what he sees before him. Swallow exclaimed that fucking hurts. It hurts so much that he didn't think he can keep letting you hit me. Erivos ponders he intentionally allowing him to strike him. No, could it be? In a fit of anger, he strikes a nearby tree, causing it to crash to the ground. Observing that, Swallow asks why he was take it out on a tree. Anyway, is this his strongest magic? He don't have anything stronger, do he? Now only 2 remain. Meanwhile Erivos think, did he let me hit him to test the power of the god class magic? He don't have a chance. He should retreat. He was too hasty. He needs to create some space and run. Swallow interrupts his thoughts, saying he is talking to you, Erivos. Don't get any weird ideas. Use something stronger if he has got it. Why is he being so quiet? He can take it that he doesn't have anything stronger, right? As Swallow effortlessly deflects the remaining 2 fangs, Erivos, seizing the distraction, swiftly restricted Swallow with chains using another spell. Swallow stated why to all of them act the same, like they are all reading from the same script. He really hate this kind of spell. Is this another one of those god class whatevers? Why is this thing so sturdy? As a large monster launches an attack at Swallow, he quickly transforms into his polymorphic form, avoiding any damage. Swallow exclaims, it's so nasty. Since it's this big, well, he guess he can get a little serious. Swallow then reverts to his original form and devours the monster in one swift motion. As Erivos is shocked by Swallow power, Swallow remark he guess it's about time to replace one of the 7 great evil dungeons. Meanwhile at Lord Castle, Patrick muses aloud, just what is he thinking, boss? Just how excited are you? Please do not forget that he is a disaster. Or is it because he can't comprehend that? The reason why he is the boss. Still, wouldn't it be nice if he could take it down a notch? It's not like he can beat him up. He is sure he'll have him take care of the aftermath. Should he start writing him letter of resignation? Erivos, that damned skeleton. Oh right, he is a skeleton as well. She asked what is happening out there. He means, it's him taking care of the undead army. She asked, is he saying that Haston will be saved? Is that what he means, sir? Patrick replied, well, it'll work out somehow, so she shouldn't worry too much. Also, his bones are starting to get goosebumps. She can speak as she normally do. Thankfully, there do not seem to be any more undead in the village, as expected of the Demon King Mel's. At the moment, Mel's teleported there while saying that was tiring, and Patrick remarked perfect timing. She exclaimed she finished everything she had to do. It's been a while since she have had to use so much mana. Patrick stated she has worked hard. If she hadn't been here, Lady Mel's, he don't know how this would have gone. She asked, isn't Sir Swallow doing most of the work? He replied no, he thinks she have done a better job. She asked, is he not done yet? He note the boss, as she can feel, is still in the middle of fighting. She remarked that power is a sight to behold. He note it's even greater when she think about the aftermath of that. Also, there's the fact that he always ends up causing more work whenever he goes out to fix things. There will be a lot of work for him after this for sure. All he has to do is stomp on them a couple of times. Why is he dragging things out like this? He really has no consideration for him, the one who has to clean up after him. Then he turned around and asked her for name. Is she Rosalina? She replied yes. He stated the territory lord was the only one they promised to keep alive, so he should clean things up here first. He stated there's no point in keeping anyone alive other than the lord of this place. Lala remarked, wait, Sir Patrick, this one is also one of her subjects. He stated, of course, that's no reason to kill her off. He is just joking. And think it's not like she can do anything by herself when those back alley thugs have all died off. More importantly, with her mind in such a state, there's no point in doing anything to her. If killing her happens to affect the lord of this place somehow, it'll be a loss for them. Well, let's just say that everything has been taken care of on this end. And he asked Mel's, can she put someone to sleep? She remarked that's not a problem, but who he wants to put to sleep? He stated he did like to speak with the lord alone. So she cast a sleeping spell on Rosalina, and put her to sleep. Patrick note, now then, shall they get started? As she can see, they have been doing their part in saving Haston, so she should do her part, and keep her promise. She asked what do she has to do? He remarked she can't leak anything she has seen so far. Well, he believes she would know that even without him having to tell her. He will be telling her a story now, so listen carefully. It is a story about a heroic territory lord, who took on all the insults to protect her territory. The Lord, who realized that the undead were going to overrun her territory, made up her mind to protect the territory and its citizens. But she was in a situation where she was being watched by the undead, and there weren't enough soldiers in the territory. However, even before help could arrive, the people of the territory started insulting her in rage, faulting the Lord. As the people were dying to the undead while waiting for reinforcements, the Lord had no choice but to hold steadfast. After what seemed like a century, the reinforcements from the Empire came, drove the undead away, and saved the territory. She is not a scaredy cat of a lord who was in hiding. She is a lord who sacrificed herself to save the subjects of her territory. She asked, is he telling her to lie to his subjects? He replied, didn't she say that she wanted to live? Go and hand out all the supplies in the castle to help the subjects that are still alive. Soon after, aid from other cities will come. She asked, how is he so sure that the aid will come? He note, not that he is sure of it. He will make it happen, since they will be taking care of making the young Lord of Haston a hero. If it's so quiet, the boss must be done with everything. They should start heading towards the boss. Lady Mel's a teleport would be appreciated. She replied she don't think she can use a teleport because her mana has bottomed out. Lala inquire, can she ask him something? Why is he going so far to save Haston? And she think they are dungeon monsters. There's no way that it's for the people's lives. He note, didn't she say that you wanted to live? Then know her place and don't try to find out too much. Meanwhile, Swallow stated, well, it was about time to replace one of the 7 great even dungeons. He feels sorry for him. He would have avoided all this if he had just kept quiet somewhere, right? Whether it be this guy or others guy, why can't they just leave him alone? He has been stabbed so much that his back is itching. Erivo's remark, ancient monster, he is once again shocked by his strength. Swallow replied, no, he don't really care about that. Let me ask you something. Why did it have to be Haston? Had he not attacked this place, he wouldn't have had to make his way here. Erivo stated Haston is the most effective location to invade the Empire from. Swallow replied, no, he is not talking about things like that. And he think that means this bastard came here knowing that it was his territory. Erivos laughed and asked what do he think the reason is. And as he tried to cast a spell, Swallow immediately restricted with his darkness, but that caused the explosion, and undead immortal king, Erivos, head fall to the ground. Swallow think, what's this? So he wasn't trying to use transfer magic? Well, he guessed it doesn't matter. He was going to die anyway. Let's see, what should he do about this? This place will be unusable unless it gets fixed up. At that moment, he heard Patrick's voice calling his name. As he nervously turned around, Patrick stated, stop right there. Do not move. He come here to find him. He really missed him. You miss me too, right? Swallow think he is in trouble. Then the scene shifted to Rosalina, taking cover from rain, and thought about her fellows who had died. She exclaimed, there's nothing left. What kind of help is this? She is the only one left. Whose fault is it? Who's the one that killed everyone? Meanwhile, as Swallow and others returned to the dungeon, Renee welcomed them. She was waiting nicely and quietly for them. She even cleaned everything nicely while waiting. Swallow replied she did well. Mel's fell to the ground, saying she is really tired. Patrick added he feels like dying. Renee asked Mr. Swallow, he must be really tired, right? Would he like dinner first, or would he like a bath first? Swallow replied, he is drink the bath water. Patrick thought, what's going on? And he asked, just what has she been teaching her while they were away? Ursabet Bathory inquired, she wonder if everything went well. Swallow asked her, can she leave now? Patrick added, yeah. Well, if she added up the number of humans who died of starvation and to the undead, it would be around 3,000. And don't forget about how this damned boss blew up the whole town. Aside from that, it turned out pretty well. She asked, just what did he do over there? He replied, he just cleaned up the undead. She asked further, did he really only clean up the undead? He added he cleaned them up perfectly. She questioned, she is asking what exactly he cleaned up perfectly. Swallow placed the head of Erivos on the table and stated, don't bother him, he is going to sleep. As she observed it closely, Swallow drank the bath water. She noted, wait, isn't this just the shell? That surprised Patrick and Renee. A little later, Swallow explained that true, he did use magic at the end. Patrick stated, no matter how he look at it, this is just bad work, boss. He did a bad job cleaning things up. Leaving the Lord who knows everything alive was already questionable, but now even Erivos is alive. Just what did they do in Haston? Swallow noted. Ursabet said that Arivos would have lost at least 70% of his life. Patrick replied that's true, but in the end, there was still conflict between the great evil dungeons. He needs to be more careful of things now. Well, they should be fine for now since Arivos won't be able to make a move for a while. He should stop slacking off now. As he has said before, even if he can take care of the aftermath of Haston, accepting monsters into the dungeon is something that has to be done by him. As he turned around asking, "Is he listening?" and he saw Swallow, sleeping. Meanwhile, Rosalina arrived where people were gathered talking to one another. A green-haired person said, "There have been rations for 3 days in a row. What's the point of just filling their bellies? His wife and kids are all dead." A blue-haired person stated, "What, praise the Lord? Is everything okay as long as his belly is full?" The green-haired person replied, he did rather follow them to the afterlife than to live like this. The blue-haired person replied, they should fill their bellies even if they follow them. Then the green-haired person noticed Rosalina, and he asked, what is she giving up as well? She should fill her belly before she leave. Rosalina stated, where would she even go? Of course, she is also suffering. She wants to run away. But why do they have to be the ones to run away? What did they do wrong for them to die? They should think about it. Who was in the wrong? Who killed everyone? This is unfair. It's really unfair. Don't point their hate at the wrong target. There is no point in a meaningless death. If they are going to die anyway, they should take revenge on the being that put them in this situation. All of them asked what do they have to do. She remarked, they should all know. They have to kill all the undead.
The scene shifts to the king's palace, where the king is giving a speech. Ethelbreus is kneeling in front of him, listening attentively while royal guards stand down. The king addresses Ethelbreus by his full name, or Edelbreus gar Livestein, and comments that despite the length of the speech, Ethelbreus did not zone out. Ethelbreus responds respectfully, saying he wouldn't dare to do so. The king emphasizes that the lives of the raid force rest on Ethelbreus's shoulders and expresses his high expectations of him. Ethelbreus assures the king that he will live up to these expectations. As Ethelbreus leaves the king's palace, he is accompanied by Garrett, an executive tracker from the Black Tiger's order. Garrett inquires whether Ethelbreus received the full rights to lead the dungeon raid. Ethelbreus confirms this and mentions the arrest warrant issued for Paymore. Garrett notes that although Paymore is on the run, his previous status as a wealthy noble means he likely has allies aiding him, rendering the warrant less effective. Ethelbreus counters that the warrant's mere existence is enough to keep Paymore on edge. Ethelbreus then reflects on the recent turmoil in the city. He recalls the black disaster that struck Rias a month ago, causing significant unrest within the Empire's upper echelons. Blame was widespread, and those who failed to manage the crisis were eliminated. He observes that many things have changed since then. Shortly after their conversation, they both arrive at their destination. Garrett reminds Ethelbreus of an upcoming meeting scheduled for 2 hours later and asks what he should do if he is late. Ethelbreus instructs her to wait until he arrives. He then inquires about a woman and asks for her whereabouts. Garrett confirms that she should be inside. With a cheerful expression, Ethelbreus energetically bangs open the door, announcing his entrance. Inside, Wern Historia is found eating donuts. With a smile, Ethelbreus asks if she has been resting well. Wern Historia responds with a smile, calling out his name. Meanwhile, a group of 3 people enters the primordial core. Their leader instructs them to be cautious, stating they will retreat at the slightest sign of a monster. He emphasizes the importance of remaining vigilant as they approach the first room of the primordial core. With a nervous expression, the leader of the group expresses hope that the information they received is accurate. Observing the first room of the primordial core, the leader confirms that the monster has not reappeared since the Hishutalt raid force visited 2 months ago. He notes that there should be something valuable to find and decides to continue deeper inside. The third member of the party expresses excitement, anticipating they will become rich. They proceed to check the second and third rooms but find nothing in both. The second member questions the accuracy of their information, wondering if other raid forces have already swept through and taken anything valuable. The third member insists that it is not possible. The second member doubts whether they are truly in the primordial core, given they have found nothing despite venturing so deep, suggesting there might indeed be nothing left to find. The leader points toward the next room and explains that the fifth room contains an ancient plant monster called the anthropophago, known for its thorny leaves and vines. According to rumors, if its body is treated with a special method and forged, it becomes as hard as ore, making its body parts highly valuable. The leader suggests that retrieving the anthropophago alone would allow them to break even. The second member expresses concerns about the room being empty or, worse, filled with monsters. She points out that as a C-rank raid force, they are vulnerable and could be killed by even the weakest monster in the area. The leader, in response, challenges their resolve, asking if they intend to leave empty-handed. He states that those who wish to leave can do so, but warns that leaving now means they should forget about joining in on any profitable ventures in the future. The group cautiously enters the fifth room. The second member asks the leader if he sees anything. The leader spots the body of the plant-type monster, the anthropophago, and confirms its presence. The second member expresses relief, remarking that it's a good thing they didn't turn back. The leader instructs the group to gather the monster's body quickly, so they can leave. As the leader is about to cut the monster's body, he notices something alarming and starts sweating profusely. He shouts away, prompting the third member to turn to him and ask what he said, not hearing clearly. At that moment, Swallow appears, poised to devour them. The leader tries to escape while urging the others to run away. Shortly after the attack, Swallow spits out the group's equipment. Patrick, inspecting the discarded items, remarks that, as expected, the group didn't have anything of significant value. Renee reflects on the fate of the raid force, expressing frustration at how their greed and selfishness led to their demise. She openly declares her disdain for humans. Patrick interrupts the somber moment by suggesting that something they found might be valuable. He asks for the leader's opinion. Swallow comments that they taste better than undead creatures, indicating their potential quality. Patrick identifies the origin of the fallen raid force based on the coat of arms on their clothing, noting they are from the West Crantal Kingdom, not part of their own empire. Renee adds a touch of dark humor, laughing at how far the raid force had come, only to meet their end in such a manner. Swallow reflects on the convenience of receiving a local specialty delivered right to their front door. Patrick questions how Swallow concluded the origin of the fallen raid force. He emphasizes the urgency of reinforcing the dungeon, indicating a concern that rumors about the dungeon being safe are spreading too quickly. Privately, Patrick reflects on his own feelings of detachment towards the dungeon's issues. He directs his frustration at Swallow, who seems indifferent despite it being his own dungeon. Patrick threatens to resign if Swallow doesn't take the matter seriously. Swallow, feeling nervous, agrees to prioritize the dungeon's security. Patrick shifts the conversation, acknowledging Lady Mel's role in using detection magic to quickly identify intruders. Mel's responds with laughter, and Swallow agrees that her detection magic is reliable. Renee, overhearing their praise of magic, becomes angry and asserts her own ability to use magic. Swallow praises Renee for her abilities, calling her awesome and amazing. Patrick, however, sighs in response to Swallow's enthusiastic praise. Mel's acknowledges her role in assisting the primordial core. Patrick expresses gratitude to Mel's, stating that her help has saved them from a lot of trouble. Meanwhile, Mel's queries about how long she will need to stay as a guest. At the same time, a three-eyed monster addresses Yuba, referring to him as Majesty. The monster states that preparations are complete and suggests heading towards Judeca. Mel sits on a rock outside during the night, contemplating her future as a demon king. She feels despondent about her lack of wealth and a stable home. She realizes she needs to make a decision soon, especially with an upcoming gathering for demon kings in a couple of days. As she ponders, Patrick approaches and comments on the refreshing night air. Mels asks if he's also outside for fresh air, to which Patrick jokingly responds that's an undead joke. Mel's doesn't find the humor amusing. Patrick then asks Mel's why she's there. She explains she's simply getting some fresh air and inquires about his reason for being outside. Patrick reveals that he doesn't require sleep and spends his time training during such moments. Mel's questions Patrick about whether he has any more improvements to make, to which Patrick replies with a metaphor about swords and rust, implying that continuous practice and improvement are necessary for skill. Patrick reflects on this being the first time he's spoken to Mel's alone like this. Patrick informs Mel's that Mr. Tentacles has nearly finished recovering. He suggests they go together to see him. Upon arriving, Mel's comments that Mr. Tentacles doesn't appear fully healed. Patrick explains that his current state is likely the best recovery possible, considering it a miraculous improvement. Renee interrupts, counted up to 68 tentacles, then jumped down, and noting that while Mr. Tentacle's recovery is ongoing, the rate is slow, she expresses doubt that he will regrow more than 5. Mel's asks Patrick if Mr. Tentacles fought against the Hishutal trade union. Patrick confirms that Lady Mel's, who had a Demon King castle near Rios, was indeed involved with them. Mel's acknowledges this, expressing her awareness of the raid force that killed her father, making her relationship with them fraught with personal history. Mel's reflects on Mr. Tentacle's strength in surviving such formidable enemies, contrasting it with her own doubts and dreams of staying in Primordial Core. Patrick shifts the conversation, suggesting that now that Mr. Tentacles is almost recovered, they should consider recruiting more monsters for their cause. Renee interjects with a suggestion to recruit only male monsters, specifically referencing golems that protected a certain room. However, Mel's interrupts their discussion, calling their attention. She announces her decision to leave for Judeca. Garrett checks on Wound Historia's wounds, advising her to act like she's still recovering to avoid suspicion from others. Wound Historia agrees reluctantly. Meanwhile, Ethelbrias checks the cupboard, suggesting tea since they have snacks available. Wound Historia declines, stating she's getting ready for the upcoming meeting. Ethelbrias remembers the meeting and asks Wound Historia if the maid has been around today. She's unsure since she went out to buy snacks. Ethelbrias instructs Garrett and Wound Historia to head to the meeting room first while he takes care of some remaining paperwork, assuring them he will join shortly. Garrett urges Ethelbrias to hurry up, emphasizing the importance of his presence. As they leave the room, Ethelbrias asks about the maids who clean the tea set. A person with red eyes emerges from the shadows, stating they will find out promptly. Ethelbrias instructs them not to report on their progress, indicating secrecy in their actions. He privately reflects on the thousands of confidential files in his office, concerned that someone may have tampered with them while cleaning the tea set. Ethelbrias decides that the maids involved should be located and removed precisely 4 days from now. Later, at the meeting room, Ethelbrias addresses the attendees, thanking them for their attendance despite their busy schedules. He introduces the purpose of the meeting, to discuss the Black Disaster, a threat jeopardizing the Empire's peace. Squad leader Cart challenges Ethelbrias, stating that the royal courts have announced that the Black Disaster is not Swallow. He questions whether Ethelbrias is defying the official statement. Ethelbrias clarifies that the announcement was made to pacify the citizens and asserts that he personally witnessed Swallow in action. He describes an encounter where Swallow fought directly with the hero Wuin, resulting in Garrett losing an arm. Cart reacts with disbelief, accusing Ethelbrias of fabricating lies since he hasn't heard any such reports. Ethelbrias points out the evidence, drawing attention to Garrett's missing arm and Wound Historia's expression as proof of the truth. Upon closer inspection, Cart acknowledges the truth and realizes the severity of the situation. Internally, Cart reflects on the fact that Wound Historia wasn't a match for Swallow, underlining the threat's power. Ethelbrias emphasizes the need for preparation since Swallow appeared unexpectedly and could strike again at any time. After Ethelbrias's revelation about Swallow's power and the need for the 36th masterpiece, A moment of silence ensues as everyone contemplates the gravity of the situation. Duke Rolthers breaks the silence, questioning the plan to stop Swallow and expressing skepticism about the effectiveness of current defenses, given Swallow's overwhelming strength. Ethelbreas acknowledges the futility of conventional defenses against Swallow and reiterates the importance of the 36th masterpiece. Duke Rolthos notes that efforts to find the 36th masterpiece have been ongoing without success. Ethelbreas privately reflects on the difficulty of finding the 36th masterpiece, citing past failures where even valuable artifacts ended up in Swallow's possession. He emphasizes the disparity in power between Swallow and the assembled talents of the Empire, noting that without the 36th masterpiece, they cannot hope to challenge Swallow effectively. He underscores the necessity of the 36th masterpiece to bridge the overwhelming power gap and to stand a chance against Swallow's formidable presence. Ethelbreas mentions the Pope's recent movements, describing how he spread rumors about the Swallow being God's punishment towards the Empire. The girl with dark blue hair reacts strongly, standing up and denouncing the idea as nonsense. Ethelbreas acknowledges her reaction, attributing the Pope's statements to the Empire's history of religious suppression. The girl confronts Ethelbreas, warning him to watch his words as they could be considered treasonous. Ethelbreas responds calmly, smiling at her outburst but reaffirming that he's stating the truth. Suddenly, the girl grabs Ethelbreas by the collar in anger. Ethelbreas's shadow man intervenes swiftly, pointing his sword at the girl's neck, ready to act if necessary to protect Ethelbreas. Ethelbreas calmly responds to the girl's outburst, remarking that she may be overestimating her influence. He swiftly orders his shadow man to withdraw his sword, causing the girl to become flustered by the sudden turn of events. Ethelbreas continues, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation. He warns that ignoring the Pope faction's plans could lead to the Empire's division. Internally, Ethelbreas reflects on the Pope faction's possession of 3 of the 36 masterpieces, which they call holy relics. He contemplates that seizing these artifacts would necessitate starting a war, a great holy war. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Primordial Core, Swallow reacts to Patrick's news about Lady Mell's departure with curiosity. Patrick presses Swallow for more substantial reaction. Patrick informs Swallow that Lady Mell's has left the dungeon. Swallow responds nonchalantly, stating that he already knew and questioning why it's a problem. Patrick becomes frustrated and grabs Swallow's hand firmly, causing him pain, and begins to nag intensely. Patrick emphasizes his concern that Lady Mell's might not return, pointing out the uncertainty of their departure. Swallow reacts to Patrick's grip and nagging, acknowledging the discomfort and commenting on Patrick's tendency to use strength unexpectedly. Swallow reflects inwardly on Patrick's behavior, noting his peculiar habit of exerting strength in unusual situations. Patrick reveals to Swallow and Renee that he's noticed Lady Mell's behaving strangely even before she mentioned going to Judeca. Renee confirms Patrick's observation, noting that she also found Lady Mell's remarks unusual. Renee enters carrying something, catching Swallow's curiosity. Patrick speculates that Lady Mell's might be planning to start her own force again, prompting discussion about her intentions. Swallow, puzzled, asks Renee about what she's carrying. Renee places down a pot and explains that it's a stew she prepared, aiming to lift Swallow's spirits. Swallow in shock, suggesting the stew might be deadly. Patrick laughs off the misunderstanding but suggests the stew's effects could be similarly dire. Renee, in anger, hits Patrick on the head, causing him to fall to the ground. Swallow, seizing the stew Renee prepared with his tail, questions the purpose of their gathering and asks if there's more they need to discuss. Patrick emphasizes the urgency of replenishing the dungeon's monsters, addressing the issue directly. Renee acknowledges Patrick's point with a resigned tone, indicating acceptance. Swallow challenges Patrick, questioning why he always assigns tasks to him. Patrick responds defensively, asking who's really shifting responsibilities onto whom. Swallow refuses to budge from his position, expressing frustration and questioning Patrick's role as a guardian. Patrick concedes Swallow's point, acknowledging the responsibility that comes with his role. Swallow expressing surprise at his agreeing with him, and Patrick responds assertively, reminding Swallow of their prior agreement regarding Haston and the associated responsibilities. Swallow expresses surprise that Patrick agreed so easily, questioning who else could go if he didn't. Patrick confidently states Lady Renee will handle it. Swallow reacts with concern, mentioning Renee's eye problems and potential suspicion from others. Patrick dismisses the concerns, reassuring Swallow to leave it to Renee. Swallow, feeling outmaneuvered, hears Patrick mention Lady Mel's possibly returning, raising further questions or concerns. Mel's arrives at Mercenary City Nehet, and as she come out of the carriage, coachman remarks on her young age and advises her to take care. Mel's reflects on her journey to such a place, noting its dangerous reputation. Nehet, situated between the Empire and the Kingdom Alliance, is known for its lack of affiliation with any major force and its focus on dungeon raids. Mel's observes the city's unfriendliness and decides to rely on the stars to navigate her way to Judeca, indicating her unfamiliarity and the challenging nature of her surroundings. Mel's arrives at a large building in Mercenary City Nehet, comparing its size to the Demon King's castle. She senses dense mana inside, indicating the presence of about 10 individuals with mage-level strength similar to those she encountered in Rios. The building seems to be a hub for raid requests and information. As another person tries to enter, they show a brown plate to the door guard, who permits them entry. Mel's observes this and wonders if the plate is proof of participation in raids. She realizes that gathering information won't be easy without such proof, implying the strict access control to the building. Mel's follows the trail of demonic mana and arrives at a location where numerous demonic monsters are roaring inside cages. She wonders if these monsters have been captured. Suddenly, a person approaches her and remarks on her presence in such a place, commenting on her appearance as a pretty young lady. He inquires about her reason for being there. Pun from Albright Merchants introduces himself to Mel's and asks if she is looking for something specific. He quickly realizes she might not be a typical noble child due to her presence in such a place alone, deciding not to risk offending her. Mel's introduces herself as Mel's of the Agria family and asks about the purpose of the place. Pun explains that the location is essentially a storage warehouse for dungeon items. These items are typically used as materials for equipment or decorations, and he sells them as they are. This sets the stage for Mel's to learn more about the warehouse and potentially engage in further conversation or activities related to dungeon items and their trade. Mel's decides to explore the warehouse, as she plans to recruit for her army once her castle is rebuilt. Pun invites her to browse their wide selection of items. Mel's notices a lycanthrope in a nearby cage, recognizing it as a strong demonic being that fought bravely as an army commander in a war. She expresses interest in purchasing it. Pun, nervously surprised by her interest, warns her about the danger of such creatures. He mentions that it took sacrificing for B-class raid members to capture this particular lycanthrope, implying both its strength and the risks involved in handling it. Mel's, determined to recruit for her army, expresses interest in purchasing the lycanthrope despite its high price of 250 ons. However, she hesitates, considering the expense. She remembers receiving 500 ons from Lady Renee as a gesture of gratitude for helping Mr. Swallow. Mel's acknowledges that spending half of her current wealth before even rebuilding her castle isn't prudent. Mel's decides to look at other creatures in the warehouse. After considering the high price of the lycanthrope, she notices something in a cage and asks Pun about it. Pun explains that it's a creature they found after a raid cleanup, unable to locate its mother. Despite its appearance, it hasn't shown aggression, being seen more like a large dog. Mel's empathizes with the creature's situation, likening it to a lost child. Mel's disregards the potential danger and extends her arm into the cage towards the creature, prompting a shocked reaction from Pun, who warns her about its demonic nature. Despite this, the creature doesn't react aggressively. Mel's reassures Pun that she won't hold him responsible for any harm that might occur. Pun expresses relief but also warns her about the risk of being bitten. Mel's continues to interact with the creature, playing with its face, and eventually decides to purchase it. She remarks that the creature is larger than she initially perceived, attributing it to the dim lighting that concealed its size. Mel's affectionately names the creature Two Ons. After adopting the creature and naming it Two Ons, Mel's notices that night is falling earlier in Nehet than elsewhere. She reminisces about the beautiful sky in the primordial core but quickly refocuses on her mission to reach Judecca. Mel's and Two Ons start moving towards their destination. Along the way, they encounter a large deer. Mel's perceives this as a sign that they are headed in the right direction and addresses the deer. She calls herself Great One and asking the deer demon to lead the way. After encountering a deer that turns out to be a demon welcoming her as a demon king, Mel's is directed to head towards the fallen monastery behind the mountains where other demon kings have already gathered. Mel's agrees and begins her journey towards the monastery. As she travels, she notices that the Two Ons is following her. Mel's affectionately scolds the Two Ons, telling it to stay behind as part of the demonic army and wait for her return. She worries about the Two Ons' safety among humans due to strict scrutiny. Despite her thoughts on the name Two Ons, Mel's decides to rename the Two Ons to something more fitting. Upon deeper reflection, she decides to name the Two Ons Sodevd, finding a resemblance to Swallow in its features. Mel's forms a pair of wings on her back and tells Sodev to wait quietly while she goes on her mission. She reflects on using Swallow's name for the Two Ons, hoping he will forgive her since she won't see him again soon. Meanwhile, Swallow expresses anger towards Patrick, stating he won't forgive him and wishing he wouldn't die a peaceful death. Patrick responds, noting Swallow's long-standing curse and joking about it lasting over 100 years. Swallow retorts with a humorous curse, wishing Patrick gets osteoporosis. Patrick responds casually to Swallow's curse, suggesting Swallow view their situation as more of a leisurely activity than a mission. He then tosses something to Swallow. Swallow catches the object, which turns out to be a bracelet designed to suppress his darkness and help him maintain his human form. Swallow questions Patrick about how many of these bracelets he has. Patrick admits to having around 30 of these bracelets left, prompting Swallow to inquire whether Patrick spent all of their dungeon funds on them, given their previous discussion about their expense. Patrick dismisses Swallow's concern about the cost of the bracelet, claiming it's a cheap item. There's a moment of silence, after which Swallow questions whether Patrick was lying about the bracelet's value. Patrick clarifies that he meant Swallow should use the bracelet with care. Before further discussion, Renee arrives and addresses Swallow enthusiastically, likening their upcoming activity to a honeymoon and expressing her anticipation. She looks forward to spending time alone with Swallow, emphasizing shared meals and intimate moments together. Swallow agrees to Renee's suggestion to proceed with their plans the next day. However, Patrick stops him abruptly by grabbing his hair and reminding them both not to stray from their purpose. He emphasizes the importance of returning without causing trouble. Later, as Swallow and Renee leave the primordial core, Swallow asks Renee about their destination. Renee replies that they are heading to Nehet, a mercenary city known for its abundance of information. Swallow acknowledges their destination, Nehet, while Patrick watches them leave. Patrick reflects on his decision to send Swallow and Renee, wondering if it was a mistake and anticipating potential problems. Despite his concerns, he hopes that as long as they use their heads, everything should be fine. Mel's enters the fallen monastery for a meeting of the demon kings and feels a sense of nervousness, having not attended in a while. Upon her entry, the other demon kings mock her, exacerbating her feelings of irrelevance compared to when she attended with her father and was the center of attention. While trying to drink, someone bumps into her, causing her drink to splash onto her face. Angered, Mel's turns to confront the person, noting that he is not a demon king. Enraged by the disrespect, she prepares to attack, determined to make an example of him for daring to bump into a demon king. Mel's initially prepares to attack the person who bumped into her, but she holds back her anger when she notices him smiling before he moves away. This incident prompts the other demon kings to mock her, questioning her status as a demon king. Feeling humiliated and aware of her current inability to retaliate, Mels resolves to endure the mockery and focus on building a powerful army to regain her standing. Her determination is interrupted when someone grabs her shoulder. Assuming they are trying to provoke her again, she turns on angrily, demanding to know who dares to touch her. Mels is approached by Marmolia, who introduces herself and confirms Mels's identity. Marmolia, overjoyed, immediately hugs Mels and expresses relief that she is alive, reminiscing about their childhood together. Mels, initially taken aback, tells Marmolia to let go and criticizes her for being indignified for a demon king. Marmolia responds playfully, reminding Mels of their close friendship and informality. Noticing the attention from other demon kings, Marmolia suggests they move to a different location to talk. Meanwhile, Swallow and Renee arrive at Mercenary City Nehet. Swallow hands over to Ons and requests the best room available. Upon seeing Swallow and Renee, the guide becomes nervous and quickly leads them to their room. Swallow immediately drops onto the bed, expressing his desire to rest. The guide, after giving a brief tour of the room, wishes them a good rest and offers assistance if needed. Swallow enjoys the comfort of the bed, but Renee urges him to get up, reminding him that they need to visit a nearby dungeon store to pick out some monsters. She encourages him by emphasizing that if he accompanies her, they can finish their task quickly. As Swallow remains on the bed, Renee considers the need to get moving despite his exhaustion. She recalls a conversation with Patrick from earlier, when she was making stew for Swallow. Patrick had suggested that Renee take the opportunity to spend some quality time alone with Swallow. Surprised, Renee had responded by asking if it would be like a date. Patrick clarified that instead of calling it a date, she could simply tell Swallow that she would be going alone a few times. Renee had then excitedly asked if that meant they could go on a honeymoon, to which Patrick affirmed, playfully noting her shift in terminology from date to honeymoon. Swallow, reluctantly getting up, expresses his frustration about not being able to rest properly and agrees to get the task over with. Meanwhile, Renee internally celebrates, feeling validated by Swallow's willingness to accompany her and believing it demonstrates her importance to him. She resolves to accomplish their tasks quickly so they can proceed with what she envisions as their perfect honeymoon, feeling confident and clever for following Patrick's advice. Swallow, noticing Renee's sudden laughter, becomes nervous and starts to sweat, unsure of her thoughts and plans. At the fallen monastery, Marmolia tells Mels that her castle's location has been taken over by humans. Despite sending monsters to investigate, they confirm that the area is now human territory. Mels acknowledges this transformation, expressing resignation. Marmolia then inquires about Mels's whereabouts during the past 2 months, noting that everyone had presumed her dead. Mels vaguely responds that she was wandering, while internally deciding not to mention her time at the primordial core. Marmolia grabs Mels's hand and expresses relief that she is still alive. Mels admits that she thought Marmolia might hate her, considering the past animosity between their fathers. Marmolia reassures her, saying that the rivalry between their fathers is history and that they are now both demon kings on their own paths. Mels agrees, acknowledging the truth in Marmolia's words. Marmolia then brings up the reason for Mels's visit, suggesting that Mels came to Judeca to seek help. Mels realizes that Marmolia already knew about her situation. Marmolia offers her help, emphasizing that she is doing so as a friend rather than a demon king. She encourages Mels, expressing confidence that Mels can succeed if she puts in the effort. Mels reflects on how Marmolia has matured, feeling a contrast with herself. Marmolia then suggests they return, and Mels thanks her for the support, vowing to rebuild her castle. Marmolia reassures her with a smile, affirming that Mel's will be able to achieve her goal. The scene shifts to Mel's childhood when her father was alive. During this time, Mel's told Marmolia that her father was stronger and the true descendant of Asmodeus. Marmolia retorted that her father was stronger because he had a cooler-looking horn. Mel's reflects that even as children, they were always fighting, not because of differing personalities or outlooks, but perhaps due to their father's influence. Their fathers were always on bad terms, yet they could still be considered friends in some way. Meanwhile, during a significant moment in their childhood, Mel's used her magic for the first time, accidentally blowing away a wall of the castle. This event astonished everyone who witnessed her power. Mel's believes that this incident marked the beginning of a change in their relationship. Returning to the present moment, Marmolia directs Mel's, urging her to follow along. Mel's, sweating nervously, admitted to feeling childish. Marmolia, puzzled, asked why she said that. Mel's dismissed it and asked about their destination. Marmolia explained that rebuilding Mel's forces was too difficult alone, but some demon kings shared their goals. As they entered a room, Mel's expression turned sad, seeing numerous angry demon kings. Before Mel's could question Marmolia, Marmolia bowed to the demon kings, announcing she had brought Mel's. Mel's thought to herself that she was still too young and Marmolia hadn't changed. Marmolia, smiling, called her a loser. Later, Mel sat in the center of a throne room, with Huber on his throne, addressing her by her full name, Mel's de Lymphagria, and expressing disappointment. Marmolia, standing next to Mel's, mocked her, asking if she truly believed a defeated demon king would be welcomed in Judeca. Mel's realized she expected poor treatment but hadn't anticipated such harshness. Huber addressed Mel's as a descendant of Asmodeus, offering her a chance to explain herself. Mel's insisted it was a misunderstanding, claiming she hadn't lost to the humans and was telling the truth. One demon king questioned if being the sole survivor could be considered a victory. Another suggested killing her. The first demon king pointed out her dire situation, challenging her assertion of not having lost. Mel's, realizing she had no rebuttal and that the loss of the army was indeed her fault, admitted it was all her fault. One demon king condemned Mel's as the disgrace of their race, while another criticized her audacity in coming to Judeca. They agreed she should be stripped of her demon king title to prevent further shame. All the demon kings present decided unanimously to kill her, fearing she would tarnish Judeca's reputation. Huber intervened, deciding to defer judgment until the last day of Judeca, ordering Mel's to be imprisoned until then. Meanwhile, Swallow and Renee attempted to enter the massive building Mel's likened to a demon castle. The guard initially stopped Swallow and Renee, citing the area as restricted and requiring an insignia for entry. Swallow asked Renee if she had one. Meanwhile, the guard dismissed them, commenting on their appearance as Swallow resembling a beggar and Renee a maid who seemed unsteady. However, Renee picked out a golden-colored insignia for her bag, which the guard recognized as belonging to a class raid member. Immediately changing his tone, the guard welcomed them inside the dungeon store, expressing gratitude for their efforts in safeguarding humanity. As they entered further, Swallow asked Renee when she had prepared such things. Renee explained that she had kept the clean ones while cleaning the corpses of raiders who ventured into the primordial core. Swallow agreed, noting there should have been plenty lying around. Renee approached a notice board displaying comprehensive dungeon information, remarking on its thoroughness. Swallow expressed concern about whether they could read through all the information in time, asking Renee what they were specifically looking for. Renee replied that they were searching for a powerful monster that humans had been unable to defeat no matter how hard they tried. Swallow pondered aloud about bringing a monster from the great evil dungeons but quickly dismissed the idea, realizing it wouldn't work. Turning to Renee, Swallow suggested considering monsters just below the great evil dungeons level. Renee agreed after a moment of thought, confirming those would be suitable. However, Their discussion was interrupted by a staff member approaching them, requesting them to leave as they needed to start cleaning. Renee asked if they could stay longer, but the staff member explained that everyone else had left, and they couldn't keep the place open just for them. Swallow, frustrated at the idea of having to return tomorrow and potentially disrupt Renee's plans, briefly considers drastic action, but is interrupted when Renee signals to a staff member and inquires about more raid requests. The staff member, noticing the extensive pile of requests already on their table, wonders why they would need more. Renee directs them to a specific set of raid requests. Later, Swallow and Renee sift through the papers but find that most of them lack information on useful monsters, disappointing their search for formidable monsters. Swallow suggested considering an ancient metal slime from one of the raid requests. Renee agreed it sounded promising, but noted the dungeon's distant location as a drawback. Swallow lamented not recruiting Mel's instead. Renee explained she had considered Mel's but envisioned her more suited as a room manager due to her perceived weakness. Renee also speculated that Mel's would reach her limits within 3 years compared to humans who challenged the great evil dungeons. She added that, in her opinion, Mel's appeared the most impressive in her role as a demon king. Swallow reflected on Mel's previous assistance, acknowledging she had been helpful in getting Renee back home. He regretted letting her go so easily. However, he also recalled having destroyed her castle, leading him to question his actions. Turning to practical matters, Swallow asked Renee about the duration of Judecca. Renee informed him it was a 2-day event and emphasized the importance of arriving before it ended. Swallow expressed determination despite the distance involved. Renee mentioned that reading the stars was crucial to finding Judecca's location, a skill traditionally known among demon kings. Swallow confidently stated that he knew how to read the stars. A short while later, the deer demon noticed something in the distance, expressing unease. As Swallow approached the deer demon, ignoring the warning to halt, the deer demon reiterated that only demon kings were allowed past that point, threatening Swallow with his life if he persisted. Swallow continued forward, observing the transformation of the deer demon into his battle stance, declaring himself as Bamat, servant of the great Yuba. He vowed to prevent any intruders from passing alive. Marmolia visited Mel's cell and taunted her, commenting on her appearance and the situation. Marmolia sarcastically asked if Mel's liked her new accommodations, remarking that she looked better than expected. As a supposed friend, Marmolia claimed to have intervened on Mel's behalf during discussions about her punishment, convincing others not to kill her outright. Instead, they decided to strip Mel's of her horns and fangs, a severe punishment that would humiliate her among other demons. Marmolia cruelly speculated on how many would look down on Mel's in such a state. Despite the harsh treatment, Marmolia proposed a twisted offer for Mel's to become her underling, suggesting that if Mel's served obediently, she might even earn a higher position by showing loyalty and subservience. As Mel's remained silent to Marmolia's remarks, Marmolia expressed irritation that Mel's didn't respond. Just then, 2 guards arrived and informed Marmolia that they were ordered to take the criminal Mel's to court. Marmolia instructed them to proceed, and the guards escorted Mel's away. Later, at the court, a demon king announced the beginning of Mel's trial to determine her punishment. The demon king accused Mel's of losing the trust of demons under her leadership and bringing shame upon the demon king title. They specified that as punishment, Mel's would have her horns cut off and her fangs pulled out, addressing her by her full name, Mel's de Lymphagria. The demon king offered Mel's a final chance to defend herself, asking if she had anything to say in her defense. Mel's responded, reflecting on her time in the cell and pondering the concept of strength and weakness. She questioned why the weak perish while the strong survive, emphasizing that the demon king army was meant to protect her. She argued that the weak soldiers died while the strong demon king survived, failing to understand what the issue was. In response, all the demon kings present reacted with disdain, shouting accusations at Mel's for her perspective on her army. Mel's countered, asking if they were accusing her of abandoning her soldiers and questioning if they understood how she and her army had treated each other. This caused a moment of silence among the demon kings. However, Marmolia broke the silence by laughing mockingly at Mel's. She derided Mel's for speaking boldly despite her army being wiped out and her current sorry state, suggesting that Mel's had lost her sanity. Mel's, maintaining her composure, asserted that she had finally come to her senses. She argued that the trial was unjustified since she believed she had committed no wrongdoing, criticizing the preemptive discussion of her punishment before a ruling was made. Mel's challenged the legitimacy of the proceedings. Her remarks made Marmolia visibly nervous. Mel's continued, addressing Yuba directly and dismissing Marmolia's authority, referring to him as Sir instead of Lord. This shocked Marmolia, who was accustomed to referring to Yuba with utmost respect. In response to Mel's defiance, the other demon kings reacted angrily, shouting at her for daring to speak to Lord Yuba in such a disrespectful manner. They suggested even harsher punishments, including the removal of her tongue along with her fangs. Yuba, however, remained unperturbed by Mel's words. He remarked that someone who had lost everything like Mel's had little impact on him. As Mel's resigned herself to the inevitability of her situation, she reflected on the ignorance of those who considered themselves demon kings, finding it laughable. Despite the impending punishment, she felt a strange sense of relief. Just as a demon king announced the commencement of Mel's punishment for insolence, another demon approached to cut off her horn. Laughing cruelly, he taunted Mel's about the pain she was about to endure, sarcastically inviting her to enjoy it to the fullest. Suddenly, amidst the tense atmosphere, they heard a loud noise of dogs barking. Amidst the commotion in the court, a demon king questioned the source of the barking noise, while Marmolia expressed disappointment that the proceedings were interrupted. The demon making the announcement expressed disbelief that dogs would be heard in Judeca, considering it a sacred place. Meanwhile, Mel's wondered if Swallow had indeed come all the way to Judeca. She doubted it but found the thought comforting amidst her turmoil. She hesitated to believe he was there but couldn't shake the hope. As she turned around, her eyes welled with tears. Then, unexpectedly, Swallow addressed Mel's, noticing her distress and asking if she was having a tough time. The scene shifts back to 900 years ago, where Swallow has defeated all the demon kings gathered before him. Swallow, surveying the defeated enemies, expresses disdain for them, dismissing them as insignificant despite their titles. He notices one demon king is still alive and approaches him, commenting on the demon king's horn and age, which is difficult to gauge compared to humans. Swallow demands the survivor lift his head and, after doing so, admires the horn and inquires about his name. The surviving demon king, a child named Yuba, is visibly frightened and sweat-covered as he answers. Yuba, now an older figure, recalls his past encounters with Swallow and becomes visibly nervous and sweaty while observing Swallow, who is seated calmly. Meanwhile, Tuans happily leaps onto Mel's and starts licking him. Mel's, slightly irritated, remarks that Tuans should have waited patiently and implies that it followed Mr. Swallow. Marmolia, seeing Mel's reaction, becomes flustered and turns to Swallow and Renee, questioning which demon king they serve. She expresses concern that their presence is disrupting the sacred process of judgment. Renee reacts angrily, accusing Marmolia of not knowing her place and expressing outrage at her comments. Swallow interrupts Renee, advising her to let it go and apologizing for the interruption. He explains that he and Renee are travelers who happen to stop by, and they don't belong to any specific demon king. Swallow then questions why the demon kings are embarrassed about Mel's behavior, suggesting that they are punishing her because she no longer has power. He provocatively suggests that if he were to destroy all their armies, it would resolve any issues regarding their status and treatment of Mel's. This statement infuriates the gathered demon kings, who react with anger to Swallow's provocative remarks. In the tense meeting of demon kings Vehement, one of the demon kings, became infuriated with Swallow's comments. He accused Swallow of overstepping his boundary by insulting the assembled demon kings and threatening Soyuba, a significant figure among them. Veerman's anger led him to vow to tear Swallow apart, vowing that not even Swallow's corpse would remain. As Veerman prepared to attack, he used magic to control multiple weapons, launching a ferocious assault on Swallow with the intent to kill him. Despite the threat, Swallow remained calm and even yawned, seemingly indifferent to the danger. Just as Veerman was about to land his strike, Swallow's calm demeanor was abruptly interrupted by a defensive magic spell that blocked Veerman's attack. The spell caused significant damage, causing Veerman to collapse to the ground, shocked and injured by the unexpected defense. As the demon kings gathered and Judeka observed the scene, their attention shifted to Swallow. He, noticing their focus, nonchalantly remarked that he hadn't done anything, despite the recent magical interference. The demon kings then realized that Yuba was responsible for the defensive magic spell that had thwarted Veerman's attack. This revelation led to confusion among the demon kings, who began questioning Yuba's actions. Yuba addressed their questions by explaining that he couldn't allow anyone to make a move against a great being like Swallow. He expressed his intention to strictly punish the aggressor, Veerman, for his action. Marmolia then showed respect to Swallow, acknowledging him as the supreme being and referring to him as Sir Swallow. This recognition prompted a discussion among the demon kings, who identified Swallow as the Swallow from Primordial Core. As Yuba continued to kneel in deference to Swallow, Veerman, having regained consciousness, inquired why Yuba had intervened to stop his attack. Yuba was internally frustrated, thinking that Veerman's lack of understanding was dangerous. He reflected that if he hadn't intervened, Veerman would have been swiftly killed by the maid in the back, potentially leading to the slaughter of all the demon kings present. Swallow, on the other hand, noticed Yuba and felt a sense of familiarity. He asked Yuba about his presence and remarked that he recognized him. Swallow then recalled that Yuba was the demon king he had encountered 900 years ago, noting the significant change in Yuba's appearance since then. Yuba responded respectfully, attributing his current status to Swallow's past benevolence, acknowledging that Swallow's actions from the past had greatly influenced his rise. Swallow instructed Yuba to rise, expressing that he wasn't present for the formalities. Yuba, however, was haunted by past fears and recalled the unsettling memory of Swallow's unexpected appearance 900 years ago. Swallow, echoing his words from that distant past, questioned Yuba's assumptions about his visit. He reassured Yuba that despite his intimidating reputation, his current purpose was different. Yuba, puzzled, asked what Swallow's true intent was. Swallow revealed that his visit was actually to see Mel's, prompting Mel's to inquire about the reason for his visit. Renee informed Mel's that after discussing with Swallow, they had concluded that Mel's was needed in Primordial Core. Renee extended an offer for Mel's to become a member of Primordial Core. Mel's, surprised, asked if this meant her. Renee explained that as part of Primordial Core, Mel's would be appointed as a manager of one of its rooms. This role would involve overseeing demonic beings assigned to that room, who would also be part of her Demon King army. Mel's was taken aback, clarifying her role as a room manager. Renee explained that, aside from Swallow, Primordial Core would do its best to ensure Mel's army consists of demonic beings suited to her. Swallow confirmed that this was the main reason for their visit and made a formal request to Mel's. Mel's, moved to tears, agreed to the request. However, Marmolia angrily protested, questioning how someone who failed to manage her own castle could become a manager in Primordial Core. Swallow, puzzled by Marmolia's outburst, asked for clarification on her reaction. Marmolia, frustrated by being compared unfavorably to Mel's, expressed her anger at the opportunity being given to Mel's instead of her. She approached Swallow, claiming that Mel's was unworthy and that she, Marmolia, with her ancient bloodline, was a more legitimate candidate. Marmolia offered her loyalty and service to Swallow, hoping to be chosen instead. As she attempted to touch Swallow, Renee intervened by cutting off Marmolia's fingers, admonishing her for trying to touch Swallow with dirty hands. Marmolia, in pain, cried out about her injured fingers. Yuba apologized for the offense and assured Swallow that he would handle the situation. Yuba then ordered his servants to imprison Marmolia. As Marmolia was forcibly taken away, she shouted threats against Mel's. Swallow, uninterested, yawned at the commotion. Renee then approached Mel's, questioning if she regretted not asking for the Demon Kings to be punished. Renee noted that had Mills made such a request, Swallow would have likely eradicated all the Demon Kings present. Mel's reasoned that eliminating all the Demon Kings would not benefit Primordial Core and acknowledged that her decision was strategic rather than altruistic. She preferred to keep them alive to potentially use them in the future. Mel's then inquired how Renee and Swallow had located Judecca. Renee explained that Sir Swallow could read the stars, which guided them to the location. Although they encountered some difficulties due to the gatekeeper's refusal to assist, they eventually followed a demonic being carrying Mel's scent to find Judecca. Mel's embraced two ons, expressing her gratitude and commitment to fulfilling her role as a member of Primordial Core. Despite her concerns about her qualifications, she acknowledged that previous managers were likely much stronger and worried about her ability to meet the expectations. Renee candidly responded that Mel's might not meet the high standards of Primordial Core and doubted she would last 3 years, suggesting she could even face a raid soon. Mel's acknowledged the harsh reality of her situation, but was motivated by Renee's comments to work hard and not disappoint Sir Swallow, who had specifically chosen her for the role. Renee advised her to remember that she had received permission to confess her intentions to Sir Swallow and to keep this in mind. Mel's agreed and then inquired about Sir Swallow's whereabouts. Meanwhile, at the gathering of Demon Kings, Yuba was seated on ground after Sir Swallow had departed from the room. Veerman, representing the Northern Demon Kings, approached Yuba to express concern. He acknowledged Swallow's formidable power and status as an ancient beast from the great evil dungeons but questioned whether Yuba's actions had been excessive and possibly brought shame to the title of Demon King. Yuba, standing, reassured Veerman, acknowledging the concern and indicating he took such matters seriously, suggesting that he understood the gravity of the situation and the importance of maintaining the Demon King's honor. The other Demon Kings attempted to clarify Veerman's intentions, but Veerman continued to voice his concerns. His remarks were abruptly interrupted when Yuba, enraged, used his giant hand to lift Veerman into the air. Yuba accused Veerman of insolence, questioning whether he saw an opportunity to challenge his authority. Despite pleas from the other Demon Kings for Yuba to spare Veerman, Yuba continued to tighten his grip and ultimately killed Veerman, showing his unforgiving nature and absolute control over the Demon Kings. After killing Veerman, Yuba addressed the remaining Demon Kings, challenging anyone who thought he had shown weakness. All the Demon Kings kneeled and pleaded for forgiveness, which Yuba acknowledged, dismissing them. He thought to himself that the incident served as a sufficient warning to the others. He then wondered about the connection between the child from the Agria family and the ancient monster. At that moment, Swallow entered the room, prompting Yuba to turn and ask if there was something Swallow needed. Swallow expressed his dissatisfaction, noting he had forgotten something earlier. Yuba, already feeling he had done enough to appease Swallow, resigned himself to whatever might come next for the sake of his subordinates. Swallow questioned why the Demon Kings were so frightened and revealed a raid request, which Yuba immediately recognized. Later, outside the fallen monastery, Renee commented on the unexpected nature of the meeting, and Swallow remarked on the surprising extent of the Demon King's reactions, noting their friendliness was more extreme than he anticipated. Renee expressed surprise and happiness at Swallow's proactive role, to which Swallow responded that if Renee's happiness was secure, she needn't worry about it in the future. Swallow thought to himself that letting the Demon Kings handle certain matters was a smart approach. Mel's then approached Renee and Swallow, confirming that her business was complete, and offering to help carry luggage now that she was a member of Primordial Corps. She asked if any assistance was still needed. Renee reassured Mels that there was no need for further help and inquired if she needed anything else from the current location. Mels responded that she had obtained everything she needed and was committed to becoming a strong demon king upon returning to Primordial Corps. Mels then asked if their next destination was Nehit, to which Renee replied that they only needed to make one final stop. Swallow expressed his desire to rest. A few days later, a servant of Marmolia asked if she was feeling better. Marmolia, examining her hand and horns, realized her hand had been magically reattached and her horns were cut off, confirming that it wasn't a dream. A servant informed her that she had been asleep for over a day and asked if she was okay. Marmolia dismissed the concern and inquired about Mels. The servant explained that Mels had left with Swallow and reassured her that despite her broken horns, other demon kings would provide a suitable excuse. He emphasized that although support was limited, there were still many forces loyal to her, including his own. He urged Marmolia to move past their previous conflicts and consider reconciling with Mels. Marmolia, enraged, rejected the idea of reconciling with Mels, dismissing her as someone unworthy of being called a friend. She expressed a desire to kill Mels and stated that she could not rely on the other demon kings. Marmolia declared that she needed a more powerful ally who could challenge Primordial Corps. Laughing maniacally, she identified someone she believed could stand against Primordial Corps, indicating that she had found a potential powerful adversary. At the Nehitin, Mels and Renee were reviewing various raid requests. Mels noted that the requests were highly detailed, similar to those humans make, and attributed this to the efforts of the Demon Kings. Renee mentioned that, according to Swallow, the monsters selected were at least of a high level. Mels acknowledged this as a testament to Swallow's influence. However, Renee was not satisfied with a particular monster, the succubus Queen Elizabeth, whom she dismissed as unsuitable based on her race and profile. Renee tore up the raid request page, expressing her dissatisfaction. Mels and Renee continued reviewing raid requests. Mels suggested considering the Undermountain's giant lamia, but Renee dismissed it because the notes described the lamia's skin as really beautiful, which she deemed a flaw. Renee expressed frustration with the overall quality of the monsters listed. Mels speculated that Renee's earlier comment about the monsters not meeting the standard might have been influenced by her own beauty, but her thoughts were interrupted when Renee insisted they keep looking. Mels agreed to assist in the search, while Swallow remained asleep on the bed, snoring. Ethelbrias, at home, is searching through various books, frustrated by not finding what he needs. His thoughts drift to a previous conversation with Swallow, where Swallow questioned how Ethelbrias planned to handle the aftermath of a situation. Ethelbrias reflects that he must deal with Swallow for the sake of the Empire. However, his contemplation is interrupted when Garrett knocks on the door and informs him that it is ready. Ethelbrias responds with a request for tea before discussing further details with Garrett. Garrett uses her magic to pour and serve tea to Ethelbrias, then asks if the tea is satisfactory. Ethelbrias sighs and explains that the only somewhat credible information he found in the books was about the Primordial Corps, which was already known. However, as he delved deeper, he encountered troubling details that began to concern him. Garrett, curious, asks for clarification on what exactly is bothering him. Ethelbrias tells Garrett that what troubles him are the identities of the gatekeepers and the purpose of the dungeon. While they can disregard the tentacles since their origins are unknown, he has found no records about the gatekeepers or the dungeon's purpose despite extensive searching. He reflects privately that, considering many variables, the situation remains puzzling. Unlike other major evil dungeons that typically focus on expanding their forces, the Primordial Corps shows no indication of such activity. Ethelbrias expresses that the most critical issue is Swallow's unknown goal. Garrett interrupts, saying she has important information to share and advises Ethelbrias to listen first. Ethelbrias, eager, asks what the matter is. Garrett informs him that the Third Eye has sent an emergency message. Demon King Marmolia has requested a meeting with him. A few days later, Third Eye thanks Ethelbrias for agreeing to the sudden meeting. Ethelbrias inquires about the meeting with the Demon King, noting that it was arranged by Marmolia's side and that there was a sense of urgency, which made the Third Eye hesitant to recommend it to perceive danger. As Marmolia arrives, she remarks on Ethelbrias's youth and appearance, expressing surprise at his being young and handsome for the leader of the humans. Ethelbrias introduces himself as our Ethelbrias Garlivestein and points out that the message specified that Marmolia wouldn't be bringing any bodyguards. Marmolia comments that Ethelbrias isn't alone either, implying that there may be hidden forces present. The Third Eye suggests they sit down to discuss matters. Once seated, Ethelbrias proposes getting straight to the point. Marmolia, acknowledging Ethelbrias's impatience, warns that if the negotiations fail or if any deceit occurs, she will destroy a nearby village of 400 humans called Rosoid. Ethelbrias counters that Marmolia is the more suspicious party. Ethelbrias and Garrett then notices something odd in the teacup and destroys it. Ethelbrias declines the tea, expressing hope that there won't be any more tricks. Marmolia praises Ethelbrias for his carefulness, revealing that she tested him because she didn't sense any aura or mana from him, but she acknowledges his skills. Ethelbrias, eager to focus on the main issue, pushes for the discussion to proceed. Marmolia then requests that Ethelbrias assassinate a demon king named Mels, who will soon be leaving Nehet. She promises a handsome reward if Ethelbrias succeeds, suggesting that the demonic beings the robed figure needs for a living experiment should be sufficient motivation. Ethelbrias, however, declines the offer. Marmolia laughs at Ethelbrias's refusal, questioning if the issue is with the payment. Ethelbrias clarifies that payment isn't the problem. Marmolia then inquires if there's another reason, suggesting that as the leader of the humans, Ethelbrias must have his own agenda for attending the meeting. Ethelbrias responds that Marmolia seems to be in a hurry, noting her cut horns and lack of menacing presence. He perceives her demeanor as if she's being pursued by something, leading him to suspect that her sudden and unusual request for a meeting could be either a trap or indicative of a serious situation. Marmolia, standing up angrily, accuses Ethelbrias of looking down on her. Ethelbrias, taken aback, responds that it seems she is the one concealing information. He questions whether Mels, the demon king she wants him to assassinate, has any powerful allies. Ethelbrias then stands and decides to leave, concluding that he has no interest in involving himself in the internal conflicts of the demon kings. He tells Garrett to prepare to leave, and she agrees, responding with a simple, "Yes, Captain." Marmolia shouts for Ethelbrias to wait, confirming that there is indeed someone behind Mels, as Ethelbrias suspected. Ethelbrias responds that if that's the case, they can consider the meeting over. Marmolia reveals that the entity behind Mels is the ancient monster from the primordial core, Swallow. Ethelbrias, surprised, immediately turns down. Marmolia then suggests that there must be a way to evade Swallow's notice and kill Mels. Ethelbrias agrees to take on the task, stating he will accept Marmolia's offer and will indeed kill Demon King Mels, specifically mentioning Mels's full name, Lymphagria. Marmolia is confused by Ethelbrias's sudden agreement and asks for clarification. Marmolia is surprised that Ethelbrias knows Mels's full name, questioning if he was already aware of the Demon King. Ethelbrias responds that it's impossible not to know of Mels, given the Demon King's presence near Rias. He emphasizes the urgency of the task, as Mels is about to leave Nehet soon. Marmolia, noting Ethelbrias's reaction to the name Swallow, suspects there may be a connection between them. She warns Ethelbrias to stop any pretense, reminding him that they are holding 400 villagers from Rosoid hostage, and urges him to remember this serious threat. Ethelbrias coldly responds to Marmolia's threat about the hostages, saying she can kill them all if she wishes. Marmolia is taken aback by his reaction. Ethelbreas explains that death in such a grand cause would be a glorious sacrifice for the revival of the great empire. Marmolia, outraged, protests Ethelbreas's callousness. Ethelbreas then demands the promised payment, asserting that, since the negotiations are complete, Marmolia must provide a demonic being for experimentation. He points out that the perfect subject for this purpose is already present, the Demon King herself. Marmolia's servant steps in front of her, angrily demanding that Ethelbreas show respect and Marmolia to get behind them. Marmolia expressed frustration, feeling that people are intentionally irritating her. She was offended by a human's attempt to demean her and responded with a ruthless command to eliminate everyone involved. The scene then shifts to Renee, who is attempting to wake up Swallow, saying it's morning. Swallow responds groggily, asking for just 5 more minutes. Renee points out that Swallow made the same request 3 hours ago. Swallow questions the importance of morning, implying that time of day is irrelevant to them. Renee, frustrated, turns to Mel's and suggests using a powerful and forbidden spell to resolve their situation. Mel's acknowledges the spell's destructive potential and begins to cast it, causing a bright light to shine from her staff. Swallow, now fully awake, asks her to stop the spell, expressing surprise and confusion about the use of holy magic by Demon. Mel's clarifies that the spell she is casting, called Genocide, is radiant magic, not holy magic. Swallow acknowledges this, but is still surprised. Renee then offers Swallow breakfast, consisting of roasted goat meat and steamed vegetables, which prompts Swallow to comment on the pot's strange appearance, likening it to a homunculus. Renee, puzzled, asks for clarification, but Swallow dismisses it. Renee then informs Swallow that they have received a reply from Mr. Patrick to the messenger pigeon sent on the day they returned from Judeca. Swallow inquires about Patrick's reply, and Renee presents a piece of glass included in the letter. Swallow is puzzled, wondering if it is a mirror for checking appearances. Mel's, observing the glass, explains that it is actually a magical communication tool. She demonstrates how to activate it by pouring mana into it. Once activated, Patrick checked if his communication device was working by asking if he could be heard. Swallow, however, comments on the odd appearance of Patrick's nostrils, presumably due to the communication tool's display. Patrick, speaking through the magical communication tool, questions why Swallow immediately picked a fight, then confirms that they can hear him. He explains that he contacted them because he heard about Mel's hard work from Renee's pigeon and wanted to offer help with monster recruitment. Swallow then asks where Patrick obtained the communication tool. Patrick reveals that he borrowed it from a mirror in Miss Batory's room and that the glass is a fragment of that mirror. Swallow expresses surprise that Ursabit Bathory lent it to Patrick so willingly. Patrick explains that Miss Ursabit Bathory demanded blood as part of their deal, but since he is a Death Knight without blood, he offered to provide her with Renee's blood instead. He then nervously asks if Renee is present. Renee, angered, responds that she is indeed there. The communication briefly cuts off, then reconnects with Patrick, introducing himself as the real Patrick. However, before he can continue his message about Mel's, Renee interrupts, declaring that it is too late for negotiations, as she has already prepared her blade to deal with him. Mel's agrees with Renee that it might be too late for Patrick, implying that the situation is dire. Patrick then shifts to the main topic, stating that he reviewed the extermination request Renee sent and agrees that it does not list any particularly noteworthy monsters. He mentions that he compiled additional information on monsters he has prepared and sent it. Renee is surprised, as she doesn't recall seeing such information. Mel's points out that there is something attached to the back of the letter. Upon reviewing it, Renee finds that the attached information includes details about monsters not listed in the original extermination request. Patrick explains that compiling the information on the monsters took him some time. He acknowledges that while the monsters may seem unimpressive individually, they are strong as a group and can use the cave terrain to their advantage. He adds that he has been monitoring them for a long time, then starts laughing. Swallow questions whether Patrick's long time refers to the period before he and Renee began recruiting monsters. Realizing that Swallow might be onto him, Patrick quickly cuts off the communication. Meanwhile, Swallow's frustration and anger become evident. Mel's concludes that Patrick has genuinely disconnected this time. Renee agrees with her assessment. Swallow, determined not to let Patrick evade responsibility, expresses his anger. Meanwhile, Third Eye Organization remarks on the untrustworthiness of demons, noting the large number of soldiers prepared by them. He asks Sir Ethelbreas if he can have a monster that appears to still be alive. Ethelbreas grants permission and then demands compensation from Demon King Marmolia. Marmolia responds with a threat, warning that any harm inflicted on her will provoke retaliation from other demon kings. Ethelbreas dismisses Marmolia's threat and expresses gratitude, stating that their current situation gives them a chance to eliminate Swallow. Marmolia finds this claim amusing and laughs, confusing Ethelbreas. When he asks what's funny, Marmolia responds that she finds the idea of eliminating Swallow absurd. She asserts that it is impossible and implies that Ethelbreas does not fully grasp the threat posed by the ancient monster, Swallow. Third Eye tells Ethelbreas that Marmolia is not worth further attention and expresses gratitude for the valuable material they have. Ethelbreas questions whether it's truly possible to use this material effectively. The Third Eye assures him that they will meet Ethelbreas's demand by creating the ultimate homunculus, based on a demon king. The scene shifts to a mountain range where Swallow, Renee, and Mels are riding on a one-eyed demon summoned by Mels's magic. Swallow reflects on the recent events, realizing they had an enemy within their ranks. He recalls Patrick's advice about the importance of trust between a lord and their vassals, and how he should personally handle recruitment to ensure loyalty. Swallow sighs, feeling deceived by Patrick's manipulation. Mels informs Swallow that they have arrived at their destination. Swallow agrees that it is about time. Earlier, Patrick had indicated that their top recruitment priority is the Guardian Golem protecting Nehet. The golem's ability to quickly gather and regenerate stones after destruction makes it ideal for a dungeon. Mels identifies the location they have reached as the place where this Guardian Golem is likely found. Renee asks if the golem they are looking at is the one Patrick mentioned. Mels explains that the golem endlessly regenerates, and if it is a magic stone golem, its regeneration is dependent on the core magic stone remaining intact. Swallow suggests that finding and taking the magic stone should solve the problem. Renee raises a concern about whether the golem can fit into the cave. Swallow responds, noting that if he can fit, the golem should be able to as well. Mels observes that the golem appears very strong and decides to restrict its movements, so they can retrieve the magic stone before it regenerates. She begins to cast a spell, but Swallow interrupts her. Swallow thanks Mels for bringing him to the golem and insists on handling it quickly. He then jumps down towards the golem, which attempts to punch him. The golem successfully lands the punch on Swallow. Mels is worried about Swallow's safety, while Renee remains unfazed. The golem tries to force Swallow into a collision with the ground, but Swallow manages to stop the golem's punch. Impressed by the golem, Swallow remarks that Patrick found a good one and then destroys the golem with a single punch. With a smile, he comments, "He is delegated." As the golem's shattered body falls to the ground, Mels is shocked by Swallow's strength. Renee, seeing Mels's reaction, urges her to stop hesitating and find the magic stone. Mels agrees to find the magic stone, and Swallow notes that his clothes are dirty and inquires about the next target on their list. The next day, a Cyclops mentions that the golem from Stone Mountain vanished after the ground shook the previous day. Another Cyclops reports rumors that the Silver Wolves, which once controlled the plateau above the canyon, were also subjugated. A third Cyclops speculates that these events might be the work of humans and expresses concern that they could be the next targets. The Cyclops leader interrupts the conversation, advising against worrying about potential future threats and asserting that their dungeon's location isn't known. At this moment, Mel's comments to Renee about the Cyclops' impressive size, noting their significant presence. Renee expresses surprise at finding them in such a location, praising Patrick's information as highly accurate. The Cyclop leader then turns around and demands to know who they are and how they arrived. Renee explains that they are there to make a proposal and are seeking monsters to work for their dungeon. One Cyclop realizes that they must be responsible for subjugating other monsters in the area, while another Cyclop expresses frustration over their presence. The Cyclop leader asserts that they will not be easily defeated. Renee sighs, acknowledging to Mels that it seems their words won't be effective in dealing with the Cyclops. Later, Renee, flustered, remarks that she didn't expect the Cyclops to be so weak and is surprised at how easily they were defeated. She then asks Mels who is next on their list. Mels checks and replies that the next target is a monster named Yaksha. At that moment, Yaksha, hidden in a tree, comments on their successful arrival and mentions that he has heard about the defeat of the Cyclops. Renee is surprised at how quickly the news of the Cyclops' defeat has spread. Yaksha explains that their ability to remain undiscovered by humans for so long is due to their exceptional information-gathering skills. When Renee asks if Yaksha already knows their purpose, Yaksha confirms that they are indeed being asked to work for the dungeon. Yaksha agrees to the offer, but sets one condition and then addresses Swallow, confirming his identity. Renee is irritated by Yaksha's lack of honorifics when addressing Swallow. Swallow confirms his identity, and Yaksha proposes a sparring match, expressing curiosity about the strength of an ancient monster. Renee, offended by Yaksha's rudeness, tells Swallow he doesn't need to respond and that she will handle the situation. Swallow, however, decides to accept the challenge, stating that since Yaksha asked for it, he feels obligated to comply and is eager to see what Yaksha can do. Yaksha's tattoo begins to shine, and various marks appear on his body as he assumes a fighting stance, urging Swallow to give it his all. Swallow, observing this, acknowledges the challenge. Later that night, Swallow, exhausted, lies in bed and expresses frustration, feeling overwhelmed by the continuous, two-day effort. He reflects on the risks of pushing beyond normal limits, noting that both humans and monsters can be at risk when engaging in unusual activities. Renee offers Swallow some food she bought from the city, explaining that she didn't have time to prepare a proper meal. Swallow eagerly eats the food. Renee then notes that, so far, only the golem has been successfully recruited, while the Cyclops and Yaksha were defeated and sent to the afterlife. Renee and Mels recall how Yaksha was easily defeated by Swallow with just a flick of his finger. Renee mentions that her act has already apologized for rejecting their offer, but they have still gained a lot from their efforts. Mels describes their recent activities as a remarkable conquest, noting that they defeated everyone and took their spoils. Swallow, questioning their attitude, expresses disbelief. Renee, enthusiastic, is eager to see the contents of the boxes they collected, speculating that the monsters must have earned the items from hunting humans as well. Mels expresses curiosity about the contents of the boxes, noting that she didn't have time to examine them properly and confirms that they contain many magic tools. Swallow, intrigued, wonders if there is a tool among them that could inflict serious damage on Patrick. While inspecting the spoils, Swallow finds two red flowers and, puzzled, questions what they are. The scene shifts to a lab where Third Eye thanks Ethelbrias for providing an excellent test subject. Ethelbrias responds that he is doing this for the benefit of the Empire. Third Eye is pleased and remarks on the unexpected quality of the test subject, admiring its condition. Ethelbrias smiles and agrees, observing Marmolia inside a fluid-filled chamber. Ethelbrias acknowledges that the test subject's appearance is not a significant concern since the experiment's main focus is on its outcomes. Third Eye agrees and notes that if the body is removed from the chamber now, it will deteriorate within 2 days. Ethelbrias considers this information sufficient. Third Eye also expresses uncertainty about whether the mental suppression will remain stable. Ethelbrias dismisses the concern about mental suppression, stating it does not matter. Third Eye agrees, assuring Ethelbreas that the effects of the experiment will be observable regardless of the specific application. Ethelbreas contemplates the versatility of the test subject and confirms he has already decided its intended use. Meanwhile, Swallow asks Melz if a particular item is also a magic tool. Melz explains that the item Swallow is referring to is indeed a magic tool, but it appears to have been used and is no longer functional, with only the preservation spell still active. Renee comments on the flower's beauty, to which Melz agrees. Swallow then gets an idea and moves towards Renee, grabbing her head and instructing her to stay still. Renee, confused by his actions, wonders what he is doing, but Swallow insists that she remain still. A short while later, Swallow places the flower in Renee's hair, commenting that it looks good on her. He reflects on Renee's hard work and notices a change in her since arriving in Nehit, sensing that she might desire something from him. Swallow also realizes he has never given her a gift before. Melz tells Renee that she looks very pretty with the flower. Renee, unsure, asks if it really looks good on her. Swallow reassures Renee that the flower looks good and offers to get her something better later if she prefers. Renee expresses that she is really happy with the flower. Swallow, thinking their work is complete, suggests that they can now rest. Renee informs him that they still need to visit to more places. Swallow protests, saying he doesn't want to go. Meanwhile, hero Wern Historia, who has been recuperating at Ethelbrea's house after an injury, grows bored of her prolonged rest and inactivity. Wern Historia recalls Ethelbrea's advising her to rest and avoid appearing too well, especially in the presence of nobles, to prevent being sent back to the front lines too soon. Despite understanding Ethelbreas's concern for her safety, Wern feels that doing nothing is worse, as there may be people in danger. She wants to ensure that Rios is peaceful. Deciding to act, she prepares to sneak out of the balcony, convincing herself that it should be fine to leave briefly. At that moment, Ethelbreas appears behind Wern Historia, startling her. He asks where she thinks she is going and requests to talk. Wern, surprised, remarks that he should have announced himself before entering. Ethelbreas explains that he didn't announce himself because he suspected she might try to sneak out. Wern, taken aback, denies the idea of sneaking out, but Ethelbreas remains unconvinced. Wern Historia admits to Ethelbreas that she was lying about sneaking out and apologizes. She explains that she has been wanting to ask about Garrett, as she hasn't been able to speak with him since his arm was injured. She expresses guilt, feeling responsible for the loss of his arm. Ethelbreas reassures Wern Historia that she shouldn't feel like she has to bear all the burdens of the Empire alone. He acknowledges her noble mindset as a hero but reminds her that everyone in the Black Wolf Knights, including Garrett, is willing to sacrifice themselves for the Empire. Ethelbreas explains that Garrett sacrificed his arm for the Empire, but is not overly troubled by it, suggesting that his concern for her is why he hasn't expressed much distress. He advises her not to feel too guilty. Wern Historia agrees with his perspective. Ethelbreas requests a favor from Wern Historia, asking if she can assist with a matter involving artificial creatures previously studied by the Empire. He mentions that there have been recent reports of incidents at a research facility. Wern Historia asks for more details about these incidents. Ethelbreas explains that the artificial beings and the facility escaped, but since the facility was remote, no one was harmed. Wern Historia suggests that they need to inform everyone about the situation. She then realizes that this incident is something Ethelbreas likely needs to handle discreetly. Ethelbreas explains that the situation must be managed secretly and with minimal personnel involved. He adds that Wern Historia cannot go to the front lines at the moment because it would raise suspicion among the imperial family and their close associates. Wern Historia asks Ethelbreas what he wants her to do in light of these constraints. Ethelbreas informs Wern Historia that he has already arranged with the security at the palace's Westgate teleportation hub and has provided them with the coordinates. He instructs her to arrive exactly in 3 hours. Woon Historia agrees and says she will prepare immediately. Ethelbreas reiterates the importance of arriving precisely in 3 hours. Ethelbreas quickly finished his tea and realized he needed to hurry as 3 hours is a short time. When he opened the door, he was unexpectedly greeted by Pope Euronisia, who warmly remarked on how nice it was for Ethelbreas to open the door and noted that it had been a long time since they last saw each other.
Pope Euronisia greets Ethelbreas with a sly remark, asking if he should now address him as officer. Ethelbreas, unimpressed, questions why the Pope has come to visit, pointing out that Euronisia serves not the emperor but someone else. The Pope laughs, acknowledging Ethelbreas' sharp words, and claims he simply wanted to check on the hero of the empire. Ethelbreas retorts that the imperial hero, Woon Historia, has never met the Pope, making the claim of concern for her well-being seem dubious. Declining the conversation, Ethelbreas attempts to leave. However, Euronisia stops him, asking for a moment of his time and implying that his visit was actually to see Ethelbreas. Later, after their meeting, Ethelbreas reflects on the encounter, puzzled by Euronisia's proposal and the suspicious timing. He wonders about the Pope's underlying motives, sensing a scheme at play. As he contemplates, Ethelbreas observes a celebration in honor of the return of the Diana Silver Deer Raid Squad. Nihit, the mercenary city where the celebration takes place, has a significant portion of its population registered in raid squads. Ethelbreas knows that the ancient monster, the swallow, is hiding somewhere in the city. Determined to eliminate the creature, Ethelbreas concludes that he will need more information and must take a risky approach to achieve his goal. As Ethelbreas reflects on his plan, he is approached by Stormen, who informs him that the preparations are complete and they are awaiting his orders. Ethelbreas thanks him, and another person, referred to as the Third Eye, arrives, also confirming their readiness. The Third Eye inquires about Ethelbreas' strategy to locate the Demon King, rumored to be hiding in the city. Ethelbreas explains that as an ordinary human, he has no unique method for such a task. This surprises the Third Eye, who presses for more details. Ethelbreas reveals that someone else is already searching for the Demon King more desperately than they are, and he plans to use that person's efforts to their advantage. He then asks Stormen how much time remains before the hero arrives. Stormen reports that there are 78 minutes left. Ethelbreas decides to start their operation early, giving the order to proceed. As they move forward, Ethelbreas reflects on the Demon King's ability to summon other Demon Kings, believing this will lead them to their target, Mel's, and ultimately to Swallow. He hints to his companions that they are about to witness a rare and extraordinary event. While the members of the Diana Silver Deer Raid Squad celebrate their successful mission in a pub, they enjoy drinks and share stories of the day's adventures. One member remarks on the dangers they faced in the dungeon, expressing gratitude for the miracle that everyone returned safely without casualties. Amid the revelry, Barchis, another squad member, excuses himself to go outside for a moment. As Barchis steps out, he reflects on how he feels nauseated, regretting how much he drank that night. Suddenly, he hears a commotion nearby, leading him to wonder if someone else is also feeling the effects of too much alcohol. Curious, he approaches the source of the noise, but quickly covers his nose due to a foul odor. Upon closer inspection, he discovers a monstrous creature devouring a person. Shocked, Barchis draws his sword and exclaims in disbelief at how a monster could have infiltrated the city. As the monster lunges at him, Barchis tries to defend himself, but he realizes that the creature is far stronger than he anticipated, causing his sword to crack under the pressure. Just as he processes the immediate threat, he notices a horde of similar monsters approaching him, leaving him stunned and panicked as he contemplates the dire situation unfolding before him. Chaos erupts in the city due to the onslaught of monsters. The Mage Tower Master expresses his outrage and disbelief at the destruction unfolding before him. He questions the reasoning behind the order for such reckless action, stating that even as an officer of the Empire, he finds it excessive and troubling. The Third Eye warns him to be cautious with his words. The Mage Tower Master reflects on the inhumane alchemical experiments conducted by the Third Eye and realizes that he underestimated their potential for causing widespread devastation. Nearby, Ethelbreas, sitting calmly, reassures him that the city will not face total annihilation. Confused, the Tower Master asks for clarification, but before Ethelbreas can respond, the sound of a collapsing building draws their attention. Ethelbreas rises from his seat, declaring that a significant entity has finally arrived. The Tower Master, upon seeing a massive, rampaging homunculus in the streets, panics and questions Ethelbrea's earlier claim that the city would remain intact. He fears for the safety of the residents, suspecting that this devastation may have been part of a larger plan. Ethelbreas coolly responds that the chaos is merely a small sacrifice. He contemplates that the ancient monster, known as the Swallow, does not aim to destroy Nihit entirely. Instead, its restraint from causing further destruction suggests a different motive, possibly leading it to confront the homunculus threatening the city. As the Tower Master watches the mayhem, he realizes the depths of Ethelbrea's madness, concluding that the officer is completely insane for finding beauty in the suffering and sacrifice of the Empire's citizens for the sake of their nation's development. In a nearby forest, Mels marvels at the size of a tree, comparing it to the renowned Graphenia forest, noting its age. Swallow, feeling weary, expresses his desire to rest now that they have finished recruiting monsters. Renee playfully agrees, suggesting they return and have a good rest. Suddenly, two awns begins to bark, alerting Mels to something amiss. A strong wind sweeps through the area, and the group notices that the city is ablaze. Renee realizes that the fire is near their inn, prompting panic from Swallow, who exclaims that he is worried about his bed. Renee reassures him, offering her lap for him to rest on instead. As the chaos unfolds, Mels detects a powerful demonic energy and wonders if it belongs to Marmolia. Swallow dismisses the disturbance as someone foolishly scattering their mana. Mels then expresses her desire to investigate the situation, asking for permission to see what is happening. Meanwhile, in the city, chaos reigns as monsters attack civilians. Barchus, a member of the Diana Silver Deer Raid Squad, intervenes heroically, slaying one of the monsters threatening a civilian life. Barchus urges that civilian to hurry and find a hiding spot, receiving a grateful response before the person flees. He then turns to face the horrific scene unfolding in the city, where numerous grotesque monsters are rummaging through the streets and attacking people. Overwhelmed by the sight, Barchus exclaims in disbelief at the sheer number of these creatures. Just then, a member of the Ursus Red Lion Raid Force approaches him, thanking him for his cooperation and inquiring about his status as a raid member. Barchus recognizes the Ursus Red Lion as a prestigious A-class raid force known for its elite members, realizing their presence could be crucial in the current crisis. The Red Lion member informs Barchus that they have cleared the surrounding area and asks if he has any information about the monsters. Barchus admits he knows little, except that the creatures appear to be artificial. He notes their differences from the homunculus known as Zephyr and points out a particularly large monster, stating that it seems to be the focal point of the chaos. The Red Lion member confirms this, indicating they are also headed toward that monster. Barchus insists he will follow them, asserting his status as an A-class member despite his earlier hesitation. However, the Red Lion member warns him against this, stating that they would likely die if they got too close to the monster. He emphasizes the danger, mentioning that he heard a voice searching for Barchus on his way there. As he places a hand on Barchus's shoulder, Barchus notices the member's apparent fear and realizes he is the one who is shaking from the overwhelming situation, not the Red Lion member. The member of the Ursus Red Lion Raid Force advises Barchus to prioritize his own safety and that of those around him, suggesting he leave the situation to their elite team. Barchus, recognizing the urgency, agrees and hands over the responsibility, allowing the Red Lion squad to take charge. The squad member smiles in acknowledgement and rushes towards the large monster wreaking havoc in the city. Once they depart, Barchus falls to his knees, overwhelmed and sighing at the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, the Ursus Red Lion Raid Force gathers in front of the massive monster, preparing for battle. One member complains about the noise, stating that his ears are ringing, while an older member expresses concern over a strange sensation in his eardrums, suspecting it may be magic. As the members assess the situation, they collectively wonder about the nature of the monstrous creature before them, with the older member pointing out that it is responsible for the chaos in the city. He warns them that the amount of mana emanating from the monster is substantial, indicating they cannot afford to underestimate it based on its appearance alone. Suddenly, multiple magic circles form around the creature, prompting the older member to instruct everyone to take a step back. A high mage from their ranks clarifies that the circles indicate a simple detection magic reaction, not an offensive spell. The older member queries whether the monster is searching for something, to which the high mage responds that if they intend to eliminate it, they should do so quickly and decisively. The high mage, along with other mages from the squad, begins casting various spells aimed at the monster. As the spells make contact, the creature emits a piercing scream, The High Mage of the Ursus Red Lion Raid Force confidently declares that their attacks are effective and urges his team to continue their assault on the monster. However, the older member, sensing something amiss, realizes that their attacks aren't having the intended effect. Before he can warn the others to retreat from the monster's range, a squad member rushes forward, sword drawn, and strikes the creature. This reckless action provokes the monster, which redirects its focus towards the Ursus Red Lion team and retaliates with a devastating attack. The force of the attack caught them off guard, resulting in casualties and injuries across the entire squad with a single blow. As the dust settles, the injured old man lies on the ground, coughing blood and recognizing the monster's overwhelming power. He grimly concludes that such a creature is beyond human capability to handle. At that moment, Mel's arrives at the scene, calling out to the monster by its name, Marmolia. The old man, witnessing her, marvels at her presence and momentarily thinks of her as an angel. Marmolia, now aware of Mel's presence, shifts its attention towards her. Mel's assesses the situation and comments on the monster's disheveled state, implying a shared history of resentment. Determined to resolve their conflict, she prepares to cast a high-level magic spell known as the Black Annihilation. The scene shifts to a flashback of Mel's flying towards the demonic energy she sensed earlier. She reflects on the recent events following the end of Jadika, noting that there shouldn't be a reason for Marmolia to remain in Nihit after what happened to her. However, the demonic power she detects unmistakably belongs to Marmolia, compelling her to investigate. Returning to the present, Mel's confronts Marmolia, stating that she is aware of the turmoil the demon has faced, but will not offer pity. She then casts a high-level spell known as the Black Annihilation, directing its destructive force at Marmolia. Observing this, the High Mage of the Ursus Red Lion Raid Force expresses surprise at a Demon King attacking the monster, questioning why a Demon King would target it. He notes that, fortunately, Mel's appears uninterested in the raid force, suggesting a tactical retreat as they are not in a position to fight. Meanwhile, Mel's begins to doubt the effectiveness of her magic, pondering whether such a powerful spell would be sufficient to kill Marmolia, especially given that the A-class raid members had only just retreated from the earlier confrontation. Suddenly, the body of the monster stirs, catching the attention of the High Mage. As mana begins to emanate from the corpse, he realizes that the properties of the mana are changing. In a startling revelation, Marmolia emerges from the dead monster's body in her homunculus form. The High Mage from the Ursus Red Lion Raid Force halted his comrades' retreat, realizing that the massive monster they thought was dead was still alive. As Marmolia emerged from the monster's body, she wasted no time using her mid-class magic, Mute Dagger, which struck and killed several members of the raid force. Before they could respond, she closed the distance and unleashed a powerful magic explosion, obliterating all remaining members. With the chaos settling, Mel's approached Marmolia, who was in agony, claiming her body was melting and that she felt she might die, yet was still determined to kill Mel's before succumbing to her pain. Marmolia laughed maniacally, embodying her chaotic state. In response, Mel's cast Whim Piercing Ground, summoning sharp structures from the earth to impede Marmolia, but Marmolia was unfazed and smashed through them, rushing towards Mel's. When Mel's attempted to cast another spell, it failed to impact Marmolia, who leaped into the air, seized Mel's wand, and remarked that Mel's finally appeared to embody a true Demon King. Their fierce battle continued, watched from a distance by Ethelbrias and the Third Eye. The Third Eye asked Ethelbrias if he was satisfied, to which Ethelbrias affirmed that he could now understand the Third Eye's confidence. The Third Eye teased that an even more captivating spectacle was yet to come. Ethelbrias watched the battle between Mel's and Marmolia with anticipation, thinking everything was unfolding according to his plan. Meanwhile, Mel's and Marmolia continued their intense confrontation. Mel's, feeling her mana dwindling, attempted to freeze Marmolia's feet in hopes of gaining an advantage. She believed that if she could just hold her ground a little longer, she could secure victory, as Marmolia's body was on the verge of failure. However, to Mel's shock, Marmolia managed to extend her arm from the frozen spot and pierced Mel's stomach. This sudden attack caused Mel's to lose focus and release her frost spell, allowing Marmolia to quickly close in and seize her by the neck. With a sinister laugh, Marmolia declared, "My dear Mel's, this one will hurt," before unleashing the spell Sylphid's Rejection. The spell sent Mel's flying backward, crashing to the ground in agony. As Mel's coughed up blood, she reflected on her dire situation, recalling a previous time when she had similarly fallen after trying to protect a teleportation hub under Mr. Swallow's orders. With her strength fading, She placed a hand on her bleeding wound and lamented the thought of dying, expressing regret that she hadn't yet completed the task entrusted to her by Mr. Swallow. She whispered an apology before succumbing to the ground. Meanwhile, Renee sensed Mel's presence fading and asked Swallow if Mel's would be all right. Swallow reassured her, saying Mel's was stronger than she appeared. Renee expressed concern over the demonic power that had just been unleashed, but Swallow cut her off, insisting Mel's was a very capable demon king, even if she wasn't fully aware of her own strength. Ethelbreas reflected on the situation, noting that they had successfully captured the demon king. The third eye commented on the effectiveness of changing the combination formula in their experiments. Curious, Ethelbreas inquired about the specific changes made to the formula. The third eye explained that, until now, his research had focused on obtaining powerful strength while minimizing side effects, similar to their work with Nifrim. However, the latest experiment disregarded side effects entirely in favor of maximizing power, resulting in an unstable yet substantial increase in strength. Ethelbreas recognized this power was crucial for the imminent subjugation, intended to measure Swallow's capabilities. He mused that Swallow seemed to be taking his time, pondering whether the Demon King Melge had any connection to Swallow. Concerned that the situation might resolve before one arrived, he realized he needed to gather as much information as possible about Swallow and wondered about his whereabouts. Just then, Stormin interrupted his thoughts, urging Ethelbreas to look towards the battlefield. Ethelbreas turned his attention to the scene unfolding where Melge had regained consciousness. To her surprise, she found herself surrounded by a swirling black mana that resembled Swallow's energy. Marmolia was struck with fear as she sensed the black mana surrounding Melge, feeling it pierce into her very soul. In a desperate attempt to attack, she transformed her hand into a sharp blade and charged at Melge. Just as she was about to strike, Melge countered with a spell called Frozen Spear. However, the sheer power of her attack surprised Melge, causing her to drop her wand in shock. She was puzzled, wondering how she could produce such a potent spell despite being on the brink of mana depletion and blood loss. Reflecting on her situation, Melge realized that Mr. Swallow's mana still lingered within her, healing her wounds and replenishing her strength. This led her to suspect that Swallow had intervened in some way during her previous encounter in Rie's. Before leaving, she decided to check if Marmolia was truly dead. Using a life detection spell on Marmolia's frozen body, she found no signs of life, declaring it finally over. However, she started to cough up blood from her earlier exertion. Melge acknowledged that overusing Swallow's black mana had nearly cost her life. Recognizing the urgency, she resolved to return to Swallow and seek answers about the mana's effects on her. Just as she was about to leave, she heard a voice from behind and turned to find nothing, dismissing it as a figment of her exhausted mind. Suddenly, something emerged from Marmolia's frozen body, catching Melge's attention. Alarmed, she realized it was absorbing Marmolia's mana. Though concerned, she quickly reassured herself that she had fulfilled her duty to Marmolia as a friend and had no obligation to deal with this new threat. Melge planned to divert its attention with a simple attack before using teleportation magic to escape the chaotic scene. Melge found herself in dire straits as she suddenly coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, realizing that the unfamiliar mana had taken a toll on her body. Desperately thinking that she needed to get up and flee before the monster could absorb Marmolia's mana and come after her, she understood the urgency of her situation. Just as the monster attacked, Renee swooped in to save Melge, using wire to pull her away and throw her towards Tuons, who caught her safely. Overjoyed to see Tuons, Melge felt a sense of relief. Renee expressed concern about the delay, admitting she had no idea Melge would be facing such a formidable foe. Melge offered her apologies to Renee, her mind racing at the implication that the presence of Tuons and Renee likely meant Mr. Swallow was nearby as well. At that moment, Swallow arrived, yawning and casually remarking on Melge's tardiness, almost falling asleep waiting for her. Turning his attention to Renee, Swallow inquired about her wire maneuver, asking if he could do something similar. Renee warned him that an inexperienced person might end up causing more harm than good, but she believed in his abilities. Swallow, now feeling nervous about trying, shifted his focus to the monster, expressing concern about its increasing size and calling it a bother. Renee declared her intent to end the conflict quickly, but Swallow interjected with a serious tone, insisting that he would take care of the situation himself. The scene intensified as the monster lunged at Swallow, attempting to strike him with a powerful attack using its tentacle. However, Swallow effortlessly blocked the attack with one hand, causing a strong gust of wind that blew debris away from the site. He sarcastically asked if he was looking for a handshake. Feeling the power of the Swallow, the monster began to shake. Meanwhile, Renee turned to Mel's and unexpectedly asked if she would like a cup of tea. Renee explained that such levels of preparation were essential for a maid. Mel's acknowledged this, though her focus remained on the battle. Swallow, undeterred by the creature's size or ferocity, grabbed one of its tentacles, lifted it high into the air, and then slammed it into the ground with immense force, causing the earth to crack beneath the impact. As he continued to smash the monster down, Mel's voiced her concern to Renee, questioning whether such treatment was acceptable. Renee reassured her, stating, "Don't worry. It's Mr. Swallow, after all." Despite Swallow's overwhelming strength, the monster's tentacles shattered under the assault, prompting him to toss them aside as he approached the monster's main body. In an attempt to overpower it further, he touched the monster and channeled a large amount of his mana into it. However, he quickly realized he had overdone it when the monster exploded from the sheer force of his mana, leaving a chaotic scene in its wake. Seeing the aftermath, Renee reacted with a sigh, exclaiming, "What a mess," and promptly pulled out an umbrella to shield herself from the monster's blood that splattered everywhere. Mel's, astonished by Renee's preparedness, inquired about the umbrella's sudden appearance. Despite the lighthearted moment, Mel's thoughts turned serious as she reflected on the true nature of the monster they had faced. She recognized that it had been an incredibly powerful opponent, stronger than most dragons, and likely more formidable than several demon kings. Swallow returned to Mel's and Renee, yawning and expressing his tiredness. Renee quickly admonished him, playfully warning, "No, Mr. Swallow, what if this dirty thing goes into your mouth?" Tuons presented a piece of the monster to Swallow, who expressed disgust and objected to bringing such a filthy item. Mel's interjected, revealing the piece of flesh to be a remnant of Marmolia, which surprised Renee. She questioned whether this piece belonged to the Vulpine woman they had encountered. Swallow chimed in, admitting, "I think I remember her," as memories of Marmolia resurfaced. Mel's reflected on her first encounter with Marmolia, noting her bizarre appearance and how the monster that had emerged from her seemed to consume her body, leading her to suspect that it might be a parasite. Renee agreed, acknowledging that while there were several concerns, the prevalence of parasitic organisms made this explanation likely. As the conversation continued, Tuons shook his head while still carrying the piece of flesh in his mouth, prompting Mel's to rush towards him to stop his strange behavior. However, Tuons threw the piece of flesh near Renee's feet. After examining it closely, she looked up at Swallow and declared that it was a homunculus. Meanwhile, a short distance away, two members of the Third Eye organization observed the scene. The first member expressed disbelief, stating that a homunculus was impossible, as it represented the pinnacle of alchemy and their new creation. The second member added that, based on regular great evil dungeons, it should have been able to withstand their efforts for at least 3 minutes. Ethelbreas, overhearing their conversation, dismissed their excuses with a thought that mirrored his earlier observations. He concluded that no matter what monster they created through alchemy, it would stand no chance against Swallow's power. Ethelbreas assessed the situation and remarked that, given how quickly Swallow eliminated the threat, there was no need to summon one. He suggested they return to Riez. Concerned for the Mage Tower Master, who was trembling, Ethelbreas asked if he was all right. The Tower Master affirmed he was, but a look of apprehension crossed his face. Ethelbreas continued, stating that this event marked the conclusion of their trade. The Tower Master interrupted, arguing that Ethelbreas had referred to this operation as a sacrifice made for the Empire's future. He protested that leaving without addressing the deaths would render those sacrifices meaningless. Ethelbreas, however, countered that the loss was not without merit. He pointed to the cityscape of Nihit, which the brave warriors had defended, noting that the actual casualties were only half of what had been anticipated. This perspective shocked the Mage Tower Master, causing him to fall to his knees in despair. As Ethelbreas walked away, he contemplated the idea of meaningless deaths. He believed that there were gains to be had. He realized that defeating Swallow would require more than just mediocre power, indicating the presence of someone Swallow valued enough to intervene personally. He also surmised that a war would emerge from this disaster, framing it as a human-monster conflict that could serve as a stage for their masterpiece. Ethelbreas considered that, from an outsider's view, the incident would appear as a mere dispute rather than a homunculus disaster. His thoughts were interrupted when Stormen informed him that they were near a hub that would lead them back to Riez. He had already contacted a subordinate planted in advance. Stormen then stopped and signaled for Ethelbreas and the others to halt as well. Ethelbreas inquired about the situation, prompting Stormen to report that an unknown intruder had appeared at the teleportation hub. This intruder was identified as a monster in the form of a maid. Realizing the implications, Ethelbreas thought that the dagger maid might be attempting to block their escape, and that she likely understood the involvement of humans in the incident. He speculated that a homunculus could recognize its kin. Ethelbreas ordered an immediate return to the Mage Tower to establish a temporary hub. He believed that the mana flowing around the tower would facilitate long-distance teleportation. Just as they prepared to leave, a dagger was hurled toward them, but Gwyn quickly deflected it with his sword. However, a wire attached to the dagger ensnared his sword and began pulling him toward the wielder of the dagger. Gwyn, recognizing the urgency of the situation, insisted that he would handle the area, urging Stormin to take the captain and leave. Stormin expressed reluctance, acknowledging Gwyn's courage, but refusing to abandon him. Gwyn reiterated the pressing nature of their situation, urging Stormin to act quickly. Turning to Ethelbreas, Stormin confirmed their need to leave. Ethelbreas, aware of the risks, warned Gwyn that he would not forgive an unplanned death. Gwyn acknowledged this, and then they departed, leaving him behind. As Gwyn stood alone on the battlefield, he addressed the unseen dagger maid, recognizing her notorious reputation for having killed thousands of raid members. He challenged her to reveal herself, determined to confront the threat head-on. Ethelbreas' party moved through a scene littered with the corpses of slain monsters. Stormin, confused by his decision, questioned why Ethelbreas allowed Sir Gwyn to face danger alone. Ethelbreas responded cryptically, suggesting that Gwyn wasn't truly alone, which Stormin acknowledged. Ethelbreas then reassured Stormin, pointing out Gwyn's unique capabilities, explaining that no additional night would have been helpful, as they would have only distracted him. He revealed that Gwyn had been blessed by his spirit, an advantage that made him more than capable of handling the situation on his own. Meanwhile, at the teleportation hub, the battle between Gwyn and Renee raged on. Renee unleashed powerful attacks that Gwyn narrowly dodged, causing nearby buildings to collapse with the force of her strikes. As the dust and debris settled, Renee focused her gaze on Gwyn and revealed that her orders were to destroy the teleportation hub and eliminate all suspicious humans, including him. Gwyn, realizing he was the last human left, sarcastically asked if she planned to mess around with him. Renee confronted Gwyn, accusing him of running away to buy time for the other humans to escape. In a flash, she closed the distance between them and attacked. Seeing that Gwyn raised his sword in defense, but Renee cutting through Gwyn's sword with ease. She complimented him on his efforts despite being alone, but Gwyn's response was a sinister smile. He then summoned powerful greenish mana, prompting Renee to step back, realizing that Gwyn was no ordinary swordsman. As he gathered the mana, he summoned two spirits, one fiery and rock-based, the other elf-like, enveloped in blue mana. The rock and fire spirit launched an attack, forcing Renee to dodge, while the water spirit redirected the rocks toward her. Though she skillfully cut through the smaller projectiles as she was doing that, a large rock was hurled toward her, and before she could react or slice through it, it struck her, sending her crashing to the ground. Despite the blow, Renee emerged unharmed, only to find Gwyn's spirits preparing another attack, a wall of wind and stone closing in. Gwyn, determined to show his strength, thought to himself that this was revenge for underestimating humans. Renee recognized the immense mana controlling the storm, realizing that Gwyn had cast a high-level spell to seal off the area. Acknowledging his skill in manipulating two high-level spirits simultaneously, she prepared for the next round of combat, tightening her grip on her weapons. At Nihit's temporary shelter, Barchis entered the tent of the Diana Silver Deer raid squad, visibly frustrated. A girl confronted him, reminding him that the Ursus raid force was wrong in their actions. Barchis, determined, asked if that meant he should do nothing, expressing his desire to take action and check the city himself. The girl questioned what he could do alone, but Barchis insisted that he couldn't just sit still. His resolve was interrupted when he noticed the captain of the squad. The girl turned to the captain, urging him to stop Barchis, as he wasn't fully healed yet. Barchis, however, remained adamant, claiming he was fine. The captain, however, overruled him, stating that they couldn't risk it and explaining their plan. Since there might be survivors, the squad would head to the raid location and the magic tower to clear a path for people and push back the monsters that had destroyed the city. At that moment, one of the squad members noticed the arrival of the Guardian and pointed it out. It was the Guardian Golem from the Nihit mountain range, likely brought by the raid force to assist in saving the city. The girl, seeing the massive golem, saw it as a powerful asset to their efforts. Barchis, upon seeing the Guardian Golem arrive, gritted his teeth in frustration, exclaiming, "Why is that thing here?" The girl, puzzled, asked what was wrong, but Barchis, recognizing the danger, urgently shouted to his team to run away. Just as he spoke, the guardian golem launched a devastating attack, causing massive destruction. Meanwhile, earlier, Swallow had given a brief account of recent events. Patrick, speaking through a communication glass, questioned Swallow's story, suggesting that he might have fabricated it to cover up his inability to control the situation. Swallow, annoyed, retorted in defense. Patrick speculated that the only group capable of creating a homunculus of that scale would be the Imperial Alchemical Society, and he believed the Empire was involved. He theorized that the demon King Marmolia had made contact with a human, leading to a conflict and ultimately the Demon King's defeat. Swallow, uninterested, yawned, dismissing the lengthy explanation. Patrick, however, continued, pointing out that when a human defeats a Demon King, the head is either sent to the Demon King's army or displayed in a public area, often as a morale-boosting symbol, though it was cruel. Swallow asked why this was done, and Patrick suggested that if the Empire had abandoned the Demon King's head to create a homunculus, something more sinister must be happening. Swallow agreed with the suspicion, recalling his encounter with a flying homunculus during his search for Renee. He noted that the homunculus he saw was vastly different from others and that the research data should be destroyed, as he had previously destroyed the materials associated with it. Patrick, observing the situation, pointed out that if the Empire's homunculus research continued, they could produce beings on the level of Renee within a few years, which he found concerning. Swallow, feeling the weight of the situation, admitted that it was scary, then placed the communication glass down in exhaustion, expressing his desire to give up on the search and destroy the village instead. Patrick, unexpectedly agreeing with Swallow's suggestion, affirmed that destroying the village was the best course of action. Swallow, surprised, asked if Patrick was serious, and Patrick confirmed that the human's use of the Demon King's head for experiments required a response. He speculated that the Empire was likely watching them and would do nothing as the situation escalated. Swallow then questioned whether the Empire had noticed him as well. Patrick responded that they had likely seen him while he was involved with Mel's and left the task of disposing of the homunculus experiment to him. He remarked on how far the Empire was going in their manipulations. Swallow, now resigned, reluctantly agreed to take action, warning Patrick not to regret pushing him into it. Patrick, closing the conversation, agreed, stating that if necessary, they would destroy the entire city to deal with the situation. Swallow announced that Patrick had given them permission to destroy everything, which led to a loud noise drawing their attention. They saw the golem rampaging, and Swallow noted that the humans had gathered in that area, making it easier to track their movements. At that moment, a massive wave of mana surged, prompting Swallow to turn toward it. He saw a storm caused by two spirits and deduced that it was likely a teleportation hub. Sensing two powerful spirits in the area, Swallow realized that Renee was engaged in a fight with a strong opponent, implying that the Empire's top brass was still hiding somewhere. Mel's, having already healed, reassured Swallow that he was keeping an eye on the main gate of the city using shared vision and was ready to take action there. Swallow, noting that the main gate was on the opposite side, began surveying the area. He spotted a large bell under the rubble and, with one hand, lifted it into the air. Deciding to take action himself, he threw the bell at a nearby tower, causing it to collapse. Meanwhile, Ethelbria's party, gathered around a large blue crystal, was perplexed by its sudden appearance, wondering if it was the work of an ancient monster. Before they could think further, the tower began to lean in their direction, signaling impending danger. As the tower collapsed, the Third Eye mages quickly formed a protective shield around Ethelbria's party, preventing any harm. One of the mages informed Ethelbria's that they needed to accumulate mana in the temporary hub, similar to how the main hub gathered it into the crystal. But with the tower's collapse, it would take an additional 10 minutes to stabilize the system. Ethelbria's asked Stormen how much time was left until Wuin's arrival. Stormen replied that it would take about 5 more minutes. Ethelbria's, deep in thought, recalled the destroyed hub, realizing that the coordinates to Nihit might still be intact despite the device's ruin. He feared that if Wuin encountered the dagger made and faced the eve of the Swallow without the completed apocalypse, they would all be doomed. Stormen interrupted his thoughts, asking for permission to return to the teleportation hub, assuring Ethelbria's that he would bring Wuin Historia back. Meanwhile, at the teleportation hub, Gwyn contemplated his situation. He knew the spirit's power was not limitless, and summoning them took a significant amount of time and mana. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would become for him. However, as long as the storm he had summoned continued, he still held the upper hand. He could block Renee's path with the Earth Spirit if she broke through. Gwyn's objective was not victory, but to hold out for 3 more minutes until his mana was fully drained. Suddenly, Gwyn began to fall, and before he could react, he saw Renee's weapon hovering above him. He reflected on the story he had read as a child, where he had once admired the herd. He recalled that the blade, initially small in the sky, grew larger as it descended, resembling a guillotine. Confused and alarmed, he wondered why a monster possessed one of the 36 masterpieces, the fangs of the guillotine. In a split second, the weapon struck him, cutting him in half. Severely injured and on the brink of death, Gwyn collapsed to the ground as the spirits he had summoned faded away. Before he could comprehend what had happened, Renee spoke, revealing the power of her weapon. She explained that her blade and wire could extend up to tens of meters, easily piercing through Gwyn's storm. She also noted that Gwyn possessed the blessing of spirit's protection, but since he was now split in half, even healing wouldn't save him. As she prepared to finish him off, Renee picked up Gwyn's sword and approached him. Just before delivering the final blow, Stormin appeared, momentarily halting Renee's actions. He thought to himself that as long as Gwyn had the spirit's blessing, his priority was to buy time, hoping for an opportunity to help. But to Stormin's horror, Renee ignored his presence and plunged her sword into Gwyn's body. Enraged, Stormin charged at her, but Renee casually responded, saying she'd get more out of dealing with him than finishing off the corpse before her. She then threw her weapon at Stormin, who initially dismissed it, thinking it was a small blade that wouldn't be a threat. To his shock, as the weapon neared, it grew exponentially, enlarging by over 100 times its original size. Stormin managed to deflect the weapon, sending it crashing down a short distance away. Seizing the opportunity, he rushed toward Renee, confident that her decision to throw her weapon away was a mistake. However, before he could reach her, Renee retracted the weapon, which hovered above him and suddenly moved vertically toward him. Stormin tried to block the strike with his weapon, but the immense pressure caused the ground beneath him to collapse. Struggling to hold his ground, Stormin was forced into a desperate battle to stop Renee's weapon. As Stormin continued his struggle, Renee demanded information about Marmolia and the homunculus, threatening him with her weapon if he didn't comply. She then increased the weapon size once again, pushing Stormin to his knees under its overwhelming weight. Despite the immense pressure, Stormin, showing his resilience, acknowledged her victory and admitted defeat. However, he warned her that she had wasted too much time dealing with him. Just as Renee turned her attention to him, someone approached from behind. It was Wuin Historia, who had prepared a gauntlet attack. She launched the attack at Renee. Wuin Historia stands tall after effortlessly defeating Renee, impressing Stormin with her immense strength. Stormin, recognizing Wuin's power, is in awe of her abilities. Meanwhile, Ethelbreeze is focused on the overarching mission, prioritizing their safe return. He believes that the temporary hub will activate smoothly and that Stormin will reunite with Wuin without issue. Ethelbreeze is confident that there will be no more setbacks and that even if Renee had recognized the homunculus, the Empire's citizens would never learn of it. As Ethelbreeze contemplates the plan's progress, he suddenly hears Swallow's voice questioning him about the aftermath. The fear caused by Swallow's presence causes Ethelbreeze to collapse, though it's only an illusion. The Third Eye mages surrounding him ask if he's okay, but Ethelbreeze quickly reassures them, stating he's fine. He inquires about the remaining time until the hub activates, and the Third Eye replies that it will be ready in about 3 minutes. Despite the lingering fear, Ethelbreeze urges them to continue with their work, acknowledging that the fear Swallow instilled in him previously will likely never fade. Garrett, the Black Tiger's executive tracker, arrives at the scene and remarks on Ethelbreeze's state, mocking the captain for his apparent mistake. He informs Ethelbreeze that Polaris, the master of the Magic Tower, had sent an official request for assistance to the Imperial family. Fortunately, Garrett had intercepted it, preventing the incident from being exposed. Ethelbreeze, realizing the situation, acknowledges that Polaris must have caused a mess. Garrett then reveals that the entire Edelbria's Black Wolf Knight Order is present, and that Sir Gwyn is dead, Stormin is injured, and Wuin is now engaged in battle with the Dagger Maid. Ethelbreeze urgently asks if Garrett has heard anything about Stormin's mission, but Garrett, confused, says he didn't receive any such information and rushed here immediately. As Ethelbreeze starts to move away, he orders Garrett to hurry, realizing that the entire Knight Order must leave the area immediately. Garrett, puzzled, asks where Ethelbreeze is heading. Sweating profusely, Ethelbreeze responds that they must leave as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, Mel's uses a detection spell to locate their position. She informs Swallow that she has found them, and Swallow, with a smile, acknowledges the news, preparing for the next steps. At the teleportation hub, Renee, having been struck by a powerful attack from one Historia, gets back up, glaring at the gathered Black Wolf Knight Order. Storman warns the group, saying they cannot fight her, but a member of the Knight Order questions his statement, arguing that with Wen and the full Knight Order present, they should easily handle a monster like Renee. Storman, sweating heavily, insists that they must follow the captain's orders and retreat quickly. Suddenly, someone shouts to Wen, urging her to fall back. Wen, determined, responds by saying she can defeat Renee if given a little more time. She readies herself to charge at Renee. However, before she can make a move, Ethelbreeze arrives at the scene and commands her to stop. Confused, Wen turns to him and asks why. Ethelbreeze explains that now is the time to retreat and reorganize. Wen protests, believing this is the perfect opportunity to eliminate Renee, who guards the primordial core. Ethelbreeze agrees that it's a good opportunity, but insists it's not the right time to act. He reassures her that another chance will come. After a moment of hesitation, Wen reluctantly agrees with Ethelbreeze, though she appears slightly deflated by the decision. Ethelbreeze orders his group to head to the temporary hub, but their path is blocked by Renee's weapon as she approaches, stating that none of them can leave. She reveals that Mr. Swallow sent her, trusting her to stop them. As she observes Ethelbreeze, she thinks he must be their leader, which could complicate things. Wen steps forward, positioning himself to defend Ethelbreeze, and orders Garrett to teleport Ethelbreeze while he stays behind to stop Renee. Renee, sizing up Wen, acknowledges his strength, noting that despite facing numerous A-class raid parties, she's never encountered a human capable of such destructive power with a mere burst of energy. She declares she will kill Wen first. In response, Wen mocks her, questioning whether a monster like her even has a name, provoking her further. As Ethelbreeze attempts to stop Wen and persuade him to retreat, Renee becomes enraged by Wen's remark. She shouts angrily, claiming that Wen has disrespected the name Mr. Swallow bestowed upon her. At that moment, numerous butterflies appear around them, signaling the activation of a magic spell. Garrett, recognizing the spell, warns the group. Then, the voice of Swallow resonates across the battlefield, announcing his arrival and stating that he came searching for Renee. Ethelbreeze is visibly shocked when he sees Swallow, the ancient monster. Swallow notices Ethelbreeze and remarks that it's surprising to meet him again, acknowledging their past encounter despite the short lifespan of humans. He finds it interesting that, out of the countless humans in the Empire, they're meeting once more. Ethelbreeze realizes that if Swallow had come here to investigate rather than simply destroying the city, there must be a specific reason. In respect, Ethelbreeze kneels before Swallow and greets him, expressing his honor at being remembered. Swallow dismisses the greeting, bluntly stating that this must be Ethelbreeze's doing. Ethelbreeze denies any involvement, claiming that the incident is unrelated to them. Swallow, aware of their connection to the Empire's capital, presses Ethelbreeze, implying that they must have come for a reason. Ethelbreeze insists they're only here to resolve the situation, offering their cooperation if Swallow wishes to find the true culprit. Swallow, seemingly uninterested, turns to leave, telling Renee that they should return, as he is tired. Renee agrees with Swallow immediately. Swallow becomes unexpectedly surprised when he notices that Renee is bleeding. However, Ethelbreeze, sweating profusely, wonders internally if his plan had worked. As Swallow begins to move away, Ethelbreeze smiles, thinking his strategy succeeded. To his surprise, Swallow notices the smile, and in an instant closes the distance, whispering near Ethelbreeze's ear to ask why he is smiling. This sudden closeness startles Ethelbreeze, and he collapses, questioning when Swallow had gotten so near. Swallow, having unleashed some of his power and now ominously close, asks Ethelbreeze if he truly believed he would let the situation slip by so easily. As the Black Wolf Knight Order witnessed Swallow's immense power, they grew visibly nervous. Wen, seeing Ethelbreeze surrounded by Swallow's black smoke, rushed to save him. Swallow, addressing Ethelbreeze, reminded him of the debt he owed for what had happened in Riez, but mocked him for the current situation, pointing at him as he sweated under the pressure of Swallow's overwhelming power. In the midst of this, several arrows were fired at Swallow by a member of the Black Wolf Knight Order. Swallow effortlessly deflected the arrows, and the archer called for Wen to initiate the plan. Seizing the opportunity, Wen grabbed Ethelbreeze and fled from Swallow's grasp. Garrett, realizing the situation, ordered the knights to protect Wen and Ethelbreeze. The knights launched a series of attacks at Swallow, which hit their target, creating a massive explosion. However, despite the explosion, Swallow remained unfazed, irritated by the interference. As Wooin carried Ethelbreas away from the battle, Swallow's hand emerged from the dust cloud and launched an attack at them, expressing frustration at their persistence. Ethelbreas shouted in warning, realizing they couldn't avoid the incoming attack. At the last moment, an archer from the Black Wolf Knight Order stepped in front of the strike, sacrificing himself to block it. The attack pierced his body, but he managed to shield Wooin and Ethelbreas. With his dying breath, he smiled and said, "Looks like I was quicker this time, Lady Wooin," before collapsing. Wooin, shocked and filled with frustration at the loss, prepared to confront Swallow. However, Ethelbreas stopped her, urging her not to engage. Wooin, confused and angered, demanded to know why he was stopping her. Meanwhile, Garrett, watching from a distance, realized that in order to prevent a clash between Wooin and Swallow, he needed to use teleportation magic. However, the black mana surrounding them was choking the air, making it harder to breathe and slowing everyone down. It was also interfering with their ability to calculate the teleportation coordinates. Garrett knew they needed to buy time and quickly called out to Einar, who acknowledged the plan. As Einar rushed toward Swallow, he saw Swallow preparing to launch dark spears. Realizing the urgency to push back the black mana and focus on the teleportation magic, Einar planned to block Swallow's energy. He deployed his shield, the Walled Heart, one of the 36 masterpieces. However, before he could activate it, his arm was severed by Renee, who taunted him, claiming that as long as she was present, he had no chance. Einar was then pierced by Swallow's black spears and died instantly. Seeing Einar's death, Wooin's eyes filled with rage and sorrow, and she tearfully shouted, vowing to kill them all. But Ethelbreas stopped her once again, begging her not to act impulsively. He pleaded for her survival, urging her to focus on staying alive no matter what. Swallow, observing their exchange, questioned their actions. Meanwhile, Stormin retrieved Einar's shield and activated the Walled Heart, creating a golden barrier around them. Swallow, seeing the shield, responded with an attack, but it was blocked by the barrier. Stormin, surprised, wondered aloud if he had actually managed to block Swallow's strike. Swallow, noticing that his attack was blocked by Stormin's shield, expressed surprise at its resilience, but then decided to get more serious. He transformed into his original, more powerful form, which made Stormin nervous. Swallow opened his mouth, forming multiple attack circles that rained down on his enemies. Garrett, focused on completing the teleportation spell, prayed for more time, knowing the magic circle would soon be ready. She hoped the shield, one of the 36 masterpieces, would hold up against Swallow's magic. However, as Swallow's attack hit the shield, it shattered in a massive explosion. The dust cleared to reveal Stormin, who had shielded Ethelbreas and Wooin with his body. In his final moments, Stormin urged Ethelbreas to flee, telling him to leave him behind and that Wooin would take over the responsibility of the empire. Wooin, devastated, cried out, calling him grandfather, but Stormin reassured her, expressing it was an honor to have served as her escort. As Ethelbreas and Wooin were unharmed, Swallow was surprised that they had survived. Wooin, filled with resolve, began to move toward Swallow, determined to fight him despite the odds. Ethelbreas tried to stop her, warning that she was no match for Swallow, but Wooin, unwavering, declared that it didn't matter because she was a hero, someone who could protect everyone. After the battle concluded, Renee carefully gathered the shattered fragments of a blue crystal that had been broken during the conflict. She placed the pieces, along with other valuables, into a carriage as they prepared to return to their dungeon. Admiring the crystal's beauty, Renee remarked to Swallow how sparkly and pretty they were. Swallow responded with a nonchalant and Renee reflected on the mission's results, pointing out that, while the crystal wasn't their primary goal, they had still gained plenty. Swallow agreed, noting that the battle had gone relatively well. He explained how he had unleashed a golem on the village to test its destructive potential, acknowledging that it completed its purpose before exhausting its mana. He suggested they recharge it once they returned. Renee teased him, saying it had taken him longer than usual to show his true nature during this mission. Swallow shrugged off her comment, revealing his calculated mindset. While he could have killed their enemies immediately, he had deliberately prolonged their suffering, viewing a quick death as unworthy of the trouble they had cost him. The focus shifted to a graveyard, where hero Win Historia stood solemnly, placing a blue flower on the graves of her fallen comrades who had died in the same battle. She was overwhelmed with sorrow as she reflected on their loss. Marizik, a member of the Black Wolf Knights Order, tried to console her, reminding her of a similar past tragedy, the Burn Raid force that had challenged the Primordial Core. He highlighted that this time, they had lost only 4 members in a masterpiece, avoiding complete annihilation thanks to her leadership. Despite his reassurances, Woon was consumed by guilt. Closing her eyes, she admitted she understood his words, but could not shake her feelings of failure. Garrot approached, commenting on the flower's beauty and suggesting that Woon's comrades would surely be grateful. However, Woon bitterly disagreed, convinced they resented her. She lamented her perceived inadequacies, blaming herself for not arriving sooner or being stronger. She agonized over her inability to defeat Renee, kill Swallow, and save everyone. Her grief escalated, and she began to cry uncontrollably, overwhelmed by guilt and anger. Garrot stepped forward and hugged her, offering words of encouragement. She assured Woon that she would one day be strong enough to defeat Swallow and that everyone was fighting for that eventual victory. Garrot urged her to move past what had already happened, and though Woon continued to cry, her pain was momentarily softened by Garrot's support. The perspective then shifted to a dimly lit room, where Ethelbreas sat alone, deep in thought. Troubled by his survival, he questioned why Swallow had spared him during the fight. Recalling the moment when Woon intervened, the teleportation magic, and Swallow's cryptic words, Ethelbreas was haunted by the implications of what had happened. He suspected Swallow's actions were deliberate and calculated, leaving him alive for an unknown reason. However, wary of the watchful eyes around him, Ethelbreas decided to act cautiously, focusing on reports and delaying his investigation into the matter. He regretted being unable to attend his subordinates' funerals, their deaths weighing heavily on his conscience. As he moved toward his desk with a candle stand in hand, a sudden, searing pain struck him, his vision going dark as though his head might explode. Startled and confused, he wondered if it was merely exhaustion, though the intensity of the pain suggested otherwise. Looking into a mirror, he was horrified to see Swallow's eyes staring back at him. Terrified, he dropped the candle stand and collapsed, losing consciousness. Garrot later found him and woke him up, concerned for his well-being. Ethelbreas groggily asked how long he had been unconscious, only to realize he was bleeding. Alarmed, Garrot called for medics, while Ethelbreas pieced together the truth. Swallow had not spared him out of mercy. Instead, his survival was intentional, and Swallow's words from the fight, that he having only 6 months left to live. As the medic tended to Ethelbreas' bleeding wounds, Garrot noticed shattered mirror fragments scattered around the room. Letting out a sigh, she asked him if the hallucinations were worsening. Ethelbreas admitted that while they were getting worse, he had become accustomed to them and was grateful he could still perceive humans as he once did. While they spoke, Garrot used her telekinesis to gather the broken mirror pieces and discard them into the dustbin. She noted grimly that it had been 4 days. The cure wasn't working, the symptoms weren't improving, and they hadn't even identified the root cause. Ethelbreas acknowledged that this affliction likely wasn't something modern medicine could resolve. He deduced that the being responsible for leaving the condition was the enigmatic Swallow, and he suspected it might be incurable. Resigned to his situation, Ethelbreas issued a direct order to Garrot. No one, not even Woon, must learn of his condition. He was determined to complete Apocalypse before his death, prioritizing the restoration of the masterpiece and the recovery of the Black Wolf Knight Order's lost forces. Garrot assured him she would handle the Knight Order herself, actively recruiting the individuals Ethelbreas had been monitoring. Some teams had already left and might have even contacted their targets. Surprised by how quickly this had unfolded, Ethelbreas questioned why she hadn't reported it to him earlier. Garrot, preparing a teleportation spell, explained that she saw no point in burdening a superior already in poor condition. She promised to provide a detailed report once everything was finished. She also informed him she needed to leave briefly since she had spotted his least favorite person on her way in. Before Ethelbreas could finish reprimanding her for using magic in the room, she teleported away. Moments later, a knock came at the door. Ethelbreas invited the visitor in, revealing Pope Euronisia. The Pope expressed his condolences, claiming he had come to offer comfort. However, Ethelbreas, with a sharp expression, accused him of lying and stated he was only there for an answer. The Pope admitted as much. Euronisia explained that he wanted the Black Wolf Knights, one of the Empire's strongest forces, to ally with the religious institution. He described how religion in the Empire was merely a tool to maintain ties with the Holy Kingdom, and the clergy were quietly oppressed, with his life valued less than that of a common noble. Ethelbreas dismissed the idea that doctrines were suppressed asserting that the empire's only god was the emperor. The Pope conceded but warned that blessings would soon spread across humanity's lands, allowing them to escape oppression and expand their doctrines. Ethelbrea interpreted this as preparation for a holy war, but the Pope denied it, insisting he was too weak to fight. Euronisia then excused himself, stating that since Ethelbrea was unwell, he would leave without an answer, for now. As the Pope departed, Ethelbrea brooded over the impending decision, vowing to respond differently next time. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the primordial core, where Swallow and his group had arrived. Patrick guided Mel's to the fourth room, explaining that she and the demonic dog, two Ons, would manage it. Mel's, thrilled by the opportunity, leaped with excitement and declared her love for the space, imagining how they could decorate it. Patrick, relieved by her enthusiasm, noted to Swallow how worthwhile it had been to destroy Nihit for this. Swallow and Patrick discussed the demonic dog, with Patrick pointing out its value in guarding the room and noting Mel's talent for recruiting despite her questionable naming sense. Swallow admitted that Mel's wasn't yet aware of the dog's true identity, though Patrick believed she would discover it in time. Renee then entered, reporting that she had completed dispatching the golem in the third room and had securely hidden the magic stone, the power source, in the walls, ensuring it was undetectable to ordinary humans. Swallow praised her for her hard work, but Patrick, clearly frustrated, interrupted, complaining about the repetitive nature of their interactions. He insisted on moving to the main point. Patrick revealed that the other great evil dungeons were concerned about Swallow's recent actions, particularly his destruction of an entire city. Swallow, unconcerned, asked if they intended to confront him directly. Patrick confirmed this, stating that they had been contacted by Ms. Ursabet, who had conveyed the others' grievances. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Swallow reluctantly asked when they would arrive. Patrick replied that it would be today, prompting Swallow to shout in frustration, asking seriously. Swallow, in his original form, returns home and expresses a casual, almost carefree attitude with a yawn and the remark, "Home sweet home." However, this peaceful moment is quickly interrupted when Ursabet arrives, visibly angry, and steps on Swallow's face, demanding to know if he understands the gravity of the situation. Swallow's relaxed demeanor stands in stark contrast to Ursabet's frustration as she continues to kick him, making a pointed remark about the time of year, suggesting that their troubles are far from over. Meanwhile, Renee is occupied with cleaning the primordial core, and Patrick is working. As the tension escalates, Mel's, sensing something unusual, nervously asks Patrick if great evil dungeons ever gather periodically. Patrick reassures her that such events are not common, explaining that while Jadika sought to unite the Demon King species, the nature of great evil dungeons varies widely, making a coordinated gathering impossible. Excitedly, Mel's wonders if this unusual occurrence could be historically significant, but Patrick remains cautious. He mentions that he's never heard of such a gathering of great evil dungeon owners and suggests that their boss's actions might be the cause of the current situation. He also points out the unsolicited letter they received, which announced a visit to the primordial core without asking for permission or explaining the purpose. Patrick and Mel's both express frustration over the lack of respect shown in the letter, which Patrick crumples and tosses aside. The scene takes a more serious turn when Mel's detection spells go off, signaling an intruder. Patrick instructs Mel's to inform Swallow and Renee, while he prepares to confront the intruder himself to figure out who they are and why they've arrived at the primordial core. The scene transitions to the past, in the Great Desert, which once served as the primary trade route across the 5 kingdoms. A carriage is crossing the desert when the ground shakes, and something monstrous emerges from beneath the earth, devouring the carriage. The desert, now under the control of a dungeon, had turned into a deadly wasteland. The 5 kingdoms' elite forces quickly mobilized to reclaim the desert, believing the dungeon's inhabitants to be little more than oversized insects. However, as they enter the dungeon and engage in battle, the monsters, led by a formidable force, decisively defeat the elite soldiers, overwhelming them with sheer numbers. The commander, fatally wounded, realizes the impossible odds, muttering about the monster's larger army before dying. The monster at the heart of the desert is revealed to be the mother of all insects, also known as the ruler of the desert, and despair that engulfs the 5 kingdoms, a terrifying force of nature that had consumed the desert. The scene shifts back to the present at the primordial core, where Patrick is rushing to confront an intruder. The intruder is revealed to be Mother Hexable, the boss of the great evil dungeon, Sandhell. She casually comments that not all monsters have been restored yet. Patrick, sensing something off about her voice, reflects on how insect-type monsters can imitate human voices after consuming them, suspecting that Hexable might be testing the strength of the primordial core. Patrick prepares for a confrontation, assuming an attacking stance. Swallow, arriving on the scene, humorously questions their actions, asking if they are making out or something. Renee and Mel's also arrive, prompting Patrick to urge Swallow to stay back while he handles the situation. Swallow, however, is puzzled and asks why he should stay away. At that moment, Hexable greets Swallow, referring to him as her teacher and expressing pleasure in seeing him again. Swallow, surprised by her appearance, comments on how much she has grown. Hexable responds with playful teasing, noting that Swallow should be more careful with his remarks to a lady. Swallow acknowledges that he's heard about her recent rise to fame, and they share a brief exchange, with Swallow introducing Hexable to the others as the former gatekeeper of the primordial core. Hexable formally introduces herself, explaining that she was the gatekeeper of the Blue Path before Patrick's arrival. She also clarifies her earlier remark about the restoration of monsters, revealing that her concern was for the safety of the dungeon. She admits that her hesitation during the earlier confrontation was because she was shy, which Patrick summarizes. Swallow, unbothered, jokingly asks if her earlier behavior was a result of being shy. Patrick, frustrated, scolds Swallow for not informing him about Hexabel's past relationship with him. Swallow, with his usual laid-back attitude, simply admits that he forgot to mention it. Patrick, cautious due to Hexable now being the owner of a different great evil dungeon, reminds others that they can't let their guard down. Hexable, seemingly unfazed, compliments Patrick on his swordsmanship and the title of Death Knight, stating it's an honor to meet him. Patrick, pleased by the praise, encourages Hexable to feel at home. Patrick, amused by the situation, mentions to others that Hexable is a fan of him, which embarrasses Renee. When Hexable turns to Renee and Mel's and asks who they are, Renee introduces herself as the current gatekeeper of the primordial core, while Mel's mentions her status as Demon King Mel's, adding that she's not tasty because she's still growing. Renee, curious about Hexabel's gender, asks her directly. Hexable, without hesitation, confirms that she is female. Renee, narrowing her eyes, presses further, suggesting that Hexable may have been close to Swallow. Mel's, interpreting the situation humorously based on her own non-existent dating experience, implies that there might have been an inappropriate relationship between the two. Patrick, embarrassed, silences Mel's, who tries to defend herself, saying she's merely speaking the truth. Renee, clearly upset, calls Hexable a vermin, and Mel's asks Patrick is he making fun of her. Patrick, now trying to de-escalate the situation, apologizes to Hexable, explaining the tension due to the sudden appearance of beings from other great evil dungeons. He reassures her that he's only here to reunite with his old teacher, Swallow, and to catch up. As the tension settles, a new figure, Margar Azidahaka, the boss of another great evil dungeon, arrives outside the primordial core. He remarks on the reputation of the primordial core and hints at his intention to warn the ancient monster not to cause any more trouble. A few days ago, in the great evil dungeons, Sandhell Margarita, a white dragon with gray eyes, addressed Azidahaka, questioning her departure. Azidahaka explained that the clash between the great evil dungeons, Erevos and Swallow, was never clarified, much like the previous incident in Nihit. She stated that Swallow could no longer be left unchecked. The scene then shifted to the present, where Azidahaka stood outside the primordial core. She reflected on her identity as the master of the White Mountain Range and the strongest dragon, determined not to let others underestimate her. At that moment, her younger sister, Fafnir, appeared excited to show her new ability to transform into a human, particularly proud of her tail. Azidahaka, who had originally planned to go alone, had been convinced by her sister to accompany her, and she instructed Fafnir to address her as boss or lord in public settings. Fafnir responded eagerly, but accidentally said, "You lord," prompting Azidahaka to ask what that meant, flustered. As they continued, a figure approached them, remarking on Azidahaka's decision to bring a child to a gathering of the great evil dungeon bosses. This was Karak, the boss of Nerkumbel, a formidable orc who had risen to power through strength alone. Azidahaka immediately assessed him, recognizing him as someone powerful and not to be underestimated. Karak warned her that losing a comrade could happen in an instant and proceeded into the primordial core. Azidahaka, feeling the tension, instructed Fafnir to stay close and be cautious. They entered the core, and Azidahaka told her sister to walk on two legs, though Fafnir preferred her more comfortable form. Inside the core, they discovered an empty room. Azidahaka found a book mentioning glaciers, or cave demons, and commented on how strange it was that they weren't present. Karak suggested that they had likely been wiped out by a raid force, but Azidahaka was unconvinced. She believed the primordial core was a place too important for monsters to be left unchecked. Instead, she suspected that it was a trap meant to test her. As they ventured deeper into the core, they found another empty room, but this time, golems were lying dormant. Fafnir speculated that this might be part of a test, but Azidahaka, now growing more agitated, decided to retaliate. She let out a loud roar, furious at what she perceived as mockery, and prepared a breath attack, threatening to burn the entire cave to ashes in response to the disrespect. Patrick suddenly arrived and addressed them. He confirmed their identities and mentioned that others were already waiting for them. He quickly redirected the conversation by noting that the first Great Evil Dungeon Bosses Conference was about to begin. When Fafnir asked what they were starting, Patrick explained the purpose of the gathering. Azidahaka speculated that most of the dungeon bosses had gathered because of the chaos Swallow, the most powerful Great Evil Dungeon boss, had caused. She believed that confronting Swallow might be necessary, and uniting to stop his rampage was the only course of action. As they entered the meeting room, Azidahaka saw the other bosses seated and thought to herself that they all likely had something to say to Swallow, though she was uncertain of Hexabel's true intentions. Patrick formally welcomed everyone and signaled the arrival of Swallow. Azidahaka became immediately nervous as Swallow entered the room, sensing his overwhelming dark aura. She hesitated, worried about the consequences of even looking at him, as his presence was suffocating and commanded authority. Despite this, she reminded herself of her role representing the dragons and steeled herself to take charge of the situation. Before Azidahaka could speak, Ursabet Bathory, the boss of Chait Castle, broke the tension by asking why no one was speaking and calling out Swallow for his passive behavior. She reprimanded him for his high-and-mighty attitude and encouraged him to act his part as the owner of the place. Swallow, however, casually dismissed her and claimed he could be sleeping instead. Patrick further teased him about being tired, which only added to the absurdity of the situation for Azidahaka, who realized that Ursabet and Swallow seemed to have a close relationship. Hexable, a fellow boss, casually mentioned that she was there simply to see her teacher, leading Azidahaka to wonder Hexable was referring to Swallow as her teacher. Ursabet, uninterested in the meeting, acknowledged Azidahaka and invited her to speak, prompting Swallow to give his consent with a casual remark. At this moment, Azidahaka stood up, feeling the weight of the situation. She was about to speak when someone announced, "I will wage war against the Empire." All eyes turned to her, and Azidahaka quickly denied the statement. Karak, however, stood up and revealed that it was he who had sent the message. He explained that he had gathered the bosses for a serious purpose, to bring down the Empire before the end of winter. After a brief silence, Ursabet asks Karak about his request, to which Karak clarifies that he's not seeking reinforcements. Instead, he simply requests that they not intervene in the war between Nerkumbel and the Empire. Karak then glances at Swallow, who meets his gaze, suggesting an underlying tension. Hexable interrupts the exchange, pointing out the urgency of the situation, mentioning how little time remains before winter. Karak responds confidently, stating that Nerkumbel will destroy the Empire in 1 month, as all preparations are complete and the warriors are ready. Hexable challenges Karak's plan, arguing that Nerkumbel's forces, though sizable, will be far outnumbered by the Empire's millions of soldiers. Karak stresses that the Empire is in chaos due to events like the fall of Riez and the Nihid incident, which presents a rare opportunity. Karak also reveals the existence of an alliance within the Empire that shares their goal of bringing it down. This revelation causes shock among the others, but Ursabet reacts with fury, her red aura flaring as she confronts Karak. She demands to know if he is allied with humans, clearly disgusted by the idea. As her aura grows more threatening, Swallow steps in, telling Ursabet to take her fight outside to avoid causing a scene in his home. Ursabet, unwilling to back down, sneers at Karak, calling him someone who has sold his pride as a monster. She storms out, leaving the room with a final remark. Karak, unperturbed, calls after her, "Ms. Ursabet, I'll see you again next time." Swallow sighs deeply, acknowledging that the situation had been inevitable from the start. Later, in Swallow's room, Patrick arrives and remarks that Swallow succeeded in sending everyone away. Swallow responds with a wry comment, deflecting the credit. Patrick observes Karak's confidence and concludes that the alliance Karak mentioned must be formidable. Swallow downplays the threat, suggesting that toppling the empire is a common ambition, but Patrick notes that only Swallow could be so calm about it. Swallow insists, however, that the time is not yet right to act. The scene then shifts to Azidahaka and Fafnir, who are leaving the Primordial Core and heading back home. Fafnir asks Azidahaka whether she believes Karak truly intends to bring down the empire. Azidahaka expresses a similar desire to eliminate humans who overstep their boundaries, but acknowledges that wiping out the entire empire is not a simple task. Her thoughts briefly wander back to a prior interaction with Karak at the Primordial Core, where his expression left her wondering about his true intentions. As they continue on their journey, Azidahaka notices Hexable and Karak speaking in the distance. She reflects on the fact that they had apparently returned separately, yet now they are conversing together, which piques her curiosity. The scene takes place in a quiet restaurant located in the southeastern part of the empire, in the city of Uruf. Wooin, Historia, and Barizik sit at a table, with Barizik noticing that Wooin hasn't touched her food. He asks why she's not eating, and she responds that she's lost her appetite, clearly distressed. Barizik comments on the fact that they're the only customers at the restaurant, probably because it's still early in the morning. He also points out that not eating won't bring their comrades back, and suggests that Garot must have sent him to accompany Wooin because the others are off searching for Sion. Wooin, still brooding, narrows her eyes as Barizik continues to speak. He teasingly suggests that she's interested in Sion because he mentioned another hero like herself, implying that Sion is likely hiding somewhere in disguise. Wooin then asks whether it's even possible to bring their comrades back, to which Barizik responds that if they can find them, they might be able to communicate with them. He adds that their mission could be more difficult than they thought. Before leaving to do his work, he orders Wooin not to leave the table until she finishes her meal. Barizik approaches the restaurant's chief, a middle-aged man with golden hair and blue eyes, and inquires if he has seen someone they're looking for. The chief, after looking at the poster Barizik shows him, says that he doesn't recognize the person in question. He explains that he may have seen the person before, but he can't remember every face of his customers. Unexpectedly, Barizik draws his sword and attacks the chief, but the man quickly blocks the strike with a kitchen knife. Barizik, unfazed, accuses the chief of looking suspiciously similar to the person they are searching for. He then reveals that the chief is actually the former hero Rashmare, who is apparently hiding in plain sight as a chef. The chief denies this accusation, feigning ignorance. Barizik pushes further, noting that the chief's skill in blocking the sword strike with a kitchen knife suggests otherwise. He demands that the former hero cooperate, but Rashmare refuses, physically pushing Barizik back. Barizik responds that he hasn't even told the chief what he wants from him, but Rashmare retorts that the Empire likely has enough chefs and that he's being sought out to return to the battlefield. Barizik laughs, his face suddenly flushed with red veins as he activates the aura surrounding his weapon, Bloody Mary, one of the 36 masterpieces. He reveals that Garot had predicted this encounter and provided instructions for how to deal with Rashmare if he refused. Barizik's red aura intensifies, signaling his readiness for a more violent approach. Rashmare, remaining calm, denies being the person they think he is. Barizik, holding the weapon Bloody Mary, which emits a loud steel-grinding noise and fills the room with a red aura. He introduces himself as a member of the Black Wolf Knights Order. In response, the former hero Rashmare, now known as the Chef, dismisses the sound, unsure of its meaning, and prepares for the upcoming conflict. Barizik charges at Rashmare, but Rashmare effortlessly lands powerful blows to Barizik's stomach, sending him crashing into the wall. As dust fills the air, Rashmare remarks on his unexpected strength and his difficulty controlling his power. He's relieved he didn't destroy the wall with the strike. Barizik, though hurt, is caught mid-air by Wooin Historia, who had moved quickly enough to save him. Barizik, recovering, complains about the rough catch. Rashmare, observing Wooin's swift movement, notes her speed with approval. Wooin, undeterred, approaches Rashmare and introduces herself respectfully, stating it is an honor to meet a hero from the previous generation. Rashmare responds sarcastically, mocking her for seeking a has-been. Wooin then states the reason for their visit. The Empire is in crisis, particularly due to the death of Sir Vern. Rashmare, darkening in expression, acknowledges the truth of the rumors. Wooin presses on, asking if Rashmare will join them. Rashmare hesitates, explaining that he now wields a kitchen knife instead of a sword because they live in an era of peace. He criticizes the Empire's greed for sending young people to die in dangerous dungeon raids, claiming the country of Riez is more prosperous than ever. Woon questions whether he's rejecting the Empire's noble mission of dungeon raiding. Rashmare mocks her for her sharp gaze, wondering if she plans to arrest him. Woon removes her cloak, revealing new gauntlets, and states that since Rashmare has rejected their request, she'll have to subdue him and bring him to the Empire. She launches an attack, but Rashmare easily dodges, commenting on the energy of youth. Woon intensifies her assault, but Rashmare continues to evade effortlessly, causing her strikes to shatter nearby tables. Woon begins to question why her attacks aren't landing. Barizik watches from a distance, noting that Rashmare is treating Woon like a child. Woon, frustrated, speeds up, but Rashmare counterattacks with his wooden kitchen knife, sending her flying back. He explains that her straightforward attacks are hindered by her rigid personality and that such patterns will only fail against opponents of equal or greater strength. Woon becomes anxious, recalling her earlier struggles in battle. Before the fight can escalate, the communication device Woon had left behind activates, and Ethelbriez's voice is heard. Rashmare inquires about the speaker, and Ethelbriez introduces himself as the acting commander-in-chief of the Dungeon Raid Union headquarters. He reveals he was the one who sent Woon and Barizik to speak with Rashmare and requests a private conversation. Woon steps out of the room, leaving the device behind. Ethelbriez begins by apologizing for contacting Rashmare in this way, but Rashmare coldly dismisses him, stating he has nothing to discuss with a subordinate of the Empire. Ethelbriez acknowledges Rashmare's lingering resentment toward the Empire, likely tied to a past event. Rashmare, surprised that Ethelbriez has done his research, warns that he can't return to the Empire for reasons he doesn't want to discuss. Ethelbriez then mentions it's not just 6, referencing a significant number of people from Rashmare's past that involved in particular incident. He lists the names of people involved: Jacob, Brenda, Arnold, Kenneth, Wig, and Reinhardt. Rashmare, visibly shocked, asks how Ethelbriez knows those names. Ethelbriez reveals there were actually 8 people, 2 of whom Rashmare didn't know about. Rashmare, now enraged, unleashes his aura and demands confirmation. Ethelbriez confirms the truth, stating he knows the names of the 2 missing individuals, leaving Rashmare in a state of disbelief and fury. The scene begins at the primordial core, with Swallow yawning and expressing disinterest in doing any work, suggesting that taking a minimal approach might be best. Patrick, equally resigned, agrees, commenting that doing the least amount of work is the most efficient course at the moment. Swallow, however, expands on his idea, saying that it doesn't matter when you do the work, before or after, it still requires effort. But if the work is done after something happens, the reward is often greater. Patrick, sarcastically impressed by Swallow's philosophical reasoning, quips about his unexpected productivity. Swallow shrugs it off, stating he prefers the guaranteed satisfaction of the present rather than chasing an uncertain future. Patrick, nodding in agreement, pulls out his resignation letter, expressing a desire to take a break for the sake of his own present happiness. Swallow agrees to Patrick's request, but with a caveat: he will handle things on his own for now. Patrick, grinning, proposes they start by fixing up the dungeon, calling it self-maintenance since the first and second rooms are still empty. Swallow, amused, mocks the idea, claiming he's already perfect. Patrick, irritated, turns to leave, holding up his resignation letter. Swallow quickly relents and decides to inspect the rooms. A short while later, Swallow, alone, thinks about his plan to tear up the resignation letter, but gets distracted upon finding the food storage. He enters the storage to check it out, considering it another task to handle. Later, Swallow meets up with Patrick again, who, surprised at how quickly Swallow returned, asks if he did the job thoroughly. Swallow responds that he found the problem sooner than expected, which causes Patrick to become nervous. Swallow grimly announces the food storage is empty. Patrick, stunned by the revelation, drops his report book in shock, realizing the gravity of the situation. The scene begins with a dwarf named Scovina from a merchant group bowing before Swallow and apologizing for some issue, which prompts Mel's to ask Patrick about the arrival of the monster merchants. Patrick explains that while most dungeons seek out merchant groups to secure supplies, the Great Evil Dungeons have a unique, more symbiotic relationship with the leprechauns, a special group of monster merchants. They are not merely VIPs, but are looked after in exchange for certain services. Mel's is surprised to hear this and expresses disbelief that Swallow knows a member of their merchant group by name. Patrick reveals that Swallow remembers North, one of the leprechauns who is highly competent, even among his peers, and that Swallow had been particularly impressed by him. Scovina then begins to explain a recent incident involving a raid on their supplies. A group of orcs attacked several merchant groups, including the leprechauns. North tried to stop them, insisting that some of the supplies were meant for Swallow, but the orcs ignored him and took both North and the supplies. Swallow, furious, demands confirmation of the story and questions whether the orcs killed North. Scovina reassures him that North was not killed, but was instead taken along with the supplies. Swallow, enraged, presses further, and Scovina, deeply apologetic, offers to surrender his life to spare the other members of the leprechauns. Swallow, still angry, asks where the orcs have gone, and Scovina hesitates. Patrick then realizes that things have become more complicated than anticipated. Nercumble's raid on the monster merchants was not just about stealing supplies, but also about causing problems for Swallow. Swallow agrees with Patrick and demands Scovina guide them to the orcs. Before leaving, Patrick asks if he should accompany Swallow, but Swallow decides to handle the matter alone, determined to show the orcs the consequences of messing with his food supply. The scene begins in the orcs' camp, where the aftermath of their raid is discussed. One orc mocks North, the leprechaun merchant, for resisting their demands, while another mentions his claim that the supplies were destined for a great evil dungeon. Gekunder, a high-ranking orc, dismisses North's warning as cowardice, asserting that war takes precedence over alliances or conflicts with other great evil dungeons. He boasts that, as long as he stands, even the ancient monster of the primordial core poses no threat. At this moment, Swallow and Scovina arrive. Scovina boldly questions if the orcs will regret their actions, startling them. The orcs recognize him as the leprechaun who escaped earlier and mock him for returning with only a human. Scovina demands North's release, and Gekunder, amused, orders North to be brought out. North, bruised and trembling, is thrown before Scovina, who rushes to him in concern. North, in a weakened voice, urges Scovina to flee. However, before Scovina can act, Gekunder thrusts a spear through North, killing him instantly. He justifies his action by claiming North was already as good as dead, adding that this was the price for defying him and invoking the primordial core. Scovina collapses in grief, cradling North's lifeless body. Suddenly, chaos erupts as all the surrounding orcs are killed in a blur, their bodies torn apart before they can react. Gekunder, horrified and confused, finds himself grabbed by the neck by Swallow, who lifts him effortlessly. Swallow's blazing anger terrifies Gekunder, who now realizes Swallow is the ancient monster of the primordial core that North had warned them about. Swallow declares he would have let the orcs off with a warning for their theft, but North's death sealed their fate. Desperate, Gekunder orders his mage to teleport him away. However, instead of saving Gekunder, the mage teleports Nercumble's leader, Karak, and the orc commander to the scene. Gekunder, panicking, attempts to explain, but Karak swiftly decapitates him for his insolence and failure. Karak then turns to Swallow, acknowledging his subordinate's mistakes and pledging to take full responsibility. Swallow, still seething, seizes the opportunity to exact retribution. He proposes a deal. Karak must provide 20 times the amount of food stolen within 3 weeks. The demand is outrageous, but Karak knows refusal would mean annihilation for the orcs. Realizing he has no choice, Karak solemnly agrees, vowing on his name to fulfill the impossible task. The scene shifts to the Empire Mansion, where Rashmare meets Ethelbrias. Rashmare notes that he isn't the only one summoned. As Ethelbrias reveals, he has important matters to discuss with both Rashmare and Dame Sion. The narrative then transitions to a more lighthearted setting, where a woman scolds a person named Lancerer for sleeping until noon. Annoyed, she reminds him of his promise to go foraging with her, prompting Lancerer to groggily agree as he reluctantly gets out of bed.
The scene transitions to a forest cloaked in twilight, where Karak, the great orc commander, broods in silence. His thoughts drift back to a conversation he had with Swallow not long ago. 3 weeks, Swallow had said, calm and composed. I'll give you exactly 3 weeks. Karak had narrowed his eyes at that. And if I failed to meet the deadline? Swallow had smiled faintly. Then I won't need to lift a finger. I've got other methods. I'll unleash the black tentacles in Ilcumble. Witness it, the child of the Creator. He will devour you all. Don't look away. The end of your glory is destruction. Remember this, carnage has already begun. Applaud for your return not to death, but to your origin. Karak's hand clenched into a fist as he recalled the ominous words. This isn't my story, he muttered to himself. You realize that now, don't you? You know what I'm referring to. At that moment, an orc stepped into the command tent and bowed deeply. I bow before the mighty commander. There's no need for ceremony, Kurak replied, his tone flat but firm. How did the research go? It's all true, the orc said with urgency. The legends, the myth of the ancient black tentacles, it's real. If they were unleashed at Nokumble's core, they'd wipe out everything. Not just the orcs. All life. Kurak's eyes hardened. That's all I needed to hear, he said, rising from his seat with resolve. He stepped out of the tent, eyes scanning the war camp. Another orc called out. Commander, all of Nokumble awaits your orders. Kurak's thoughts were simple. Orcs don't need long speeches. Facing the assembled warriors, he shouted. To war! Kill them all! Leave no human alive! His heart thundered in his chest, a sensation he hadn't felt in years. It feels good. It's been so long since I felt this alive. Kurak will see this through. There is no doubt in my mind. Nokumble will prevail. We will raise the empire to the ground and rebuild our new home atop its ashes. The scene shifts to a grand imperial mansion, where Ethelbrias stood before Rashmare and Dame Sion with grim urgency. There will be war, he announced. Rashmare blinked in disbelief. What? Why? Out of nowhere. To be specific, Ethelbrias clarified. A civil war. One that won't be easily subdued. Rashmare scoffed. You summon 2 heroes, then drop a civil war on us? Is this some kind of joke? Got proof? I do, Ethelbrias said calmly. Or something close to it. Are you messing with me? It's Pope Eurenesia, Ethelbrias explained. He never used the word war, but twice, alone, without guards, he essentially declared it to me. Rashmare frowned. That could have been a misunderstanding. You can confirm it yourself, can't you, Sir Sion? Ethelbrias gestured toward the hero. I already did, Sion replied. He's telling the truth, Rashmare. I verified it with magic. Behind them, Garat, Ethelbrias' silent attendant, watched Sion with narrowed eyes. When did he get here? I didn't sense him use any magic at all. Still stunned, Rashmare asked. So you want us to act as peacekeepers? Ethelbrias shook his head. Of course not. I love the Empire. I didn't call you for that sort of work. Angered, Rashmare stormed forward, grabbing Ethelbrias by the collar. You little shit. I didn't come all this way for your boring jokes. But then his eyes locked onto the cursed scar on Ethelbrias' right eye. He paused, tense. That mark, was it Swallow? Ethelbrias gently pried Rashmare's hand away. Please calm down. I haven't forgotten what I promise you. Here, these are the 2 names you couldn't find. The letter contains everything you need. Judge for yourself. Rashmare accepted the letter, exhaled, and gave a short bow. I lost my temper. My apologies. It's all right, Ethelbrias said. I understand. Sion broke in with a firm voice. Can we get to the point now? What do you want us to do? Ethelbrias answered. As I said, the war is already set in motion. I want you to fight for the Empire during this civil conflict. Sion frowned. But the Pope's faction doesn't seem strong enough for a coup. I agree, Rashmare added. Ethelbrias thought silently. He won't even look me in the eye. Aloud, he said. He may have allies. Based on what we know, it's likely the Holy Kingdom, but we don't have proof yet. Rashmare asked. If it's treason, why not just kill the Pope? Because we don't know who his backers are, Ethelbrias replied. If outside forces are involved, his death might change nothing. Sion sighed, turning away. As he activated a teleportation circle, he said. So you're just asking for more firepower. Understood. I'll be going. Rashmare watched him vanish. That guy always leaves just like that. I'll never understand him. You 2 aren't close? Ethelbrias asked. Not really. He always worked alone. We rarely crossed paths. After things settled for me, I was busy mentoring that kid, Byrne. I'm sorry about Sir Byrne, Ethelbrias said softly. Rashmare shrugged. It's fine. He died during the Swallow's subjugation. It was bound to happen. There's something else, about Swallow. Ethelbrias continued. I have a favor to ask. Rashmare immediately stiffened. Don't tell me you want to kill him. No, Ethelbrias said. But for humanity's future, I want you to train Hero Historia. She'll never beat him. Rashmare replied coldly. I know, Ethelbrias said. But she must still grow. Even if it's impossible, she has to try. Because I love the Empire. Later, Ethelbrias walked down a candlelit corridor with Garrett's support. In the end, Garrett said, "You got everyone to join as planned?" "War is coming," Ethelbrias replied. "Is there truly no way to stop it?" "There isn't. So we must win." Garrett hesitated. "Sir Rashmare got that list too easily. Will he still help us now that he has it?" "We have to earn his trust now," Ethelbrias said. "If we withheld the truth, he would have dug it up himself. We can't risk that, not in Liaise." They reached a grand chamber where a coffin lay enshrined. Ethelbrias stepped forward and knelt. "Please," he whispered, "I pray for the coming war, for the future, and for the peace of the Empire." Elsewhere, at the primordial core, Patrick stared intently at Swallow. "What?" Swallow asked. "I haven't done anything wrong." "Yet." Patrick scratched his chin. "It's nothing. Just, my ears feel itchy." "You don't have ears." "And yet they itch," Patrick insisted. "Feels like someone's calling for me. Maybe the mana inside me is waking up?" "But you already know magic." "Yes," Patrick said. "But if I could cast huge spells like Mel's, it'd be more fun. I might just become the next Erevos." Swallow rolled his eyes. "Want me to crush your skull before that happens?" The scene transitions to a dimly lit experiment room. A patient, bound and bruised, muttered, "I envy your freedom." One of the doctors frowned. "What? Did it just say something? Probably a hallucination." Another doctor muttered, "Ignore it. Let's keep going." A voice echoed in the patient's mind, "Do you envy freedom?" "Who's there?" "Freedom is beautiful, but dangerous." "Still, do you desire it?" "I do." "Then let's make a deal. For the sake of your freedom." That patient, battered, experimented on, and desperate, was Nifrim. He jolted awake from the nightmare, panting heavily. "I'm gonna throw up," he whispered, trembling. The nausea hit Nifrim without warning. He stumbled outside, bracing against the cold earth as memories surged through him. The forest around him was quiet, but in his head, there was only noise. Screams. Blood. Bone. And Patrick's voice, unrelenting. "How much can you regenerate?" Patrick had asked coldly during their fight. "If your limbs are severed, can you just eat and heal?" "What are you doing?" "Eat up. There are still 2 people left." "Go on." Nifrim squeezed his eyes shut. "I ran. After abandoning my allies." "No, after eating them." His stomach twisted. Cannibalism. That word gnawed at him worse than hunger ever had. Anything but that. "I never wanted to commit that." But a voice inside him, the one he hated the most, responded coldly, "You ate to survive. That skeleton tortured you. You had no choice." "I had no choice!" Nifrim screamed, his voice hoarse. But even he didn't believe it. He collapsed to his knees. Vomit splashed onto the soil. Tears followed. "I'm sorry," he whispered, over and over, face buried in the dirt. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone." Time passed. The scent of warm food drew him from his misery. Inside the cabin where he now stayed, an old woman set down a bowl before him with gentle hands. "Eat a little," she said softly. "Even if you throw it up again, you need to eat something." Still seated at the low wooden table, Nifrim nodded faintly, his face pale. "Yes. Thank you for the food." The woman smiled and picked up her shawl. "I'll head out to the fields. Eat slowly and come when you're ready." She hadn't stepped far when the front door burst open. A sharp gust of wind followed a girl into the house as she kicked it open with unnecessary force. "There you are, Lancelot!" she shouted, hands on her hips. "The sun's already high, and now you're eating? I told you, we've got to dig up the mountain herbs before the fire's lit today." She turned to the old woman. "Grandma, where are you going? Did you swallow a funnel?" The old woman snapped. "My ears still work just fine. I'm going to the field, so stop bothering him and come help me instead." "But what about the mountain herbs?" "Mountain herbs?" The woman snorted. "You only bring back weeds. I know you go into the forest to play around." "Play around?" Purcell scowled. "I'm getting real herbs this time. Come here, you little brat." The woman grabbed her by the arm. "Where do you think you're going? You're helping me first." As she was dragged away, Purcell turned back toward Nifrim and yelled, "Eat fast and come out." "I'll be there," he replied quietly, watching her vanish in a flurry of energy. Later, the two walked through a narrow mountain path. Sunlight broke through the canopy in golden shafts. Purcell glanced at him. You really don't remember anything? Your name, your past, anything? Nifrim shook his head. No, you were weird when Grandma found you. Armor, sword, you looked like a mercenary. Maybe, Nifrim said. I don't remember. But maybe something like that. It's fine, she said brightly. You'll remember eventually. As they continued climbing, a villager passed them on the path, dragging a freshly hunted deer over his shoulder. Hey! What are you two doing out here? Purcell gasped. Whoa! Mister, did you just catch that? Yup, the man grinned. Thanks to the guardian god, hunting's been real easy lately. The animals are pouring out of the woods. Guardian god? Purcell asked curiously. Yeah. Ever since the monsters stopped coming near, it's been like a blessing. Even that big troll that used to hang around the barrier, dead. Don't know who or what killed it, but everyone's saying it was the guardian god. He winked. But don't tell your grandma I told you that. Really? Okay, Purcell said eagerly. The man continued down the trail. Come down before we light the fire, both of you. I'll be going first. As Nifrim watched the man disappear, his gaze wandered to the treetops, and he felt it. The faint, heavy pressure of monsters nearby. He didn't see them, but he knew they were there. Purcell looked up at him. Should we keep going? Purcell, do monsters usually come this close to the village? She blinked. Not really. It's dangerous around here, so they usually avoid us. But recently? I guess there's been a lot more movement in the woods. Still, like Mister said, I haven't seen any for a while. That's a relief, Nifrim muttered. What? You remembering something from your mercenary life? I'm not sure I was a mercenary, he replied. Then don't worry about it. Let's go back, you glutton. The scene shifted. Back at the village field, flames rolled across the dry earth. Nifrim stood at the edge of the burning field, watching in quiet awe. A villager noticed his expression and walked up beside him. You look surprised, Lancelot. Never seen a burn like this before? No. I haven't. The villager nodded. We do this after every harvest. It's not efficient, but for people like us, it's the only way. We burn the ground, and the ashes feed the next season. Nifrim looked at the smoke rising into the sky. Do you leave every time the soil dries up? We do. We move to a new area and start again. The man paused, then added with a warm smile. Say, even if your memories come back, how about staying with us? Staying? Yeah. You're already one of us. You work like the rest of us. And Purcell, well, that tomboy seems pretty fond of you. Even if she nags. Nifrim smiled faintly. I'm the one being helped all the time. The man chuckled. Her energy's her charm. Talking, though, she never shuts up. Speaking of which, here she comes again. Purcell was sprinting toward them from the village, waving her arms and yelling something indecipherable. The villager gave Nifrim a light pat. I'll be off. Good luck. As he walked away, Nifrim stayed where he was, watching the flames crackle across the field. My name here is Lancelot, he thought. I ran. I fled the core of the ancient, and these people, they took me in. They're kind. They don't ask about my past. They don't pry. Except for her. His eyes followed Purcell's figure bounding down the slope. But they're weak. Vulnerable. They can't even handle a lone troll. This slash-and-burn village, that's why, every night, I go out alone, and wipe out the monsters near the barrier. Guardian God. When they're finally safe enough, I'll leave. Then I can go. The scene shifted to a jagged, windswept mountain where the air reeked of death. Scattered across the rocky terrain lay the mutilated corpses of trolls, massive, brutish creatures felled in unnerving numbers. Towering above the carnage, a group of orcs in dark leathers and bone-laced armor inspected the aftermath. Among them stood their chieftain, his face obscured by the gruesome mask of a red wolf's flayed hide. One of the orcs stepped forward cautiously and addressed him. Chieftain, what now? Do we press on? The chieftain didn't reply immediately. Instead, his sharp eyes swept over the bodies, each one slain in eerily consistent fashion. After a tense pause, he responded coolly. What do you think? This is more than just a pile of corpses. There's no one in this region known to do something like this, no creature. This is the work of a human. A single one at that. The orc blinked stunned. But how? How could one human do this? Kneeling beside a troll corpse, the chieftain studied the wounds with a discerning eye. They're smaller than the average troll, but each was taken down with precision. Bladed weapons. Dual wielding, perhaps. The attacker went for the legs first, crippling them, then let them bleed out before finishing them with a single, clean strike. Every wound was deliberate, efficient, methodical. This wasn't a rampage. It was a hunt. And all of them were taken down the same way. The orc straightened, hesitant. The great general ordered us to continue marching forward. We will, the chieftain said, rising. But not in a straight line. We'll take a slight detour. He turned then, just as dark smoke billowed into the sky in the distance. The chieftain narrowed his eyes, watching the column rise from a burning field. There, he said with quiet certainty. We've found him. Elsewhere, Nifrim was patrolling the forest, his senses alert. He crouched on a high ledge, scanning the tree line and the faint trail of smoke rising far beyond it. His thoughts were heavy. I expected the smoke from the burning field to attract more monsters, he mused silently. But it's been quiet. Too quiet. I don't sense anything nearby. This area's clear, but lately, the monster activity has increased. It's too much for a mere search for food. Especially in winter. Then, his eyes caught another plume of smoke, this one rising from the mountainside. His gaze sharpened. That smoke, what's going on up there? Later, back in the village, he asked one of the men about the smoke he had seen earlier. Probably nothing, the man said casually. Maybe the village down the mountain? There's a village there? Nifrim asked. The man nodded. 3 times the size of ours. If there was that much smoke, maybe they're holding a festival. We're planning one too. Before he could finish, 2 nearby villagers quickly silenced him, slapping hands over his mouth. Anyway, it's nothing serious, one said with forced cheer. Smoke from a village? Happens all the time. Nifrim gave a polite nod. Right. Thanks. Good luck on your hunt today. The man grinned. We're just picking up what we already caught. Left it to drain. Get ready, Lancelot. Big feast tonight. Oh, Purcell was looking for you. Okay, Nifrim replied, though the unease in his heart remained. It was just ordinary smoke. When he arrived at Purcell's place, the children swarmed him, tugging at his hair and giggling. Lancelot's hair is so soft. He's cute. Amused and confused, Nifrim asked. What's going on? Purcell rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. It's your welcome party, dummy. We couldn't throw one before since everyone was busy. The adults wanted it to be a surprise, but now you know, so if you snitch, I'll kill you. That's an order. I won't. Nifrim smiled. One of the kids piped up. Sister and Lancelot are getting married? Purcell turned red. What? Where did you hear that? Mommy and Auntie said it. The child replied innocently. They said if you like someone a lot, you have to marry them. Purcell flailed. No! It's not like that. Another child tugged on Nifrim's sleeve. Are you getting married to Purcell? She loves you lots. Blushing, Purcell barked back. It's not like that, you brats. But her face betrayed her words. See? One kid grinned. We're right. Purcell grumbled, brushing her hair aside. I mean, his face is, whatever. Maybe kind of cute? But don't get the wrong idea. I'm just saying your face is fine, that's all. Nifrim blinked, bewildered. What, exactly did I misunderstand? Trying to change the subject, Purcell frowned. They said they were just getting what they already caught. What's taking them so long? Let's go check. Outside, the villagers stood in tense silence, eyes fixed on thick smoke coiling up from the mountains. Purcell's brow furrowed. That smoke, it's coming from the mountains. What's going on? Nifrim narrowed his eyes. Just as I thought. That smoke I saw yesterday wasn't normal. Seeing Purcell tremble, he gently took her arm. Let's go inside. The children are watching. Inside, the kids looked up. Is Daddy not back yet? When's he coming home? Purcell gave them a brave smile. They're getting more food. They'll be back soon. Nifrim met her eyes. I'll go find them. Stay here and watch over the others. What about you? She asked, worried. He smiled faintly. Don't worry. I'll be back. Not long after, Nifrim reached the mountaintop camp. What he found there stopped him cold. Blood soaked the snow. Not a single villager in sight. But orc footprints, dozens, led deeper into the woods. Following them at speed, he eventually came face to face with the orc raiding party. They charged. Steel flashed, bodies fell. In moments, the snow was painted red. Nifrim stood amidst the silence, breathing heavily. Then, a scream echoed from the village. His blood ran cold. "They've already reached the village," he whispered, and bolted downhill. When he arrived, chaos had swallowed the peaceful hamlet. Orcs were everywhere, homes burning, the sky thick with smoke. Then, a massive orc stepped into view. He wore the wolf mask of a chieftain. "Welcome, warrior," he said, voice like thunder. "I am Kaltum of the great tribe Karim. Don't worry, we won't harm you." "Not yet." Nifrim's eyes scanned the surroundings. "Where are the villagers?" Kaltum chuckled. "Ah, your skill is just as we were told. My special operations unit completely destroyed." "Impressive." Nifrim's tone sharpened. "I asked you where they are?" Kaltum gestured to his subordinates. "Bring them." One orc stepped forward with a heavy sack, its contents leaking blood. Others followed, dragging villagers, tied and battered, but alive. Among them, Purcell. "I wish to fight you," Kaltum said with a grin. "If you defeat me, I will free them all. But if you lose, well, you understand what comes next." Nifrim's gaze met Purcell's. She was wounded, but conscious. He steadied his breathing. "Wait a little longer, Purcell." He drew his weapons and stepped forward. "Enough talk. Fight me, orc." Kaltum's laughter rumbled through the clearing. "Excellent. Very well, let us fight." The battle began in an instant. Chieftain Kaltum, the towering orc clad in crimson wolf pelts, was the first to strike. With a roar that shook the mountain air, he brought his massive warhammer down toward Nifrim with devastating force. But Nifrim, swift as the wind, slipped out of its path with a blur of motion. He darted forward, closing the gap with deadly intent. Kaltum responded immediately, swinging the axe in his other hand. In a wide arc, Nifrim weaved beneath it, his agile form a whisper of movement, and in a seamless motion, slipped behind the chieftain. Seeing an opening, Nifrim slashed at Kaltum's lower body. His blade bit into the orc's leg, drawing blood and staggering him slightly. Without hesitation, Nifrim raised his sword to aim for Kaltum's upper body, but the chieftain was faster than expected. He blocked the incoming blow with his warhammer, and the sheer impact shattered Nifrim's blade into jagged pieces. Yet Nifrim didn't falter. In a split-second decision, he hurled the broken half of his sword at Kaltum's chest. The broken blade embedded itself into the orc's thick skin, eliciting a grunt. Then, before Kaltum could react, Nifrim spun and kicked the hilt with full force, driving the fragment deeper, piercing through muscle and bone. Seizing the moment, Nifrim drew his second blade with both hands and aimed for another decisive strike. But Kaltum had anticipated this. As the blade came down, Kaltum raised his hammer once more and intercepted the blow. The sword shattered on impact, another weapon lost. With a smirk, Kaltum rumbled, "Combat must be unpredictable. Victory lies in knowing both yourself and your enemy. Hitting rock bottom taught me that." Nifrim clicked his tongue and launched a sharp kick toward the chieftain's abdomen, hoping to gain distance. Damn it. His defense is like iron. If only I had a real weapon. But the chieftain didn't budge. Instead, he caught Nifrim's leg midair and growled, "What's this? Trying to flee during a duel?" Before Nifrim could escape, Kaltum's punch connected cleanly with his torso, sending the human warrior flying. Nifrim hit the ground hard, skidding through blood and dust as the impact echoed like a drumbeat through the battlefield. Blood splattered around him in wide arcs. Chuckling, Kaltum stepped forward, his voice thick with pride. "Far more entertaining than I expected, human. With this, I take one step closer to becoming the strongest once more. As promised, now I get to kill the rest of them, don't I?" The villagers cried out, calling for Nifrim, pleading for him to rise. But he lay motionless, bloodied and broken, his vision fading at the edges. Their voices reached his ears, but his body refused to respond. "Too noisy," Kaltum muttered to his subordinates. "Kill them quietly. They'll be food soon enough." Turning away from the captives, Kaltum glanced at his trembling left hand and muttered under his breath, "That injury, with a broken blade? That bastard's skilled. Damn it. I won't be able to use this arm for a while." Meanwhile, Nifrim struggled to move. His limbs wouldn't obey. He could only watch as the orcs began killing the villagers, one after another, their screams echoing through the cold air. His mind retreated into the past. He saw Sylvia, smiling, shaking him awake. You really sleep deeply? Even after all those experiments, how do you sleep so soundly? Another companion's voice followed. Hey, what did they do to you this time? Before he could answer, Sylvia interrupted with a playful grin. Your face makes me crave chocolate. His other companions joined in with laughter and requests: wine, stewed from the water-drop dish in, fresh bread smothered in fruit jam, roasted mountain pig. Then, they turned to Nifrim and asked, What about you? What do you want to eat? Sylvia shouted, How can I even think of food after being experimented on, you idiot? Nifrim smiled and said, Let's eat everything together. I'll work harder so we can leave this place. And when we do, let's all sit together and eat until our stomachs explode. Back in the present, he lay in a cage, wounded and barely conscious, clinging to that distant memory. Let's do that. Together. An orc guard standing nearby leaned closer. What the? He's still alive. After a punch like that from the chief? You humans are insane. Chief Keltum's got a soft spot for you. Says you'll be a sacrifice. You're tough. Are all humans like you in the capital? Another orc sneered. Who cares? We've got Commander Kurak. Still, good thing we chopped his legs off. Amwin, this guy's dangerous. Elsewhere, deep in the heart of the primordial core, a strange conversation was taking place. Patrick reclined comfortably on Swallow's back, reading a newspaper. Boss, it's about to begin. Swallow, eyes closed, asked, What is? A war. Patrick replied. Must you read that while sitting on me? Patrick grinned. Reports from merchant networks. It's developing in a fascinating way. They're marching across every terrain, mountains, rivers, plains, even the sea. Burning human villages to the ground. Swallow sighed, annoyed. Why go through all that trouble? So theatrical. Patrick shrugged. It's likely part of a larger strategy. A wide pincer movement to encircle the capital, like a snake tightening its grip. Swallow muttered. Always the hard way, and the best part. Patrick continued. The scale. It's not just an invasion, it's a performance. War, after all, is more thrilling than a bonfire. Spare me. Swallow groaned. Then, narrowing his eyes, he gestured toward a bag sitting across the room. What's that awful smell? That? Popcorn. Mel's made it using oil and fire magic. Said it's best enjoyed while watching something fun. Popcorn? Yeah. Let's eat while we wait. Miss Ursabet should be arriving soon. Why the hell is she coming here? This is my house, not hers. Meanwhile, at the battlefront, human soldiers were bracing for the coming storm. This is insane. One soldier laughed bitterly. These orcs are making us work overtime. They'll tire out eventually. Another scoffed. A third added, It's not even a dungeon. What are they after anyway? The fourth grinned. Forget that. Have you seen the paladin? That guy doesn't even seem human. The unit commander stood tall and defiant. They may have numbers, but they're still monsters. For the Imperial Army, this is nothing. The real threat is the dungeon boss, Kurak. But if we can just hold out a little longer, reinforcements will arrive. Victory will be ours. I swear I won't let those foul beasts set foot in my territory. Meanwhile, Kurak sat alone, steadying his breath. Each exhale was slow, heavy, tinged with the echo of pain, a reminder of the brutal battle he'd once endured. As he winced, a memory resurfaced, vivid and piercing. Bloodied and barely able to stand, Kurak had looked up at his airborne opponent and asked through ragged breaths. Are you next, fairy? Hovering above him with a graceful ease that betrayed her deadly power, the figure gave a soft chuckle. Oh my, what incredible spirit! Even now, standing before me, you can feel the vast difference between us, can't you? Yet you still don't falter. I like that. She smiled. Tell me your name. I'll remember it. But the memory was cut short by a voice from the present. Commander, came the voice of an orc mage, bowing slightly outside the tent flap. Kurak blinked, coming back to the present. Yes. Where were we? You seem exhausted, sir, the mage said. Would you like to rest for a while? Kurak waved the concern off. I'm fine. What's the update on Kaltum? The mage bowed again. Kaltum will join us shortly. He reported that he's currently tracking down a peculiar human, one he intends to present to you personally. Kurak raised a brow. A peculiar human? Humph, forget that for now. What about the provisions? We've raided several human villages. The mage answered. Our troops successfully secured live captives for rations. Kurak's voice hardened. Slaughter them the moment they arrive. Make sure the meat is evenly distributed. As you command, my lord. Kurak turned away and added, Summon Kadachi. Moments later, Kadachi entered Kurak's tent. You called for me, Commander? Kurak nodded. I have something to discuss. Come closer. Kadachi complied, stepping in as the tent flap closed behind him. Far from the orc camp, at the Empire's military command post within Pelstein Fortress, the Lord addressed a group of armored paladins. It eases my heart to have your order here beside us, he said with a small bow. When all of this is over, I will personally ensure the Empire honors its debt to the Holy Order. One of the paladins stepped forward. What serves the Empire also serves the Order. We are honored to lend what strength we can. On behalf of His Holiness, thank you for your kindness. Suddenly, a messenger burst in, breathless and pale. My lord! Urgent report, regarding the current battlefront. The Lord gestured for him to speak. The orc horde outnumbers us by dozens of times. Judging by their numbers, this is almost certainly their main force. But, our siege experts believe that, due to the enemy's limited siege equipment, they may struggle to press their advantage. The Lord exhaled, relieved. Do we have enough food to last? Yes, the messenger confirmed. We were preparing for winter. Supplies are ample for both soldiers and civilians. And conscription? All conscripts have arrived without dissent. Both soldiers and citizens are furious over the orc attacks. Their morale is high. Good, the Lord said firmly. We must uphold that morale. We only need to hold for 1 week. Reinforcements from Ro are coming, led by the Red Spear herself. Let's show the orcs what true steel looks like. A knight seated beside him scoffed. Do we really need to wait? Just look at them. He gestured toward the battlefield. That shoddy armor, poor formation. They don't stand a chance. Maybe, the Lord replied. But they might be relying on magic. Our intelligence says their sorcerers can overpower our mages. The knight frowned. But we have the paladins. They'll neutralize any enemy sorcery. The knight leaned closer and whispered. Still, doesn't it seem strange? When did the Holy Order start helping the Empire? I trust them less than I trust those orcs. Don't, the Lord said sharply. Our enemies are the orcs of Nerkumble. If we begin to doubt our allies, we invite chaos. Yes, my lord. Suddenly, the knight pointed to the battlefield. Something's moving. The Lord narrowed his eyes. So, that's Kurak. But wasn't he supposed to have red hair? Who cares? The knight muttered. That aura, that's the leader of the great evil dungeon, no doubt. He rose to his feet and barked. Everyone, stay alert. The orcs are advancing. Archers to your marks. Mages, prepare to cast at command. Raise your shields, protect our lord at all costs. As Kurak approached, the knight whispered. My lord, something feels wrong. Only one orc stands beside him. Then the orc mage raised his staff, casting a sound amplification spell. Kurak's voice echoed, not through the air, but directly into the minds of every soldier. Do you hear me, humans? A wave of pain shot through the troops' heads as Kurak's voice reverberated like thunder in their skulls. Your spirit is admirable, but futile. You cannot stop our vengeance. Did you truly believe you could hold us here, trap us like animals? It is because humanity refuses to awaken from its wretched dream that it races toward extinction. In half a day, I will awaken you. Through death. A soldier scoffed loudly. Half a day? What's this idiot orc talking about? He's dreaming. But the Lord's face had gone pale. That voice. That conviction. He's serious. There's something I'm not seeing. He shouted. Be on your guard. The enemy leader is no fool. Something's. A sudden spear impaled him from behind. One of the paladins had driven it through his back, lifting him into the air. His Holiness was right. The paladin muttered coldly. Count, you were too competent. Attacking this place first was a wise choice. Coughing blood, the Lord stared in disbelief. You traitors! You dare betray the Empire? Other paladins began casting spells. Realizing their intent, the dying Lord screamed. No, stop them! That's teleportation magic! They're going to bring the orcs directly into the castle. But one of the paladins looked at him and smiled. It's too late, Count. The holy war begins now. Elsewhere, deep in a dungeon cage, Nifrim lay collapsed on the ground, broken and bloodied. An orc guard outside the bars sneered. Humans kill each other, but they never eat each other. Why? He threw a hunk of meat inside the cage. Eat, human. You must live. I must gift you to the commander. Nifrim glared with defiance despite his pain. You glare, in that state? The orc said with a chuckle. I lost my bet. I thought you'd eat. He growled. Fine. No more patience. The orc entered the cage, seized Nifrim by the throat, and lifted him into the air. Then, grabbing the meat, he forced it into Nifrim's mouth. What are you doing? Stop, please. Nifrim struggled, but the orc ignored him. I help you chew. Meat, human. Eat. And finally, Nifrim swallowed, his body involuntarily reacting to the orc's brutality. As the orc left the cage, he said, Eat or die, human. Next time, I do same. But the moment the orc turned away, Nifrim's body surged with unnatural strength. His wounds vanished. He tore off his restraints, leapt onto the orc's back, and without hesitation, he killed him. The scene shifted to Nifrim Pass. He found himself shackled to a metal chair, drenched in cold, sterile light. His body was littered with scars, old wounds from countless experiments. Men and women in white coats surrounded him, murmuring to one another, adjusting needles, checking vitals. Machines hummed with a low, ominous drone. He felt nothing anymore, not fear, not pain. Just a hollow, lingering detachment. And then it happened. As one of the scientists sliced across his forearm to take a tissue sample, they all froze. Before their eyes, the wound sealed itself instantly. Skin and muscle wove back together like time rewinding. One scientist gasped. It worked! It actually worked! Another approached, eyes wide with feverish awe. Nifrim, tell us, is the regeneration perfect? Do you feel anything strange? Still dazed, Nifrim looked down at the stump that had once been his arm, now completely regrown. My severed arm, it came back. Instantly. Their reactions were euphoric. Yes, shouted one of the scientists. This is it. With this breakthrough, we can mass-produce invincible soldiers. A few days passed. But perfection came with demands. When they handed him a slab of raw meat, pale and veined with something unnatural, he shook his head. I won't eat it, he said. Without hesitation, they beat him to the floor. Again. And again. You damned brat! One screamed, kicking him in the ribs. Just eat it! Why do you make us do this? Another added, frustrated. He has to intake to activate the ability. Don't you get it? For his self-repair to function, he must eat that meat. As blood trickled from his lips, Nifrim thought in silence, why does it have to be that? The memory shattered. The orc's corpse hit the ground with a loud, final thud. Blood pooled around it. The other orcs turned in alarm. What the hell? One barked. That human, his legs were gone. Another shouted. Impossible! I crushed them myself, I smashed them to pulp. But Nifrim was already gone. A sudden howl echoed through the camp as Nifrim appeared amidst them like a phantom. His fist collided with an orc's face, the impact snapping bone and sending the beast flying, howling in agony as blood sprayed into the air. The orcs roared in unison and charged him, weapons raised. He weaved between their strikes, effortless, fluid, like death given form. One orc's head snapped sideways under the weight of Nifrim's spinning kick. Another's throat was opened by a punch so sharp it was as if he wielded a blade. The air filled with panic as orc after orc fell, cut down in swift, brutal movements. An orc tried to flee, running toward the distant encampment for reinforcements. But Nifrim hurled a dagger, and with a sickening thunk, it pierced the back of the orc's skull. The body dropped like a sack of meat, never reaching the alarm. From the edge of the skirmish, the vice leader of Kaltum's forces narrowed his eyes. He studied the human, watched how his wounds sealed on their own, how the fire in his eyes never faded. This is no human, he muttered. That has to be an undead. A cursed abomination, no human can do that. Then, barking to the mages behind him, he ordered. Prepare sorcery! Do not waste soldiers here, not without Kaltum's orders! The orc sorcerers scrambled into formation, arcane glyphs forming beneath their feet as they began their incantations. Nifrim, panting slightly, clenched his fists. Damn it, he thought, the effect is wearing off. I couldn't even avenge them properly. Just then, the vice leader turned to one of his warriors. What about the rest of the humans? The ones captured earlier? All sent, the orc replied. To the main force. The vice leader's eyes darkened. Purcell, he whispered. A voice echoed in Nifrim's head, one buried deep, from the lab. Remember, the head scientist had said, voice grave. Never eat the flesh of other demi-humans. Your regeneration responds to the essence of your own kind. If you consume another species, it won't restore you. It'll corrupt you. You won't die immediately. But you'll wish you had. Launch it! The vice leader roared. Cackling with delight, the orc mages unleashed a barrage of fireballs. Flames rained down upon the spot where Nifrim stood. The explosions scorched the air, smoke and embers dancing skyward. The vice leader exhaled in relief. Good. It's done. We cannot waste more time here. Move the troops. But one mage froze, eyes wide. He's still standing. The mage stammered. He's alive. Even after that. How can he still be alive? Through the smoke and fire, a shadow emerged. It was Nifrim, burned, bloodied, but walking forward, munching on raw orc flesh. His body rapidly regenerating. Well, he thought grimly, the scientist wasn't wrong, it doesn't kill you immediately. And that's more than enough. Seeing him still alive, the vice leader shouted in fury. Don't let him reach the main force! Kill him now! One orc, backing away in fear, cried out. He's eating our kind's meat! The vice leader paled. Everyone, attack! He's just one human! Kill him! But Nifrim burst from the flames like a reaper of vengeance. His flesh knitted itself together with every bite he took. I'm coming now, Purcell, he thought. Moments passed. The battlefield was silent, except for the gurgles and gasps of dying orcs. The vice leader fell to his knees, trembling as he looked around. His entire unit slaughtered. No, impossible, he muttered. We're the Kaltum clan. Strongest among all. How can one human? Nifrim stepped toward him, his eyes hollow, burning. The vice leader held up his hands. Wait. Let's talk. What do you want? I'll speak to our chief, I swear. Nifrim raised the bloodied axe. No need. And with a single swing, he ended him. A short time later, the blood had begun to dry. Nifrim walked among the wreckage of the orc war camp. Then he found the carriage. He opened its door, and froze. Inside were the mangled corpses of the villagers, piled like cattle. He dropped to his knees, overwhelmed. So that's what they meant by humans in transit, he whispered. Their food supply. Tears mingled with the dirt on his face. I'm sorry. I couldn't save you. I should have been the only one to die. Only me, I'm sorry, Purcell. A faint voice called his name. He looked up, heart thudding. There, slumped near the edge of the carriage, bloodied and barely breathing, was Purcell. Her eyes fluttered open. Nifrim. Amidst the bustling activity of people moving supplies and equipment, Mel's observed the scene with a nostalgic gleam in her eyes. She turned to her companion, the creature named Tuons, and said with a theatrical sigh. Do you see that, Tuons? Look at those strapping men lugging things around like loyal underlings. You know, I may look like this now, but once, I was a demon king, with servants just like them hanging on my every word. Someday, I'll reclaim the glory of those times, don't you think? Tuons barked once in response. Mel's narrowed her eyes and, while grabbing a tuft of Tuon's hair, continued in a mock scolding tone. Lately your responses have been so dry. Is that it? Do you see me as a burden now? This time, Tuons gave 2 short barks. Mel's frowned. And now you're talking back? Just then, Patrick approached the two of them. What are you doing? He asked casually. Mel's turned toward him. Is it really alright to have this many outsiders walking around inside the dungeon? Patrick shrugged. I'm not too comfortable with it either, but it's not like they're from a rival faction. And besides, no one dares to complain to the boss of the great evil dungeon. Mel's mused aloud. Sometimes I forget this place is one of those great evil dungeons. Patrick exhaled. That's not something for you to worry about. That's the boss's concern. Mel's tilted her head. No, that's not what I meant. I was talking about how easily you got your hands on a mythic-grade magical tool. Patrick blinked. Oh, that's what you meant. Mel's thought back to the earlier moment, when Patrick had left her beaten and sprawled on the ground, and said, I'm so bored I could watch a war. Do you have any magic tools that let you do that? Or maybe a spell or two? Still lying flat, she added dryly. That's a very cruel thing to say after pummeling me, Sir Patrick. Patrick replied. I found some useful tools in Ms. Ursabet's collection. Mel's raised an eyebrow. Good to hear. Though, I barely stopped you from stealing and using the crystal orb of Obscuritas. You know, the second strongest demon king's relic? At that moment, Ursabet entered the chamber. You didn't have to trouble yourself coming all the way here, she said smoothly. My servants could have handled the moving. Or, were you perhaps here to welcome me personally? Her gaze drifted to Mel's. Well, hello there, little miss. It's been a while, hasn't it? Mel's gave a polite nod. Good to see you, ma'am. Ursabet looked at her with a sly smile, slowly sliding her tongue across her lips. Mel's blinked, confused. Patrick averted his gaze, muttering, Ms. Mel's, I'm very proud of you. Mel's tilted her head further. Why are you suddenly saying that, Sir Patrick? Ursabet took a step closer and whispered, eyes gleaming. My, look at that flawless skin of yours. Now thoroughly unsettled, Mel's turned to Patrick. What is happening right now? Why are you avoiding eye contact? Why are you saying this to me? Sir Patrick, say something. Before he could respond, Ursabet moved swiftly, wrapping her arms around Mel's and pulling her in. Skin this immaculate must mean that what's underneath is just as refined. All right, Patrick, this one's mine. That was the deal, wasn't it? Mel's voice wavered. Wait, what deal? Taking this one? Patrick? Ursabet continued. Just a mirror to the Devourer, and the rest of the items go to room 4. I'll be staying here for a few days. That arrangement should suffice. Patrick replied. That's how it turned out, Ms. Mel's. Mel's, betrayed, mumbled. But I even made popcorn for you. Ursabet giggled, holding her tighter. And she smells so sweet too. I'm looking forward to these few days together. We'll have so much fun. As Ursabet began to walk off with Mel's in tow, Mel shouted. You shameless bonehead! Curse you, Sir Patrick! May your entire life be plagued with misfortune! Ursabet called back. Oh, and by the way, you need me near the mirror to activate it, remember? I'll be right there. Just as soon as I've had my taste of this one. Two Ons looked sadly at Patrick. Seeing this, Patrick muttered with a heavy sigh. Don't look at me like that. I'm sad too. A short while later, Ursabet and Patrick entered a chamber filled with fluffy popcorn. Ursabet stopped at the door. What is this? Patrick replied. It's called popcorn. Ms. Mel's made a whole lot of it. She said it's something you eat while watching a show. Ursabet looked around. Where's your little project? Patrick pointed toward a heap in the popcorn, where a few hands slowly emerged. Right there. That's Swallow. Ursabet smirked. You really have it rough, Patrick. Swallow's voice emerged from the heap. You again? What are you doing here? I came because Patrick asked, Ursabet said sweetly. Swallow replied. What about your own dungeon? Who's protecting that? Ursabet scoffed. You've got it backward. The dungeon exists to protect me. Swallow grunted. That makes no sense. Though, maybe it makes a little sense. Ursabet leaned closer. So, you're just going to sit back and do nothing? Swallow replied. The Empire's been bothering me lately with their raids. I don't like Karak either, so it's in my interest to let them clash. Ursabet narrowed her eyes. I heard you imposed a time limit on resolving the Merchant Guild's supply raid. What was that about? Swallow replied coolly. Is there anything I haven't told you already? I thought it'd be more fun. Ursabet pressed. Is that really the only reason? Swallow paused, then answered. I was curious too, how far Karak would get. Ursabet looked unconvinced. Is that so? Swallow turned to Patrick. Where's Renee? Patrick answered. She went to comfort Ms. Mel's. Swallow blinked. Comfort her? For what? Ursabet thought to herself, I can't read this guy. Was all that chaos over food just for fun? Is he really this detached, or is there something more? Patrick interrupted her thoughts. So, how's the popcorn? Swallow replied. It's fine. Just smells weird. Ursabet suddenly turned to the magical screen that flickered on nearby. It's starting. She leaned back and thought, if all of this has been set up for something, then what exactly are you planning, Swallow? Swallow muttered. Let's see how well he's holding up. Ursabet exhaled and rubbed her temples. Whatever. It's all too much of a headache to think about. Meanwhile, in the Empire's central strategy chamber, tension gripped the air. The doors flew open, and a breathless messenger stormed in, shouting, Urgent report. The situation is dire, please forgive the abruptness. Palestine has fallen. The gathered high-ranking officers and nobles gasped in alarm. But it hasn't even been 5 hours since the battle started, one exclaimed. At this pace, they'll reach Liège in no time. All eyes turned to Ethelbreaz, who sat in silence, deep in thought. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the entrance. I will go. A figure in crimson armor stepped forward, Cardi, commander of the Red Dragon raid force. Cardi stepped forward without hesitation. I will lead the raid force myself. Ethelbreaz turned his gaze to him, the weight of the moment pressing on his shoulders. I cannot allow that, he said, his voice calm but firm. To speak plainly, the battle situation is grim. This isn't about doubting your ability, far from it, but with the limited manpower we can mobilize, all you'll manage is to buy time. Even if they're just orcs, they're still part of the great evil dungeon's ranks. If the Red Dragon raid force is annihilated by them. Before he could finish, one of Cardi's subordinates interjected sharply. Officer, with all due respect, watch your words, stand down. Cardi cut in, his tone authoritative yet composed. I'm speaking. Yes, Captain. The subordinate relented, stepping back. Cardi turned to Ethelbreaz and addressed him by his full name. A.R. Ethelbreaz Gar Livestein. You may not trust me, but I trust you. I believe things will unfold just as you've calculated. Ethelbreaz gave a short nod. Yes, very likely. So I will go, Cardi replied, his voice unwavering. For the future you've envisioned. Those words made Ethelbreaz flinch slightly, as if an old wound had been reopened. He sighed. You're bringing up something ancient. Fine. Dragon Slaver Cardi. I authorize the deployment of the Nixer Red Dragon raid force. Cardi smiled, a spark of fire in his eyes. That's more like it. He turned on his heel, cloak fluttering as he walked out. Nixer Red Dragon raid force, prepare for battle. Yes, sir. His subordinates echoed in unison. As they departed, Ethelbreaz remained silent for a moment, then whispered to himself. Come back safely, Cardi. Some time later, Ethelbreaz stood under a hot shower, letting the steam wash over his tired body. After dressing and sitting on a velvet couch in his quarters, he leaned back, deep in thought. Palestine isn't the kind of fortress that collapses in mere hours, not even with a vast difference in troop strength. That means he must have started moving. The Pope? I nearly feared he'd hesitate. But no. The stage is now set, so perfectly that I almost feel faith I never believed I had. To think he's willingly stepped into treason, just for the sake of power. What a blessing. But why? Why are we still alive? Why is he doing nothing? At that moment, a voice called from outside his room. Officer. I'm from the Magic Academic Society. The door is open. Come in. Ethelbreaz replied, composed. A man in blue robes entered. Preparations are complete. I've come to escort you. Very well. Lead the way. The pair walked down dim, labyrinthine corridors, eventually reaching a hidden facility. As they arrived at a vast chamber glowing with arcane light, the robed man said, You may remove your hood from here. No one here is your enemy. Come look. We've succeeded in mass production, just as you requested. Ethelbreaz stepped forward and scanned the room filled with rows of black obelisks, pulsating with restrained energy. Excellent, he said simply. The man gave a respectful nod. Thank you. By the way, how would you like us to deal with the infiltrator from the Pope's faction? We've extracted everything of value. There's nothing left for us to gain from him. Ethelbreaz thought for a moment, then waved a hand. Keep him. He may serve a purpose. Once he was the Pope's right hand, even if that identity is now lost. Consider him a gift. I trust you've already thought of how best to use him. The man chuckled, his voice tinged with theatricality. I do enjoy adding a touch of drama to my work. As the robed figure turned away, Ethelbreaz remained still, his thoughts turning inward. Now, all the pieces are in place. To force the Pope to reveal his hidden hand. To drag into the light the 36th masterpiece he guards so dearly. Only that material, when melted down, can forge the weapon we need, Apocalypse, which will be wielded by none other than Win Historia. It's the only way to stop the one they call Swallow. And it was I who orchestrated this entire war. Suddenly, a sharp jolt of pain coursed through him. He gasped, dropping the cane that had been supporting him. His knees gave way and he collapsed to the cold floor, blood dripping from his mouth. The robed man rushed to him. I'll get painkillers. Please hold on. Ethelbrias coughed harshly, his vision dimming. Monsters like me should not exist. This world doesn't need necessary evil. That's just a lie to make peace with ourselves. What it needs is a small, bright light. Someone like Wen Historia. Meanwhile, in the training ground under moonlight, Wen Historia stood panting, her body bruised and scraped. Former hero Rashmare crossed his arms, watching her sternly. If you're going to call me out in the middle of the damn night to train, at least try to focus, brat. Wen blinked, distracted. No, wait. I felt. AR was calling me. Rashmare scoffed. You think that old man's voice is strong enough to reach all the way out here? Quit spacing out. You haven't landed a single blow yet, Miss Hero. Gritting her teeth, Wen dashed forward again, aiming a strike directly at Rashmare's chest. Back in the primordial core, Ursabet's face twisted in fury. Her killing intent surged like a wave of darkness. Swallow winced. Oh, calm down. That bloodlust is painful to be around. How can I calm down when I see that? Ursabet snapped. Patrick stepped in. Boss, I believe even you should be angry right now. Swallow raised an eyebrow. Should I? Patrick nodded. He said he allied with humans, but I assumed he meant mercenaries or a rogue state, not them. Ursabet snarled. That orc, he's thrown away his pride as a monster. Indeed, Patrick agreed grimly. Joining forces with a religious order is a disgrace. A line that should never be crossed. Swallow glanced forward. Kurak stood there, shoulder to shoulder with shining knights, paladins. Aren't they all just humans anyway? Swallow muttered. The scene shifted to the frozen realm of Margar, the ice palace of one of the great evil dungeons. Azidahaka, the Frost Dragon Lord, returned to her court after attending the meeting at the primordial core. Her loyal dragonic attendant bowed. Welcome back, my lord. We have all awaited your return. Did the meeting proceed smoothly? However, she reveals a new threat. Hex Sable of the Sand Tomb has allied with Kurak. The scene shifted to the Red Dragon raid force, advancing swiftly toward Pelstein Fortress. At the front rode their leader, Cardi, clad in imposing dragon-forged armor that glinted under the dimming sky. His presence alone instilled resolve in the troops behind him. As they marched, one of his subordinates, Raymay, trotted closer and called out. Squad leader, may I ask something? Cardi didn't look back. What is it? Make it quick. Raymay hesitated, then asked. What's your relationship with Ethelbrias? Cardi paused for a beat before replying flatly. It's nothing much. You could say we were childhood friends. The response stirred quiet murmurs among the soldiers, clearly unexpected news. We grew up in the same village, Cardi added. That's all. Just then, he spotted a signboard ahead and pointed. Cliff ahead. I'll break off and go straight down. The rest of you take the longer route and regroup at the territory. Continue the advance. Understood. The Red Dragon squad responded in unison. Without another word, Cardi launched himself off the cliff. Below lay the Pelstein fortress, surrounded by fortified wooden barricades hastily built to reinforce the perimeter. As he descended, the garrison erupted in alarm. Cries echoed from the watchtower. There's movement at the rear! But the orcs should be in the front. Their lord, Magino, rushed out. What's going on? Why the noise? The enemy should be at the gates. A tower guard called down. Someone just dropped from the sky. It happened too fast to identify. Magino frowned. Isn't that Rie's direction? Could be a diplomatic envoy from the capital? But another soldier interjected. It doesn't look like a human envoy at all. Magino scoffed. Don't be ridiculous. If it looks human, it's human. End of discussion. No, milord. You'll understand when you see him. He doesn't feel human, the soldier insisted. Then they all caught sight of Cardi's massive frame stepping through the clearing dust. Even Magino was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly collected himself. Stand down, he shouted. He's no enemy. Magino dropped to his knees, his voice trembling with relief. Dragon Slayer Cardi. Thank the heavens. We're saved. I didn't believe the rumors, but you really came. The nearby soldiers murmured in awe. Cardi. From the S-class subjugation force, the Red Dragon? Later, overlooking the enemy encampment from the battlements, Cardi asked. Is that the main body of the orc force? Magino nodded. Yes. They subdued Pelstein in just 5 hours. We didn't even have time to evacuate all the residents. Our defenses are rushed. Cardi observed the makeshift barricades and muttered. For something thrown together, this isn't bad. But the more I look, the stranger it gets. Even with numbers, siege warfare isn't about brute force. Capturing Palestine in 5 hours, it makes no sense. He continued, more to himself now. They have no siege engines. Palestine is a fortress designed to protect the empire. It's not the same as a small border post. 5 hours, it's absurd. Carlyle, the Lord of Palestine, isn't one to surrender easily. He'd die before dishonoring the empire. Did they use magic to breach the walls? But Cardi quickly dismissed the thought. Kurak, the Orc chieftain of Nerkumbel, is their greatest asset. But I've never heard of him using magic. Could Ethelbrias know something? Was he hiding something all along? He shook off the thought. It doesn't matter. A defense plan is already in motion. Magino blinked. Defense? Not retreat? Cardi turned to him, firm and cold. Pardon my bluntness, but if you have no intention of fighting, then hand over complete command of your forces to me. Later, at the Red Dragon camp, Cardi briefed his squad. Tonight we strike first. The troops responded eagerly. Now that's more like us. Waiting's not our thing. What's the plan? We'll form a small strike unit. Burn down the enemy barracks and retreat immediately. A soldier asked. Won't burning their food hurt morale but risk provoking a premature attack? Then we'll focus only on troop barracks. That'll buy us time for reinforcements from the capital. How many in the squad? Including me, 7. Keep it tight. The troops began raising their hands, volunteering. Rain May stepped forward. Security will be tight. Cardi smirked. We're not aiming for stealth. If we're discovered mid-mission, we'll cut down every orc in our path and return. Later, as Cardi and Rain May observed the enemy camp from a ridge, dragons flitted through the sky. Cardi narrowed his eyes. Summoned beasts? These guys raise some strange creatures. They're not a nation, they're a horde, Rain May replied. There must be dozens of species mixed in. She handed him a parchment. Here's a rough layout of their camp. I used familiars to scout it, but those beasts interfered. It's not perfect. Cardi nodded. Good work. Rain May glanced sideways. By the way, what were you like as a kid? Cardi blinked. Where did that come from? Your little comment about being childhood friends with Ethelbrias has the whole squad talking. Cardi sighed. Should have kept quiet. I wasn't anything special. Not next to him. Rain May smiled faintly. Sounds like you two were close. Maybe. But it was probably one-sided. Ethelbrias always had his feet on the ground. I chased dreams. He chased reality. I guess that means I still have to keep dreaming. Rain May chuckled. Is that so? Is that why you're so dense? She let out an exaggerated sigh. Again with this? Cardi groaned. You should try facing reality too, squad leader. Like marriage, for example. Before he could respond, Magino approached, accompanied by another figure. Sir Cardi, there's someone I'd like you to meet. An A-class subjugation force leader stationed nearby. They've come to offer assistance. Cardi gave a brief nod. Very well. The new arrival, a silver-haired warrior, bowed. I've heard of your accomplishments, Sir Cardi. Please command us as you see fit. Later that night, Cardi sat alone in his tent, unease gnawing at him. Too quiet, he thought. Too still for war. Ethelbrias, you'd have crafted a flawless plan even now. His mind drifted to an old memory. The difference between being able to think and not being able to think is vast, Cardi. Young Ethelbrias had once said. Really? I'm not convinced. I just act. Why overthink it? Because someone has to think. I'm not like you. I don't move without a plan. For the future I envision, I'll do the thinking, you just execute what I give you. The memory was interrupted by the silver-haired subjugation leader stepping into the tent. Sir Cardi, may I speak? Who are you? The leader you met earlier. I'm resting. I've heard the stories, that before an operation you rest to prepare your body and mind. It's nothing to admire. What do you want? I couldn't help overhearing your conversation with Lord Magino about the raid tonight. Cardi's expression darkened. That's our operation. There's nothing to discuss. Oh, it's not about joining. It's just, if that operation succeeds, it would be inconvenient. For me. The air turned cold. You'll have to die here, Sir Cardi. Before Cardi could respond, a black-cloaked assassin appeared behind him and drove a blade into his back. But to their shock, Cardi didn't fall. Instead, he slowly rose to his feet, the blade still embedded. The assassin trembled. I know I struck true, so why? Cardi straightened fully and turned his gaze toward them, a cold fire in his eyes. I knew it. 5 hours was far too suspicious. There's a traitor in our ranks. He stepped forward, voice low and thunderous. Now tell me, who do you think I am? Suddenly, flames erupted from Cardi's tent, casting a harsh orange glow across the camp. Members of the Red Dragon raid force turned in alarm. What's going on? Why is the captain's tent on fire? One of them shouted, rushing toward Rain-Mei. What happened? Before she could answer, Cardi emerged from the burning tent. His armor was scorched, and in one hand he held the limp body of the subjugation leader by the neck. Don't panic, he said calmly. I'm the one who lit the fire. Everyone fell silent at the sight of the charred corpse dangling from his grip. Who is that? A raid member asked. There's another one inside, Cardi replied. Though by now, he's likely nothing but ash. He dropped the body and stepped forward, his voice sharp. Change of plans? These two were only the beginning. There are others, more of their kind in the area. They call themselves paladins. And we're going to root out every last one. He pulled a badge from his coat and tossed it toward Fable. Fable. Lakna. Hove. Samani. Lashu. You 5 will go meet the landlord. Deal with any resistance along the way. Get to him, no matter what. Fable caught the badge midair. And if he asks why we're there? Show him that and tell him I found it, Cardi said. He's tied to this somehow. The traitors came through him. Interrogate him and uncover everything, names, locations, alliances. I won't place any limits on how far you can go. I want the traitors exposed. Every last one. Fable nodded grimly. What do we do once we get the information? We wipe them out, Cardi said without hesitation. All of them. Don't underestimate them, they're on par with an A-rank raid force. Stay sharp. Any other orders, sir? None. Move out. Understood, Fable said, and with that the 5 of them departed at once toward the landlord's estate. Rain-Mei turned to Cardi. Captain, what about the nighttime raid on the orc camp? Should we cancel? No, Cardi answered. We go as planned. But only the 2 of us will carry it out. Rain-Mei gave a curt nod. Your order is my command. Good. Spread the rest of our forces across the region. Have them shadow anyone acting suspiciously. A nearby raid member protested. Captain, that's reckless. At the very least, let us accompany you. Cardi looked around, his eyes intense. The paladins are working with the orcs. Our ambush plan has likely been compromised. If we want any chance of success, we have to strike now, before the traitors warn them. This won't take long. I'll return in 30 minutes, and make it grand. The other saluted. Best of luck, Captain. Later, Cardi and Rain-Mei lay hidden behind a rock overlooking the orc camp. Smoke curled lazily above the huts. A few orc sentries wandered unaware. Rain-Mei whispered, There aren't many guards. This should be more than enough. Cardi nodded. How far can you cast from here? Intermediate spells? No problem. The shamans might resist those, Cardi said. Let's move closer. We'll need to be within range for advanced spells. As they shifted position, Rain-Mei paused. Wait, Captain, you're injured, aren't you? Cardi glanced down, then waved it off. It's just a scratch. I'm fine. Rain-Mei frowned. That's no scratch. Don't act tough. That kind of wound could be serious. He turned away. We don't have time for this. Let's go. Creeping closer to the camp, Rain-Mei began casting an advanced spell. But before she could finish, an orc shaman spotted them. Enemy magic incoming! They're on the hill! Aim for the caster! Rain-Mei sighed. They noticed faster than expected. Finish the spell. Fire the moment you're done, Cardi ordered. A squad of orcs charged the hill, one roaring. Kill the human shaman! Cardi stepped between them. I'll protect you. Rain-Mei smiled. Then, like always, I'll make it nice and flashy. As Cardi cut down the charging orcs, Rain-Mei finished her incantation. She unleashed Vulcan's rain, a blazing inferno that engulfed the camp in flames. Watching the destruction, Rain-Mei exhaled. It's done. We should retreat. Cardi stood still. Go. Rain Mei turned to him. What are you talking about? His expression hardened. You'll take over command. I'm not coming back. From the blaze, a massive figure emerged, an orc gatekeeper, towering and armored, stepping through the fire like it was nothing. Cardi stared at him. That one, taking him down is worth more than killing 1,000 grunts. Rain Mei's face tensed. But you're not at full strength. That's a gatekeeper of the great evil dungeons. Cardi drew his massive blade. I've already told you, I won't die. Rain Mei stepped beside him. But if you do, everything ends, Cardi. Don't worry. I'll win. Then let's win and go back together. If it comes to it, Cardi muttered. I'll use that. Rain Mei's tone sharpened. You won't. I won't let you. We just need to win, remember? Cardi laughed softly. Fine. Then go all out from the very start. The gatekeeper lunged toward them, and the battle began. Elsewhere, within the primordial core, Swallow and his companions watched the scene through Ursabet's enchanted mirrors. Swallow narrowed his eyes. That red-haired human is holding his own better than I expected. Patrick nodded. Right? He's skilled. You watching Mel's? Mel's scowled. Don't talk to me, traitorous bonehead. Patrick shrugged. That human, he's called the Empire's Dragon Slayer. Mel's raised an eyebrow. You mean the woman? She's pretty decent with magic. No, Patrick said with a grin. I meant the knight. Then he laughed. But whatever. Renee clapped her hands. I'm quite moved. Look at them, lowly humans, yet they understand romance. A man and a woman fighting back to back, trusting one another with their lives, and in that crucible of battle, love begins to bloom. She turned dramatically. Well? What do you think of that, Mr. Swallow? The battlefield romance. The stirring passion between warrior and mage. Swallow looked visibly uncomfortable. I think I've had enough popcorn for today. Meanwhile, at the orcs' main camp. From afar, the flickering blaze of a distant fire lit up the horizon. The orcs gathered, murmuring among themselves. The tent's on fire! Is that magic? One asked, squinting toward the distant glow. Just then, Shaman Daru emerged from his own tent, his face calm. It's just as the commander predicted. They really came here, he said, his voice tinged with quiet amazement. I didn't expect it to line up so precisely, but now, the real question is, what will you do? Commander Kurak approached him, arms crossed. You're referring to the preparations? He asked. Daru gave a slight nod. We followed your instructions to the letter. Kurak's expression tightened. Good. Then let's move. At the primordial core, Mel's watched the battle from the magical glass mirror, clearly unsettled. I just don't get it, she muttered. Patrick glanced at her. Don't get what? Mel's gestured toward the ongoing conflict. I mean, look at them. After pulling off a successful surprise attack, wouldn't it make more sense to retreat right away? Why stay and keep fighting? It just seems reckless. Patrick sighed. You're not wrong. But I'm sure that human had his reasons. He probably saw the true scale of the orcs' forces. Maybe he realized there was no way the defenders could hold out alone. The orcs could have won simply by sheer numbers. And yet, they bothered to build a forward base. Why? To let their reinforcements rest. It's intimidation, setting up close to the humans to make them panic before the final blow. He continued. With numbers like that, most lesser soldiers would break before fighting even starts. That's why the humans stayed behind, to take down the gatekeeper of the great evil dungeons, boost morale, and by even a single day of delay against the orcs' advance. Mel scoffed. For someone who looks like a brainless brute, he's oddly strategic. Patrick shook his head. Not exactly. As a warrior, maybe his decision was noble. But as a commander? It was reckless to the point of stupidity. Mel's frowned. What do you mean? Patrick's voice darkened. He underestimated Kurak. No commander should leave their post for too long, right, boss? Swallow, silent until now, muttered. I wasn't asleep. Meanwhile, at the battlefield, Cardi drove his sword into the ground to stabilize himself, catching his breath. Before him lay the lifeless body of the monstrous gatekeeper. He turned to Rain Mei, who stood nearby, barely managing to remain on her feet. You all right? He asked. Rain Mei nodded weakly. As expected of a gatekeeper. I nearly ran out of mana. Cardi checked her condition. Can you still use cure? Once the flames died down, the enemy will charge in. We need to retreat fast. Rain May answered with effort. Yes, sir. Cardi immediately shifted into a defensive stance. Then I'll begin preparations. But as the wall of fire gradually dissipated, no orcs came rushing through. The battlefield remained eerily still. Rain May narrowed her eyes. What's going on? Why isn't anyone attacking? Their captain just died, shouldn't they be swarming us? Cardi's expression shifted. Don't tell me, they went after the main force? Rain May's eyes widened. They moved while the commander was away, while we were distracted with the gatekeeper? Cardi clenched his fists. Damn it! They used the gatekeeper as bait. Without wasting another second, Rain May activated her teleportation spell. The two vanished in a flash, and reappeared at the devastated main camp. What greeted them was carnage. The camp lay in ruin, their allies butchered. Bodies of soldiers and civilians alike littered the ground. The remaining orcs spotted them. Humans! They used magic! Kill them! They roared. Cardi, gritting his teeth in fury, charged at the oncoming wave. Rain May! Stay close, don't fall behind! Captain Cardi! She shouted, trying to calm him. But inside she realized the truth, he's lost in his guilt. Wounded, exhausted from the last battle, and yet he keeps pushing forward. Suddenly Cardi barked out. Rain May! I'm heading to the landlord's quarters. You, find the evacuees and join our unit. She moved to protest, but he cut her off. I'm fine. What they need right now isn't me, it's you, Vice Captain Rain May. You can still save lives. Tears welled in her eyes as she bit her lip and prepared another teleportation spell. If you die, I'll never forgive you, Cardi. Cardi gave a weary laugh. You hear that, orcs? Seems I'm not allowed to die, so I'll leave that honor to you. Later, at the landlord's residence. After fending off wave after wave of orcs, Cardi arrived at the manor. He glanced at his wristwatch. Only one squad leader's signal remained active. Only one? Did the rest fall before even making it here? Something's wrong. Was the night raid a mistake? No. The orcs simply responded better than expected. If someone's to blame, it's me. He kicked the door open and stepped inside. Anyone still alive? He shouted. From the shadows, a figure emerged, one of the Holy Sea's paladins. You made it, the paladin said calmly. Shame you're late. The last survivor was breathing until moments ago. Then, with a sinister grin, the paladin gestured to the corpse in his grasp. I assume you were the one who snapped one of our paladins' necks earlier? I simply returned the favor. Cardi's eyes widened in rage. You bastard! His armor responded to his fury, shifting and reshaping into the blazing form of the red dragon. The paladin chuckled. So that's the fabled red dragon armor. In that case, let's put it to the test, against one of the Holy Sea's 36 masterpieces. As he removed his bulky outer armor, a tight combat suit was revealed underneath, forged for maximum precision and speed. Meanwhile, the Red Dragon raid force was in the midst of evacuating civilians, forming a protective perimeter around the fleeing crowd. Their squad leader stood at the front, giving calm yet urgent orders. The Red Dragon raid force will buy time for your escape. Soldiers, secure the safety of every citizen, no matter what it costs. A distant war cry echoed. Suddenly, the orcs began their assault. The squad leader raised his sword and shouted, Hold your ground! Do not let them through! But the tide was overwhelming. There are too many of them, squad leader! One soldier cried out as they clashed with the enemy. The leader gritted his teeth and roared back. Then we hold until the very end! Charging into the fray, he slashed an orc cleanly across the neck. Blood sprayed as the beast's head flew off, but there was no time to rejoice. All around him, more of his comrades were falling under the brutal assault. Damn it! He thought. They're stronger than expected. And the numbers, they're drowning us. If the captain were here, we wouldn't be on the verge of collapse. As the situation turned dire, a sudden flash of light pierced the battlefield. A sharp crack of thunder followed as arcs of lightning ripped through the enemy lines. Dragon lightning. Recognizing the spell immediately, the squad leader turned toward the source and exhaled in relief. It's her, the vice captain, he muttered to the nearby civilians. You're safe now. Rain May landed gracefully at the center of the chaos, her hands already glowing with another spell. She raised her voice with commanding resolve. I'm going to teleport as many civilians as I can. All members of the Nixer Red Dragon Raid Force, tighten the formation. Guard the rear and prepare for an organized retreat. Yes, ma'am, came the united reply. Rainmai's eyes flicked nervously toward the direction of the castle, where a muffled boom could be heard. An explosion? Inside the castle? Cardi, please hold on. I'm coming. At the castle, flames burst violently through shattered windows. Inside, the air was thick with smoke and heat. Cardi stood amidst the destruction, chest heaving, his body cloaked in searing dragon fire armor. He had just launched a devastating fire spell against his opponent, a paladin dressed in ivory steel, now wreathed in smoke. But the figure stepped forward through the haze, largely unharmed. Well now, the paladin mused, brushing embers off his shoulder. You've turned into a dragon, Sir Cardi? The heat is impressive, disorienting even. But, it seems your spell wasn't enough to damage me. That couldn't have been your best, right? Let's see more. Cardi gritted his teeth and lashed out. With a roar, his tail-like appendage struck, slamming the paladin in a blazing arc. But again, the man emerged without injury. The paladin observed. You aimed to melt rather than obliterate. You incinerated everything in the path of your strike, except me. It's impressive, but still not enough. I want to see more of that rage. Without replying, Cardi raised both arms high and brought them crashing down. The blow shattered the floor beneath as the paladin was driven into the ground. Dust and rubble exploded outward from the impact. But Cardi wasn't finished. Mana surged in his chest, and he unleashed a blazing torrent, dragon's breath, straight into the crater. As the molten blast consumed everything in its path, Cardi landed nearby and caught his breath. I did it, just in time. Any longer in dragon mode and even I would have been finished. I can end it now. His armor shimmered and began to recede, until a low, mocking laugh echoed through the smoke. From within the bubbling lava, the paladin rose, still alive. What a spectacular show, he said, voice calm and unshaken. I had to brace myself for that one. But alas, not even a scratch. That was everything you had, wasn't it? If you have nothing left, then this is the end, Sir Cardi. A short time later, Raymay arrived at the castle ruins, eyes wide in horror at the devastation. She sprinted through the burning halls, shouting, Captain? Cardi! Where are you? Please answer! A blast from behind tore through a stone wall. Cardi's body slammed into it and crumpled to the ground, bloodied and broken. Cardi! She cried out, rushing to his side. Are you okay? Barely conscious, he gasped. Raymay, you have to leave. Now. Tears welled in her eyes. No! You need treatment. Let me help. He cut her off, voice pained. Don't waste your mana. I said run. But why? The paladin entered from the smoke, voice amused. You've survived 6 fatal blows already. Thanks to that wonderful trait of yours. What was it called again? Yes, Indomitable Spirit. Quite the marvel, truly. Sir Cardi, the Dragon Slayer. Raymay began to cast a spell, but Cardi stopped her with a sharp command. You can't fight him. That's an order. Get out of here. Go tell Ethelbrias what's happening. We're out of time. The paladin gave an exaggerated sigh. What devotion. What loyalty. It warms even my wicked heart. Cardi, still glaring at the enemy, spat out the truth. The entire paladin order, they're traitors. Every last one. The Pope's dogs. Remember that, Raymay. Take this message back. Prepare the counteroffensive. Despite his protest, Raymay placed a hand on his chest and cast a healing spell. I'll be waiting for you. I told you, save your mana. The paladin chuckled. Before you vanish, would you be so kind as to deliver a message for me as well? I would have contacted Ries after conquering Pelstein, but alas, those ignorant orcs destroyed the transmission devices. A foolish race, truly. Anyway, His Holiness has a warning for your side. You shall soon face the punishment of God. He added with a grin. And from me, personally, I look forward to seeing what your so-called warriors can really do. Cardi pushed himself up, determination burning in his battered frame. Raymay, go. He lunged at the paladin, grabbing him by the waist and slamming him into the floor with explosive force. To act. He thought. That is my reason to fight. By acting, I eliminate hesitation. Ethelbrias. I've done all I could. Now, it's your turn to think. Raymay, her cheeks stained with tears, completed the teleportation spell and vanished in a burst of light. Meanwhile, Cardi stood tall amidst the rubble, bruised and bleeding, yet unyielding. Mana surged around him once more. The paladin, slowly rising, licked his lips in anticipation. Yes, good. Show me to the very end, that indomitable spirit of yours. Cardi growled, voice resolute. We perish together, paladin. The scene shifted to one of the mages of the Red Dragon raid force. Planting his wand firmly into the ground, he invoked a spell, Entangle Roots. Immediately, thorn-covered roots burst from the soil, snaking and coiling around the legs of onrushing orcs, stopping them in their tracks. As he controlled the spell, the mage muttered to himself. There are still civilians trapped inside. I have to hold this position, no matter the cost, even if it means my life. Suddenly, a shockwave rippled through the area, throwing off his focus. A moment later, a powerful explosion shook the battlefield. His eyes widened as he saw the flames in the distance. That blast, was that the captain's dragon roar? Without hesitation, he dashed toward the source of the explosion. What he found made his heart sink: Captain Cardi, wounded and kneeling amid the rubble, his right arm missing. Captain? What happened? Your arm? The mage cried out, immediately attempting to cast a healing spell. Damn it, why isn't it working? Cardi's voice was strained but steady. You're here. Give me a situation report. Still channeling the healing spell with trembling hands, the mage responded. The castle has fallen. 53 civilians are still inside. They couldn't escape in time. 14 of our members remain. They've formed a protective circle around the civilians, but they're too afraid to move. What about the escape routes? Cardi asked. The nearest one is through the northern gate, the mage replied. But the orcs have already seized control of that area. Despite his injuries, Cardi began pushing himself to his feet. There's still a chance. We move now. The mage reached out to steady him. Captain, you're in no condition to fight. It's too dangerous. But Cardi's expression was firm. This happened under my command. I have a responsibility. The mage clenched his fists. It's not just your burden to bear. We all carry the weight of this. Cardi looked at him with resolve in his eyes. You already know whose lives matter most right now. Mine has reached its end. Let me use what's left of it, for the Empire. Without waiting for a response, Cardi limped toward the remaining Red Dragon members who were still shielding the civilians. Meanwhile, Rain May reappeared at Ethelbria's location through a teleportation spell. Bloodied and drained, she collapsed as medics rushed forward to tend to her wounds. Back at the ruins, the Red Dragon raid force continued their desperate defense. Their squad leader, blood trickling from his forehead, roared, Damn you orcs! Come at me! I'll drag at least 10 of you to hell with me! A massive orc chuckled, and the others followed suit with low, menacing laughter. I go! One of them grunted, stepping forward. One of the Red Dragon members muttered, That big one's going to be a problem. The squad leader narrowed his eyes. So what? We're here to protect them, until the very end. As the orc lunged with dual axes, a blur of movement interrupted his charge. Cardi appeared, grabbing the orc by the skull and slamming it into the ground with devastating force, killing it instantly. The squad looked at him in shock, noticing his missing arm. Captain? Are you all right? Ignoring the pain, Cardi raised his voice, calling out to the civilians hiding nearby. Hear me, brave citizens of the Empire! I am Cardi, the Dragon's Slayer. I will see to it that you escape this place safely. You are the pride of our land, courageous, resilient. So rise! Stand for the last time. I will carve a path through the enemy. Follow me. One by one, civilians emerged from hiding. Seeing their determined expressions, Cardi nodded approvingly. That's the resolve I want to see. He turned to his troops. Nixer Red Dragon raid force. Prioritize the civilians' safety. Follow me, I will open the path. Yes, sir! They shouted in unison. Let's go! They charged forward with renewed energy, facing the orcs that blocked their only escape. Elsewhere, Rain May, still weeping, reported everything to Ethelbrias, the dire situation of the Red Dragon raid force, and the Pope's horrifying betrayal. Moments later, the civilians and soldiers reached a large bridge. One of the members yelled, We're almost there! Just across that bridge, almost safe! But their hope was short-lived. A fresh wave of orcs appeared on the other side. One of them scowled. Impossible! How did all the humans escape? Cardi immediately stepped forward, blocking their path. Captain? All civilians are across. We should. The squad leader began. Go, Cardi ordered. They looked at him, confused. What do you mean? I'm destroying this bridge, Cardi said calmly. You must ensure their safe arrival at the secure zone. We can't just leave you here, they protested. This is an order, Cardi said, smiling. Running alongside you all was an honor. With tears in their eyes, they began crossing. Captain, don't die. Once they were across, Cardi smashed the foundation of the bridge with a flurry of heavy blows, sending it crumbling down behind them. He turned to face the orcs, eyes blazing. You shall not pass. An orc laughed. One man? What can you possibly do? Another muttered. He is strong. Kill him, then chase the rest. They began chanting in an ancient Orcish tongue, preparing a powerful spell. Cardi narrowed his eyes. So you're playing that game? Just then, a massive presence arrived. Kurak. The towering orc commander barked. Stop. Cease your spell casting. The orcs immediately obeyed. Cardi's eyes widened as the massive figure approached. Kurak stepped forward. What is your name, human? Cardi smiled, blood trickling from his lips. Cardi. The Dragon Slayer. Kurak nodded. I will remember that name. Rain May, elsewhere, continued to cry, desperately begging Ethelbrias to save the squad. Back at the bridge, Kurak suddenly swung his axe. In a single, brutal motion, he cleaved through Cardi. The Dragon Slayer fell to the earth, lifeless. The orcs erupted into cheers. Our great leader has slain the human! As they moved to pursue the humans across the ravine, Kurak stopped them. We will take another path. The orcs blinked. But they're right there? Kurak growled. Do not make me repeat myself. He then turned to Daru, his shaman. Bury him with honor. He was a warrior. And with that, Kurak turned and walked away. Later, the scene transitioned to Ethelbrias's quarters. The room was in disarray, papers scattered, furniture shattered. Ethelbrias sat silently on the floor before a shattered window, eyes hollow. The Pope really did betray the Empire, he muttered. The scene flashes back to Hexable, who stood silently before a vast, hollow pit, one that marked the beginning of his existence. It was here, he murmured, eyes hollow, that I first became aware of myself. My evolution granted me self-awareness, something that shouldn't have existed within me. But even with that awareness, I could do nothing. I was still just food, fodder meant to be devoured by a higher being. He paused, the memory clawing at him. I had already accepted that fate. I resigned myself to being nothing more than nourishment for an overwhelming predator. But then, he appeared. The predator, massive and godlike, towered over the pit. And yet, even that overwhelming force flinched when he arrived. Won't you end up swallowing all the sand too, if you go through with this? The predator asked, half mocking. Swallow, indifferent, simply replied. Doesn't matter. It's your last supper anyway. Hexable continued his recollection. He looked far weaker than the predator. But even a lowly thing like me could see it the moment he arrived. That man, he was myth incarnate. What happened next burned itself into Hexabel's mind forever. The predator, one who had once consumed everything without resistance, was obliterated. Instantly. Without even the time to react, he was reduced to nothing more than feed. To him, even the predator was just sustenance. Hexable whispered in awe. He had turned to Swallow then, desperation flickering in his eyes. Am I allowed to dream a new dream? Swallow looked at him and shrugged. I don't know about dreams. But if you're that curious, follow me. I do need a few monsters to guard the dungeon. I want to be like him, Hexable had declared. Back in the present, Hexable stared toward the horizon, eyes burning. It won't be long now. Just a little more. The scene shifts to the primordial core. Swallow lay on the ground, his stomach swollen like a balloon. If you eat any more popcorn, your stomach's going to burst, Patrick commented with a deadpan voice. Mel's quipped. I'm starting to think you really will evolve into a pig, boss. Renee, ever loyal, smiled softly. I still like Mr. Swallow, even like this. Patrick threw up his hands. Seriously? How do you shovel that much food into your mouth? It's like it all vanishes into your gut. Swallow clutched his belly and groaned. Ugh, I think I'm gonna throw up. Ursabet smirked, cold and sharp. The moment you do, I'll cram more down your throat. Go ahead, test me. Swallow sighed. Look, it's not even about enjoying it. I just thought I should eat something while I watch. Renee chimed in with concern. Mr. Swallow, your diet isn't balanced at all. Should I bring you something else? No, Swallow replied flatly. Ursabet turned toward the battlefield feed. Anyway, things are about to get a lot more interesting. I think they're actually about to fight seriously. Patrick nodded. Yes, the Annihilation War is finally beginning, Ursabet added. Things will stabilize once that red dragon bastard is dead. Swallow, leaning back, murmured. Yes. That human, he fought well. Patrick echoed. Cardi. He was skilled. Though he had weaknesses. Swallow asked. Who was he? Patrick answered. That red dragon guy. His name was Cardi. Mel's raised a hand. Sir Patrick, I have a question. What is it? There are a lot of orcs, right? I assumed they'd want to fight a large-scale battle in the plains. But it seems like the humans picked this battlefield. Patrick frowned. I don't know why they'd do that. Did they give up already? Mel's pulled out a map and pointed. Here, the Unknown Plains. The humans are on slightly higher ground, yes, but it's still flat terrain. There's no real advantage for them. Patrick examined the map more closely. Still, there are some places you simply cannot give up, even if it means fighting at a disadvantage. There are two paths into the Empire's heart. The first is the main route, guarded by a 6-layered wall in Riez. Not that it'll matter much to Kurak. And the other? Mel's asked eagerly. The teleportation hub. Hidden in the Unknown Plains, it allows direct transfer to the third layer of the wall. Ethelbrias, arms crossed, gestured towards Swallow. Remember, that little pig over there gave Kurak a time limit. That's why he's after the hub. Mel's brows furrowed. Then why don't the humans destroy the hub themselves? Isn't it better to fight at the walls? Ethelbrias replied. Because doing that means direct conflict with the paladins. Mel's nodded slowly. I see. Patrick added. And that is why I called this the Annihilation War. The orcs will end this within 3 weeks, because Swallow ordered it. The humans, meanwhile, must win and protect the hub. Neither side can retreat. Only one will walk away. Mel's asked quietly. But aren't the humans weaker? Patrick replied. Not overwhelmingly so. Ms. Ursabet, can you magnify it? Ursabet smiled slyly. Our adorable little miss. I'll show you. Patrick added. You know better than most, Ms. Mel's, sometimes, a single person can shift the tide of battle. A mirror projection revealed Dame Sion floating midair, her aura blazing. That's the warrior? Mel's asked. Patrick nodded. Seems the humans aren't without a plan. Then he paused, squinting. Ms. Ursabet magnified the center mirror. His eyes widened. Why is that human there? A few days prior, at the Historia training grounds. Wynne waved joyfully. Sir Ethelbrias! Welcome! Ethelbrias smiled. How's training going, Ms. Wynne? She groaned. Exhausting. This man's ruthless, but I like that. Ethelbrias turned to the one training her, Rashmare. Sir Rashmare, may I have a moment? I don't mind. They stepped aside, leaving Wynne to resume training. Ethelbrias spoke solemnly. Sir Cardi has fallen. I see, Rashmare said. Was it Kurak? Or the gatekeepers? Ethelbrias shook his head. He was too strong for the gatekeepers. Kurak dealt the final blow, but the one who truly broke him was the paladin. The Pope's hand, then, Rashmare muttered. It's clear now. And that paladin took no damage from Cardi. Rashmare blinked. That sounds exaggerated. Cardi's power isn't something you just shrug off. Ethelbrias nodded. Normally, I'd agree. Is the paladin wearing one of the 36th masterpieces? I believe so. Then, is it time for the warrior to step forward? Ethelbrias smiled faintly. Or perhaps you could go instead. I refuse, Rashmare said immediately. I won't get caught in your schemes. I understand. At that moment, Swallow's curse flared faintly across Ethelbrias's face. Rashmare noticed. That mark magic? Ethelbrias raised a hand to cover it. Yes. Trouble, if Wynne notices. He asked. How's she doing? Rashmare's tone softened. Hard to describe. Byrne was a genius, and so am I. It took Byrne a week to adapt to swordplay. 2 months to replicate it. 6 months to own it. A year to transform it into something uniquely his. But that girl? I've only taught her a few days. She couldn't land a hit on the first day. Now she trades blows with me. Of course, I still land more hits. She trains with a gauntlet that can't even release aura. If it were real, I don't think I'd withstand it. Ethelbrias bowed slightly. Thank you for your excellent guidance. Rashmare continued. She hasn't added her own color to the technique yet. Training isn't over. And you plan to send her out already? Ethelbrias replied. Preparations are ending. Now that the Pope has revealed a masterpiece, it's safe to assume they've made their move. Let's talk to win. Rashmare narrowed his eyes. Are you sure about this? About what? You're planning to expand the battlefield, to eliminate the Pope's faction, claim the masterpiece, and subdue Swallow. It sounds great on paper. But you know how many citizens have already died, thousands. That number will only rise. He paused. When Wen finds out, will you be able to bear her wrath? Ethelbrias looked out silently and said, That, too, will have its purpose, when the time comes. The scene shifted to the royal courtroom. Inside the defendant's box stood Ethelbrias, facing judgment. Presiding over the trial was none other than the Emperor's second son. The prince's gaze was sharp as he leaned forward and asked, I have a question I'd like to ask. How do you plan on taking responsibility for this, Officer Ethelbrias? Was it not due to your incompetence that you failed to secure a single victory? Do you have any idea how many esteemed nobles lost their lives under your command? How will you amend for this calamity? We've lost too many talented individuals. Even if my father forgives you, the Empire will not. Ethelbrias scoffed at the words, a small sound that carried through the chamber. The prince's composure faltered. Did you just scoff at me? He demanded. Before the tension could rise further, the prince's advisor stepped forward, bowing. Your Highness, perhaps any more than this. But Ethelbrias turned on his heel, making for the exit. Halt, Ethelbrias! The prince barked. Where are you headed? I can strip you of your position at any moment. The officer did not stop. It seems you've grown quite fond of your insignificant position. The prince sneered. As expected of low-born street scum. Without turning back, Ethelbrias replied evenly. You can try, though I'm not sure you could even handle it. Gasps rippled through the court. What insolence before His Highness! A noble exclaimed. Ethelbrias! The prince roared. Mocking me is the same as mocking the entire imperial family. But the officer kept walking until the great doors closed behind him. Later, Ethelbrias entered the emperor's throne room and knelt deeply. The emperor rose from his throne and stepped forward. There is an enemy threatening the empire, the emperor said gravely. I hear the situation is not going well, Ethelbrias. My apologies, your majesty, the officer replied. But such is war, the emperor continued. The process does not matter, only the ending. Tell me, do you think you can bring victory to the empire before this war is over? There is no other option, Ethelbrias answered. I shall. The emperor's expression softened slightly. Do not take to heart the words of my second son, who sees only what is before his eyes. I am overwhelmed with gratitude that your majesty would even consider my feelings, Ethelbrias said. Bring me results, the emperor ordered. Our enemy is an evil one who will reap thousands of lives. Later, Ethelbrias lay on a sofa in his private quarters, his right eye marked by the creeping sign of Swallow's curse. He stared at the ceiling, thinking bitterly. Damn it. I even saw His Majesty as a monster earlier. I've reached a point where I can no longer make sound decisions. My body still moves, at least. Swallow had told him he had 6 months to live. Looking at the speed of the curse's progression, he doubted he even had that long. By the time this war ends, I'll be dead, he thought. First came the breakdowns, now hallucinations. What's next? This crawling sensation in my body, is it erosion or invasion? Am I becoming something else? A laugh echoed behind him. He sprang to his feet and spun around. Nothing was there. What was that? Am I hearing things now? At that moment, Garrett entered, visibly flustered. Don't even think about making a mess again. Do you have any idea how hard it is to organize them? Ethelbrias offered a tired smile. Welcome, Garrett. You need to get ready, she said. Everyone will gather soon. I know. Any movement from the order? They won't act at this stage, Ethelbrias replied. The Pope wants to overthrow the imperial family and claim absolute power. To stage that properly, he can't afford to exhaust his forces now. The Vice Commander Raymay confirms the same. No matter how powerful the masterpiece they possess is, Garrett said, wouldn't it still be hard to take on two heroes? One alone should be enough to subdue them. She glanced at a paper in her hand. What's this list? The names of those who must leave the unknown plains. So, you want to continue as planned? Yes. We must lose this fight too. Garrett nodded, then noticed another document on his desk. The primordial core data again? Yes, Ethelbria said. But it's yielding nothing. Renee, the dagger maid, she's clearly a second-generation homunculus, but all records of that generation are lost. And Patrick, the skeleton, someone that strong must have left a record of his past life, but with thousands using the name Patrick, it's impossible to track him. She picked up a book and frowned at the familiar name. Yes, Ethelbria said. When I broke down the spelling, I found connections to Patricio Launchelsfels, the founding hero of the Empire. I used to pray at his grave. Could he be that Patrick? She asked. Not a chance. His tomb has never been opened. Suddenly, pain tore through him as the curse surged. Garrett quickly handed him a potion. You can leave it to me now, she said. Leave what? He asked, opening the vial. Your duties. Not all at once, but at least some of them. You need rest. He drank, then wiped his mouth. Thanks, but no. I must end this war myself. No matter what. Soon after, all the Empire's high-level adventurers, knights, and heroes assembled. Thank you for gathering during these busy times, Ethelbrias began. Throughout our long history, humanity has struggled, founding countless nations in pursuit of true freedom. Though there were countless failures, we arrived at what we now call the Empire. He stopped mid-sentence, staring skyward. Above, in his vision, the heavens were filled with countless eyes staring down at him. The captain's acting strange, Wynne murmured. Captain, are you okay? Garrett asked. Ethelbrias collapsed to the ground. Not now, he thought. A memory flashed, him speaking to Wynne in the past. If the enemy is human, and if you must kill them before they commit greater evil. What are you saying? Wynne had asked. What would you do? He had pressed. If such a human exists, Wynne answered. I must kill them. In the present, as darkness claimed him, Ethelbrias looked at Wynne one last time. You have to remember that promise. The scene shifted to the depths of the primordial core, where a cold, spectral glow lit the chamber. Ursabet's magic mirror floated in the air, its surface rippling like water as it projected the image of the human army assembling on the battlefield. Patrick leaned forward, his skeletal fingers tapping the edge of the mirror. His voice carried a mocking edge. Isn't that a royal? I didn't expect a cowardly royal to actually show up on the battlefield. Mel, standing at his side, tilted her head. Royal? Is that like the captain of the humans? Patrick gave a slow shake of his head. They hold the highest status among humans. I'm not sure if that one will take command, though. Then what's so strange about it? Mel's pressed. I expected them to appear for a large-scale battle, yes, but not this soon. The capital isn't under direct attack, and no general mobilization order has been issued. If he came just to raise morale, that's questionable. And yet, Patrick's eyes narrowed. I don't see anyone actually leading the Imperial forces. A sudden thought struck him. He turned sharply toward Swallow, who was sprawled lazily on the ground like a resting beast. Boss, did you happen to stir up trouble in the human command, behind my back? Swallow looked offended. Why do you always suspect me? Please, just be honest, Patrick said flatly. Don't worry. I won't be angry. Swallow shifted uncomfortably, trying to recall something, his brow furrowed. Renee stepped into the scene, her voice cutting like a blade. So you really did? What did you do? Swallow waved a hand dismissively. Whatever. I think I did something, but I don't even remember. The scene shifted again, this time to Wynne Historia, standing before the closed doors of a dimly lit chamber where Ethelbrias lay resting. The corridor was tense, lined with members of the Black Wolf Knights. Garrett stood among them. Wynne's eyes locked on her. You knew about this, didn't you? Garrett hesitated, fumbling for an excuse. Wynne's aura flared, hot, overwhelming, pressing down on everyone present. Her voice thundered. I'm asking, did you know about Ethelbria's condition or not? After a pause, Garrett's voice came quietly. Yes. I did. Then why didn't you tell anyone? Wynne demanded. No one spoke. The gathered knights looked away, their silence heavier than any confession. Wen's glare swept over them. Don't tell me. I was the only one who didn't know. Still, no answer came. Her eyes found her master, the former hero Rashmir, and her voice cracked. You knew too? All of it? Rashmir's silence confirmed it. Wen clenched her fists, trembling with rage. I see, everyone knew. Everyone except me. Why? The floor beneath her cracked as she slammed her fist down. Is it because I'm not trustworthy? Fine. But if you all knew, then at least you could have made sure he didn't end up like this. Someone, make an excuse. Rashmir stepped forward, gripping her arm. Calm down, brat. I didn't train you to destroy the floor. Tears welled in her eyes. Why didn't you tell me, until he ended up like this? I feel like a fool. Before Rashmir could answer, Dame Sion spoke from the side. Because Officer Ethelbrias himself didn't want you to know. He didn't want anyone to find out, that's all. Then I want to know why. Wen demanded. I don't know either. But remember, we're in the middle of a war. Do we really have the time to waste here? You can't just say that. Rashmir muttered towards Sion. Wen's voice was cold. Everyone's hiding something. Garrett's expression darkened. Later, walking the corridors alone, Wen's thoughts churned. Ethelbrias Gar-Livestein, the captain of the Black Wolf Knights, the highest authority after the Emperor himself. A brilliant strategist, trusted by all, even above the royal family. His orders absolute. But is this the right path? Why hide his condition from me, of all people? He would have given me a reason, one I could accept. Why hide something bound to be revealed? I shouldn't let curiosity turn to doubt, but now, I'll uncover everything he's been hiding. Her steps brought her to Ethelbria's office. The door creaked open. She entered. Far away, in the human army camp, Black Wolf Knight Berizik stood before a man. So you're going to claim the title of Supreme Commander while the captain's absent? Ridiculous. Don't think too much about it, Berizik. The man replied calmly. We just follow the captain's orders. Berizik grunted. Fine. This man was revealed to be the younger brother of Stormen. Inwardly he thought, brother, don't worry. I'll serve the captain until the very end. At that moment, the Emperor's second son approached. Black Wolf Knights, tell me, am I not trustworthy? The younger Stormen bowed. Your Highness, you came without an escort. What brings you here? Of course you can't trust me, the prince said dryly. Strictly speaking, I'm an enemy. I oppose the officer, but I still acknowledge him. One day, I intend to face him in a fair contest. And for that, I must win this battle. The knight frowned. I'm too dull to grasp your meaning. It means I need to contribute. So I'll be blunt. Just for now, as allies facing a common enemy, the orcs. Even if we can't unite in heart, let's at least share the resolve to fight together. Will you watch my back? At first, I wanted to tie your order down and claim the glory. But looking at that army, chasing glory now could doom the empire. I may not like you, but I respect your strength. When this war ends, we may cross blades again. But for now, I entrust my back to you. Not as a prince and knight, but as fellow citizens of the empire. The knight nodded slowly. So, no politics on the battlefield. The prince smiled faintly. It's a pity someone as wise as you isn't one of mine. Your answer? How could I refuse? I'll give it my all. Back in Ethelbria's office, Garrett rifled through the papers on the desk. His face went pale as he read. Damn it, how could someone do this? Captain, is this really something a human should do? The scene shifted to the orc war tents, where an orc named Kadachi burst in from the front lines, rushing toward the commander's tent. His heavy footsteps kicked up dust, but before he could enter, he was halted at the entrance by the tribe's shaman, Daru. The humans have begun to move, Kadachi reported urgently. Everyone is waiting for the commander's orders. All the other tribe leaders are already standing by at the front lines. Daru gave a short nod. Understood. Return to the front. He stepped inside the dimly lit tent, where the towering orc commander Kurak awaited. Commander, Daru said. It seems to have begun. Kurak's tusked grin was almost knowing. Yes, of course. What about the warrior? Is he on the battlefront? Yes, Daru replied. He's positioned in the sky, as if to show his presence. In the sky, you say? That must be Sion, the human's strongest mage. Daru inclined his head. I'll take care of him. If we let him run wild, the damage to our side will be too great. But Kurak raised a clawed hand. No. You have a different task to handle. I can't have you tied down. Everything must proceed according to plan. With that, Kurak placed his massive palm on the flank of a slumbering beast, a hulking red monster with 4 eerie blue eyes. The creature stirred at his touch. Soon after, both the human and orc armies moved into formation. War cries filled the air as they charged, weapons clashing, blood spraying, and bodies collapsing on both sides. Then, from the human lines, a captain shouted toward their camp. It's the retreat signal! Retreat, everyone! Frontline units, fall back immediately! The humans suddenly pulled away, leaving the orcs momentarily bewildered. Meanwhile, above the human camp, Dame Sion hovered in the sky, beginning a complex chant. The air trembled as layers of magical circles bloomed around him. One after another, devastating spells activated. Sanctification. 1,000 stakes. The flame that burns the roots. Blind man's scream. Steps in the swamp. Ground collapse. Ice witch's breath. Fog of death. The orcs stared upward in confusion. What is that? One muttered. Sion only laughed, hurling his barrage of spells toward the battlefield. Each impact erupted into a massive explosion. From the human camp, the prince's eyes widened. My God, is that the power of Dame Sion, the warrior? But before he could finish the thought, the very mana in the air began to surge skyward, condensing into a massive ball of fire. And what's that? He whispered in shock. It was Sion's most feared spell, Meteor. The burning mass descended, striking the battlefield with a cataclysmic explosion far greater than the last, the shockwave carrying even to a small home far from the war. There, a child pointed upward. Mom, look! It's a shooting star! The blast struck, knocking both mother and child to the ground. Back at the human camp, soldiers tensed. The prince raised his voice. Everyone, lower your positions! The warrior Sion is on our side! Nearby, Barizik glanced at the Storman brothers. I think the war would be over if we just left everything to the warrior Sion. The elder brother gave a rare smirk. Normally I'd call that foolish, but seeing this, I can't help but agree. Barizik shook his head. Yikes, the Anun plains are going to become a rift at this rate. The elder Storman's expression hardened. But Sir Sion doesn't have infinite mana. And if the enemy could be wiped out this easily, they wouldn't be called a great evil dungeon. Judging from their losses, they're fired up. No. He hefted his massive warhammer. It's time for subjugation. Dust clouds began to spread across the battlefield, and a deep rumbling noise echoed from beyond. What is that noise? A knight asked. They're probably coming to die. Another replied grimly. The prince's voice rang out. All forces, hold your formations. Frontline units, prepare for impact. Spears lowered, shields locked, the frontline braced for the charge. But then, the noise stopped. What? Someone murmured. Look up! Another soldier breathed. Every gaze turned skyward, and there it was. The red, four-eyed monster Kurak had awakened, now standing before them in all its terrible glory. From above, Sion narrowed his eyes. As expected of a great evil dungeon. I can't let my guard down. Was Kurak raising something like that? One of the 9 mystical beasts of the continent, a manticore. Far away, in the primordial core, Swallow peered into a scrying mirror. That thing's so ugly. Patrick chuckled. I'm kinda jealous. Just one of those could guard several dungeon floors on its own. It doesn't even look strong, Swallow said flatly. And it's ugly. 4 eyes? No thanks. Patrick's tone turned serious. There are many mystical beasts on the continent, but that one's especially deadly. It's one of the 9 mystical beasts, 4 in the ocean, 3 in the sky, and 2 on the land. The Manticore has destroyed dozens of A-rank raid forces. Swallow shrugged. Still ugly. I don't want it in my dungeon. Nearby, Mel's rubbed Tuon's head. But you're very cute, so don't worry. Suddenly, Ursabet's voice cut through the air. Hey, pig! Swallow's eyes narrowed. What? Someone's here. Ursabet replied. Tell them to leave. Go see for yourself, you bastard. Who is it? Azidahaka, she said grimly. And then, through the entrance of the primordial core, Azidahaka stepped inside. A little later, Azidahaka sat in front of Swallow, her posture oddly tense. She covered herself with her hands and legs, not out of shyness, but because Swallow was sprawled lazily on the ground, staring directly toward her. Mr. Swallow? She asked, brow furrowed. Are you really going to have a conversation in that position? From the side, Ursabet sighed deeply. Seriously, that fatso. She muttered under her breath. Patrick approached, crossing his arms. Boss, I think you should sit up. Whatever. Swallow replied without moving. This is my home anyway. I'm comfortable like this. He gave Azidahaka a sideways glance. So, why are you here? If you're here to request something, I'm not granting it. Just say your piece and go home. I'm not here to make a request. Azidahaka replied calmly. I came to tell you something. I saw something suspicious last time I was here, and I figured you should know. What was it? Swallow asked. Kurak had a secret meeting with Hexable. Swallow's expression shifted to surprise. Is Hexable that age already? I didn't think she was into that. What a surprise. Before he could elaborate, Renee interjected brightly. Mr. Swallow, Renee is also at the age where she can start dating. What do you think? Swallow blinked in alarm. Wait, Renee, you need to calm down. I think dating is a good thing, Mr. Swallow. She declared undeterred. Patrick's patience snapped. I'm going to pull that resignation out again. Do you really want me to? Swallow raised his hands defensively. All right, fine. So, what about them having a secret meeting? Isn't it suspicious they met right after Kurak declared war? Azidahaka said. It's only natural to think Hexable is plotting something as well. At that, Swallow's joking demeanor vanished. His eyes hardened. Patrick noticed immediately. Indeed, there's only one conclusion we can draw from this. Patrick, Swallow said quietly. Yes, boss? Swallow sat upright, face serious. Get everyone out of here except WR. And don't let anyone in. Patrick bowed. Understood. One by one, the others left, until only Swallow and Azidahaka remained. The air seemed to change, heavy and suffocating. Azidahaka shifted uncomfortably. Was the atmosphere always this heavy? Did I make a mistake? Beads of sweat began to form on her brow. Her thoughts were cut short by Swallow's voice. So, what about Hexable? His gaze was sharp, almost predatory. Fear jolted through her. She stood suddenly, the stool she had been sitting on clattering to the floor, and slipped into a fighting stance. Was I wrong from the beginning? Too naive to think Swallow had nothing to do with this. That means I walked into enemy territory on my own 2 feet. I said, what about Hexable? Swallow pressed. But she wasn't listening anymore. How much is he involved? Is he planning to eliminate me, the only witness? Her resolve hardened. She shouted, I, Azidahaka from Margar, shall not go down without a fight. Energy surged from her, cracking the ground beneath her feet. Swallow looked puzzled. Go down? What do you mean? Wait. Before he could finish, her form shifted, transforming into her fearsome dragon shape. What are you doing? Swallow asked, as if this were a minor inconvenience. She began to gather the energy for a breath attack, but then something strange happened. Shadows closed in around her, swallowing her sight. What is this darkness? No, there's something else. So this is the Swallow. I told you to answer. Swallow said again. Do I even stand a chance? She thought. No, I am the master of a great evil dungeon. Even if I can't win, I will not die easily. She drew in a breath, preparing to unleash her attack, but Swallow simply scratched his head in mild irritation. Hey, can you stop that? It's too loud, he said. I get that you're a dragon, but just answer my question. What's Hexable plotting? The tension cracked. She stopped, lowering her attack. I've asked you so many times already. Swallow continued yawning. You don't know either, do you? Stop destroying my house. A short while later, Patrick bowed deeply before her. I am so very sorry. No, I also had a misunderstanding, she admitted. This is our boss's fault, Patrick said flatly, acting all serious for no reason. Why do you have to blame me? Swallow protested. Patrick glared at him. Boss, you need to apologize too. Swallow sighed, bowing slightly. Fine. Well, it's just that you were so tense, I got nervous too. Didn't you make that mistake before? Patrick shot back. Just remembering it makes me, yes, I'm sorry. Swallow cut in quickly. But do you really have to bring up all my past mistakes? Patrick gestured to the wrecked room. Is that even important now? Do you not see why the room's like this? Gosh, you just won't back down. Swallow muttered. From her seat, Azidahaka watched them bicker. I really don't even know anymore. Later, as she sipped tea with Ursabet and Renee, Swallow and Patrick spoke quietly a short distance away. Anyway, Patrick said, you're saying they met? Can we believe that? We used lie detection magic on her. Swallow replied. You mean the excuse of a coward? Does it even work if you use it on yourself? Patrick asked dryly. Well, let's believe her for now. Swallow said. Those with a lot to lose usually don't lie. Patrick frowned. But the way Hexable acted completely contradicted her words. That means she was acting to deceive us from the start. She also said she didn't know what they talked about. Swallow reminded him. If she talked with Kurak, it's likely related to the war. Patrick reasoned. I don't know much about Ms. Hexable, but you do, right? Swallow exhaled slowly, then called. Patrick. Who replied, yes, boss? Swallow stated, get your sword. The scene shifted back to the battlefield, where orcs and twisted monsters rampaged across the plains, overwhelming the human forces. The prince cursed the sight before him. How are they employing this many monsters at once? He demanded. The count, grim-faced, replied. Your Highness, it will be difficult to maintain the defense line at this rate. We need to retreat for now. The prince's jaw tightened. Retreat? Against orcs? Us, the almighty Imperial Army? You're telling me the orcs were one step ahead of us? What is the mage Xian doing? The count bowed his head. As far as I know, he is recovering his depleted mana. He used it all casting magic, and it will take time before he is ready again. But the biggest problem is not their numbers, it's that manticore. Meanwhile, in the orc camp, Kurak questioned his shaman. What is the extent of our damages? Daru answered. It is exactly as you expected, Commander. Aside from the portion we threw as bait to the warrior Xian, the losses are minimal. I did not anticipate that withholding the mystical beast unit until now would have such an impact. The humans must not have prepared, convinced their own military power was overwhelming. Kurak's eyes narrowed. And there must have been a reason for that. It should be about time they reached the battlefield. Have you confirmed it? Closing one eye, Daru peered across the battlefield with his shamanic sight. Yes. They have just joined the fray. Kurak gave a sharp order. Prepare them for the next move. Daru spread the command through sound transmission. Attention, tribe leaders. This is an order from our commander. Rampage to your heart's content. On the battlefield, Barizik cut down monsters with brutal efficiency, raising the soldiers' morale. Cheers rang out. The raid force is here. It's Barizik. Sterman, his elder comrade, raised his voice. From this moment, the troops will move under the command of raid headquarters. I expect you to follow the orders of the commander. Yes, sir! The soldiers cried in unison. Sterman called out. Barizik! Yes, Gramps! Barizik shouted back. You see that? Sterman's eyes fixed on the massive beast ahead. That must be the manticore. Are you sure you'll be fine? Barizik's crimson gaze gleamed. You already know. I fight alone anyway. Sterman frowned, thinking, he has already begun. Aloud, he said. Very well. We will leave you to go all out. Barizik charged forward with a grin. Don't mind if I do. His blade tore through orcs with every strike, their blood absorbed by his weapon, which swelled larger with each kill. Suck in all you want, and rise, he commanded. His weapon, Bloody Mary, the 36th masterpiece, twisted into a long whip. With a snap, he lashed at the manticore, the blow ripping through its body. The four-eyed beast screamed in agony as its blood splattered the earth. From a distance, Staman observed. Beside him, Rain May approached nervously. Are you sure this is all right? Sir Barizik is strong, but can he really handle the manticore alone? Staman replied. As long as Bloody Mary is active, we are nothing but hindrances. One of the 36 masterpieces, it attacks without distinction, friend or foe alike. Even the wielder is a target. But Barizik enjoys it. He does not care about the injuries it causes him. That is his nature. And what of you? Are you all right? Rain May straightened. Thank you for your concern, but I'm fine. I am also a member of the Nixer Red Dragon Raid Force. Staman nodded. Excellent. If I unsettled you, I apologize. If it were up to me, I'd entrust everything to you, but there are simply too many of them. Rain May's eyes sharpened. Even so, they are nothing but rabble. Before we were pushed back because we lacked command and numbers. But now it's different. Nearly all of the Empire's elite subjugation members are gathered here. This time, it will be different, Starman said gravely. I know how you feel, but do not overextend. Our duty is to defend, not to annihilate. Yes, I know, she replied. Before Starman could continue, several Orc tribe leaders crashed down before them, shaking the battlefield with explosions. Rainmai's eyes widened. Was that an ambush? Starman's face hardened. It seems we cannot relax. So, their main forces have arrived? All members of the raid force, prepare for battle. Get in formation! As the soldiers scrambled, Rainmai's eyes caught on something horrific, an orc clad in dragon armor that once belonged to Captain Carty of the Red Dragon Raid Force. Fury ignited within her. Vice Captain, are you all right? One of her men asked. Fall back to the rear, she ordered sharply, though her gaze never left the desecrated armor. Meanwhile, the manticore let out its final scream before collapsing under Barizik's relentless assault. Blood streamed across the battlefield as Barizik, panting heavily, turned toward Kurak. Damn, he growled. I don't like this at all. What are you trying to do? Kurak, seated calmly on a nearby rock, smirked. I was waiting for my turn. I wanted to fight you. How can a human who is not even a warrior be this strong? Do not worry. I will give you time to catch your breath, if you don't run. Barizik scoffed. What nonsense! If you die here, this war ends instantly. Don't you realize that? Kurak's eyes gleamed. Don't worry about me. That won't happen. Barizik chuckled darkly. Fine then. Come at me, you bastard! The battlefield lay in ruin, and amid the chaos, a fainted Imperial soldier slowly stirred. His head was bleeding, his helmet gone. He muttered in confusion. What? Did I faint? I'm sure I took a hit to the head, but only my helmet flew off, and I stayed standing. Another soldier's desperate voice cut through his daze. Hey! What are you doing sitting there? It's a retreat order. If you want to live, get up and run! Dragged to his feet, the wounded soldier was carried by his comrades as they rushed back toward the fortress. Inside, the prince's voice rang out with authority, rallying the retreating men. Once inside the fortress, the defense forces will reform the lines. Get inside quickly! We must reorganize the troops. Don't worry! As long as the prince is here, you are safe! Yet behind his words, his thoughts betrayed his concern. Things didn't go as planned, but we cannot lose any more troops. This is a plain, there can be no ambush. If we fall back to a siege, we still have a chance. Suddenly, the ground shook with distant explosions. The prince's eyes narrowed. Over there, is that the subjugation squad? They said they'd act independently. Please be safe, Sir Starman. A messenger broke his thoughts. Your Highness, the troops have been received. Please, head inside. Understood. But before he could move, something descended from the sky with explosive force, throwing him from his horse. Coughing through the dust, the prince turned, only to see a monstrous orc stepping out of the smoke. You are the human's head, then? The orc growled. Far away, within the primordial core, Renee, Ursabet, and Mels watched in horror as the prince's death played out before them. It's over, Renee whispered. It's all finished. Azidahaka tilted his head. Over? That's it. But before despair could settle, Swallow approached, voice sharp with defiance. There are still plenty of humans left. You think killing one leader ends it? Ursabet scoffed. I was wondering why that thing wasn't talking. Talking to it ruins your skin. I'm going to sleep. I'll leave the mirror on, see you tomorrow. Swallow smirked. You should just go home. I feel like going out myself. All three of them turned, stunned. What? Why are you all looking at me like that? Swallow asked. Ursabet narrowed her eyes. Did you eat something bad? Renee pressed. Sir, how long have you even been awake today? You're lacking sense. It's because you ate too much popcorn, isn't it? You should rest. Mels, looking guilty, wondered to herself, did I do something wrong with the popcorn? But Swallow only waved them off. Damn it, it's nothing. I just thought I'd visit Liage. Or maybe the Annan Plains. Ursabet's gaze sharpened. Because of Kurak? Well, something like that, Swallow replied. Just then, Patrick approached, bowing his head. Boss, I'm ready. Ursabet's eyes darted between them. So this isn't just a simple trip out. Patrick's voice was steady. Let's go, boss. Her gaze fell on the weapon in his grip. That's an interesting sword. Patrick nodded. Yes. I figured I might have to use it. Then, leaning closer, he whispered into Swallow's ear. Boss, will you bring waiting darkness? Swallow shook his head. No. Since I'm going, there's no need. Ursabit asked cautiously. Then what are you going for anyway? Swallow's grin widened. Nothing too big. Just thought I'd have a chat with Hexable. Should I send men with you? Ursabit offered. Swallow pointed at Azidahaka. No. I'll ride this one. Seems like it flies well enough. The scene shifted again, back to the battlefield. Daru approached Kurak. How was it? Kurak's eyes gleamed as he looked upon the carnage. I'd like to express my gratitude for this meeting. Humans truly do have many talented people. Daru's gaze lowered to Barizik's battered body, kneeling and broken. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Then, what should we do with the body? Shall we hold a proper funeral, as we did for Kart, and pass the weapon to the chieftain? Kurak shook his head. No. That's too much trouble. Send both the weapon and the body back to the humans. Are you sure? Daru pressed. That weapon was a masterpiece. If they know we captured it, their morale will crumble. Kurak chuckled. It doesn't matter. They already know masterpieces pose no threat to me. Their morale has already dropped enough. Elsewhere, steel clashed as Starman battled the red-masked orc, Kaltum of the Carrying Tribe. Both warriors exchanged fierce blows, either giving ground. Not bad, you damn orc. Starman spat. Excellent, human. Kaltum grinned. It's been a long time since I've faced one with strength and skill to match mine. He's strong, Starman thought, but not beyond me. Yet if this drags on, the commander's orders may suffer. His eyes flicked back toward his struggling men. You can't focus on the duel? Kaltum taunted. Are the other humans distracting you? Yes, Starman admitted. Though beasts like you wouldn't understand. Kaltum smirked. Is that so? Then focus, because now you've no one left to watch your back. You bastard, Starman growled. Such pathetic provocation. Provocation? No, only truth. Look. He pointed, and Starman turned, just in time to see the severed head of the prince raised high upon a spear. The prince, was it? Kaltum sneered. He's nicely caught. You've already lost. At the fortress gates, the orc who slew the prince rampaged unchecked, slaughtering Imperial soldiers. The Count, vice-captain of the Imperial forces, shouted desperately. Stop him. Hold him back. We must avenge the prince. Do not retreat. Will you turn your backs on His Highness's killer before your very eyes? But his cries were drowned by fleeing soldiers screaming. We can't possibly win against that monster. Cursing their cowardice, the Count's horse panicked, throwing him to the ground. The massive orc loomed over him. Disgusting creatures. Flat on his back, the Count's eyes widened in dread. To think, just a single orc can destroy the Empire's soldiers. The orc raised his iron club high, but before it could fall, a hand caught it in mid-swing. When Historia had arrived, her grip halting the blow. At her side, the former hero Rashmare unsheathed both blades, his voice calm yet eager. Well, it's been a long time since I had a real fight. I'm not sure how well I'll do, but maybe I'll warm up a little. Rashmare's heart still carried the scars of the past. Long ago, during a dungeon raid, he watched helplessly as his entire party was swallowed alive by a horde of monsters. They had sacrificed themselves to shield him, dragging the creatures down so that he might survive. The memory burned in him like a brand. Enraged and broken, Rashmare turned not only against the beasts but against the men whose schemes had led his companions to their deaths. One after another, he cut them down, lords, officials, and cowards who hid behind orders. One desperate man fell to his knees, trembling. Please spare me! I beg you, I was only following my superior's orders. I only carried them out. But Rashmare's blade showed no mercy. The guilty bled, and the corrupt fell. Even the lord of the territory, whose negligence had cost his comrades' lives, met his end beneath Rashmare's sword. Yet not all his memories were drenched in blood. He remembered his first student Byrne, the boy he trained from fragile youth into a formidable warrior, who grew strong enough to stand among the heroes. Rashmare recalled the pride of watching him stride into the primordial core. And then came the bitter sting, news that Byrne, too, had perished in that same dungeon. The grief gnawed at him still. The scene shifted forward, closer to the present. When Historia stood defiant before the royal knights. Why won't you let me go? She demanded. It is Her Highness the Princess's order. One knight answered. She commanded that hero Wen remain in Liège to defend the capital. Exactly. Wen shot back, frustration sharpening her words. So I'm supposed to go and kill all the orcs to protect the capital, right? The knight hesitated. I understand, but your very presence here brings the citizens peace of mind. What kind of nonsense is that? Everyone else is out there fighting. They are the Empire's strongest already. You must trust them, hero. Who said I don't trust them? That's not the point. I need to be out there right now. The heated exchange drew a sigh from Rashmare. He stepped forward, placing a firm hand on Wen's head. That's enough, kid. Before she could protest, he hoisted her onto his shoulder like a child. Calm down. You're blaming the wrong person. What? Then who am I supposed to blame? Wen snapped. Not long after, the royal castle itself trembled with whispers. Rashmare Lichtenauer, the once great hero, stood with his sword drawn and its tip pressed against the princess's throat. Who goes there? Nobles shouted. Stand back at once! Guards, protect her highness! The princess's fury blazed. You low-born wretch! How dare you raise a sword against me? I'll see your head on the castle gates! Shut your mouth at once, Rebecca! Barked the first prince, stepping forward with a scowl. I'll apologize in her place, Sir Rashmare. But tell me, when did you return without notice? Hero of the demon lord's subjugation. The hall stirred with gasps. Rashmare? The previous hero? How could a hero look like that? Rashmare's voice cut through their whispers. Given the situation, I'll skip formalities. I have one demand: send Wen Historia to the Annan Plains immediately. Your excuses are pitiful, binding her here as a mere escort in case you nobles need to flee. In a battle where the Empire's fate hangs by a thread, what fool thought it wise to split our forces? If that came from a royal's head, then truly the Empire is in peril. The princess shrieked. Why aren't you saving me? Guards, seize him! But Rashmare's cold eyes turned to Wen. Little Wen, don't let yourself be chained by the Empire. Do you think I won't cut down royals just because I'm a former hero? The first prince silenced the guards. Put down your weapons! We will grant his demand. Release the princess. And so, the Empire bent. Now, in the present, the fortress at Annan Plains roared with life. The sight of Wen Historia among them rekindled the soldiers' courage. It's a miracle! They cried. The hero is here! Rashmare glanced at her with a crooked smile. Little Wen brat? She tightened her grip on the iron club and shot back. Was that supposed to be a joke? That's awful, old man. An orc, straining to wrestle the massive club from her hands, trembled in disbelief. What is this? I'm pulling with all my strength, and she doesn't budge? She ignores me, cracks jokes while I fight for my life? He roared and put his weight into the attack. But Wen only sighed, clenched her gauntlet, and slammed him aside with a thunderous blow. Geez, you're so noisy! The orc's body crumpled lifeless to the ground. Rashmare's eyes lingered on her. That doesn't look like something I taught you. Flustered, Wen retorted. What? We're going to wipe them out anyway. There's no time to hold back. Let's move, don't fall behind, old man. With that, she darted headlong into the battlefield's heart. No consideration for an old master, Rashmare muttered before turning to the nearby count. You there, did you see any of those so-called holy knights in the battle? The count shook his head. It's chaos. I couldn't tell. Understood. Then protect the fortress. Sir, what are you planning? What else? Rashmare said, eyes hard. We have to win. Not far away, a paladin watched from the shadows. Well now. This wasn't part of the plan. For a hero to throw himself into the fray for his soldiers' sake, perhaps a hero is still a hero. But His Holiness ordered us not to fight those two yet. Better to withdraw and report. Just then, something sliced across the sky, fast and dark. The paladin stiffened. What was that? High above the Annan Plains, a dragon's wings split the clouds. Azidahaka descended, Patrick and Swallow upon her back. Patrick leaned forward. Boss, we've arrived. What will you do now? The battlefield was chaos, smoke and blood thick in the air. Down below, Wen struck with her gauntlet, orc tribe leader crashing to the ground with a single devastating blow. Watching from a distance, Kaltum of the Karim tribe froze in shock. Rashmare arrived at the scene, his eyes narrowing as he called out. Hey, are you sure you want to look away from me? Startled, Kaltum turned, but before he could react, Rashmare was already upon him, twin blades flashing. The attack was shallow, a graze rather than a mortal wound, but it was enough to rattle the orc. In desperation, Kaltum hurled his weapon at Rashmere, using the momentary distraction to retreat. Wait! Where do you think you're going? Stop right there! Wen shouted, ready to give chase. Rashmere held out his hand, stopping her. Don't chase him. There's too much at stake right now. High above, Patrick observed the clash from the back of Azidahaka, the dragon's wings cutting across the battlefield sky. Things are getting pretty interesting, boss. That must be the famous Iron Fist? I've seen many warriors, but never like her. Maybe she really is the strongest among humans. Swallow, sitting calmly on the dragon's back, replied. That girl? Yeah, she's strong. What was her name again? Moomin? Patrick frowned. Moomin? Who's that? I think that human's name. Swallow answered absently. Even Azidahaka broke her silence, asking. If that human warrior has appeared, does that mean Kurak has fallen? Patrick shook his head. Not necessarily. No matter how powerful she is, she can't fight every orc alone. I doubt she could even face Kurak one-on-one. The Oris will likely win. Still, Kurak's hatred burns deep, deeper than even Erivo's ever showed. Swallow tilted his head. What are you saying? Patrick's voice dropped. Kurak intends to drag all of Nakumbal into slaughtering humanity itself. Swallow disagreed. No. Kurak doesn't hate humans that much. Not really. The scene shifted to Kurak himself, soaring above the battlefield on his griffin. His eyes burned with contempt as he muttered. Incompetent Order fools. They were so confident they could stop the warrior from joining the war, but look at this. Through sound transmission, his adjutant Dara asked, What now, Commander? If we ignore the losses and press forward, victory is still possible. How many troops remain? Kurak demanded. About 100,000. Dara replied. Kurak's eyes fell on Rashmere and Wen, their presence like blades cutting through his army. He clenched his jaw. We have numbers, but without the tribe leaders, our troops will be slaughtered. Especially by that swordsman. I meant to face him myself if he chased Kaltum, but he's too cautious, too wise. After a long pause, Kurak gave the order. Signaled the retreat. Back on the ground, Rashmere and Wen stood over the fallen Starman. Tears streaked Wen's face as she whispered. I'm sorry, if only I'd been faster. Rashmere looked upon Sturman's body, and Berizik's nearby. His thoughts darkened. Too many casualties. Everyone underestimated Kurak. Even killing the tribe leaders won't be enough. At this rate, Liaise will fall. Just then, soldiers from the Red Dragon raid approached. One knelt, clutching a set of dragon armor. Are you the warrior? Rashmere turned. And you are? My name is Cabal, unit commander of the Nixer Red Dragon raid force. Rashmere's eyes fell on the armor. What's that you're carrying? Cabal lowered it with reverence. Our captain's armor. Vice Captain Rain May recovered it from the orcs, but when she saw it on them, her fury consumed her. She fought recklessly, and died alongside them. I see. Rashmere murmured grimly. A self-destruction. Yes. Cabal coughed, blood staining his lips. Then Rashmere's gaze sharpened, an enemy blade was lodged in Cabal's chest. Even as life slipped away, Cabal pressed on. This armor, our captain's and vice-captain's legacy, it must return home. Please take it. Rashmere bowed his head. I swear it. On my name. He could finish, when suddenly shouted. Paladins! Rain May told me before, paladins are working with the monsters. They tried to stop us from reaching this battlefield. They must be here too. We can't be sure. Rashmere began, but Wen slammed her heel into the ground, the impact sending shockwaves through the earth. No. I know where they are. She growled, charging forward. Meanwhile, in the skies, Patrick noted the sudden movements. Looks like the humans are retreating too. Swallow asked idly. The hub, is it moving now? The orcs are pulling back as well. Patrick explained. They'll likely destroy the hub as they retreat to their captain. From here on, the fight won't be humans versus orcs anymore. It will be humans serving the Emperor against those loyal to the Order. Swallow's expression darkened. So, what do you think will happen? Patrick's answer was grave. I'm not certain, but one thing is clear. The Empire will fall. Swallow chuckled softly. That's troublesome. Unless something else rises to replace it. Patrick leaned closer. Boss, I don't know what Hexable is plotting. But I suspect you do. Isn't that right? Swallow smirked faintly. To some degree. Patrick's eyes narrowed. So that's why you came here yourself? Boss, don't forget the promise you made me. I know, Swallow replied. That's why I'm here. Don't get so worked up, you're scaring me. Patrick gave a dry laugh. Good. Now, what's the plan? Shall we head to Liège first? Before Swallow could reply, Azidahaka trembled beneath them. Why am I suddenly so cold? She wondered uneasily. The third eye, a figure greeted a cloaked man. Deputy Officer Garrett Azanelgia, we've been waiting. All homunculi are prepared for deployment. They await your command. Should we send them out now? Some time later, the scene shifted to Kurak's command tent. Inside, the orc shaman Dara stood before him, holding a communication device embedded with a glowing red crystal. From the crystal, a voice echoed. So, you have ordered a retreat? Kurak answered without hesitation. I am the commander of this army, so I commanded my legion to retreat. Do you have a problem with that? The person on the other side chuckled softly. I wouldn't call it a problem. I simply wanted to ask for your intentions, since we share the same fate. If you had simply pushed forward, you could have ended the Imperial army. May I ask why you did not? Kurak's expression hardened. Because that is a situation that would only benefit you. I'm not quite sure what you mean. The voice replied calmly. Kurak continued, his tone grim. We have retreated, yes, but the Imperial army has already been weakened. They will certainly return to Liège. And when they do, it's obvious how the humans will feel. Now let me ask you, what have you been doing? My army has fulfilled its role and achieved victory. Meanwhile, many of my subordinates had to die because you failed to keep your promise to keep the warrior in Liège. They were talented tribe leaders who should have lived to lead their people. Because of that grief, I even feel like taking it out on you. Kurak leaned forward. So, what have you done? Answer me. Pope. The voice on the device belonged to none other than Pope Euronisia himself. He hesitated before speaking. I don't know what to say. The warrior has shown strength beyond expectation. Kurak growled. That is your problem. What matters is that you failed to keep any of your promises. Even so, I, Kurak, am willing to give you another chance. Euronisia's irritation seeped into his voice. And by chance you mean? Inwardly he sneered. This lowly monster dares speak to me like this? Kurak declared. Chaos will erupt once the defeated Imperial army returns to Liège. It is time for you to break the Empire from within. The Pope fell silent for a moment, and then burst into sudden manic laughter, startling even Kurak. After regaining his composure, he said, Please excuse me. I never thought you'd consider such a thing. May I ask what exactly you want? You will eliminate the warrior, Kurak said. Undermine the Empire's unity, just as our contract dictates. Euronisia replied smoothly. Very well. I accept your request. Wouldn't it be better if we maintained a friendly relationship even after the Empire falls? Let us trust each other a bit more. I have heard and acknowledged your wishes clearly. Kurak nodded. Good. Next time, we meet in Liège. I'll take my leave. Dara lowered the device. The connection has been cut, Commander. Kurak asked. How were the funerals of the tribe leaders handled? They were conducted with the utmost sincerity by each tribe. Dara said. Tell their families I will personally grant compensation. Kurak ordered. And inform the others that the forces of the tribes whose leaders have died will be reorganized. Yes, Commander. Dara responded promptly. Kurak exhaled heavily. Many tribes have lost their leaders because of my incompetence. That is not true at all, sir. Daru insisted. This will be the end. Kurak said quietly. We march to Liège. I shall follow your orders, Commander. Daru replied. The scene shifted to the teleportation hub, where when Historia engaged a heavily armored paladin. With one clean punch, she knocked him backward. The paladin steadied himself, refusing to fall. As expected of our dear warrior, he said. Truly incredible. I shouldn't have taken any damage, yet my brain was tricked into thinking it hurt. That's all there is to it, though. You pose no threat to me. Standing a short distance away, the former hero Rashmare observed the paladin's armor and asked, Is that your masterpiece? The paladin frowned. Excuse me, but that name is unpleasant. Call it a holy artifact. A supreme one at that. Putting it aside, It seems the almighty warrior can't even leave a scratch on me. Naturally, you won't be getting anywhere as long as I stand here. Historia dashed forward, her footwork sharp and swift. She struck him again, yet the blow barely fazed him. As he attempted to create distance, she hooked his leg, tripped him, grabbed his face, and slammed him hard into the ground. We'll see about that, she growled. But inside, her thoughts churned. I feel dizzy. Everything happening right now, why didn't anyone tell me beforehand? Am I untrustworthy? Or unfit to be a warrior? I want to know why. The paladin raised his shield just in time, blocking her follow-up strikes, then pushed her back and leapt to his feet. Sword and shield ready, he swung at her, but Historia slipped aside, narrowly dodging the blow. Her thoughts tightened. Why did Ethelbrias hide everything from me? I don't want secrets. I want to become someone everyone can rely on. A true warrior. Starting now, that's what I'll be. She planted her feet, then launched forward with a powerful gauntlet strike that cracked the paladin's shield. His eyes widened, Historia blurred into motion, after images streaking around him as she hit him from every direction. What is this? Impossible, he thought. Her strikes, they're piercing through the holy artifact? How? Is this what a warrior truly is? Her gauntlet cracked under the strain, then shattered completely. But even without it, her power surged, blue aura swirling around her fist. She drove a final punch into his gut, forcing a scream from the paladin as he collapsed. Defeated. Rashmare watched in disbelief. Goodness. At this point, I'm not even sure I deserve to be called the previous warrior. The scene shifted to the top of Liais's outer wall, where Deputy Officer Garrett stood alongside the leader of the Third Eye. Below them, the screams of dying civilians echoed across the burning district. Garrett's expression darkened. So this is the plan the captain prepared? The Third Eye leader answered coldly. Didn't you agree to it even after learning everything? I did, Garrett murmured. But seeing it with my own eyes is different. It's a necessary sacrifice, the Third Eye leader insisted. That's how the officer described it. Garrett clenched her fist. This terrible scene, our own citizens dying, is a necessary sacrifice? Her thoughts drifted. What would Wynn think of this? At that moment, another Third Eye member ran up the stairs. Leader, the orcs have reached our second inner castle. They're moving faster than I expected, the leader muttered. Are they rushing toward the Imperial Palace? Yes, the member replied. Kurak himself is at the front line. He is commanding their entire army. The leader turned to Garrett. Deputy Officer, you must make your decision. Before Garrett could respond, Dame Sion landed on the wall, his armor shining with magical runes. Garrett, he announced. Everyone is ready. Sir Sion, Garrett asked. Is the equipment prepared? I received it from Wynn and Rashmare, Sion replied. Those two will arrive soon. Garrett lowered her gaze. You're as strong as ever, Sir Sion. I truly don't know about this. Even though I was determined to follow Ethelbria's orders no matter what. Even now, I trust that everything he did was for the Empire's sake. At least, I want to believe that. Sion asked. Even after seeing this mess? Garrett hesitated. Now I don't know anymore. That's precisely why you must act, Sion said. Pardon? Because we are the ones who brought this upon them. We must accept punishment for our responsibility. That is all. I see, Garrett whispered. Sion rose into the air. Then I will depart to complete my mission. As he flew away, Garrett breathed out. Punishment. Then she turned to the Third Eye leader. Enforce the plan as soon as Sir Sion finishes his mission. Understood, he replied. Patrick and Swallow rode atop the dragon Azidahaka as he circled high over the city. We're at Liaise, Azidahaka announced. Already? Patrick asked. It takes 2 months by carriage. You must be really fast, he added with a sigh. Actually, I'm not impressed. You reached Miss Mel's castle in half a day last time. Azidahaka groaned internally. They're treating me like a carriage. Swallow grumbled. Can you get your cape off me? That fall was a mistake. I apologized to Mel's already. Patrick corrected him. Something like that is called a failure, not a mistake. He sighed again. Swallow stared at him. Patrick frowned. What's with that creepy look? Swallow's thoughts churned. If I push him off, at least I won't have to hear him nag anymore. No. I can't handle the consequences of that. Whatever, he said aloud, yawning. He exhausted himself thinking pointless thoughts again. Patrick muttered. So what now? I don't see Hexable anywhere. She's underground, Swallow said. She's too big to surface here. Azidahaka asked. Are we going down now? Humans are still everywhere. Not yet, Swallow replied. Circle a bit more. We'll be here a few hours. Hexable catches on fast. Inside the Holy Church, far from the battlefield, Pope Euronisia relaxed in a lavish chamber with a high-ranking viscount. A member of the order entered, breathless. Your Holiness, the Orc army has breached the second inner castle. Our soldiers are holding the walls, but the mystical beasts prevent any counterattack. You've done well, my brother, the Pope said kindly. Thank you. If you head down, the Viscount added, the maid will take care of you. Please enjoy some rest. After the man left, the Pope said, You needn't bother with such gestures. The Viscount chuckled. I want to leave a good impression. These clergy members will one day rule the empire. The Pope laughed. A grace befitting your devotion will surely be given. Another man rushed in. Your Holiness, the Paladin has returned. I'll greet him myself, the Pope said. Moments later, the Paladin entered the hall, greeted by applause. I have been waiting for you, brother, the Pope said, embracing him. The Paladin remained silent. You seem troubled, the Pope observed. Did something happen? The Paladin finally spoke. At the hub, we battled one Historia. Many brothers died. I see. It is all right, the Pope soothed. You returned alive after facing the heretic. That must mean. The Paladin leaned close and whispered. I have eliminated all the warriors. Can you not hear the orcs advance? The Pope whispered back, elated. Good. Very good. Your contribution is immense. He stepped back and addressed the gathered clergy. All brothers have assembled for the crusade. The orcs move faster than expected. We shall begin our plan early. Your role is more important than ever. Prepare yourselves. The Paladin looked around. Is this all of them? The Pope blinked. What? Are there more people? The Paladin asked coldly. The Pope's face paled. Brother, you are not him. Who are you? The illusion shimmered, revealing Dame Sion standing in place of the Paladin. Sion's eyes narrowed. Then I'll assume this is all of you. Hero Sion! How did you get here? Did the officer send you? No, the officer collapsed. Did Tracker Garrett discover something? The Pope stumbled backward. Whatever the case, the Empire is finished. Instead of joining those heretics, why not join our order? Not interested, Sion replied flatly. He rose into the air, magic gathering around him, and unleashed a massive explosion that consumed the hall and everyone inside. Back on the A's wall, a distant explosion flashed across the city. What was that? The Third Eye leader asked. Garrett stared at the pendant in her hand as it pulsed with a blue glow. The pendant of the Pope, she whispered. The officer secretly set it aside earlier. That was his last breath. So Sir Sion completed his mission, the leader said. Garrett nodded. Yes. Then let's end this war. Release the homunculus forces. Above, in the sky, Patrick watched the massive surge of homunculus from above and turned to Swallow. Boss, that's outrageous. Swallow stood atop Azidahaka, dark aura rippling from his body. For real. They went and did it. Why do humans never listen? Rain poured over the city as Win Historia and Rash Mare arrived at Garrett's location. They stared in shock at the homunculus flooding the streets. What was all that? Historia demanded. Garrett lowered her head. I'm sorry, Win. I wanted to tell you later, but now I can't hide it anymore. She looked toward the dying city. This is the truth Ethelbrias was hiding. The scene shifted deep inside the facility, where the Third Eye leader stood before the final sealed chamber. His fingers tightened around the iron handle. This is the last of them, he murmured, pulling the heavy door open. An eerie silence spilled out, followed by the shapes of the final homunculi, the culmination of years of forbidden research. Now, he whispered with a twisted pride, show me the result of my work. Children of Chaos. With that command, the homunculi burst from their confinement, flooding out like a storm of pale, mindless predators. Sometime later, when Kurak and the Orc army finally reached the capital, the homunculus force confronted them head-on. They lunged without fear, without thought, without even a soul to anchor them. Karak crushed one beneath his fist and snarled. What are these creatures? They have no intelligence, no reason. Are they even alive? They attack anything they see. Daru, standing at his side, asked urgently. Commander, what now? We've taken heavy casualties, but we can still advance. Karak's eyes narrowed. The Empire never had anything like this. Is this the Order's doing? We're not sure, Daru answered. But you must choose our next move. Karak shut his eyes, recalling the promise, 3 weeks. That was the time Swallow had granted him to destroy the Empire. And that time was nearly at its end. His eyes snapped open, burning red. A thunderous roar erupted from his chest, so powerful it shook the battlefield. Daru and the other orcs stared, bewildered, as the ground far off began to crack and swell. A towering mass surged upward. From beneath the earth emerged the colossal sand-hell mother, Hexable. She descended upon the homunculi, devouring them by the dozens, her immense body tearing the battlefield into chaos. Karak stepped forward, red light blazing from his eyes. There is no retreat, he declared. The Empire ends today. Across the capital, Hexabel's enormous form crushed buildings and homunculi alike. From a distant vantage point, the Third Eye Leader's eyes widened in raw horror. Impossible! That's Hexable of the Sand Hell! A boss monster from a great evil dungeon! Bosses should never appear together. Rashmare glanced at Win Historia. Everything happening now is unprecedented. Kid, where are you going? Historia turned toward Garrett. I'll be back. Historia? Garrett called after her, trembling. When this is over, Historia said with a broken smile, wiping at her tears. You're going to tell me everything. Promise? Garrett swallowed. Yes, of course. Rashmare sighed. I'm going to catch a cold at this rate. You don't have to come, Historia muttered. I'm not letting my disciple walk alone twice, Rashmare replied. I'll stay with you until the end, Win Historia. Historia nodded. Let's go. And together they rushed into the storm. High above them, Azidahaka soared in circles. Patrick looked at Swallow. Then what should I do, boss? I'll come along, said the dragon. Swallow turned to Patrick. You take the rest. By the rest, you mean Karak? And what about you? Well, Swallow said with a shrug. I need to have a talk with Hexable. And the homunculi? Do I have to? Before Patrick could finish, Swallow leapt from the dragon's back and plummeted toward the battlefield. Boss! Come on! Patrick groaned. Then, turning to Azidahaka, he muttered. Lower the altitude. Please! The dragon's voice trembled. Are you sure letting the swallow fall from this height is wise? Patrick sighed. If he died from that, I wouldn't be in this mess in the first place. Back on the ground, panic shook the Third Eye forces. Dame Garrett! The Third Eye leader shouted. The homunculi can handle the orcs and Karak, but if Hexable interferes, everything collapses. At this rate, we're finished. It will be fine, Garrett insisted through clenched teeth. We have Ms. Wynne and Sir Rashmare. A dungeon boss shouldn't be a problem. But as she spoke, a sudden agony shot through her arm, through the very limb that Swallow had severed before. She dropped to her knees, clutching it. What's happening? The Third Eye leader demanded. Garrett stared at the trembling stump. This has never happened before. Why now? Is he? Her voice trembled. Is Swallow here? Far away, inside Ethelbria's home, the old officer awoke with a violent gasp, blood still staining his chest. He staggered into the corridor, gripping the wall for support. You are here, he whispered, eyes widening with dread. I saw it with my own eyes. Karak continued carving through the homunculi with each colossal swing of his axe. Their twisted bodies burst apart, spraying fragments and blood across the ruined streets. Even as wave after wave tried to overwhelm him with sheer numbers, he pushed back, though the pressure forced him several steps in retreat. As he exhaled, preparing for the next onslaught, something stopped him cold. A familiar, suffocating darkness spread across the battlefield. Swallow's aura. Karak stiffened, confusion, dread, and disbelief twisting together. Moments later, that same aura erupted from the ground, rising in the form of massive black spikes. They skewered dozens of homunculi and formed a jagged barrier around Hexable. Then Swallow dropped from the sky, landing between all forces like a descending calamity. All of you, he said calmly. Stop right there. Up on the fortress wall, Garrett's blood ran cold. Pull the homunculi back, she ordered, eyes widening. You can't let them face the swallow. The third eye leader swallowed hard. I've been ordering them to retreat, but they're out of control. Garrett's face strained of color. No. Down below, the homunculi lunged toward Swallow. Swallow sighed as they flew toward him. You just don't listen, do you? His aura burst outward, blasting the homunculi out of the air, shredding them before they even reached him. Well, it's fine, he added with a shrug. The fewer listening ears, the better. He casually raised a hand, gathering a faint shimmer, a beginner's magic spell, something so weak it was beneath even apprentices. Ice ball. He flicked it toward the city wall. The moment it landed, a massive explosion tore through the stone battlements, obliterating a wide radius and swallowing Garrett and the third eye leader in dust and debris. Oops, Swallow said, waving the dust out of his face. Too much dust. Human magic is so difficult. He cracked his neck. Now then. Kurak staggered forward, still stunned. Swallow, why are you here? The time limit of our agreement hasn't expired. I'm not here about that, Swallow replied. I'll deal with you later. Then why interfere? I asked you not to get involved in the Empire War. Swallow stared at him as if he'd said something idiotic. Dude! Hexabel's right next to you, and you're still pretending you don't get it? Kurak straightened. If you're here because I didn't inform you about an alliance with Hexable, fine. I apologize. I'll compensate you. But if you intend to stop the war for that reason… Swallow cut him off. There's no way you and Hexable just shook hands out of goodwill. You probably told her to step in if the war got dangerous. And she asked for something in return, something hidden in liaise. Something you were supposed to bring her. And naturally, without me noticing. His eyes narrowed. But I noticed anyway. So here I am. Make sense? Kurak hesitated. Swallow raised a finger. I still don't fully understand, though. So I'll give you 5 seconds to convince me. 1. Kurak panicked. Wait, listen, we can talk. 5. Swallow shrugged. Time's up. Screw off. A dark blast smashed into Kurak, sending the orc commander flying across the plaza. He crashed into a building with enough force to collapse it in a cloud of rubble. Swallow turned to Hexable, voice calm. All right. Your turn. Choose your words carefully. He has a family, that's the only reason he's alive. But you? I'll kill you without mercy if you try anything stupid. Very painfully, mind you. Hexable trembled. Teacher. Swallow ignored the title. Let's see, right. How much have you figured out? From beneath the rubble, Kurak staggered upright, bleeding but alive. He spared me. No, he wants something else. What are you planning, Swallow? A metallic clank echoed nearby. Kurak turned, and Patrick stood before him, holding Kurak's axe. It's nice to see you again, Patrick said breezily. You forgot this. Nice axe. You dropped it, so I figured I'd bring it back. Kurak wiped the blood from his jaw. I understand now. The reason he didn't kill me was for you to kill me here. Patrick sighed. You see, we never intended to interfere with your plan. But you're hiding something, too. The situation forced our hand. I can't speak for the boss, but this isn't personal, Mr. Kurak. Kurak growled. You talk a lot for someone called the Death Knight. There's no rule saying Death Knights can't talk, Patrick replied. From behind them, Azidahaka chuckled. Is that so? Patrick nodded. Besides, I like talking before the fight. I can't do that after the fight, unfortunately. Oops, there I go again. Do you have anything to say before we start, Mr. Kurak? Kurak tightened his grip on the restored axe. I have plenty to say. I'll say all of it after I defeat you. Patrick drew his sword and shifted into his stance. Good. Then, shall we begin? Kurak halted before the clash truly began, and said that it was not time yet. He wished to ask something before they fought. Patrick allowed it, telling him to ask whatever he wished. Kurak questioned whether Patrick truly believed that a mere gatekeeper of a great evil dungeon could defeat him, the Legion commander of Nerkumble, and demanded to know who had devised such a foolish plan. Patrick responded lightly, remarking that Kurak spoke as though being the boss of a great evil dungeon meant everything. He admitted that it did mean something, but said he would not call this a plan. It was simply the will of their boss. Kurak declared that he had lived for over 200 years, and that no matter how strong Patrick was, he could never surpass Erevos as long as he remained undead. Patrick answered calmly that he could not be certain of that, since he had never fought Arivos himself. He added that he already knew Karak's age, having heard it from their boss. Then, swinging his sword with the ease of a seasoned veteran, he remarked that he had wielded his blade inside a dungeon for over 150 years without sleep or rest. With that, he rushed forward and struck. Karak raised his axe at once to block, and the collision sent a shockwave rippling across the battlefield, forcing both of them back. They immediately reset their stances and attacked again. Sword and axe collided once more, either gaining ground. Blow after blow followed, the two appearing perfectly matched. Nearby, Azidahaka sat atop a rock, observing the duel. To her, their weapons were moving faster than the speed of sound, equal in speed and precision. If not for the violent shockwaves from each clash, it would have looked like a carefully choreographed sparring match. She understood that Nakumble's power came solely from Karak's strength, enough for him to be likened to a great evil dungeon himself. Yet here stood a death knight fighting him evenly. Could Patrick truly be nothing more than a gatekeeper? The battle continued relentlessly. Patrick pressed forward with a series of attacks, all of which Karak blocked in succession. As he fought, Karak realized the truth with grim clarity. Much as he hated to admit it, Patrick was on the same level as him. In a fight where a single mistake meant defeat, Patrick was deliberately weaving feints into his assault. Among the slashes came a sudden thrust. Karak blocked it, but in that instant he understood Patrick's aim, the seam of his axe. Did the Death Knight truly believe the red axe would break so easily? Ordinarily, no. But if Patrick's sword truly belonged to Warrior Byrne, who was said to have perished in the primordial core, then the possibility was real. Patrick surged forward again with a wide swing. Karak released his axe, caught Patrick's sword mid-swing, clenched his fist, and drove a powerful punch into Patrick, declaring that he had expected this. Patrick immediately adjusted, countering with a kick straight to Karak's face. Yet to his surprise, Karak seized his sword arm and slammed him into the ground with full force. Dust and debris from shattered buildings billowed outward. Standing there with blood on his lips, Karak gripped Patrick's sword and admitted that he could not remember the last time he had been wounded like this. He acknowledged the greatness of the primordial core, admitting that even a gatekeeper could reach such a level. Looking down at the weapon, he declared that it was a shame. Without his weapon, Patrick would lose, and Karak would claim victory. But then Karak frowned in confusion. From the settling dust, Patrick emerged, holding Karak's axe. He asked calmly whether Karak was looking for this, praising it as a fine weapon. Though he did not usually fight with such arms, he noted its absurd durability, admitting that he had intended to break it at the seam, but it remained intact. Karak was shaken. In that fleeting moment, Patrick had counterattacked and stolen the axe from the ground. Was he truly just a gatekeeper? Patrick charged forward once more, reminding Karak that the battle was not over yet as he came at him again. Karak cursed under his breath, thrown into momentary disarray as the fight surged onward. The scene shifted to the past, deep within the primordial core, where a human party had ventured in search of wealth and fame. Only their leader remained alive. He stood alone, glancing around nervously as fear consumed him. Cursing under his breath, he shouted that no one had warned him of such a horror. He screamed for his enemy to come out, hurling insults into the darkness, vowing that if he was going to die, he would take it with him. His eyes darted wildly as panic took hold. In that moment, Hexable emerged silently from the ground behind him. With a sudden strike, she killed him instantly and devoured his remains. Recalling that time, Hexable remembered how she had felt happiness. She had been recognized by the Great One, and that alone had filled her with satisfaction. Guarding the place where he resided, existing solely for his sake, she had lived for decades with gratitude, content simply to be near him. When she spoke of eradicating intruders, she recalled that it had all begun with a single phrase, perhaps nothing more than a whim of his. Yet in merely half a day, a kingdom that had once ruled an era was swallowed whole. Confusion eventually took root within her. Questions spiraled endlessly in her mind. Why had he created a dungeon with such overwhelming power? What was the origin of that life form? Why did he not simply kill everything at once? Was he even a life form anymore? What lay at the end of that dungeon? And what had she herself been trying to accomplish? It was the absolute extreme of alienness. Her thoughts collapsed into nothingness, until even she could no longer comprehend what she was thinking. A frenzy born of overwhelming terror overtook her. Driven mad by fear, she abandoned Swallow's side and created a dungeon of her own, Sand Hell, settling within the great desert that surrounded the 5 kingdoms. Despite humanity's countless attempts to interfere, she continued to grow stronger. In time, a nation known as the Empire arose. When humans attacked after designating her domain a great evil dungeon, she saw it once again. From the kingdom of Castia came a human once called a saint, later known as a hero. At the end of their battle, when she slew that hero, she saw it again. Deep beneath the kingdom, within the crumbling ruins of human civilization, lay the terror she had once forgotten, something meant to remain forgotten. Like him, it did not belong to this world. It was an incomprehensible domain. Neither she nor any of her offspring could understand it. Its mere presence drove her children mad, twisting them beyond recognition. Fearing what she could not comprehend, she buried it deep in a place only she could reach. Decades passed. Even after countless battles against the 5 kingdoms, no new hero appeared in Castia. At first, she believed it to be coincidence, but soon she became certain it was not. Since the founding of Castia, a hero had appeared in every generation. Yet ever since she had taken that mirror from the altar, heroes had ceased to appear. She recalled once saying she had missed a previous meeting because she was busy, and it had been the truth. She had spent an immense amount of time proving that the mirror was connected to the existence of heroes. As expected, it was no coincidence. There were others like that mirror in the world. Taking her thoughts a step further, she began to wonder who had given humans such objects in the first place. She could not explain it well, lacking the words. Though she could not fully understand it even after thousands of attempts, she had achieved results. As she spoke, Hexabel's massive worm-like form began to change. Green fluid spilled from her body as a new shape emerged. Continuing her words to Swallow, she explained that the mirror had begun to devour her, forcing understanding upon her. At last, she realized why comprehension had been impossible. It did not belong to this world. It was only natural that a being of this world could not understand it. And so she wished to understand it more. That desire, she believed, was the reason the Empire existed. The Empire now possessed 3 heroes, and among them, the blue-haired one stood on a completely different level from all previous warriors. That was why she believed the answer lay within the Empire, the special something capable of creating a hero who surpassed all others. She wanted it. She wanted to learn about it, to know more, and ultimately, to become like Swallow. She declared that this was the perfect opportunity. As she finished speaking, the transformation of her body was complete. Swallow observed her calmly and remarked that she was intelligent, admitting that his curiosity had only grown. She responded, addressing him not as teacher, but as Swallow, and asked what he was preparing for. At that, Swallow's aura flared, and he stated that she was truly, unbelievably smart. Meanwhile, the battle between Patrick and Kurak raged on, their weapons crashing against one another as shock waves rippled outward with every collision. Watching the fight, Azidahaka spoke grimly, noting that at this rate the Empire would be reduced to ruins before the battle ended. Even the mere impact of their weapons generated a terrifying momentum, reminiscent of the chilling winds of the White Mountains. At that moment, she sensed an unfamiliar aura behind her and turned sharply, startled. She wondered what it was and soon spotted Hexable in the distance. At first, she thought the presence belonged to Hexable, but something about it felt different, almost as if it were something else entirely. Before she could finish her thought, the scene shifted into the past. In the primordial core, Swallow lay calmly upon his throne. Nearby, Patrick sat on the ground and spoke, remarking that Swallow had been the mastermind all along. Swallow questioned what Patrick meant by that term. Patrick explained that Swallow was like a mastermind working behind the scenes, always seated backstage and watching everything without ever intervening directly. The actors on the stage never realized they were following a script, nor did they question what lay behind the scenes until the truth revealed itself. Yet everything they needed for the performance came from behind the curtain. Swallow replied thoughtfully, acknowledging the metaphor. He said he liked that position, as those on the stage were never curious about what lay beyond the curtain. However, on rare occasions, someone interested in what existed beyond it would appear. The scene returned to the present, where Swallow addressed Hexable. He expressed his pride in her, wondering how many had attempted to peer behind the curtain over the centuries, perhaps 10 per century, amounting to only a few hundred in total. The most recent had been Erivos, yet even he had gone no further than doubt. He had never taken it to such an extent. This, Swallow noted, was the first time, no, the second, recalling there had been one more in the distant past. As for what he was preparing for her, He said that was something she should have figured out herself. He then asked whether that was all she had uncovered so far. Hexable replied that it was. She had needed to confirm her hypothesis before beginning her next investigation. Swallow accepted that as reasonable, but posed another question. If all her hypotheses were correct, why would someone as intelligent as her go to such reckless lengths? Hexable then asked what he intended to do now. As Swallow stepped toward her, he remarked that since she had spent decades in the same dungeon as him, she already knew exactly what he was about to do. Hearing this, Hexable grew tense. Swallow observed that she must have had some sort of plan to be standing so confidently before him. Hexable answered that she did not need to be able to defeat him to stand there. She pointed out that he would also be in trouble if the Empire were to perish, and that his decision to come all this way proved how important it was to him. As she spoke, she summoned her children, who emerged from the ground and surrounded Swallow. Swallow calmly asked if she intended to take the Empire hostage. Hexable confirmed it. Under normal circumstances, it would have been impossible, but amid such chaos, slaughtering humans would pose no difficulty. They were also close to the Imperial Palace, making it even easier. She had already released her children throughout the Empire, exceptional ones, no less. Moreover, she could now sense the location of the otherworldly object. Privately, Hexable acknowledged the risk. Swallow could kill her instantly if she tried to flee. However, all of her children, the larvae born from her, shared the same mind. Even if this body were destroyed, she could be reborn. She then asked Swallow what he would do. As she spoke, darkness suddenly enveloped the surroundings. Startled, she wondered when it had grown so dark and looked down to see Swallow laughing maniacally. Confusion and dread filled her thoughts. She could not understand why he was laughing. In the next instant, a powerful fireball tore past her and slammed into the Empire. The spell had been cast by Swallow, who remarked that she had gotten one crucial part wrong. She turned in horror and saw that the attack had struck the Emperor's mansion. Something felt deeply wrong. She had believed Swallow absolutely needed the Imperial family. Swallow then asked what she was doing, reminding her that he had even released her shackles. She had transformed using the artifact of Nitocris, so why not try swinging that arm of hers? Enraged, Hexable charged at him. At the same time, when Historia appeared behind Swallow and launched her own attack. Both strikes converged on him, triggering a massive explosion that sent shock waves across the area and reduced several buildings to rubble. Elsewhere, Patrick witnessed the devastation from afar and cursed to himself, thinking that his boss had done it again, and that he was always the one left to clean up the mess. Kurak asked if that attack had come from Swallow. Patrick confirmed it, saying it was essentially Swallow's basic attack. He added that if they continued fighting like this, they would be caught in Swallow's assaults and die. Kurak agreed grimly and suggested they end it. With that, both warriors rushed toward one another, weapons drawn, and clashed once more. Kurak believed that orcs were weak, but that did not mean each individual orc lacked physical strength. To him, the strength of a species was never determined by a single being. Orcs were being weeded out as time passed because they had failed to advance. Blaming it solely on their supposedly shorter lifespans compared to other races was, in his view, a false excuse. Their lives were not much shorter than those of humans, who continued to progress every day. Nor was it a matter of low intelligence. Orcs simply did not learn. That was why progress was necessary. Only advancement led to survival. Because of that, Kurak believed orcs had to learn from humans. The scattered tribes needed to unite and establish a nation. Orcs had to walk side by side with humanity. That was the solution he had devised for the survival of his people. Yet the Empire had rejected it. Their will to learn was met with nothing but hostility. In the end, their homeland, Nerkumbal, striving to be recognized as a nation, was branded a great evil dungeon. Meanwhile, the battle between Kurak and Patrick continued, their weapons crashing together again and again. Patrick, observing his opponent, reflected that an orc's lifespan was usually around 30 years, yet Kurak had lived for more than 2 centuries. As expected, Patrick had wanted to fight him the moment their eyes met. He wondered aloud whether Kurak had truly transcended his species. They charged at each other with renewed force. The impact of their clash hurled both warriors backward, their weapons knocked from their hands. In the same instant, however, they recovered their arms and stepped back into position. Kurak coughed, blood spilling from the wound in his chest. As he staggered, he realized his mistake. He had forgotten that his opponent was a skeleton, an undead who felt neither pain nor fatigue. A chill crept through his body as he sensed the blood he had lost. Time was running out. No, more precisely, he alone was being chased by time. He had not wanted to use this power, but he could not afford to die here. Placing his axe on the ground, Kurak gathered a red aura around himself and called upon the great ancestors of his kind, begging them to lend him their power. The crimson energy enveloped his body. He picked up his axe once more and apologized for making his opponent wait. Patrick replied calmly that it was fine. He admitted he had never expected Kurak to entertain him to such an extent and said he truly admired him. Then he urged Kurak to come at him. In the next moment, Patrick was suddenly launched from the ground. Confused, he barely had time to react before Kurak appeared above him. With a roar, Kurak brought his axe down in a devastating blow, declaring it his first strike. The impact sent Patrick flying through the air. Before Patrick could recover, Kurak closed the distance again and drove another attack into his stomach, shouting his second strike. The blow smashed Patrick into the ground. Kurak leapt high and descended once more, but this time Patrick met him in the air with his weapon. Kurak swung his axe and called out his third strike, but Patrick blocked it. In the same motion, Patrick counterattacked, striking Kurak and sending him flying backward until he crashed into the ground. As Kurak lay there, he refused to accept defeat. He could not die here. He had to win, for the orcs, for the growth and prosperity of his species. That was the path of survival. It was his path, and the path of his people. He remained on the ground, battered but resolute, while Patrick stood tall before him. Kurak bled more and more from his wound. He realized he had shed too much blood, and that even the power of his ancestors was leaving him. In this condition, he could no longer continue the fight. Accepting the outcome, he admitted that he had lost. Patrick agreed casually, remarking that luck had played a part in his victory. Kurak found that ridiculous and pointed out that Patrick was not very good at acting. Before his end, he asked what Patrick planned to do next. Patrick replied that such a question should be directed to the boss instead of him. Turning his attention to his kin, Kurak asked what would become of the orcs. Patrick answered honestly. The boss was not truly interested in the orcs' fate. To him, they were nothing more than lowly creatures. What truly annoyed him was that Kurak and Hexable had plotted behind his back. Now, Patrick had to clean up the aftermath. Admitting that he had nearly been fooled himself, Patrick placed his sword at Kurak's neck and declared that he would decapitate him and show his head to the orcs. Once they saw it, they would scatter in fear, turning their army into nothing more than a ragtag mob. Kurak said he understood. Patrick added that even if the orcs were spared, their fate would ultimately be decided by the boss. Kurak found it pitiful. Could Swallow truly decide the fate of an entire species on a whim? Recalling Hexabel's words, Kurak asked for permission to pose one final question. Patrick joked that Kurak was supposed to ask questions only after defeating him. Kurak agreed that a loser had no right to speak, especially one about to become a corpse. Patrick quickly waved it off, saying he had only been joking. Kurak had been an excellent opponent, and Patrick was willing to answer anything. Kurak thanked him, surprised by the compliment. Patrick admitted that he was curious as well. Kurak warned that his question would be sharp. Patrick asked if curiosity had finally taken hold in Kurak's final moments. Kurak explained that while Hexable had risked her life for curiosity, he had always placed the revival of his race above personal doubts. Now, with death before him, he wished to resolve that lingering question. Patrick noted that Kurak's words carried the weight of 200 years of experience. Kurak spoke of the great, evil dungeon bosses. Margar, the cradle of dragons, lay hidden in the White Mountain Range. Batory ruled from an impregnable stronghold. Nerkumbal had chosen terrain suited for defense. Erebos and the others had done the same. All of them had settled in places advantageous against humans. The primordial core, however, was different. It lay close to human territory. Kurak wanted to know why Swallow had chosen such a location. Patrick explained that the primordial core had existed long before the Empire rose. It was not that a boss had settled in human territory, but that humans had expanded into the domain of a boss. Kurak countered that humans had built settlements around the Great Pnea forest long before Haston existed. Patrick summarized Kurak's question. Was he wondering why the primordial core was so difficult to defend? Kurak said that was only the preface. He already knew it was meant to protect something at the edge of the primordial core. Patrick confirmed that this was true. Kurak then asked why, instead of protecting it at such cost, Swallow did not simply eradicate humanity. Many believed Swallow was lazy, but if that were true, wiping out humans would have been far easier. Swallow had always existed alongside human history, despite centuries of attempts to destroy him. Hexable had concluded that Swallow did not refrain from eradicating humanity out of laziness, but because he had a reason not to strike first. Karak wanted to know what that hidden reason was. As Patrick heard this, his eyes glowed a dark purple. He said he could not answer that question. Karak sensed that Patrick had changed. Patrick admitted that Karak's speculation was excellent. He would not say it was wrong, only that there was a reason the truth was hidden. He hoped that answer would suffice. Karak replied that it sounded as though Patrick already knew everything. Patrick explained that Hexabel's doubts had grown because the boss never answered her questions. Patrick was different. He continued to work under the boss precisely because he already knew everything. He asked if Karak had any more questions. Karak said he did not. Patrick observed that Karak still seemed full of regret. Karak picked up his axe and forced himself to stand. He admitted to one final regret. He did not wish to die a tedious death while Patrick politely waited. Unless given a clear answer, he would set his curiosity aside. His true regret was that he had exhausted himself before they could share a final clash. Patrick remarked that Karak was not going to suddenly recover his stamina. Karak asked why not. He claimed he had rested enough and begged for one final exchange. If Patrick truly respected him, he wanted to see his full strength. Red aura engulfed Karak as he took a fighting stance. Patrick narrowed his eyes. He dropped the hero burn sword to the ground and unsheathed another blade from his back, agreeing to show him. Seeing this, Karak asked if Patrick had been holding another sword all along. Patrick admitted that he disliked it. The sword's concept was different. Wielding it felt like cheating. It required no harsh training or refined swordsmanship. It was not truly his own power. Karak said he did not mind. This was clearly Patrick's strongest option. The two rushed toward each other. This time, Patrick's blade sliced cleanly through Karak's axe and split his body down the center. With the last of his consciousness fading, Karak asked what that sword was meant to slash. Patrick answered that he was not entirely sure himself. Karak's lifeless body fell to the ground. The scene shifted to some time earlier. When Historia saw Swallow speaking with Hexable, she immediately moved to rush toward him and attack. Before she could take a step forward, Rashmare blocked her path and shouted for her to stop, calling her name urgently. With a dark expression, Wen ordered him to move aside. Rashmare refused. He told her that if it had been only Hexable, he would have allowed her to pass, but this was different. No one, either Wen nor himself, could win against Swallow. Wen shouted back, asking how he could be so certain without even trying. She reminded him that Garot had lost her arm, that she herself had lost her grandfather and countless comrades because of Swallow. She could not simply let him walk away. Rashmare insisted that she had to let him go. He warned her not to ruin everything by acting on her emotions. Offering his condolences for her fallen comrades, he repeated that she must stand down. Wen demanded to know why she had to do so. She declared that she was the hero who protected the Empire. Rashmare acknowledged that fact, but said that she was a person bound by a shackle. Confused, Wen asked what he meant by that. Rashmare urged her not to stop thinking for herself. He told her to remember who she was before becoming a hero. He questioned whether her actions now were truly meant to protect the people of the Empire, or if they were merely reflexes born from a manufactured sense of justice. Wen grew even more confused and asked what he was talking about. Rashmare told her to look around and open her eyes. However, Wen's thoughts were drowned out by the voices she had heard throughout her life. Again and again, people had told her to listen carefully, that she was the hero of the Empire, that she had to devote her life to it. Rashmare pressed her further, asking what she was truly fighting for, and what she was trying to protect. At that moment, a strange noise echoed from the battlefield where Swallow and Hexable stood. Both of them turned toward the sound in confusion. It was the instant when Swallow attacked Hexable. Seeing this, Rashmare was shocked. He wondered aloud if it was an internal conflict, questioning why Swallow would attack Hexable. Cursing under his breath, he told Wen that there was no time left to talk and that she had to listen to him. But Wen was no longer hearing his words. Lost in her thoughts, she kept repeating to herself that she was the hero who protected the people of the Empire. Noticing her condition, Rashmare panicked. He called out to her, wondering if she was all right. Realizing that her state of mind was unstable, he decided he had no choice but to knock her out and get her away from the battlefield. Apologizing, he said that it was not that he did not understand her feelings, but that he could not let her throw herself into danger. He moved behind her and tried to strike, but Wen noticed his intention and struck first, knocking Rashmare unconscious. Some time later, Rashmare regained consciousness, confused. He wondered what had happened and how he had lost consciousness. When he saw that Wen was nowhere to be found, he concluded that she must have been the one who had done it. The scene then shifted back to the present. At the battlefield, the dust slowly settled after the combined attack of Hexable and Wen Historia on Swallow. Hexable watched in disbelief, thinking that the hero was far stronger than she had expected. As expected of the Empire, they possessed something truly formidable. Wen clenched her fist and addressed Swallow, who lay lazily on the ground. She declared that she would take him down that very day. Swallow looked at her and asked who she was, calling her the Kid in Blue. Wen enveloped herself in a blue aura and took a fighting stance. She shouted her name, proclaiming herself as Wen Historia, and swore that he would be defeated right there. With incredible speed, she charged towards Swallow, invoking the name of the hero of the Empire. Swallow rose to his feet, recalling that her name did sound familiar. He declared that he would no longer hold back either. Wen attempted to strike him with her power gauntlet, but before she could close the distance, Swallow effortlessly restrained her with a black tentacle. He remarked that this was the third time she had faced him and survived. Many had faced him and lived, but those who survived after attacking him were exceedingly rare. Hexable rushed into attack as well, but Swallow paid her little attention. He coldly told her that she knew better than to think of running away. Tired of her schemes, he declared that the Empire and the two of them would disappear together. Wen grit her teeth and released more of her aura, struggling to free herself from the tentacle. She shouted that as long as she lived, that would never happen. In response, Swallow lashed out with even more tentacles, uttering a single word, "Die," as clouds of dust erupted from the impact. Hexable questioned whether he was truly certain about what he was doing. Swallow asked what she meant. Hexable warned that if he destroyed the Empire, all humans would. Swallow cut her off, asking mockingly if they were all going to attack him. Hexable asked if he was truly fine with the extinction of humanity. Swallow replied that humanity would not go extinct. He told her to trust him, as he had already tried. As a parting gift for making it that far, he revealed a story from 1,000 years ago. Back then, humanity had brought forth the artifact of Nitocris and pointed their blades at him, just as they were doing now. Once the entire world learned of the secret, chaos followed, and he was forced to start over. He eradicated not only humanity, but every life form that had learned the truth. The world fell into complete silence, with decayed corpses corroding the earth. Even the species he spared began to wither, and from the lingering resentment, vengeful spirits arose. Those spirits merged into 7 massive forms, giving birth to demons. Yet, after several hundred years, humanity appeared once more. No matter how thoroughly he tried to wipe them out, they always survived and continued living. He found it fascinating, attributing their resilience to the blessing bestowed upon them. Hearing this, Hexable wondered what he meant by a blessing. Swallow concluded that he could simply start over once again and wait. Realizing the danger, Hexable immediately ordered her children to escape the Empire. She declared that she would revive again someday. Swallow raised his hand and dismissed her efforts as pointless. He told them to run as far as they could, because he would bury the entirety of Liaise. From her past experiences, Hexable knew that Swallow was not bluffing. He truly could do it. At that moment, Ethelbrias arrived at the battlefield and approached Swallow. Noticing him, Swallow turned and remarked that he had been wondering who it was. The scene shifted to some time earlier. Ethelbrias, bleeding under the effect of Swallow's curse, staggered through a corridor as blood sprayed onto the floor with every step. His body trembled, and he nearly collapsed, but he was caught and supported by Dame Sion, who had just arrived. In a weak voice he informed her that he had completed his mission. Ethelbrias slowly opened his eyes and recognized her. He remarked that it must be Sion, noting that although he had left no traces, she had somehow managed to find him. Dame Sion replied calmly that she had simply anticipated his routes and followed them. Ethelbrias admitted that he had believed she was not truly interested in the Empire, yet she had come this far for their sake. Dame Sion answered that she was only fulfilling Wen and Rashmer's final request. Concerned, Ethelbrias asked where Wen was at that moment. Dame Xian explained that Wen was with Rashmare. She had placed a spell on her that would allow her to escape the area immediately if anything went wrong. All members of the imperial family had already been evacuated, and the only person left in the palace was Ethelbrias himself. The Night Order had requested that she bring him along, and she urged him to leave with her. Ethelbrias reasoned that Kurak must have arrived after taking the hub as planned, and that Swallow must also be present on the battlefield. Dame Xian was taken aback by this. She realized she had not mentioned Swallow at all and wondered whether Ethelbrias had anticipated everything in advance. Before she could think further, Ethelbrias called out to her and asked if he could make a small request. Dame Xian told him that he could command her. Ethelbrias corrected her, saying that it was not a command but a request. He asked her to teleport him to where Swallow was. Dame Xian warned him that he would die if he went. Ethelbrias replied that she did not need to worry about that. She insisted that the Empire still needed him. As Ethelbrias continued to insist, Dame Xian finally took a closer look at his condition. The curse had taken a severe toll. Blood flowed from his mouth, ears, eyes, and even from beneath his fingernails. Understanding his resolve, Dame Xian agreed. She teleported Ethelbrias to the battlefield. He walked forward, stepping through the bodies of fallen soldiers scattered across the ground. As he advanced, Ethelbrias reflected bitterly that everything had been done for the Empire. He knew now that it had been nonsense, words he had used to justify sending countless people to their deaths. Even so, he had devoted everything to the Empire, and still it had not been enough. The hatred and resentment directed at him were only natural. No matter how the world looked upon him, he would accept it. The position he held existed precisely to bear that hatred, and it suited him. This, he decided, was his final order: let all that hatred and resentment push him forward, push him toward his death. Before his feet stopped moving, let it help him reach the end called death. In the next instant, he stood before Swallow. Noticing him, Swallow remarked that he had been wondering who it was. Ethelbrias continued his thoughts, praying that death be bestowed upon him as the rightful punishment for his sins, and that with his death, the Empire might continue. Aloud, he began to say that he had seen Swallow's true identity, and needed to ask him something, but before he could finish, the curse reacted violently. Ethelbrias collapsed to the ground, bleeding, and died. Elsewhere, Patrick stood before the orc army, holding up Kurak's severed head. He coldly announced that they had 3 minutes to disappear from his sight, warning that if they did not, they would share their captain's fate. The orcs' morale shattered, and their ranks began to tremble. Patrick mocked them, saying it was embarrassing for them to panic over something like this. Azidahaka remarked that the entire legion had depended on Kurak, and now that he was dead, such a reaction was only natural. Patrick chuckled and responded dismissively. Azidahaka declared that this should mark the end of Nerkumble. At that moment, Patrick noticed a single orc who did not waver. He remarked that perhaps not, as he saw in that individual the qualities of a leader. The orcs, he suggested, might yet live on. He then asked Azidahaka whether she was curious about what had happened that day. Azidahaka replied that the Dragon Lord prioritized the prosperity of Margar over personal curiosity. Patrick praised her as an exemplary leader, and joked that he wished his own boss would learn from her. Azidahaka asked if they were finished. Patrick confirmed that they were and said they should leave soon. When she asked where to, Patrick narrowed his eyes and answered that, for now, they should get out of Riez as quickly as possible. A short while later, Swallow watched as Azidahaka flew away in her dragon form, with Patrick riding on her back. Swallow muttered that it had taken them long enough to leave and sighed, already imagining the scolding he would receive later. Releasing his power, he reverted to his original form, a massive, black, wolf-like creature with 4 eyes, and immediately seized Hexable with his tentacles. Grinning through the pain, Hexable told him that he was something that should not exist in this world. Swallow agreed, stating that this was precisely why he was doing what he was doing, and he unleashed a wide-range attack. Far from the battlefield, a man cutting wood for a fire heard the distant noise and muttered in confusion, wondering if it had been a flute and whether some festival was taking place. A cloud of dust followed as Swallow's dark aura spread toward him. The moment it touched him, his body turned into a skeleton, and a massive explosion followed, obliterating the entire area of Liège. Some time later, at the primordial core, Patrick muttered with a gloomy expression that they were doomed. He repeated it over and over, insisting that they were absolutely, undeniably screwed. Melz, already exhausted by his constant lamenting, remarked that it was getting tiring and asked how many times he intended to say the same thing. Patrick tried to insist again that the situation truly was dire, but before he could continue, Swallow cut him off in irritation, demanding that he stop repeating himself and actually explain what was going on. Just then, Renee approached Swallow with a bundle of letters and reported that the imperial capital, which had stood firm for 150 years, had been completely erased from the map. As a result, everyone was now demanding an explanation. Swallow asked who exactly she meant by everyone. Renee explained that, to begin with, there was an extremely long letter from Lady Ursabet. In addition, complaints had arrived from monster merchants and from smaller-scale dungeons. Patrick added that humans were doing the same. Information was pouring in nonstop, enough to make his head feel as though it might burst. In just 4 days, Swallow had become far more famous on both sides. Swallow remarked that such a reaction was to be expected and asked what people were actually saying. Mel's commented that Swallow had already been quite famous even before this. Patrick agreed, but clarified that the problem was the way that fame had changed. Swallow's image had shifted from that of an ancient monster and the oldest master of a great evil dungeon, someone to be wary of, to that of a crazed monster who might go on a rampage at any moment. Mel's asked whether becoming more infamous was not, in fact, a good thing for a monster. Patrick responded with a confused, "Pardon," and fell silent, unable to immediately counter the point. Swallow laughed at the sight, mocking Patrick for shutting up because he could not argue back. Regaining his composure, Patrick continued, saying that the current situation was completely out of control. The balance of power among humans had shifted drastically. Liège, the imperial capital, had fallen. While the empire itself had not been entirely destroyed, the event had left people trembling in fear. Questions spread everywhere. Why had that ancient monster suddenly gone berserk? Yet even in such a crisis, reliable information was scarce. No one even knew whether the emperor, the very symbol of the empire, was still alive. Earlier, after Swallow had destroyed Liège, Patrick had approached him and asked whether the emperor had survived. Swallow had checked the area and replied that whatever was supposed to be there was gone. He assumed the emperor had fled after retrieving it. Patrick had asked whether they should chase after him. Swallow had dismissed the idea, saying that if the empire could be revived on its own, it would only work in his favor. Back in the present, Patrick scanned a newspaper and reflected that the reason the emperor had not revealed his survival was likely because he was still wary of Swallow. The emperor was no fool. Meanwhile, other nations had grown busier, and one fear had been carved deeply into their minds: the realization that what had swallowed the empire could strike them at any time as well. Lost in thought, Patrick glanced at Swallow, who noticed and asked why he was being looked at like that again. Patrick admitted that he could not predict how humans would act from now on. It would be simpler if they united, but instead each nation seemed to have its own agenda. Some hoped the disaster would simply pass them by, while others were attempting to unite the nations to eliminate Swallow, the greatest source of fear. He ended his explanation with a bleak conclusion. Swallow asked him to get to the point. Patrick bluntly stated that they were completely screwed. That answer irritated Swallow, who snapped back at him. Patrick then mentioned that Azzy Dahaka had left a message. Swallow asked about the Dragon Girl, recalling the comfortable ride they had thanks to her, and wondered what she had said. Patrick explained that she had told them to call on her any time they needed help. Swallow remarked that it was not a bad idea to remain on friendly terms with her. Patrick agreed, noting that she did not seem to have any intention of opposing them. However, she had also requested that they try not to call her too often, even though she would still come if summoned. Confused, Swallow asked whether she wanted them to call her or not. Patrick guessed that she meant they could call her, but should try not to. Swallow found the explanation incomprehensible, and wondered if the two of them had taken a blow to the head. He briefly worried that his own magic might have affected them during the battle, then quickly dismissed the thought and decided to stay silent before Patrick started rambling again or threatening to quit. Renee then reported that they had also received a separate letter from the merchants. Swallow asked whether it meant they were sending food. Renee confirmed that food had been mentioned, but added that the letter revealed how large merchant unions had secretly been trading with corrupted imperial nobles. It went on at length about the damage they had suffered, but ultimately ended with a plea for judgment from His Majesty. Swallow asked what that was supposed to mean. Patrick added another problem: Swallow would need to consider establishing more great evil dungeons. At that, Swallow immediately fell silent. Patrick went on to list the losses: Nakumble, the Sand Hell, and Erivos. 3 dungeons had been destroyed in a very short time, and something would have to be done about it. Mel's then raised her hand, announcing that she had something to add as well. They now had a new family member. Swallow asked who it was. The scene then shifted to the Iksha clan. There, an old man stated that he had already sent a letter and warned them not to become a burden. For the sake of the clan, he hoped they would do their best. A red-eyed girl replied confidently that there was no need to worry, as she was going along, and told him not to fret. A blue-eyed girl teased that he was more worried precisely because the red-eyed girl was going. The red-eyed girl challenged her, asking if she wanted to fight before they even left. The blue-eyed girl shot back that her face would be a mess before they ever arrived. The old man then asked the person standing beside him whether the talks had gone well. The person replied that they had received a favorable response from the primordial core, so things should proceed smoothly. The old man nodded but admitted that he was still worried. The 2 girls were the strongest direct descendants of Kabura in the Iksha clan, yet they were still reckless brats. As the girls continued bickering, he looked up at the sky and remarked that it seemed like it was going to start raining again. The scene shifted once more, this time to a forest where numerous graves had been erected by Nifrim for the villagers who had been killed by orcs. Nifrim respectfully clasped his hands before the graves and said that he would return. He then turned to Purcell, who stood nearby, and asked if she was ready to go. Purcell asked quietly whether everything would be all right. Nifrim walked over, took her hand, and began to lead her away, reassuring her that everything would be fine. No matter what happened, he promised, he would protect her and stay by her side. A few weeks later, the scene shifted to a monster stronghold where creatures of many kinds had gathered. Among them was a monster merchant dwarf named Scovina. He was an attaché of the Leprechaun Trading Company, currently carrying out what he considered a very important mission, gathering monsters. One of the monsters complained, asking if they were really expected to wait in a place like this. Another worried aloud that Lord Swallow might grow angry at them for wasting time. A third remarked that all they had to do was listen to the leprechaun. As Scovina observed them, he recalled that this mission had first been assigned about 2 weeks earlier. While delivering food supplies to Primordial Core, Patrick had approached him and asked for his help. When Scovina questioned what kind of help was needed, Patrick explained that Renee would handle the details. Renee requested 2 things. First, she would provide sufficient information and asked Scovina to bring the Iksha sisters to their dungeon. As she was about to explain the second request, Patrick cut in, saying he would handle it himself. They wanted Scovina to hire monsters to fill the dungeon. At the time, Swallow had been stuffing his mouth with bread as he spoke. He pointed out how empty their dungeon rooms were and admitted that he had wanted to hire monsters personally but simply did not have the time. A true winter was approaching fast. Scovina remembered thinking that it was already winter, though he understood that Swallow meant something else. Winter was a season of hardship, a time when both humans and monsters reduced their activity. Humans focused on securing food instead of subjugation, and monsters avoided conflict. Winter was a season of silence. Once the weather worsened, recruiting monsters would become far more difficult. Swallow, still chewing, added that he could no longer put it off. Scovina understood immediately. Unlike winter, spring was the season of war, when humans launched large-scale subjugation campaigns. If monsters were not secured now, even Lord Swallow would struggle to respond. Patrick had then joked that it would be embarrassing to call themselves the Great Evil Dungeon without any monsters when humans came visiting, especially with Swallow looking the way he did. Scovina had accepted the request, asking about the conditions and the deadline. Swallow answered simply, by early winter. That had shocked Scovina. Early winter was already upon them, which meant as soon as possible. When he nervously asked how many monsters were needed, Swallow paused before replying that they should recruit as many as possible. And that was how Scovina had ended up here. He had been told to bring anyone who seemed useful. He recruited a Balrog after nearly being burned to death, spent 3 full days painstakingly refuting the Logic King, Basilisk, nearly died trying to meet the divine bird Simurgh, and almost lost his life to a Hydra while searching for Glacia. After enduring countless hardships over 2 weeks, Scovina had finally succeeded. All that remained was to recruit the Iksha sisters, who were in this very area. Some time later, the scene shifted to the Iksha sisters' room. The red-eyed sister sat by the window, gazing outside. When the blue-eyed sister entered, the red-eyed one pointed outward and remarked that what she was seeing was truly something else. The blue-eyed sister told her to calm down and mentioned that they had a visitor. At that moment, Scovina stepped inside and introduced himself as a representative of the Leprechaun Trading Company. The red-eyed sister waved casually, inviting him in. As Scovina entered nervously, he noted how human they looked and wondered if he should remove his shoes. Seeing that the red-eyed sister was barefoot, he decided to do the same. After removing his shoes, he sat down politely and reintroduced himself. The red-eyed sister excitedly asked whether the monsters outside were heading to Primordial Core. Scovina confirmed that they were, at least for now. She stared out the window again, clearly impressed by the sight. Scovina quietly wondered if the two were really sisters, as their temperaments were complete opposites. The blue-eyed sister sat calmly, and gently scolded the red-eyed one for being frivolous. As Scovina noticed the markings on both sisters' bodies, he thought they did not look particularly strong and wondered about the identical tattoos. Catching his gaze, the blue-eyed sister warned him not to stare too intently. The red-eyed sister explained that the patterns interfered with the viewer's mana flow. The blue-eyed sister added that someone weak might even pass out from looking too long. Scovina acknowledged this, assuming the blue-eyed sister must be the elder. To his surprise, she calmly corrected him, stating she was the younger one. Immediately, the red-eyed sister hopped down from the window and declared herself the older sibling, brushing off the mistake. When Scovina asked whether they were sworn sisters, the blue-eyed one clarified that they were related by blood. Scovina apologized again, but the red-eyed sister dismissed it cheerfully before launching into a barrage of questions about Lord Swallow, the strongest creature, and the gatekeepers of Primordial Core. As Scovina listened, he sensed danger. The red-eyed sister's gaze carried not curiosity, but a fierce competitive urge, one that could cross the line at any moment. He hesitated to answer, but she pressed him relentlessly. Before he could respond, noise erupted outside. Monsters were arguing, and a fight seemed to be breaking out. The blue-eyed sister noted the commotion, while the red-eyed one asked if a fight had started. A knock came at the door. A spider-like monster urgently asked for Scovina, apologizing for the interruption. It explained that there were individuals causing trouble, claiming they would soon become members of Primordial Core. When Scovina asked who they were, the spider monster pointed outside. A lizard man and a white gorilla were moving away, with a small blue crystal doll standing on the gorilla's shoulder. The red-eyed sister lifted Scovina to the window and remarked that they looked like brats from the north. Scovina asked to be put down and told the spider monster that he had no intention of recruiting anyone other than the Yaksha sisters. Relieved, the spider monster withdrew. The blue-eyed sister calmly observed that given the timing, such trouble was expected and mentioned that the turtle would likely appear soon. The red-eyed sister wondered aloud if the newcomers were strong. The blue-eyed one replied that they would not know until they fought them. The red-eyed sister then asked Scovina for permission to punish those misusing Primordial Core's name. After a moment's confusion, Scovina agreed, as long as she did not cause excessive trouble. With a grin, she promised to return soon and leapt out the window. Outside, the crystal doll complained about their bad luck, noting that the leprechaun was directly connected to Primordial Core and that they could not cause trouble yet. It suggested waiting until they left. At that moment, the red-eyed Yaksha landed in front of them. The lizard man demanded to know who she was and accused her of blocking their path. She calmly replied that she had heard they were lying about being part of Primordial Core. The crystal doll claimed they would be joining Primordial Core very soon and expressed annoyance at the journey. The red-eyed Yaksha remarked that such bravado made it easy not to feel guilty about killing monsters. Angered, the crystal doll shouted at her, calling her a liar. She replied that at least they shared one thought: she had also been thinking of killing monsters. Nearby monsters began whispering, shocked that someone had picked a fight with those claiming to join Primordial Core. The crystal doll leapt down from the gorilla's shoulder and demanded to know who she thought they were. She answered dismissively that they were probably idiots. Enraged, the doll transformed into a massive crystal golem and roared, launching a powerful punch. Crystal shards shattered as the blow struck her, dust exploding into the air. Before the dust could settle, laughter rang out. The red-eyed Yaksha mocked them, declaring that they were never joining Primordial Core. As the dust cleared, a small bruise could be seen on her cheek, but she stood unfazed. Some days later, the scene shifted to the Grape Nia forest. From above, the forest's owner looked down upon the newly arrived carriages gathered below. At the entrance of Primordial Core, Patrick carefully read through the reports Scovina had handed him. He asked whether the numbers listed referred to the order in which the monsters had been contacted. Scovina confirmed that they did. Patrick noted the total, 291, and expressed his satisfaction. Scovina thanked him politely. Patrick then asked where the monsters were currently stationed. Scovina explained that they had been placed outside the forest, as none of them were permitted to enter without authorization. Patrick approved of the decision, remarking that if the forest spirit had become angry, all of the monsters Scovina had worked so hard to gather could have been erased in an instant. Patrick then asked how many staff members the Leprechaun Trading Company had. Scovina replied that the company consisted of 1,320 members. Silently, Patrick evaluated the situation. Considering that Scovina had brought A rank and even named monsters, it was clear that the company had mobilized nearly all of its capabilities. He praised Scovina's efforts, stating that they could not have asked for more, and told him that payment would be issued immediately. Hearing this, Scovina felt a surge of relief. To him, the request to gather monsters had been a test. Ever since the loss of North, a trusted subordinate of Lord Swallow, the Leprechaun Trading Company had been reduced to little more than errand runners. With this success, he believed their standing and trust would finally be restored. Patrick wrote something down, extended his hand, and presented the payment. Scovina accepted it with thanks, but the moment he saw the amount, his expression froze in shock. He insisted there must be some misunderstanding. The sum was absurdly large, enough to buy dozens of castles, host a festival for monsters across the world, and still have plenty left over. He suggested following official procedures and reporting it to Lord Swallow. Patrick merely chuckled. He remarked that the boss hardly knew how much money was in the treasury, and would not care unless it was empty. Scovina should not feel burdened, he said. All he needed to do was ensure that Primordial Core's requests were always given top priority. Scovina felt his blood run cold. Deprioritizing other commissions would directly affect the trust placed in the entire trading company. When he hesitated, Patrick asked again whether he understood. Sweating profusely, Scovina eventually accepted. The amount was simply too great to refuse. Some time later, the gathered monsters received the order to enter Primordial Core. As they arrived in Room 1, they immediately began surveying their surroundings. A hellish earth Balrog declared his love for the spacious entrance, claiming it would be the perfect place for him to manage. A glacier cliff Jormungandr scoffed, arguing that such heat would ruin the dungeon's atmosphere. A frozen snowfield, he insisted, would be far more fitting for Primordial Core's entrance. The two began bickering, one praising hellfire, the other swearing by cold. Watching them, the red-eyed Yiksha sister asked whether they seemed strong. The blue-eyed sister told her to behave and reminded her to choose carefully when to act out. The Balrog suddenly challenged the Jormungandr, calling it a worm. The Jormungandr fired back, insulted at being compared to a half-baked ox. The red-eyed Yiksha ignored them and pointed instead toward a fully armored Dullahan nearby. She remarked that, compared to the noisy fools, that one felt far stronger. The blue-eyed sister agreed. The armored monster was atrocious of the southern graveyard. Resting a hand on the wall, he muttered that he saw nothing particularly special about Primordial Core. Excited, the red-eyed sister asked whether she could fight him. The blue-eyed sister refused outright. Nearby monsters whispered among themselves, noting that the Yiksha sisters were from a powerful clan and radiated an intimidating presence. One doubted he could defeat them, while another admitted there was too little information about Yikshas to be sure. An undead monster reminded them that one of the sisters had defeated Nesui in a single strike, though another scoffed that the sisters might still be the first to die. The red-eyed sister turned sharply toward them and warned that she could hear everything they were saying. The blue-eyed sister remarked that it could not be helped. Everyone gathered here had once dominated an entire region and embodied fear itself. The red-eyed sisters said such beings had gathered to enter this dungeon, and they could not allow themselves to be looked down upon. The blue-eyed sister responded that empty vessels made the most noise. Still, she admitted that she felt it too. There was no one present who seemed stronger than them. At that moment, Patrick greeted everyone. The Yiksha sisters immediately sensed his presence and began sweating. All attention turned toward him as he spoke cheerfully, telling them not to fight inside. He climbed to a higher position so everyone could see him and thanked them for making the journey. 291 monsters stood gathered, each with their own motives. Yet a single sentence from Patrick commanded all of their attention. He was the gatekeeper of the great evil dungeon, Primordial Core. His mere presence made bodies tremble, a clear display of absolute power. Patrick, the Death Knight. He apologized for the delay and explained that the boss would arrive shortly, after which room assignments would begin. He asked everyone to remain calm, warning that the boss disliked excessive noise, though casual conversation was permitted. Internally, Patrick sighed in relief. He had successfully set the atmosphere. Now all that remained was for the boss to appear with proper majesty, like the final boss of the dungeon. Some time later, Patrick returned carrying Swallow, who was half asleep. He apologized again for the boss's very late arrival. Swallow grumbled that kids these days did not like this sort of thing. Patrick silently blamed himself for asking Renee to fetch the boss and wondered how Swallow had even managed to persuade her. He recalled Renee telling him that Swallow had claimed he would stay in her room forever. The memory made Patrick chuckle in exasperation. Turning to Mel's, he quietly asked her to relay a message. Using her magic, Mel's told Swallow that Patrick wanted him to say something, anything. Swallow yawned and replied that one sentence should be enough. Stepping forward, he addressed the gathered monsters. He told them to start killing each other. Patrick froze in shock at his words. The scene shifted to a few weeks before the gathering at Primordial Core. Renee stood over Mel's, her expression cold and unyielding. She asked whether Mel's had truly believed she would always go easy on her. She told her to heal herself if she still had the strength to scream, warning that panicking over the loss of a single arm would leave her helpless against real enemies. Renee pointed out how slow Mel's recovery was, reminding her that in a real battle, she would need to heal far faster. Mel's continued focusing on restoring her left arm, mana surging around the wound. Renee pressed on, reminding her that she had clearly warned Mel's that she would come to resent her. Despite that, Mel's had still made the request. Renee asked what she intended to do now and whether she planned to give up. Once her arm was fully healed, Mel steadied herself and answered that she would not give up. She asked Renee to continue. Summoning her staff, she prepared herself to cast a spell at any moment. Renee nodded in approval. She declared that she would go harder this time and told Mel's to give it everything she had. As she spoke, she selected several daggers, her killing intent sharpening. The scene returned to the present. Patrick, hearing Swallow's words, panicked. He shouted for everyone to stop, begging them to lower their weapons and not to kill each other. Flustered, he tried to retract Swallow's order, insisting that they should not do this. He turned on Swallow, grabbing his head in frustration and demanding to know what he was thinking. Swallow calmly replied that Patrick had told him to say something. Patrick snapped back that this did not mean he could order everyone to kill each other. Swallow explained, without concern, that this was the traditional way of selecting the strongest. Whoever remained standing would become the administrator. Patrick demanded to know whether Swallow intended to select only one monster. Swallow casually suggested adjusting his words, proposing that they fight until they were almost killed instead. Angered, Patrick turned away and told Swallow that he would handle it himself, ordering him to stay silent. Swallow simply agreed. Some time later, Atrocious was sent flying and slammed violently into a wall. As he struggled to rise, disbelief filled his mind. This was not what he had wanted. He was Atrocious, the strongest Dullahan in the southern region. Even Erevos had personally invited him to join. Yet now, he was being utterly overwhelmed by a mere maid. He wondered if this was truly the power of a gatekeeper of Primordial Core. He looked up at Renee, who stood tall before him. She coldly remarked that she was not in a particularly good mood. She added that she had hoped the Iksha sisters would be present instead. She informed him that he was already disqualified and asked whether he still wished to continue. Gritting his teeth, Atrocious forced himself to stand and scoffed at the idea. He declared it ridiculous, insisting there was still time left. Watching the fight from afar, the Iksha sisters observed the scene. The blue-eyed sister remarked that the situation was ridiculous. The red-eyed sister responded that it was a test, after all. The blue-eyed one clarified that she was referring to the Dullahan. He was a monster, yet he had challenged the gatekeeper of Primordial Core itself. The scene shifted further back, to a moment before the battle began. Patrick had instructed everyone to ignore what the boss had said, announcing that room assignments would begin immediately. The monsters murmured among themselves in confusion, surprised that assignments would be decided so quickly. Patrick began reading from his report, stating that the administrators for the first and second rooms would be, only to be interrupted by a monster who raised his hand and asked whether there would be no test at all. Patrick asked what they took him for, stating that he had already completed their assessments, and had no intention of wasting time on what he already knew. At this, the red-eyed Yiksha sister burst into laughter. The blue-eyed sister whispered for her to stop, but the red-eyed one admitted she could not help it. A group of monsters shouted in protest, demanding to know how they were expected to understand the situation. Patrick calmly informed them that they were already disqualified, so there was no need to shout. The monsters reacted in outrage, asking whether he was calling them weak. Patrick sighed and answered plainly that he was. Addressing Rag directly, he questioned whether they truly believed they belonged among the stronger half of the monsters gathered there. At that moment, Atrocious stepped forward and announced that he had a question. Patrick acknowledged him by name and invited him to speak. Atrocious stated that if Patrick was willing to answer, then he must have passed. He said he understood Patrick's intentions but disagreed with his conclusions. True strength, he argued, could only be determined through real combat, something anyone who trained body and mind should understand. Patrick admitted that he did understand. Atrocious then posed a second question. He reminded Patrick that he had said he needed mid-level monsters to administer rooms, but he himself had not come to become a mere administrator. Atrocious had come to become a gatekeeper of Primordial Core. Since Primordial Core existed to protect the ancient monster Lord Swallow, it was only fitting that the strongest monster serve as its gatekeeper. Patrick agreed to demonstrate the truth to him but insisted on deciding the method. Since the role involved protecting the dungeon, Atrocious would be tested on his defensive abilities. He then turned to Mel's and asked for her assistance. Mel's immediately raised her staff and cast Advanced Magic, Ideal World. In an instant, the monsters found themselves standing in an open field beneath a clear sky, green grass stretching endlessly, with a massive hourglass floating above them. The blue-eyed Yaksha's sister remarked on the spell's sophistication, noting that she had automatically learned the rules upon entering the realm. Their objective was simple: stop the members of Primordial Core. The red-eyed sister wondered aloud whether they had been split into 3 groups. The blue-eyed one agreed, pointing out that there were 3 opponents: Patrick the Death Knight, Renee the Dagger Maid, and Mel's the Demon Lord. Some monsters muttered that they hoped to face Mel's. The blue-eyed sister commented that Mel's did seem the easiest, having heard she was the newest member. The red-eyed sister began to speak, suggesting otherwise, but was interrupted. A monster suddenly warned that someone was approaching. They turned toward the dark forest, speculating that it might be Patrick. They froze when they realized who it was. Swallow stepped out of the shadows and casually explained that since he was also a member of the dungeon, they would have to fight him as well. The monsters stared in disbelief, one of them muttering that this was far too much. The scene shifted to another group of monsters standing beneath purple clouds. They cursed the Dullahan for speaking up and debated their chances. If they faced Patrick or Renee, they would be doomed. Some wondered if they were simply meant to die for nothing. One monster insisted that this would not happen, declaring that they were the lucky ones. When asked what he meant, he pointed ahead and told them to rejoice. They had hit the jackpot. Standing atop a stone pillar before them was Mel's. As Mel's faced them, memories surfaced of her sparring sessions with Renee, of being exhausted, barely able to block her attacks. She remembered Renee warning her that forcing herself too far could cause lasting mental damage and asking why she pushed herself so hard. Mel's had answered simply that it was because she was powerless. Back in the present, Mel's released her magic, transforming into her adult form. She faced the monsters head-on and declared that she was their opponent. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Swallow's side of the test. Patrick stepped forward and calmly explained the rules. The task was simple. The members of Primordial Core would act as a subjugation party, and the applicants were to stop them. They only needed to hold them back for 15 minutes. With that, Patrick wished the monsters good luck. The monsters, however, were anything but confident. Anxiety spread among them as they exchanged uneasy glances. Swallow yawned and stepped forward, hands still tucked into his pockets. He casually remarked that the rules had already been explained and announced that the test would begin immediately. The monsters silently cursed. "Good luck, my ass." One of them, a massive snake-like monster, hesitantly spoke up, asking Swallow to wait. Even if this was only a test, it questioned how they were supposed to handle someone like him. Addressing Swallow as, "Your Majesty," the snake admitted that, monsters or not, they stood no chance against him. Swallow blinked in confusion and asked if the title was meant for him. The snake hurriedly explained that it was an honor for Swallow to personally test him, but fighting him was simply impossible. A minotaur beside it added that he doubted whether the test itself was reasonable. Swallow's expression sharpened. He asked whether it would not be even more humiliating if he were to take his hands out of his pockets. The snake immediately agreed. Nearby, the Yaksha sisters listened in silence, carefully observing the exchange. After a moment, Swallow sighed and admitted that the monsters had a point. He then revised the rules. If they managed to stop him for even a single second, they would be hired immediately. If their attack merely stung, they would qualify as administrators. If it actually hurt, they would become gatekeepers. And if they somehow managed to take him down, they could have primordial core itself. The monsters were stunned. Take him down? Still, even a single second sounded achievable. Swallow warned them that he would, of course, counterattack. To demonstrate, he gently swung his fist through the air. Cold sweat poured down their faces. They were convinced they would be killed in an instant. Swallow asked what they planned to do, reminding them that they still had 7 minutes left. To his confusion, every monster suddenly dropped to their knees. They begged him to rest for the remaining time, insisting they could never dare lay a finger on his majestic body. At that moment, someone threw a blue, circular crystal towards Swallow. He caught it effortlessly. The thrower explained that it was a gift they had obtained on the way there. Swallow accepted it with a nod and remarked that he had hoped at least 2 of them would act like this. He asked who they were. The 2 who stepped forward were revealed to be the Iksha sisters. The red-eyed sister explained that they once had names, but had discarded them on their journey. Swallow found that interesting and wondered what he should call them instead. He recalled Patrick mentioning that Yiksha names were notoriously long and difficult to pronounce. Thinking it over, Swallow mused about giving them new, simpler names. He then invited them to show him what they had intended to demonstrate. The blue-eyed sister spoke calmly. She stated that the test had been unfair from the beginning, and that this was likely intentional. The applicants had no real chance of success, and she believed the same was true for the other teams. A foreign environment, a sudden situation, and the pressure of attacking those they should regard as seniors all suppressed the monster's true strength. Even in favorable conditions, monsters were often subdued by higher-level beings. Expecting a hastily assembled group to fend off the gatekeepers of Primordial Core, who had annihilated every subjugation force sent against them, was unreasonable. The red-eyed sister inwardly warned her sibling to be careful with her words. Swallow responded honestly, revealing that the test itself had been Patrick's idea. The blue-eyed sister realized that this was meant to teach them a lesson and admitted she had not expected such foresight. Swallow corrected her, saying that he had planned it and merely told Patrick to carry it out, though Patrick had altered things on his own. Despite acknowledging the brilliance behind it, she insisted that it was still wrong. Swallow grew flustered and told her to stop twisting her words. With a serious expression, he admitted she was right, but asked what difference it made now. The surrounding monsters trembled in fear, convinced the Ikshas had angered Swallow and that they were all about to die. Instead, Swallow laughed lightly and told them to relax. He had no intention of killing anyone. They had gone out of their way to come here, after all. He suggested that this might turn out to be more fun than expected and encouraged them not to be afraid, especially the 2 Ikshas. He could clearly sense their fighting spirit. The Iksha sisters exchanged glances, then smiled. They declared that they would not refuse and that they would attack with everything they had. Their auras flared as they assumed their stances. Swallow finally removed his hands from his pockets and stepped forward, saying that this was what they had wanted from the beginning. He invited them to show him what they could do. Some time later, Patrick bluntly remarked that everyone on his side had been useless. Renee added that no one had passed her test either. Swallow, lying flat on the ground, casually stated that 2 had passed on his side. Both Patrick and Renee stared at him in surprise. Patrick quickly guessed that the Ikshas must have gone to Swallow. Swallow confirmed it, saying they were fun and suggesting they be hired as administrators. Renee protested, claiming it was unfair and insisting that they would have been instantly disqualified had they come to her. Patrick admitted that he had also planned to hire them. Renee strongly disagreed and demanded the chance to fight them herself. Swallow shifted the topic, noting that only Mel's remained. Patrick nodded, explaining that Mel's was still testing the applicants. Though few remained, some were quite strong, and he worried that if things went wrong, Mel's might die. Swallow stated coldly that if that happened, he would tear them apart. Patrick tried to brush it off as unnecessary worry, but Renee firmly reassured him. There was no way Mel's would lose, absolutely none. Both Patrick and Swallow turned to her in surprise at her confidence. The scene then shifted to the battlefield where Mel's faced the remaining monsters. They stared at her in shock as her mana surged. One of them thought in disbelief that Mel's, the so-called weakest member of Primordial Core, was radiating such overwhelming power. As he looked at her, a realization struck him. This was the Demon King Mel's. And this, unmistakably, was the power of an administrator of Primordial Core. The demon among demons was known as the Demon Lord. Among monsters, demons were an exceptionally distinguished race. By instinct, they served a unique individual born as the Demon Lord, and that being ruled over all other demons through absolute authority. Because of their overwhelming strength, demons were exceedingly arrogant, and for that reason, they lived as an isolated race, shunned even by other monsters. Among them, Mel's was once regarded as the weakest demon lord. However, she had somehow become a member of the primordial core. When that rumor spread, countless monsters began to think the same thing, that perhaps even they could achieve the same result. As Mel stood before the gathered monsters, she could tell from their silence what they were thinking. They were all considering the same possibility. If they could defeat her, they might turn that opportunity into reality, and claim her position for themselves. While the monsters hesitated, one of them finally stepped forward and politely asked if it could ask a question. Mel's looked at the creature in confusion and allowed it to speak. The monster asked if it was true that, according to the rules, anyone who killed her would become a gatekeeper. Mel's calmly confirmed that it was possible. She explained that since she was only an admin, she could not guarantee they would become gatekeepers, but killing her would at least guarantee them the admin position. At that moment, a monster named Lasalka stepped forward. Wearing a hat and holding a red crystal, he laughed and mockingly remarked that calling herself a mere admin was irritating. Mel's explained that she used that term because she could not compare herself to Sir Patrick or Renee. As she looked around, Mel's observed that every monster gathered there was an A-rank or named class monster. Each one of them possessed strength that surpassed ordinary Demon Lord army units. Only the Supreme Demon Lord, Yubar, could face them alone, and even he could not guarantee victory against all of them at once. One of the plant-type monsters stepped forward and asked if that meant they had to fight her. Mel's answered yes without hesitation. The plant monster then questioned why she was standing there without making any preparations. Mel's asked if it was referring to casting magic. Another monster with multiple arms and eyes spoke up, questioning why a demon lord would stand before them without an army or casting preparations. It wondered if she was trying to manipulate them, or if there was another reason. Mel's calmly replied that she would have prepared if this were real, but this was only a test. The plant monster laughed and said that regardless, she would still have to die in this test. Without warning, it launched sharp spikes toward her. Instantly, the other monsters joined in, unleashing their attacks. One monster shouted that Mel's head was hers and cast intermediate magic, Arrow Pang. Lasalka watched the chaos unfold and muttered in frustration that he had known cooperation would never happen. He believed whoever killed Mel's would become the new admin. However, he also realized something others had not. The rules never said killing her would guarantee passing the test. There was a 15-minute time limit, and there might be more trials afterward. Preserving strength was the smarter choice. Still, he cast his intermediate magic, Coordinate Distortion, manipulating mana to prepare his own attack. He carefully analyzed Mel's, predicting that she would raise a barrier against the first attack and then teleport to safety. However, in the next moment, a massive explosion erupted. Lasalka froze in shock. Mel's emerged completely unharmed. She had not cast any magic at all. She simply dodged. Arrow pangs flew toward her, but she evaded them effortlessly. Lasalka could not believe it. She was dodging without magic. Mel's continued to evade every attack with flawless precision. The monsters grew frustrated and shouted in anger as none of their attacks could hit her. Lasalka suddenly realized that Mel's was watching him. Panic filled him. Before he could react, Mel's had already cast her spell faster than he could respond. In the next instant, an explosion engulfed him. The surrounding monsters wondered if Lasalka had died. However, the explosion had actually been caused by another monster's breath attack. That monster praised Mel's, admitting that even without an army, she had nullified all its moves. Mel stood calmly, completely unharmed. The battle continued. She dodged countless sword attacks while analyzing their abilities. She realized she could not defeat them all with her power alone. She was exhausted. The monsters noticed and rushed toward her, believing victory was near. Mel's teleported away at the last moment. Another monster prepared its breath attack, aiming to kill her. At that moment, Mel's remembered her training from a week earlier. Renee had told her that she was not powerless. She explained that Mel's possessed incredible talent and had endured immense power without breaking. Renee encouraged her to use that power. Returning to the present, Mel's finally used the power given to her by Mr. Swallow. The monsters froze in shock. They realized the rumors were wrong. She was not weak. Mel's herself realized the truth. The Demon King chosen by Mr. Swallow could never be weak. With that realization, her power erupted. One by one, she defeated every monster. Soon, all of them lay on the ground, defeated. They looked at her in fear, realizing she was far beyond their reach. At that moment, Patrick's voice echoed across the battlefield. Time was up. A little later, the Yiksha sisters stood exhausted alongside the other 291 monsters, all of them lined up in fatigue. Patrick clapped his hands and cheerfully praised their efforts, asking if they had enjoyed the evaluation process and expressing hope that it had been enough to convince them of his assessment. Some of the monsters turned toward Atrocious and sarcastically remarked that thanks to a certain someone, they now understood very well, mocking him for having a big mouth despite his defeat. Patrick then announced that it was time for assignments. He declared that the Yiksha sisters, who had managed to stop their boss's advance, had passed. The Yiksha sisters let out quiet sighs of relief, yet both felt strangely unsatisfied. They wondered among themselves why they did not feel happy despite passing. Patrick continued, telling the rest of the monsters that although they had tried hard, none of them had passed, and they were free to return home. He instructed the Yiksha sisters to follow them. The sisters obediently agreed, while the other monsters turned and began leaving the primordial core. Swallow entered the area while yawning, commenting that it was an empty ending. Patrick and the others followed behind him as they moved deeper into the dungeon. As they walked, the older Yiksha sister remarked in surprise at how vast and enormous the dungeon was. The younger sister agreed that dungeons were not usually this large. Still yawning, Swallow asked if he could go rest now that everything was over. Mel's, holding her stomach, admitted that she had overexerted herself and encouraged him to rest, saying she would handle the rest. Patrick commented that it was the most Swallow had moved in a long time. Swallow replied that Mel's was the only one who truly understood him and headed off toward his room. Renee promised to bring him snacks later. Mel's waved and told him to rest well before sitting down on the ground and quietly admitting again that she had overdone it and that her stomach hurt. Renee asked if it was a side effect. Mel's replied that perhaps thanks to sparring with Renee, she was not suffering severe side effects and was simply exhausted. Patrick praised Mel's, telling her that she had grown even stronger. At that moment, the sound of a wolf's bark echoed through the dungeon, confusing the Yiksha sisters. Two Ons approached Mel's happily. Mel's greeted him warmly, apologizing for making him wait and asking if he had been guarding the room. She climbed onto his back and told Patrick she would rest as well. Patrick agreed and praised her efforts. The Yiksha sisters stared at Tuns in shock. The older sister whispered in disbelief, while the younger confirmed that she felt it too. That creature, which looked like a dog, radiated power on the level of a gatekeeper, yet they had never heard of such a being before. Patrick calmly explained that Tuns was simply the number 1 Demon King army unit under Mel's. Both sisters were stunned to hear this. Patrick reassured them that they had nothing to fear unless they posed a threat to Mel's, adding that their keen senses likely made them more sensitive to his presence. The older sister expressed disbelief that a creature emitting such terrifying pressure was merely part of a Demon King's army. Patrick chuckled and explained that Tuns had likely entered protective mode after seeing Mel's exhausted, since he was fond of her. He then encouraged them to compose themselves. The older sister clasped her face and, after regaining her composure, asked if Swallow had been holding back when he fought them. Patrick confirmed that he was certain Swallow had not used his full power. The older sister admitted that it had been obvious. Patrick observed her excitement and thought to himself that it was a good sign, knowing that the Yiksha were a race fascinated by power. The younger sister asked if they were the only ones being hired. Patrick replied that they were not. He explained that they were short on monsters and planned to hire everyone except those who had given up or refused to listen. She asked about the purpose of the test. Patrick explained that it had been necessary to establish dominance, since the monsters were powerful in their own territories. He added that they would still undergo aptitude tests, physical fitness tests, and one-on-one mock battles. When she asked why mock battles were needed after what they had already proven, Patrick explained that it was for Atrocious, who likely had not accepted the results. He added that he would return for a reselection process. She agreed. Her older sister laughed at her expression, and she protested in embarrassment. At that moment, Renee appeared, clearly agitated, and ordered the sisters to follow her. Feeling her overwhelming mana, the sisters immediately obeyed. As they followed her in silence, they felt an uncomfortable tension. She had not spoken a word for several minutes, yet her presence radiated prickly hostility. They wondered what was happening, and wished she would say something. Finally, Renee introduced herself as the gatekeeper. The Yiksha sisters became flustered, already aware of who she was, and politely introduced themselves. Renee examined the older sister and judged her to be about B rank in danger level, concluding she was not a threat. However, when she observed the younger sister, she sensed an immense level of danger. Her thoughts became irrational and jealous as she compared herself, fearing she might lose Swallow's affection. Lost in her delusions, she muttered possessively. Suddenly snapping back to reality, she angrily pointed at the younger sister and demanded to know if she was the older one. The Yiksha replied that she was actually the younger sister, shocking Renee. Renee asked her name. She replied that they no longer had names, having discarded them when they came there. Renee collapsed to the ground in emotional turmoil, muttering incoherently. The Yiksha sisters watched in confusion, wondering who she was talking about. Renee suddenly stood again and declared that Swallow would soon give them names. Her expression frightened them. She informed them that they would serve as administrators and would have to report through her before meeting Swallow. She made it clear that they were not allowed to meet him without her permission. They immediately agreed. Renee then instructed them to pay closer attention to their clothing, especially the younger sister. She acknowledged obediently. Renee ordered them to follow her. The younger sister quietly asked if her outfit was inappropriate. The older sister smiled knowingly, realizing the situation and thinking it would be very interesting. Meanwhile, Swallow slept peacefully. The scene shifted to a guild hall, where several adventurers sat at nearby tables and gathered in front of the quest board, discussing matters among themselves. One insisted that it was not the right time yet, while another argued that the mission was completely doable. They spoke of another group of orcs, likely remnants of Nerkumble, and complained that even goblins did not rest during winter. Someone mentioned that he was probably already heading there. Others shared troubling news. A hunter had reportedly been attacked the previous night, and kobolds from a C-rank dungeon had raided a pasture. They reminded each other to prepare their equipment carefully, especially winter gear. Some noted that members of the Order had been coming and going frequently. There were also rumors of a salamander in a nearby mine, and talk of the great turtle migrating south. Amid their worries, someone complained bitterly that the Akashic Guild was demanding gold during such difficult times. At that moment, a man approached the front desk and coldly told the person standing there to move aside. The man immediately stepped away and apologized. Others nearby whispered warnings, telling each other to be careful around him. They remembered how he had started a fight before and concluded that he was not a problem unless provoked. They referred to him as that man, Lancerer. The man was Nifrim, now using the name Lancerer. He approached the front desk and handed over a quest he had selected, stating that he wished to accept it. The receptionist received the request and asked him to show his plate to verify his rank. He placed the proxy plate on the table and introduced himself as Lancerer. The receptionist apologized and told him she could not accept his request. He asked if it was because he was a proxy. She explained that it was one reason. A proxy, someone who borrowed another person's rank to take on missions, was essentially a stand-in and technically illegal. Enforcement was not strict due to the need for manpower. For C rank and below missions, the risk was low, so they were usually allowed. However, proxies could not officially accept B rank or higher missions because their abilities were uncertain. She then clarified that this reason did not truly apply to him. She acknowledged that he had already quietly cleared several B rank missions and that they trusted his abilities. Lancerer remained silent, surprised by her words. She explained that the mission itself was within his capabilities, but there was another issue. He asked what it was. She revealed that the Ragged Ghoul case had already attracted the attention of the Order. Another receptionist joined the conversation and explained that the Order had appeared suddenly and only accepted undead-related missions. Their cult-like appearance and the disappearance of troublemakers who had challenged them made them unsettling. They were said to be from Haston. Lancerer remarked that he had been there before. The receptionist advised him to reconsider. He replied that winter had reduced available work and that he needed money. She warned him that the Order would likely confront him. He replied that he did not care, as he was alone and had no responsibilities. At that moment, members of the Order entered the guild and politely asked about the undead-related mission. The receptionists were surprised. Lancerer turned and observed them. He immediately noticed the foul stench of corpses surrounding them. Later, the receptionist handed the Order member a file containing the information. The Order member paid the full fee without hesitation. As Lancerer observed them, he noticed a red-haired child among their ranks. The presence of such a young child disturbed him, reminding him of Pezzle. Some time later, Lancerer arrived at a bar. The bartender greeted him warmly, saying they had been expecting his visit. Lancerer sat down and stated that he wanted information. The bartender asked him to order a drink. Lancer refused, but the bartender insisted on the establishment's rule of 1 drink per person. Lancer ordered wine. After serving the drink, the bartender listened as Lancer asked about the Ragged Ghoul dungeon. The bartender replied that they had no useful information. Lancer reminded him of the Akashic Guild's claim to possess all the information in the world. The bartender explained that they were merchants and focused only on profitable information. The dungeon itself was not profitable, but they did have records about the Ragged Ghoul's habits. Lancer agreed to purchase the information. The bartender charged him 60 silver ons. Lancer paid with gold and then asked about his previous inquiry. The bartender created a privacy barrier and explained that blindness caused by Orc King paralysis poison was permanent. Healing magic could not restore lost function. Even the Empire's greatest healers could not regenerate destroyed body parts. Lancer had expected this answer. He understood that magic could recover but not recreate. The bartender added that transplantation might offer hope, but the human body was complex. Lancer concluded that the Imperial Magic Academic Society might be the only option left. The bartender returned his change. Lancer refused to drink and stood to leave. Before leaving, he asked about the black disaster that had descended upon Liège. The bartender warned him that the situation was catastrophic. Survivors described darkness swallowing the land, and even elite agents could not enter the area. Liège had become a place where humans could no longer live. After leaving, Lancer bought snacks and returned to his rented room, determined not to give up hope of finding a cure for Pezel. He entered the room and apologized for being late. Pezel welcomed him warmly. He showed her the snacks and suggested they eat together. Elsewhere, deep within a forest, the Order's base was hidden. An Order member entered a tent and saw the bishop praying. He reported that a man whose village had been destroyed by undead had begged to join them. The bishop replied that sorrow was not needed in their path. Only fury was required. The bishop then revealed herself to be Rosalina. Genius protagonists, overwhelming growth, and legendary battles, this is your battlefield. We're just steps away from 20,000 subscribers. Subscribe now and rise with us.